Choosing the zombie class offers a survival rate of less than 0.01%. Are you sure you want to throw your life away? A cold, mechanical voice echoed over the awakening stone, while the students and teachers present stared at Chen Yu as if he were a madman. In this world, surviving the zombie invasion depends entirely on one's class. The plant class, capable of raining down sunlight, is everyone's first choice. The zombie class, however, does not drop tombstone points and cannot even summon a basic zombie at the start, making it widely known as the suicide zone. Chen Yu, you did not even awaken a combat talent, just some useless manual. Hurry up and get down here to become a gardener, mocking a classmate he did not get along with. The supervising teacher also looked pained and said, "Cancel it now. Once you enter the battle arena, if you fail to defend your home, the zombies will descend into reality through the portal. You will not only die, but you will also become a criminal." Faced with the surrounding doubt and ridicule, Chen Yu remained calm and pressed the confirm button without hesitation. A flash of white light swept over him, and he was teleported into the eerie realm of the undead. The zombie countdown began, and the shadow of death loomed over him. Yet Chen Yu remained composed as he opened the zombie manual, an item everyone else considered trash. They had no idea that the true ability of this manual was not just to check stats, but to synthesize. Two common zombie cards merge for me. Watching the mystery box zombie card emerge from the manual, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Yu's mouth. The real horror has only just begun. And the beginning of this underdog comeback goes back to just a few hours ago. A few hours ago, on the school bus heading to the battle platform, students were chatting excitedly and gesturing wildly. Did you hear? Kun from the next class awakened a fire talent. He chose the plant profession, and he can turn a pea shooter into a fire pea shooter. I heard that already. The head teacher is about to take him to see the principal. See the principal? He is bound to have a bright future once he gets the funding. The school beauty Bai Yi is even more impressive. She awakened an ice talent. Not only can she turn pea shooters into ice shooters, but she can also freeze zombies for a short time. Damn, really? My talent is only planting acceleration, which just shortens the growth time of plants. Be content with having a talent at all. Many people never awaken one in their entire lives. What? Chen Yu leaned against his seat, looking out the window with a calm expression. He is a transmigrator. He arrived in this world by accident 3 years ago. In this world, everyone has one chance to awaken a talent. The quality of one's talent directly determines the course of their life. Those who cannot awaken are likely to be dropped from the program, as an ordinary person entering the battle platform is essentially throwing their life away. Of course, there have been a few historical cases where ordinary people succeeded using battle strategies. Hundreds of years ago, the blue planet collided with a zombie planet. Instead of being destroyed, they fused together, giving birth to the battle platform. Zombies from the opposite planet continuously invade the blue planet through the platform. Unable to counterattack, the blue planet can only send people to guard the platform and defend against them. Everyone can choose to specialize as a plant or zombie class. The plant class can cultivate offensive plants to fend off zombies. The zombie class uses tombstones to summon zombies from the underworld to fight. However, ordinary zombies are no match for a horde, making the zombie class an unpopular choice that everyone dislikes. More critically, the plant class receives sunlight falling from the sky as a resource, whereas the zombie class does not automatically receive tombstone points. Without a talent to support it, choosing the zombie class is a death sentence. Even with a talent, the chances are slim unless one can bridge the gap in tombstone points. The battle platform is divided into multiple levels, and entering it automatically initiates your home base. Killing invading zombies has a chance to drop rewards, and ascending to higher levels guarantees the acquisition of plant or zombie cards. At the same time, climbing higher levels increases the level of the specialist, directly determining the strength of their plants and zombies. But if they cannot defend their home base, not only will the specialist die, but any zombies that leak through will descend directly into reality. Because of this, specialists have an elite status in this world, far removed from ordinary people. Soon, the school bus stopped at the entrance of the battle platform. A colorful gem stood at the entrance, the awakening stone. Line up and get ready for awakening. Do not be discouraged if you fail. The teachers will recommend jobs as gardeners for you. The lead teacher scanned the crowd. Even if the awakening failed, there were alternative paths. For instance, being a gardener is a popular choice for ordinary people. They can accompany specialists into their home bases to cultivate plants and learn knowledge. Crucially, gardeners receive a tenth of the specialist's rewards. If they happen to get a top-tier plant card, they can still soar to success. The line moved forward, and just as it was almost Chen Yu's turn, a sudden shout of amazement erupted from the front. No way, Huang Qi actually awakened double production, which can double the output of plants like sunflowers and marigolds. Damn, I am so jealous. My unbreakable talent only makes plants tougher, which just means the zombies have to chew on them a few extra times. Stop showing off. I did not even succeed in awakening, so I do not dare to specialize. I will just have to go to vocational school when I get back. Looking at the dejected failures on the side, the confidence that was previously in the line instantly turned into unease. Silence. The lead teacher glared at the line and turned his gaze toward Chen Yu. Chen Yu, it is your turn. I hope you can awaken a good talent. The teacher patted him on the shoulder, full of hope. Chen Yu's academic performance was always at the top, and he was a self-taught genius rarely seen in his many years of teaching, so he naturally favored him. Thank you, teacher. Chen Yu nodded and pressed his hand onto the awakening stone. In an instant, light flooded out as a zombie manual appeared, and turned into a streak of light that entered his body. The lead teacher quickly lined in to check. A zombie manual, and its effect is unknown. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but the awakening stone showed no further details. No information could be seen at all. Chen Yu, do you know what the use of this zombie manual is? The teacher asked, turning his head. It allows me to see the health and attack power of everything, as well as information on all zombies, Chen Yu replied. But he held back, hiding its most core, heaven-defying function, the ability to synthesize zombie cards. Just to see information. The lead teacher frowned, filled with disappointment. He had thought that since the awakening stone could not read it, it must be some god-tier talent, but it turned out to be just a support ability. Chen Yu, I suggest you give up on specializing. Just being able to see information does not solve the difficulty of the starting phase, the teacher said earnestly. Teacher, I want to try. Chen Yu's gaze was firm. If he had no talent, that would be one thing, but with a zombie manual in his hand, if he were still timid, he might as well have not transmigrated at all. Are you sure? The teacher's brow furrowed. Once you begin, there is no turning back. Do not gamble with your life. I am sure. As long as there are enough tombstone points, the zombie manual will allow me to summon all kinds of zombies. I can survive, Chen Yu said without hesitation. Then go in. The lead teacher nodded at the two soldiers guarding the entrance. The soldiers immediately understood and opened the gateway to the battle platform. Chen Yu took a deep breath, stepped into the milky white curtain of light, and was teleported to the class transfer space. A white panel popped up with a prompt. Please choose your class. 1 plant class, receive the pea shooter card. 2 zombie class, receive the basic zombie card. I choose the zombie class, Chen Yu said without hesitation. Black light swallowed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a gloomy little courtyard. The terrain was exactly the same as in the game Plants vs. Zombies from his previous life, but the air was filled with the scent of death, and the panel in front of him had turned completely black. The courtyard was divided into 5 lanes, and both sides could only attack or defend along established routes. A mechanical voice sounded. Zombies will arrive in 10 minutes, please choose the zombies to deploy. A card selection panel popped up accordingly. Thanks to the zombie bestiary, he had unlocked all card slots and all types of zombies at level 1. Even Dr. Zombos was on the list. It was a pity that summoning Dr. Zombos required 1,000 tombstone points, which he could not afford at this stage, so it was more practical to bring basic zombies. Chen Yu quickly configured the 6 card slots. They were Tombstone Resource Generation / Summoning, Flag Zombie, Conehead Zombie, Buckethead Zombie, Screen Door Zombie, and Football Zombie. The characteristics of the zombies in the bestiary were basically the same as in the game from his past life. The zombie synthesis function was temporarily unavailable. It required 2 cards of the same name to activate. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The first wave of zombies is about to attack. A jet black skull icon lit up in the bottom left corner of the panel. Chen Yu immediately dragged the tombstone card and placed it in the middle lane. 5 seconds later, the ground trembled and a tombstone rose from the earth. Name Tombstone. Grade 1 star. Description: can summon basic zombies and provide tombstone points. The zombie class relied entirely on panel operations, saving the trouble of digging soil and planting that the plant class had to deal with. Roar. A roar came from the distance, and 5 zombies appeared in the middle lane, moving in a group. The first wave of zombies only came down the middle lane, which was why Chen Yu had placed his tombstone in the center. The number of enemies in the first wave was randomized between 3 and 5, and his luck was terrible. He got the full amount of 5. This group of zombies was missing limbs and body parts, with the degree of damage directly reflecting their remaining health. The one in front, missing an arm, had 95 health, while the one in the back, with both arms gone and no teeth left, had only 60 health remaining. Suddenly, the soil in front of the tombstone loosened. A gray hand burst out from the ground. The tombstone summon had taken effect. Come out, basic zombie. A zombie with dead fish eyes crawled out from underground to meet the incoming zombies. As the zombie emerged, a wisp of black mist fell to the ground. Just as Chen Yu was about to take a closer look, the zombie bestiary in his mind flickered, and the black mist was instantly absorbed into the panel. Tombstone points plus 25. So this is a tombstone point. Chen Yu looked at the notification and chuckled. Compared to the warm little suns of the plant class, his wisp of black mist seemed a bit crude. Chen Yu glanced at the panel and turned his attention back to his basic zombie. A basic zombie had 100 health, with both attack speed and damage higher than the enemies, capable of taking down 2 on a one-on-one basis. But zombies like to cluster together, and the basic zombie needed to get into close combat. Once it was surrounded by 5 enemies, 1 bite from each of them would be enough to kill it instantly. Fortunately, he had the tombstone. As long as he saved up 50 tombstone points to plant another one, the situation could be reversed. Up ahead, the basic zombie and the 5 enemies collided, the sound of gnawing being truly blood-curdling. Soon, the basic zombie fell, but it had also taken out one of the weakened enemies. Roars, roars, roars. The remaining enemies closed in with menacing growls. But immediately after, the tombstone spawned another basic zombie, along with another 25 tombstone points. Tombstone points 50. Chen Yu decisively slapped a second tombstone down in front of the first. The summoning speed doubled, and the remaining 4 enemies could not even make it halfway across the lane. As expected, they were soon worn down by the continuous stream of basic zombies. The first wave of attacks, which was a headache for countless other zombie class players, was easily resolved. When the last enemy fell, it dropped a card. Lin Yu stepped forward and picked it up, basic zombie card. Adding the one he got from the class transfer that made exactly 2, he could synthesize them. He immediately summoned the zombie bestiary and flipped to the synthesis panel on the last page. Let us see what I can make. Chen Yu placed the 2 basic zombie cards inside. The bestiary suddenly erupted in blinding black light. By the time Chen Yu moved his shielding arm away, the black light had faded, and a new card with a jack-in-the-box appeared in the synthesis slot. What is this? Chen Yu picked up the card, and the bestiary immediately provided the analysis information. Name: Jack-in-the-Box Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: a variant synthesized from 2 basic zombies. Upon death, it will randomly transform into a zombie already owned in the bestiary, with random health. A mystery box zombie. Is not that from the modded version? Chen Yu stared at the card in his hand, his heart pounding wildly. If he could synthesize a mystery box zombie, could not he use the newspaper zombie to synthesize the legendary version 2 master? The original newspaper zombie is as fragile as a chicken, but the legendary version turns him into a master with massively buffed newspaper durability and health, turning into an unstoppable berserker the moment the paper drops. Once the paper shreds, the gods will beg for mercy. The second wave of zombies will arrive in 5 minutes. Please choose the zombies you wish to deploy as soon as possible. The prompt from the battle platform echoed. Chen Yu glanced at the panel and decisively swapped out the flag zombie for the heavy hitter, the mystery box zombie. With this card in hand, the second wave was no longer a concern. Since he could not place tombstones or plant anything during the rest period, Chen Yu just lay on his bed to recharge. The field does not clear between waves. Objects only refresh when moving from one level to the next. Do you guys think Chen Yu can make it through the first level? It is doubtful. The first level is the qualification trial. If you do not clear it, you cannot apply to exit early. If you cannot pass, you either get killed by zombies or just die of exhaustion inside. I heard his talent lets him see zombie attributes, but that does not solve the difficulty of the starting phase. On the school bus, the students were whispering. Regardless of whether they had awakened, everyone had to wait until 6 in the evening. If they had not left the first level by then, it meant they had perished on the battle platform. Listening to the pessimistic voices around him, the teacher in charge felt agitated. Chen Yu was his most promising student, yet he had awakened a talent related to zombies. If he had known this would happen, he never should have let him enter the platform. He usually looks pretty sharp. Why did he have to choose the zombie class? Gong Zhazhong, who was at odds with Chen Yu, sneered. When he dies and triggers a zombie invasion, the guard team will have to clean up his mess. Shut up! The teacher barked angrily. It was bad enough that his classmate was in danger, but to curse him was uncalled for. Whatever, let the guard team handle the aftermath, Gong Zhazhong muttered, shrinking his neck. Once an awakened dies on the battle platform, the zombies in their home base will randomly teleport into reality. Since standard firearms struggle against high-level zombies, various countries established official guard teams composed entirely of Awakens specifically for cleanup. Awakened ranks: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Obsidian, Venerable, and Abyss, with each rank divided into 10 stars. In the plant-based home base next to Chen Yu, Bai Yi watched the first wave of zombies with cold eyes. Using her talent, she had catalyzed a pea shooter into a snow pea, and the icy blue peas it fired instantly froze the zombies in the front row. Unfortunately, her talent could only alter existing entities and could not permanently transform cards. But given the current production rate, a 50-sun pea shooter is much easier to set up than a 175-sun snow pea, so not being able to transform them is actually a good thing. Roar! The 4 frozen zombies had just let out a roar before the one at the very front was headshot by a frozen pea. Using the slowdown effect of the snow pea, Bai Yi calmly planted a second pea shooter and wiped out the remaining 3 zombies with ease. The ground was covered in gory remains, reeking of a foul stench. Even though she had often watched live streams, the actual smell of blood at the scene made Bai Yi feel a wave of nausea. She took a few deep breaths to suppress the sickness, then turned around and smiled, patting the heads of her 2 plants. Thank you both. Chirp chirp. The snow pea and pea shooter could not speak, but they happily shook their large heads in response. When the battle ended, Bai Yi did not go inside to rest. Plant classes drop sun during rest periods, so she stayed in the yard to collect it, chatting with the little guys along the way. The second wave of zombies will arrive in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. As the prompt sounded, Bai Yi's smile vanished instantly. She snapped her head around, her eyes cold. Not far away, 7 zombies were lumbering closer. If you dare to come, do not even think about leaving alive. The second wave of zombies is approaching. Finally, are they here? Chen Yu rolled out of bed, then found a small stool and sat down by the doorway. The zombies were still the same ordinary types, but there were significantly more of them than before, a full 10 zombies. Seeing this, Chen Yu felt a bit embarrassed. You have to understand that the second wave usually spawns between 5 and 10 zombies, and he actually got the maximum number again. It is hard not to suspect that the battle platform is targeting him. But fortunately, he still has his blind box zombie. As long as his luck is not too terrible, clearing these 10 zombies should be easy. Following a series of roars, the zombies entered the homestead one after another. The leader among them was moving very fast, almost twice as fast as the others. If he did not deploy a zombie right now, that lead zombie would likely destroy the gravestone before it could spawn its own defense. With that thought, Chen Yu tapped his zombie card slot, then dragged the blind box zombie, which cost 50 tombstone points, and placed it in front of the gravestone. Clang! As Chen Yu tapped his finger, the blind box zombie descended from the sky in an incredibly cool pose. Roar! Seeing the blind box zombie appear before it, the lead zombie instantly entered a berserk state and began tearing into it. Huh, a berserker zombie? Seeing the red light flashing in the zombie's eyes, Chen Yu's eyes widened, and his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. A berserker zombie is different from high-level zombies. It looks identical to a normal zombie, but its movement speed is double that of a regular one. Furthermore, if an enemy appears in front of it, it immediately enters a berserk state. Once in the berserk state, its attack speed doubles, its damage reduction doubles, but its movement speed reverts to that of a normal zombie. The reason Chen Yu did not recognize it at first was not because he had not been paying attention in class. It was because normal zombies also have a chance to increase their speed. To put it simply, the probability of a first-level normal zombie increasing its speed is 10%, while the probability of a berserker zombie appearing is 1%. It is enough to show just how rotten Chen Yu's luck is. But luckily, the blind box zombie was not a pushover. Even after being shredded by the berserker zombie, it did not sustain any damage. This did not mean the blind box zombie had high HP. In fact, its health was about the same as a normal zombie's. The reason it had not taken any damage was that its main body was not its torso, but the blind box sitting on its head. Bang! With a loud explosion from the blind box, a massive figure appeared in front of the berserker zombie. Chen Yu looked closely and saw that the giant figure had exceptionally well-developed muscles. Its left hand gripped a utility pole, and there was a small zombie in the basket on its back. Most importantly, it glared with 2 blood-red eyes, every movement radiating explosive power. Is that a red-eyed giant? And it is a full-health red-eyed giant at that. Chen Yu muttered to himself in disbelief. You have to know that the red-eyed giant is the strongest zombie besides the Zombie King. Its utility pole can crush every zombie it encounters. A single strike is an instant kill. If the appearance of the berserker zombie had brought him a hint of crisis, then the arrival of the red-eyed giant gave him a sense of absolute security. Boom! As the utility pole in the giant's hand descended, The berserker zombie that had been frantically biting away was instantly smashed into a meat patty, blood and gore splattering everywhere. I do not know what kind of soil this homestead is made of, but even after such a heavy blow from the giant, not even a shallow pit was left behind. The dead zombies dissolved into the ground as if they had never existed. The outcome of the second wave was a total victory, just as expected. The giant had cleared the entire middle lane by itself. The ordinary zombies following behind did not have any role to play. It was as if they had just come along to cheer the giant on. Seeing the giant about to leave the homestead, Chen Yu curiously ran to its side and asked, "Gargantuar, can you hear me?" Chen Yu was not doing this on a whim. He remembered that plant class professionals could communicate simply with plants, so he wondered if he could communicate with zombies. "I can hear you, master." The red-eyed giant's forward pace paused slightly. He turned his head and bowed slightly to Chen Yu, his eyes filled with reverence. "Can you stay? I need your help." Seeing that the giant could actually speak, Chen Yu was instantly thrilled. If the giant could stay and help him fight zombies, he would not fear anyone in the third wave. "Sorry, master, I would also like to stay and help you, but I cannot defy the rules of this world. I must move forward," the giant replied. "Move forward to where?" Chen Yu was puzzled. Zombies usually teleport away automatically after leaving the homestead. That is how the normal zombies from the first wave had disappeared. "To fight in the endless abyss until I have no strength left to fight. My soul will then return to your side." The giant answered Chen Yu's question respectfully, then stepped past the edge of the homestead and vanished under Chen Yu's gaze. As the giant disappeared, a black sphere of light appeared where the last zombie had died. "What is this?" Chen Yu walked over and touched the light sphere with his hand. In an instant, a warm current flowed through his body. Chen Yu felt his body and soul being cleansed, and he felt an endless surge of energy throughout his entire being. "An increase in strength." Chen Yu lowered his head and looked at his hands, murmuring. Besides plant and zombie cards, there would be other rewards. For instance, increases in strength, speed, stamina, or perhaps pyrokinesis or electrokinesis. Of course, these were just minor bonuses. The most important factor for professionals fighting zombies is their level. Each small rank up improves their own strength. And the strength of a professional is essentially the strength of their plants or zombies. Only if the professional is strong enough will the summoned zombies be powerful. It is worth mentioning that after reaching the 5th level, professionals can summon plants or zombies into reality. However, they can only summon one at a time, and if that plant or zombie dies in reality, the professional cannot summon again for 24 hours. The third wave of zombies will arrive in 30 minutes. Please choose the zombies you wish to deploy as soon as possible. 30 minutes left. Why cannot it start now? Chen Yu frowned as he reselected his card slots. Aside from the order of the zombies, there was no difference from the previous wave. Per the professional's request, the third wave of zombies is approaching. Please prepare yourself. With the appearance of the black skull icon, the roars of the zombies could be heard from not far away. 20 zombies. And the leader is another berserker zombie. Chen Yu stared dumbfounded at the group of zombies about to enter his homestead. Confirmed. Absolutely confirmed. He is definitely being targeted by the battle platform. Even someone with the worst luck in the world could not have every wave packed with the maximum number of zombies, plus having low-probability berserker zombies appear in both the second and third waves. There are currently 2 tombstones on the field, which provided 75 tombstone points when the second wave of zombies attacked. 3 regular zombies appeared at the time, but the emergence of the red-eyed zombie turned them into mere background decorations. If nothing goes wrong, the third wave should also yield 75 tombstone points, if not more. In other words, he has 3 chances to summon blind box zombies. He cannot possibly be a match for the third wave of zombies relying solely on regular ones. Only the zombies that randomly emerge from the blind boxes after they die are his only hope. Chen Yu thought for a moment and decided to test the waters with one blind box zombie first. As his finger swiped across, a blind box zombie appeared in front of the second tombstone. It was also at this moment that both tombstones emitted strange sounds, and 2 regular zombies with extremely similar appearances crawled out from them. With the appearance of the 2 regular zombies, 2 puffs of black aura representing the tombstone points also entered his panel. Seeing this, Chen Yu hurriedly added another blind box zombie behind the 2 regular ones. The current situation remains grim. Even with 2 blind box zombies, it is not certain they can resolve the predicament. The leading enraged zombie on the opposite side and the remaining 19 regular zombies exert too much pressure. Unless he happens to randomly roll a giant, the chances are slim. As the enraged zombie rushed in front of the blind box zombie and began gnawing frantically, the battle commenced. Fortunately, apart from the enraged zombie, the other zombies were moving slowly, giving the zombies a chance to outnumber the enemy. The enraged zombie lives up to its reputation as the final boss zombie of the first level. It showed no sign of retreat even when surrounded and attacked by 4 zombies simultaneously. The blind box zombie at the front did not last long before its blind box was bitten open, and with the explosion of the box, a zombie driving a small car appeared. It had a thin frame, a small red cap on its head, and a white and blue car. There was a unique symbol in the very middle which looked like the letter N from the side. "Is this a Zamboni zombie?" Chen Yu widened his eyes, and the worry in his heart vanished instantly. You have to know that the Zamboni zombie can crush everything except spikes. Whether it is a zombie, an undead, or a plant, as long as you dare to appear one tile in front of it, it will dare to crush you. Furthermore, it leaves an ice path wherever it goes, and the bobsled zombie team and the Yeti can move faster on this path. Crunch crunch. As the Zamboni surged forward, the enraged zombie, which had been gnawing wildly just a moment ago, suddenly stiffened and was then flattened into a meat patty. What Chen Yu found strange was that the enraged zombie, once flattened into a patty, did not bleed at all. It just lay on the ground in an eerie circular shape, slowly merging into the soil. Initially, Chen Yu had not noticed anything unusual about the ground, but only now did he intuitively feel the strangeness of this land. This feeling is hard to describe in words. If he had to say, it felt like the land itself was alive. Soon, all the zombies on one lane were flattened into meat patties. Chen Yu had not expected the Zamboni to clear zombies even faster and more effectively than the red-eyed zombie. Although the Zamboni only had 300 health points, and these zombies could have destroyed it with a few bites each, their attack range was too short and they were crushed before they could touch the Zamboni. One could only say that using a high-level zombie like the Zamboni, which usually only drops from zombie cards in later stages, to fight in the first level was a form of dimensional reduction attack. As all the zombies died, 2 zombie cards glowing with black light appeared on the ground. Chen Yu walked up, picked them up, and saw that it was a tombstone card and a buckethead zombie card. This caught Chen Yu by surprise. Because the original version of Plants vs. Zombies did not have placeable cards like tombstones, he did not know the synthesis route for them. If the tombstone were synthesized into a 2-star tombstone, would something unexpected happen? Thinking of this, Chen Yu immediately became excited. Just as he was preparing to continue the battle, an electronic mechanical voice from the battle platform resonated in his mind. Congratulations on successfully changing your class to the zombie class. In light of your heroic performance, you may choose one from the following 3 cards. 1's jalapeno card, 2 newspaper zombie card, 3 Gatling zombie card. Note, you have now been noticed by the zombie empress. If you choose a zombie card, then starting from the 2nd level, you need to be extra careful about the gaze of the zombie empress, but at the same time, you will also be more likely to obtain generous rewards. The gaze of the zombie empress. Chen Yu's face darkened instantly. He wondered why the first level was so difficult to fight. It turned out he had been targeted by the zombie empress. Even if she cannot violate the rules of the battle platform, sending the maximum number of zombies here for her is not a problem. I choose the newspaper zombie card. Chen Yu did not pay attention to the blood-red text of the prompt and made his choice immediately. He was already noticed by the zombie empress anyway, so even if he did not choose a zombie card, she would still send the maximum number of mobs to attack him. Why should he choose a useless jalapeno? Although the jalapeno card could be sold for a high price outside, his top priority right now is to improve his own strength rather than thinking about such trivial things. As the newspaper zombie card appeared in his inventory, the tombstones and zombies in his base disappeared. A wave of dizziness followed immediately. Chen Yu resisted the urge to vomit and looked around, only to realize that his base was shooting into the sky at an incredible speed. Seeing that the base was about to collide with the sun, Chen Yu instinctively closed his eyes. But the expected burning sensation did not occur. When he opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the 2nd level. The next moment, a warm current flowed through his body, and Chen Yu could clearly perceive his strength improving rapidly. The most significant change was that he became very strong, and his physical fitness had greatly improved compared to before. Is this what Bronze Star 1 feels like? Chen Yu kept his eyes closed and murmured to himself. The first wave of zombies will arrive at your base in 3 days. Does the class changer wish to battle now? No need, I want to go back. Chen Yu shook his head, then opened the panel and clicked the exit button. As a black light flickered, Chen Yu appeared outside the battle platform. His sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of the surrounding students. Which class is he from? How did he come out so quickly? Our class has just finished awakening. I remember there is a 30-minute break after the third wave. Although the awakening times for each class vary, the difference is not that big. It is impossible for him to be out already. Does anyone know his name? I have decided to be his gardener, the kind that never goes back on their word. Go away, go look at your reflection in a puddle. Given your face, you will never be a gardener in this lifetime. I know him, he seems to be Chen Yu from the class next door. His grades have always been among the top and he is quite handsome. I did not expect him to be the first one to come out of the battle platform. Chen Yu ignored the discussing crowd, quickly locked onto the location of his class school bus and walked straight towards it.
What? Chen Yu?
The lead teacher, sitting by the door, instinctively turned his head when he heard someone boarding the bus. He did not expect to see Chen Yu the moment he looked up.
How did you come out already?
Are you able to solve the issue of the zombie profession lacking tombstone values? He rubbed his eyes, and once he was sure he had not seen wrong, he quickly grabbed Chen Yu's arm to ask. Teacher Liu, I know you are in a hurry, but take it easy. Let me sit down first. Chen Yu said with a wry smile. Cough cough, I apologize, I was indeed a bit too excited. Liu Hui coughed twice, pretending to be calm, but the flush on his cheeks could not be hidden. Chen Yu did not dwell on it. He scanned the remaining empty seats on the school bus and plunked himself down next to Liu Hui. Tell me quickly what exactly happened. Liu Hui asked, looking at Chen Yu impatiently. He had been praying that Chen Yu would pass the class transfer trial, but he did not expect to see Chen Yu step out of the battle platform the moment he looked up. You have to realize it was still half an hour until 6 o'clock, and students in the plant profession usually only come out after 6. He never expected that the zombie profession, which had been unpopular for so many years, would come out ahead of everyone else. How could he not be shocked? Most importantly, the time Chen Yu spent inside was too short. Even if he killed zombies at lightning speed, he still should have needed rest breaks. At the same time, the students on the bus stopped chatting, all holding their breath as they looked toward Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not hide anything and recounted the whole process from entering the battle platform to completing the trial. Of course, as for how the blind box zombie appeared, he simply attributed it to rewards from the battle platform. Since talents are unique and non-transferable, he was not afraid of the kind of killing to steal treasures plots from TV shows happening to him. He believed that Liu Hui would never harm him. Instead, he would inform the school of his importance, and the school would inform the higher-ups, which would eventually land him plenty of zombie resources. After all, for so many years, very few people have transferred into the zombie profession. And since the rewards distributed by the battle platform are random, even those in the plant profession could obtain zombie cards. This led to an accumulation of a large number of zombie cards over the years. As long as the school was not stupid, they would definitely cultivate him. You have to know the reason the zombie profession is unpopular is because it cannot start off smoothly. But if a zombie profession user can get off to a good start, it is definitely not much weaker than the plant profession, and perhaps even a bit stronger. For instance, Zhao Feng, the chief of the Jiangnan City Security Bureau, chose the zombie profession. His talent is random summoning. Every time a wave starts, he can summon a random zombie to help him fight. Because his talent relied too much on luck, no one was optimistic about him when he entered the battle platform. As it turned out, he relied on his sheer luck to summon white-eyed giants 3 times in a row, forcing his way out of a horde of zombies.
So that is how it is.
I see what you meant by being able to see all the zombie information. I guess I misunderstood. After hearing Chen Yu's explanation, Liu Hui finally understood the source of the confidence Chen Yu had when he swore he would enter the battle platform. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Chen Yu could solve the tombstone value problem was enough to ensure a successful start. If his luck had not been so bad that 2 berserk zombies appeared in a row, Chen Yu would not have even needed to use the blind box zombie to pass the trial. My god, I did not think Chen Yu was this strong. He passed the trial even after encountering 2 berserk zombies. If that were me, I would probably be dead already. Yeah, do not even mention 2 berserk zombies. I would not even dare to imagine facing one. That is just too terrifying. You two, stop projecting yourselves. You have not even awakened your talents or been to the battle platform. You would not be a match for even a regular zombie. To be honest, I think Chen Yu is lying. Maybe he did encounter 1 berserk zombie, but 2, that is too ridiculous. How could the probability be that high? Stop being sour grapes. He has already surpassed 99% of people by becoming a class transfer user with the zombie profession. Why would he need to lie to you? On the bus, the students who had not awakened were arguing heatedly. Some thought Chen Yu was amazing, while others felt it was no big deal and all came down to luck and talent. Chen Yu ignored the praise and the doubt. He tilted his head back, leaned against the seat, and closed his eyes to rest. I do not know how much time passed, but noisy shouts erupted outside the school bus, and even many female students inside rushed to the windows to watch. Look, it is Quan Jiyoung from Class 5, Grade 12. I heard his awakened talent is poison, which can evolve a pea shooter into a poisonous shadow pea. I did not expect him to come out so soon. He lives up to being the ace player of Class 5, Grade 12, coming out at 5:59. He is way ahead of everyone else.
Wait, is that Bai Yi?
Hahoha, I knew my goddess would pass the trial. You have to remember she has the ice talent, the most noble control type among all talents. I would be cheering too if it were any other time, but the first person out, Chen Yu, is from our class, so there is nothing to be surprised about with their times. As students returned from the battle platform one after another, the atmosphere on the scene heated up visibly. Not long after, all the students of Class 2, Grade 12, where Chen Yu was, had returned to the bus. The lead teacher breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that everyone had returned safely. Unlike other classes, they had fewer students who awakened talents, with only a dozen or so entering the battle platform, but all of them had returned. Meanwhile, other classes had lost 2 or 3 students each who entered the platform. Even though other classes had more people returning than their entire group that went in, Liu Hui did not care about that. He only cared whether his own students had returned safely.
Congratulations to you all for returning safely.
Liu Hui's eyes welled up as he watched his students sitting safely in their seats, and the thousands of words in his heart turned into that single sentence.
With all students back, it was time for them to head home.
It is worth mentioning that once you become a class transfer user, you do not need to go there to enter the battle platform anymore. You can enter it directly through your thoughts, which is quite convenient. Just as the bus driver was about to start the vehicle and leave, a knock came at the front door. The driver opened the door to see a woman with a frost-covered face, eyebrows as sharp as swords, resolute and crisp. Her delicate skin was like snow, and her features were as exquisite as a sculpture.
Hello, Teacher Liu, may I disturb you for a moment?
The woman stepped onto the bus and asked Liu Hui, who was sitting at the front, in a soft voice.
Of course, Student Bai, is there something you need? Liu Hui asked curiously. I am looking for someone.
Bai Yi's gaze was profound, like the stars in the night sky, and her alluring lips curled slightly, revealing a touch of calm confidence.
Who are you looking for?
Liu Hui had already guessed Bai Yi's intentions, but he was not certain yet, so he could only ask. Chen Yu. Bai Yi parted her lips slightly. I heard he was the first one to come out and he used a zombie class. That should be right.
That is right, he is right next to me. You young people should chat more and get to know each other.
After speaking, Liu Hui smiled and grabbed Chen Yu's arm, pulling him up before pushing him firmly in front of Bai Yi.
Hello, I am Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked intently at Chen Yu and extended her hand. Hello, is there something you need? Chen Yu frowned imperceptibly.
As a prominent figure at school, Bai Yi was someone he naturally knew of, but they were complete strangers, and he had no idea why she had come. I heard your profession is the zombie class. Could you spar with me? Bai Yi smiled and said. My father is a zombie class user, and he always says the zombie class is the most powerful. I thought I would awaken the zombie talent, but to my surprise, I awakened the plant talent instead. Although I did not awaken the zombie talent, I am still very interested in the class. If you have time, I can pay you with a zombie card as a reward.
A friendly spar. Chen Yu understood what Bai Yi meant.
Yes, Bai Yi nodded. There are 2 ways to spar on the battle platform. One is a friendly spar and the other is a life and death duel. A friendly spar is like a holographic simulation game. Any loss sustained has no impact on the awakened person themselves because everything is simulated. The life and death duel is different. It is only used when there is an irreconcilable conflict. Once you enter a life and death duel, it decides both the outcome and who survives. After speaking, Bai Yi fell silent, just standing there quietly waiting for Chen Yu's reply. Chen Yu was interested now. Hearing that Bai Yi could give him a zombie card, he immediately said, "Can I choose the zombie card myself? If I can choose, I will spar with you." Hearing this, Bai Yi frowned. Although my family has many zombie cards, I can only access low-level ones. I cannot access anything at level 2 or higher. Chen Yu smiled. No need for high-level cards, I just need a newspaper zombie card. Does your family have one?
That is fine, we have that. Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief.
It was fortunate that Chen Yu did not make an outrageous demand. Although she could access low-level cards, there was a difference even among those. A level 1 normal zombie card and a level 1 Gargantuar zombie card were both level 1, but the gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. If Chen Yu had asked for a Gargantuar zombie card, she would have suffered a heavy loss even if she could afford it. Fortunately, Chen Yu only asked for a trivial newspaper zombie card, which was insignificant.
Then shall we start now? Chen Yu asked. He did not know Bai Yi's true thoughts. If he had, he would probably have laughed his head off.
Although a level 1 Gargantuar zombie could easily crush a newspaper zombie, the level 2 newspaper zombie is a man who even the zombie king fears. What is a mere Gargantuar zombie compared to that? It is a pity that although the card fusion master profession exists in this world, most awakeners use their own talents or rare treasures to fuse cards. The products created through such fusion are hit or miss and extremely unstable, which cannot be compared to the stable synthesis paths in Chen Yu's zombie compendium. In the eyes of most people, the newspaper zombie is the most useless zombie imaginable. At least, Chen Yu had never heard of a level 2 newspaper zombie. Wait a moment, I need to go tell my teacher. Bai Yi was about to leave after saying that, but then she seemed to think of something and looked at Liu Hui, asking, "Right, teacher Liu, can I go back on your bus?"
Yes, you can, Liu Hui nodded.
There were still plenty of seats on the school bus. Their row had 3 seats, and besides him and Chen Yu there was an empty seat which was just right for Bai Yi.
Hearing this, Bai Yi ran off the bus quickly.
A short while later, Bai Yi returned with her things and sat down next to Chen Yu without any hesitation. Chen Yu did not show much of a reaction, but the male students present all looked on with envy and jealousy, wishing they were the ones sitting next to her.
Teacher Liu, could you please keep an eye on us?
Bai Yi turned her head to look at Liu Hui, who was sitting on the far right. A friendly spar does not require the physical body to enter the battle platform. One only needs to connect their consciousness to it. Because it is a friendly spar, they can withdraw at any time. As long as there is any disturbance outside, they can return to their senses immediately.
All right, you two can spar without worry. Liu Hui smiled and nodded at Bai Yi.
Let us add each other as friends first. Bai Yi raised her right hand slightly, and the hexagonal mark on the back of her hand flickered. This is the proof of becoming an awakened one after passing the trial. To add a friend, awakened ones just need to touch the backs of their hands together.
All right. Chen Yu nodded.
After adding Bai Yi as a friend, Chen Yu sent her a request for a friendly spar. Because Bai Yi came from the prominent Bai family and was the apple of the patriarch Is-I, Chen Yu was not worried that she would withhold the zombie card. As soon as the request was sent, Lin Yi responded immediately. The next moment, the two of them appeared in a pure white space. Behind them were their respective home bases.
Oh, this is interesting.
Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Their home bases were connected together, unlike the two-player mode where one lawn is split in half. Playing on 2 separate plots like this is much more satisfying.
Are both sides ready?
Panels popped up for both of them at the same time.
Yes.
The two looked at each other and then clicked ready.
Battle starts.
Please choose the zombies you will send into battle. Gravestone Mystery Box Zombie, Road Cone Zombie, Bucket Zombie, Screen Door Zombie, Football Zombie. Chen Yu quickly decided on his selections.
What?
As soon as they arrived at the second level, they could start planting crops or placing tombstones along the 2 paths flanking the center lane. Chen Yu placed a tombstone in the last slot of the center lane, while Bai Yi planted a sunflower on the second path. Sunflowers and tombstones generate resources at roughly the same rate, but the tombstone not only produces tombstone points, it also spawns a regular zombie, which is something sunflowers simply cannot match. As time passed, both the sunflower and the tombstone began to stir, and a regular zombie crawled out from the tombstone.
Is this a zombie?
Bai Yi carefully scrutinized the face of the regular zombie, as this was her first time seeing one so up close. Although her home was filled with zombie cards and her father was a zombie class professional, she had never seen a living zombie before. She had only ever seen them in videos or on card illustrations.
Gurgle.
At that moment, sunlight fell from the sky. Bai Yi immediately picked it up and planted a pea shooter in the center lane. The pea shooter's range was limited to the home area, so it could not attack a regular zombie until it entered her territory. The rules for sparring between plant class and zombie class professionals are different from those between 2 plant class professionals. When plant class professionals spar, it is a competition to see who can kill the most zombies, whereas sparring between plant and zombie classes treats the zombie class professional as the attacker. Within the specified time, the zombie class professional must enter the plant class professional's house to win, otherwise it counts as a failure, while the plant class professional only needs to defend. This friendly match was set for 10 minutes, meaning Chen Yu had to break through Bai Yi's defenses within that time, or he would lose. But honestly, unless he intentionally held back, there was no way he could lose this match. Not to mention the dramatic mystery box zombies. Just deploying a single screen door zombie to counter the P family would be enough to sail through. Bai Yi, not far away, saw Chen Yu smiling with an air of ease and assumed he did not care about the outcome of the match, so she spoke up. Chen Yu, if you intentionally go easy on me, I will not give you the newspaper zombie card. You must give it your all. Do not worry, you cannot win this match. If you do win, I absolutely will not take your newspaper zombie card, Chen Yu said with full confidence.
Oh, are you that sure? Bai Yi's interest was instantly piqued upon hearing this.
She had been exposed to the zombie class since she was a child, and was well versed in information about every type of zombie. As the weakest entity in the zombie class, regular zombies had always been viewed by everyone as mere cannon fodder. Let alone the pea shooters placed at the very back, even those planted at the halfway line were enough to take them out single-handedly. She could not fathom where Chen Yu's confidence came from. If he relied solely on a tombstone that produced tombstone points and regular zombies, then Chen Yu was destined to lose. However, there had to be a reason for Chen Yu's confidence, and she would not lower her guard because of it. Her father once told her that those who could choose the zombie profession all had their own unique traits, with innate talents accounting for the vast majority. Of course, Chen Yu smiled. Just as he finished speaking, the tombstone made another sound, and another regular zombie crawled out.
The two of you keep your pace slow. Chen Yu issued an instruction to the two regular zombies.
Although zombies could not stop moving forward, they could still control the speed of their footsteps.
Yes, master.
The regular zombies glanced back at Chen Yu, then simultaneously slowed down their pace.
You can even do that.
Bai Yi looked at the scene before her in disbelief, her long-held worldview nearly collapsing at that moment. It was not that she had not watched streams of zombie-class professionals, but neither her father nor those professionals had ever communicated with zombies. She vaguely remembered asking her father, when she was a child, whether zombie-class professionals could communicate with zombies, just as plant-class professionals could with plants. At the time, her father told her flatly that zombies and the undead were mindless and incapable of communication. They only charged forward blindly until they died. But now, having seen Chen Yu communicating with two zombies, how could she not be surprised? Chen Yu ignored the stunned Su Yi and casually placed another tombstone in the center lane. With two tombstones on one path, the pressure on Bai Yi's center lane would be immense. She had to plant another pea shooter in the center. However, she no longer had enough sunlight. Although her sunflowers had produced sunlight twice, it did not fall from the sky simultaneously, making her very anxious. Coming to think of it, pea shooters only cost 50 sunlight to plant, which is half the price of the original version. If the price of a pea shooter were the original 100 sunlight, the number of plant-class professionals who could successfully transfer would drop by at least half. Fortunately, because Chen Yu controlled the speed of the regular zombies, these two would not reach her home just yet, which brought a sense of relief to Bai Yi. After about 2 more minutes, Bai Yi had saved up 100 sunlight. She planted another pea shooter in the center lane and added a sunflower on the 4th path. Seeing Bai Yi upgrade her last pea shooter to a snow pea, Chen Yu was not surprised at all. If she had not turned the pea shooter into a snow pea, Chen Yu would have found it strange. After all, it was she who proposed the friendly match. She had to give it her all, otherwise what was the point of the match? However, a single pea shooter was not enough. Chen Yu had already amassed 4 regular zombies in the center lane and was holding on to 50 tombstone points. He was deciding whether to plant another tombstone or save up for 75 tombstone points to deploy a screen door zombie. After all, the screen door zombie's screen door could block peas. As long as the door was not destroyed, the snow peas' frozen peas could not apply the slowing effect.
Click-a-clack.
At that moment, a sudden slowing sound from nearby interrupted Chen Yu's thoughts. He looked up and saw that the leading regular zombie had finally reached Bai Yi's home area. It had been moving slowly under Chen Yu's orders, and now that it was slowed down by the snow pea, it was crawling like a tortoise.
No more waiting, charge ahead at full speed.
At Chen Yu's command, the 3 regular zombies that had been slow as snails suddenly surged forward as if injected with adrenaline. Even the leading zombie, despite being slowed, was struggling to push forward. It was so touching that it nearly moved Chen Yu to tears.
Tab.
Soon, the other 3 basic zombies caught up with the slowed one at the front. Throughout the rest of the journey, whenever a zombie overtook the others to take the lead, it would be slowed down by the snow pea. I must say, the special effects of the snow pea are quite impressive. That ice pea explodes violently upon impact with the zombie. Chen Yu saw with his own eyes that the hit zombie stiffened in place for a second, before sluggishly continuing forward. Despite the slowing effect of the snow pea, the 4 basic zombies took turns absorbing damage. They had not lost a single one, and they had already reached the halfway point. Bai Yi felt a jolt in her heart, and hurriedly planted another pea shooter in the 3rd row in the middle. With the planting of the third pea shooter, the situation turned around. The most pitiful one was the last zombie, whose head was pulverized by the peas, a sight so gruesome that Chen Yu could not bear to look. The most pathetic one was the last zombie. Its head was completely smashed in by the peas, and the sight was so gruesome that Chen Yu could not bear to look. You should have more strength than this if you manage to pass the promotion trial right. Bai Yi looked at Chen Yu and frowned. Even though her pea shooters and snow peas had wiped out his 4 zombies, she did not let her guard down. Of course. Chen Yu nodded as if it were a matter of course. If this was all the strength he had, he would not even have passed the first wave of the first floor, let alone the berserk zombies in the next 2 waves. Bai Yi was about to say something when her pupils suddenly constricted, looking in disbelief at the screen door zombie appearing ahead. The screen door zombie's gait is equivalent to a tall nut for the plant class. It is exceptionally resilient. This guy might not seem useful usually, but against swarms of zombies, it can effectively block their advance. And as someone who has known about the zombie class since she was a child, she also knew one thing: the screen door zombie is the bane of the pea family. Even a Gatling pea might not be able to pierce through that screen door, unless paired with a torchwood to turn its peas into fireballs. You really gave me a surprise. Bai Yi smiled bitterly as she watched the fast-approaching screen door zombie. She did not know if this was Chen Yu's trump card, but with her current strength, she had absolutely no chance of breaking through that gate. Thinking of this, Bai Yi did not hesitate and chose to surrender. The next moment, both their consciousnesses returned to their bodies. Look, they are both waking up. I bet Chen Yu must have won. He was the first one to come out of the battle platform. Shut up if you do not know what you are talking about. Chen Yu was the first to come out, sure, but Bai Yi awakened an ice talent which naturally counters zombies, get it? Do not be ridiculous. Chen Yu can use all zombies. He just needs to stall until the end and deploy a Gargantuar. What would Bai Yi use to block that? Stop guessing here. Anyway, I bet on Bai Yi to win. No matter what, my goddess is bound to win. Listening to the students' heated discussion, Bai Yi, who had just come to her senses, was stunned. What did she just hear? Chen Yu can use all zombies. Could this be the talent he awakened? Bai Yi looked at Chen Yu with questioning eyes, and Chen Yu did not hide it, directly recounting his encounter on the battle platform. After hearing Chen Yu's account, Bai Yi's expression changed from shock to complexity. 2 waves of berserk zombies, what does that even mean? If it were her, she would not even have cleared the second wave, let alone the many zombies in the third. No wonder Chen Yu could come out so quickly. Soon, the school bus arrived at the school. Except for Chen Yu, Bai Yi, and 2 or 3 other high-potential students, the rest of the students left separately. Since Bai Yi was not in their class, she said goodbye and walked toward her class's direction. Chen Yu and the other 3 students followed Liu Hui back to the classroom. I believe you all know why I kept you here, so I will not go into too much detail. Just know that you all have great potential, enough to get onto the bronze potential ranking. Especially you, Chen Yu, I think you have a good chance of reaching the top 10 of the bronze potential ranking. Do not be nervous when we meet the principal later. Liu Hui scanned the 4 of them with a serious expression, and after finding no signs of cowardice or fear, he finally withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Teacher, what is the bronze potential ranking? At this moment, Tang Shan, standing beside Xiao Yu, asked. He usually got sleepy in class and did not know anything except for knowledge about the battle platform and various plants that he forced himself to learn. I can tell you did not listen carefully. Beside him, the burly Zhang Fuqiang sneered. Shut up, Skinny, as if you were listening carefully. If it were not for your awakened talent, you would be working in a factory by now. Upon hearing the name Skinny, Zhang Fuqiang's face turned dark instantly, his fists cracking as he clenched them tightly. Skinny is his sore spot. Whoever says that will make him snap. If not for the teacher being present, his fists would already be on Tang Shan's face. Alright, calm down, you 2. Liu Hui gestured to the 2 who would not yield, and they instantly quieted down as if they had been silenced. Tang Shan and Zhang Fuqiang were both notorious problem students. Tang Shan was famous for being able to sleep while standing, while Zhang Fuqiang frequently caused trouble, snapping at classmates for no reason, which made many people dislike him. It is said that Zhang Fuqiang was a very short and thin boy in middle school, and because he looked like a monkey, he was nicknamed Skinny. He was bullied severely by his classmates back then. Because the ringleader was powerful, even if he beat Skinny half to death, nothing happened to him. Later, Zhang Fuqiang started working out like a maniac, growing from a 1.5-meter runt to a 1.8-meter strongman over a single summer, and no one dared to bully him again. And he shifted from being timid and submissive to arrogant and aggressive, looking like someone not to be messed with. Alright, everyone, follow me to the playground. The principal is waiting for us there. Liu Hui did not stay long in the classroom. After all, when it comes to claiming benefits, it is better to go early. If you are late, it would be a shame if the good stuff gets taken by other classes. Before long, the group arrived at the flag-raising platform on the playground. At this moment, a teacher was already there with 3 students, collecting their benefits from the principal. Bai Yi was among them. Seeing this, Liu Hui stepped forward and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. Principal, these are the high-potential students from our class. They all have the potential to climb the rankings, especially this student beside me, Chen Yu. Liu Hui had already briefed the principal on Chen Yu's situation while on the school bus, so mentioning it again now was simply to identify exactly which student was Chen Yu. Hahoha, I have been waiting for you all for a long time. The principal nodded with a smile. Do not look down on the zombie profession just because it is niche. In reality, class changers with zombie talents are the cream of the crop among their peers. I heard that Chen Yu can see the information of all zombies and can utilize every type of zombie. Based on that alone, he is already streets ahead of his classmates. Another teacher, Wu Jun, nodded in immediate agreement. That is right. The student who awakened the zombie talent 2 batches ago is already a captain at the guard bureau. Their level clearing speed was so fast that students of the same cohort could not even catch a glimpse of their back. Hearing the principal and Wu Jun speak this way, Liu Hui, as Chen Yu's teacher, was beaming with joy. Chen Yu's strength is indeed very formidable. I just had a friendly sparring match with him and could not beat him at all. Bai Yi, who had been keeping her head down while observing the benefits, chimed in. What? The girl in black standing beside Bai Yi looked astonished. Yi, you awakened the frost talent. That is the strongest talent in our class besides mine. You actually could not beat him. Hearing this, Bai Yi said helplessly, Yiao, you have to realize that there is always someone better. Do not even talk about my frost talent. Even your charm talent might be in a tough spot. How is that possible? My charm talent is a once-in-a-century gift. Even the top spot on the bronze potential ranking is already in my pocket. You think I could not beat him? Lu Yao said, looking completely unconvinced. As the only daughter of the head of the city's top family, she was born with everything others could only dream of. Knowledge, cards, holographic combat simulations, endless resources. Anything she wanted, her family would provide to the best of their ability. How could someone who stood at the peak since birth ever lose to an ordinary student like Chen Yu, who only had a bit of talent? You have to know that awakening a talent is related to affinity. Someone with an affinity for zombies would never awaken a plant talent, and conversely, someone with an affinity for plants would never awaken a zombie talent. Since she was a child, she lived in a special room prepared by her father, where every object was associated with hypnotizing mushrooms. This made her affinity with the hypnoshroom incredibly high, which is why she awakened the 1-in-a-million charm talent. The plants she grows carry the characteristics of a hypnoshroom. Whether it is a zombie or an undead creature, eating her plants results in being charmed. What does Chen Yu have to compare with her? Chen Yu looked calm and said indifferently, Student Lu, I admit that your charm talent is strong. The charm talent passed down through your Lu family for generations is top tier no matter where it is placed. But do not forget, your ancestors were also ordinary people who awakened top tier talents and staged a comeback. So how can you be so sure my talent is any worse than yours? As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, the flag-raising platform fell into absolute silence. Everyone was looking at him as if he were some kind of monster. You have to realize he was not talking back to just some random nobody. He was talking back to the top heiress of the Lu family, the future successor of the Lu family. Lu Yao had been treated like the center of the universe since she was small, and growing up in such an environment, it was inevitable that she would develop an arrogant, self-centered personality. Why did you have to go and provoke her? Letting her have the last word would not have cost you anything. Now that you have escalated the situation, it is not doing anyone any good. Oh, not worse than yours, then let us have a friendly match. If you lose, you kneel on the ground and shout, I was wrong 300 times. How about that? Lu Yao said with the corner of her mouth tilted up slightly. She was petite with long brown curly hair cascading over her shoulders. A cunning glint sparkled in her bright eyes, much like a little fox waiting for a fish to take the bait. Chen Yu said expressionlessly, If I lose, I kneel and shout, I was wrong 300 times, but there is no penalty if you lose. How could I possibly lose? Lu Yao wrinkled her nose. Fine, let us do this. If I win, everything stays as planned. If I lose, I will be at your complete disposal. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. Deal, it is a promise. Just as Chen Yu and Lu Yao added each other as friends, the principal, who had been sitting in his seat without a word, spoke up. Both of you, you can collect your benefits first before having your friendly match. Do not let the sparring waste time. By the time the students from the other classes arrive, all the good stuff will be taken. Hearing the principal's words, Chen Yu and Lu Yao exchanged a look, then quickly walked forward to check the subsidy benefits prepared by the principal. Inside an exquisite box, various cards were arranged, including both plant cards and zombie cards. This was a benefit subsidy that only students who had successfully changed classes and shown potential could receive. Perhaps to the scions of wealthy families, this did not mean much, but to ordinary students, it was like charcoal in the snow, a timely assistance that could help them improve their strength faster. They scanned the selection and found that these were all low-grade cards. Regular zombie cards were the most numerous, while others were rare. There was not even a Gargantuar card to be found. However, Chen Yu spotted a newspaper zombie card. Since he already had one, picking another was the optimal move for him. Seeing Chen Yu spend so much time picking and choosing only to end up with a newspaper zombie card, Lu Yao laughed immediately. You spent all that time just to pick a newspaper zombie card. You have to know that the newspaper zombie is universally recognized as the most useless zombie aside from the regular one, often jokingly referred to by netizens as the old, weak, sick, and disabled zombie. She had considered many cards Chen Yu might pick, like ladder zombies, bungee zombies, or even the disco zombie, but she truly never expected him to take a newspaper zombie.
Are you finished picking?
Chen Yu ignored Lu Yao's mockery. After all, only he possessed the synthesis page of the zombie illustrated handbook, so it was only natural she would not understand.
I am finished, I will take this walnut.
Lu Yao stretched dismissively, convinced in her heart that the victory in this sparring match was absolutely hers. This walnut worked perfectly with her charm talent. Once the walnut was gnawed through, it would charm the zombie that took the final bite. She simply could not imagine how Chen Yu could possibly win.
Are you sure you want to have a friendly spar?
Seeing that both of them had made their choices, the principal asked slowly.
We are.
The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Seeing this, the principal smiled. Fine, since you have decided, I will not stand in your way. However, I can offer you some advice and assistance. For example, you should enable your combat recording. Your strength is already in the top tier among our newly awakened students, which holds significant educational value. I will not take your recordings for free either. I can sponsor you with a 1-star plant or zombie card, but only the winner will receive it. What do you say? This kind of friendly spar requires both parties to agree before the combat recording can be enabled. Besides the combat recording, only friends can watch this friendly spar, and even then, it requires the consent of both parties.
That works for us, we have no issues.
Chen Yu and Lu Yao had no objections to this. Neither Chen Yu nor Lu Yao cared about others seeing their actual strength. On the contrary, hiding things only invites suspicion. Only by openly showing off one's muscles can one command respect and caution. Besides, the principal was offering a card, which was an offer Chen Yu could not refuse. As for Lu Yao, she cared more about her reputation. Having other students see her valiant performance would undoubtedly earn her many admiring gazes.
Then you may begin your spar right here.
The principal pointed to the 2 chairs placed on the left.
Wait.
Just as Chen Yu and Lu Yao were sitting down to begin, Liu Hui, who was standing nearby, could not help but call out.
What is it?
Everyone's eyes turned to Liu Hui.
I want to watch the match.
Liu Hui looked at Chen Yu with a serious expression. As Chen Yu's teacher, he believed Chen Yu would grant him this favor. Noticing Liu Hui's look, Chen Yu immediately understood his intention and stepped forward to raise his hand.
Well, I would like to watch too. Count me in, I want to watch too.
Goddess Lu, would you let me watch? A group of students swarmed Lu Yao. They swore they were not asking because of her looks. They just had an upset stomach lately and needed some soft rice to settle it. Can you guys get lost? Lu Yao's eyes flashed with disgust. Except for Yi and Teacher Wu, none of you are qualified to watch. Having said that, Lu Yao ignored the stunned students and walked quickly to the seat designated by the principal.
If you are ready, then begins.
Chen Yu turned to look at Lu Yao and sent her a request for a friendly spar. Seeing that Chen Yu had taken the initiative to challenge her, the look of annoyance on Lu Yao's face instantly turned to astonishment.
She did not get it.
She really could not understand it. She could not fathom where Chen Yu's confidence came from. Did he have a way to counter her charm? No, that was absolutely impossible. For years, the charm talent had consistently ranked in the top 100 in the province. It was a truly top-tier ability. If not for the slightly weak cycle in its execution, the charm talent could have even ranked in the top 10. Chen Yu's zombie profession just happened to be countered by her. This fight had no suspense from the very beginning, she was just being overly cautious. Thinking of this, Lu Yao let out a sigh of relief. By the time she gathered her thoughts, the two had already appeared on the battle platform. Chen Yu looked around at the familiar surroundings. Taking advantage of Lu Yao still being dazed, Chen Yu quickly communicated with the zombie guide in his mind and turned to the synthesis page. He had discovered this feature the last time the zombie guide responded to tombstone values in his mind. He did not need to take the zombie guide out, he could use it just as well in his mind. As for how to synthesize, he only needed to hold 2 newspaper zombie cards and silently command the synthesis.
Synthesize.
The next moment, Chen Yu felt an irresistible force in his hands, forcibly merging the 2 newspaper zombie cards. The moment the 2 cards collided, endless black light burst out from the center, forcing even Lu Yao in the distance to cover her eyes with her arms. When the light dissipated, the 2 newspaper zombie cards were gone, replaced by a brand new card.
Tug, why does this feel a bit off?
Chen Yu looked at the zombie card in his hand. The newspaper zombie in the image had a machete at its waist. This clearly was not the 95 version. Chen Yu stared at the card for 3 seconds, and then the analysis information from the zombie guide appeared before his eyes.
Name: machete-wielding newspaper zombie. Rank: 2-star.
Description: the newspaper zombie used to be obsessed with completing his Sudoku puzzles and had no heart for battle, but people kept thinking he was a weakling without combat ability. Now, the furious newspaper zombie enters the field wielding a machete, and anyone who dares to challenge him will be crushed into dust.
Holy crap, a machete-wielding zombie.
Chen Yu stared with wide eyes, shocked at the description. He had expected to get the 95 version, but he never expected to synthesize the nameless version with a machete. The 95 version and the nameless version had their own characteristics. For example, the 95 version had extremely high health and could push through an entire lane alone. Whereas the nameless version had exceptionally high attack and movement speed, able to dash into the house from the furthest point in a second if not slowed down. If the 95 version were to fight the nameless version one-on-one, the 95 version could take down 3 of the nameless ones. But the nameless machete-wielding version had a feature that the 95 version could not touch: the ability to one-shot plants with a swing of the blade. Whether it is a hypno shroom or a tall nut, if it appears in front of him, he kills it in 1 hit. Since a hypno shroom only works if it is eaten, and the machete zombie slashes the plants, he will not be affected by the hypnosis. Chen Yu had originally intended to save a Zamboni or a catapult zombie. Those vehicular zombies were also immune to hypnosis, and would just roll right over everything. But now that he had synthesized the machete zombie, his plan changed. He wanted to use this guy to crush Lu Yao's spirit, and while he was at it, show the teachers and the principal his potential. Getting them to give him extra help would be a piece of cake. At the thought, the corners of Chen Yu's mouth curled up involuntarily.
Are both parties ready? Yes.
Chen Yu glanced at Lu Yao, who had not fully recovered yet, and tapped the yes button on the panel. Soon, Lu Yao reacted as well. She shot a nasty glare at Chen Yu before clicking confirm.
Battle start.
Please choose your zombies for battle. Tombstone, Mystery Box Zombie, Machete-Wielding Newspaper Zombie, Zamboni, Catapult Zombie, Gargantuar. This time, besides the Tombstone and Mystery Box Zombie, Chen Yu brought only zombies that were not afraid of being hypnotized.
What?
Looking at Chen Yu, who looked so full of confidence not far away, a sudden, ominous premonition rose in Lu Yao's heart. She did not know where this feeling came from, but she firmly believed that she would definitely win this match against Chen Yu. This was the confidence brought to her by her top-tier talent.
The battle begins.
Chen Yu placed a tombstone in the middle lane as usual, while Lu Yao waited until he had placed it before planting sunflowers in the corresponding lane. Chen Yu looked up at Lu Yao across the field, never expecting her to give him a provocative smile. Chen Yu shrugged it off indifferently, but the spectators began to whisper among themselves. Chen Yu was reckless this time. It is clear that Lu Yao wants to use the charming trait to charm the zombies. How could he place the tombstone before Lu Yao did? Liu Hui said in a deep voice from the spectator stands. Teacher Liu, the rules for duels between plant-based professions and zombie-based professions are different. If Chen Yu never places a tombstone, he loses when the time runs out. He might as well place it and take a gamble, Wu Jun countered from the side. But charmed zombies can walk right into Chen Yu's home base. It would be quite ridiculous if his tombstone gets chewed up by his own charmed zombies, Liu Hui said helplessly. That is unavoidable. Rather than sitting here waiting to die, it is better to take a risk. At least there is a sliver of hope. If he does nothing, he will definitely lose, Wu Jun replied. The spectator area was at the very top of the home base, overlooking the 2 contestants from a god's eye view. They could discuss with each other as spectators, but their conversations were soundproofed, so Chen Yu and Lu Yao, the participants, could not hear them. Hee Teacher Liu, do not be so impatient. If Chen Yu only had these capabilities, he would not have agreed to this duel. Let us just watch and see. Seeing Liu Hui looking at Chen Yu in the arena with a worried expression, the principal sitting next to him smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Hearing this, Liu Hui regained some confidence. though he still could not imagine how Chen Yu could possibly win. Even with the mystery box zombie as his trump card, Liu Hui felt it was not safe. He even thought it might be a trap. One must know that a mystery box zombie cannot transform if no one is attacking it. If Lu Yao only plants sunflowers and no pea shooters, the charmed mystery box zombie would actually become a major weapon targeting Chen Yu himself. Ordinary zombies move forward at the lowest speed. Chen Yu looked at Lu Yao planting sunflowers not far ahead, then gave instructions to the ordinary zombies in the middle lane.
Yes, master.
The ordinary zombies nodded respectfully and then quickly reduced their speed, moving forward like snails.
What the? This is possible.
Lu Yao, who had just finished planting a sunflower, widened her eyes in disbelief, her mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. She had intended to plant only sunflowers, as Sister Sunflower not only provides sunlight but also acts as a mesmerizing mushroom, which is far better than a pea shooter. But given the current situation, Chen Yu could control the speed of the zombies. If a large wave of zombies attacked together, planting only sunflowers might not be enough to stop them. After all, the combined damage of these ordinary zombies gathered together is terrifying. By the time the first ordinary zombie eats a sunflower and gets charmed, it would be obliterated by other ordinary zombies before it could even turn around. What would be the point of wasting sunflowers like that? Thinking of this, Lu Yao decided to change her strategy. For instance, planting pea shooters in the last 3 columns, sunflowers in the middle 3, and walnuts in all other rows. Chen Yu controlling the zombie speed incidentally gave her more time to develop. As time passed, the lineups on both sides took shape. First for Lu Yao, because she prioritized planting sunflowers in the first few minutes, the 4th to 6th columns were already filled with them. And the last 3 columns, except for a sunflower in the middle, were all filled with pea shooters. As for the walnuts, only the 7th column had 3, as they had a longer cooldown compared to the other 2 plants. Still, even like this, the lineup was quite luxurious. As for Chen Yu, the last 3 columns were all filled with tombstones, and there were currently 12 zombies in his home base. Because the zombies had to advance, the ones summoned in the first 3 minutes had already entered Lu Yao's home base and been destroyed by her pea shooters. However, these 7 minutes were not wasted, as Chen Yu had accumulated 300 tombstone points. Among them, the Zamboni costs 150 points, the catapult zombie costs 125, and the second master with a knife costs the same as the catapult. Which zombie should he choose to crush Lu Yao? Chen Yu stared at the panel in front of him, deep in thought. Seeing Chen Yu standing there with a blank expression, Lu Yao frowned. Hey, there is only 2.5 minutes left. Are not you going to send your zombies over? Even if you admit defeat to me now, I will not have a change of heart. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Chen Yu finally came back to his senses from his difficult dilemma. The corners of Chen Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Since Lu Yao was so eager to end the battle, he would grant her wish. All zombies charge at full speed. With a wave of his hand, the ordinary zombies that had been strolling leisurely on the 3 paths suddenly rushed forward, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. After all the zombies rushed out of the home base, Chen Yu focused his thoughts, summoned his zombie card slot, and placed a second master with a knife at the very end of the middle lane. Perhaps because there was a tombstone where he was placed, the second master did not fall from the sky but crawled out of the tombstone. When he stood up straight, there was still some dust on his shoulders. As the ordinary zombies reached the walnuts and began chewing frantically, the peas from the pea shooters struck them without mercy. Before long, the first 3 ordinary zombies had their arms broken off, and their bodies began to sway, ready to fall at any moment like a candle in the wind. Wu Jun said regretfully, "It is a shame. Although Chen Yu can command the zombies, he spent too long hoarding them. Lu Yao's lineup has already taken shape and he has lost his chance." But old Liu, do not be too sad. After all, Lu Yao's talent is formidable. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be Chen Yu's match. He is mainly being countered this time. After finishing his sentence, Wu Jun patted Liu Hui on the shoulder. He and Liu Hui were not just colleagues but also good friends, and seeing Liu Hui so upset made him feel bad too. However, Lu Yao was his student, and he would not have her go easy on anyone just because of his relationship with Liu Hui. All he could do now was comfort Liu Hui. Not necessarily. Chen Yu has not sent out his zombies for a reason. He has been hoarding tombstone points. As long as the zombies he summons can break through one lane, he can still win. Liu Hui watched Chen Yu in the arena with a firm gaze. He believed that if Chen Yu were not confident, he would not have agreed to the duel with Lu Yao. He must have other tricks up his sleeve. Currently, the only 3 known zombies that can counter the hypnotic effect are the Zamboni, the catapult zombie, and the giant zombie. But there are currently 3 rows of pea shooters on the field, and she could even shovel out the front sunflowers to plant more pea shooters. 4 pea shooters have the firepower equivalent to a Gatling pea, which the Zamboni and catapult zombie definitely cannot withstand. Unless Chen Yu summons a giant zombie, but he is not sure if Chen Yu has saved up enough tombstone points for that, which is what worries him the most.
Look, what is that?
Bai Yi, who had been silently watching the battle, suddenly noticed a special zombie appearing at the tombstone in the center. That special zombie looked like a newspaper zombie, but it had a blade at its waist, so it clearly was not a regular newspaper zombie. Could this be another form of the newspaper zombie? Everything else is exactly the same as a newspaper zombie, except for the blade at its waist, Wu Jun guessed. That should be it, Liu Hui nodded. Chen Yu said he could see the information for all zombies, so it stands to reason he could see other forms of the newspaper zombie as well. Wu Jun shook his head regretfully. What a waste. The newspaper zombie is widely considered useless. Even a different form probably will not be much better. If he had sent out a Gargantuar, there might still be a hope for a comeback, but this variant of the newspaper zombie, honestly, I do not see it winning. Chen Yu had no idea that he had already been written off by his 2 teachers. He was focused intently on the blade-wielding second master as it slowly walked forward. You have to admit, the way second master walks has real style. That calm and composed demeanor is unmatched by any other zombie.
Second Master, I am counting on you.
Seeing that Second Master was about to leave his home base, Chen Yu immediately waved and shouted at him. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in Second Master's eyes. I did not expect anyone to remember me. I thought this title had already been lost to the river of history. Chen Yu smiled. How could anyone forget your legendary name? You are the kind of presence that can cut through an entire lane all by yourself. As the saying goes, once the newspaper shreds, the gods will beg for mercy. Once the newspaper shreds, the gods will beg for mercy. The blade-wielding second master paused his steps, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and a fighting spirit gradually ignited in his previously indifferent eyes.
Young man, I really like that line.
Since you have summoned this old bag of bones, let me win this battle for you. After speaking, the second master's pace suddenly accelerated, and in the next moment he reached Lu Yao's base. By this time, Lu Yao had already shoveled out the last column of sunflowers in the middle and replaced them with pea shooters. Peas sprayed forward continuously. Of the dozen or so normal zombies from before, only 3 remained, 2 in the second lane and 1 in the middle lane.
Thud.
As a row of peas hit the normal zombie, the one in the middle lane finally could not hold on and collapsed to the ground.
A newspaper zombie. Why would you choose to use a newspaper zombie?
Lu Yao on the other side was stunned for a moment when she saw the newspaper zombie, and then she could not help but laugh out loud. She thought Chen Yu was saving up for some big ultimate move after stalling for so long, but it turned out he just pulled out something pathetic. As everyone knows, a newspaper zombie is no better than a normal one. Aside from the blade, this one had nothing special about it. Was he just messing with her?
A newspaper zombie.
It seems you really have not heard of the second master's reputation.
Chen Yu shook his head and smiled.
He suddenly remembered when he first played the unofficial version and encountered the blade-wielding second master. He had been just as fearless and arrogant, only to be taught a harsh lesson in the end. Although the unofficial version's second master was not as powerful as the 95 version, he was incredibly fast in movement and attack speed. His only flaw was being somewhat fragile. But Lu Yao's 3 rows of pea shooters dealt too little damage. Even adding another one would not stop him, it would only help him shed his newspaper faster. Second master, this old geezer can be called a master. Lu Yao sneered, then lifted her hand slightly. Pea shooters, show this guy what you have got. I want to see if this so-called second master can even make a dent in my walnut. As the peas hit the newspaper, making a rhythmic pattering sound, the newspaper gradually began to tear.
This little girl is still too young.
The blade-wielding second master looked at the ragged newspaper in his hand, and then flashed a confident smile.
Puff and puff.
The next moment, the newspaper in the second master's hands was completely destroyed.
Tug.
A question mark appeared over the second master's head. His eyes turned blood red, and he drew the blade from his waist. As soon as he was unleashed, the walnut in front of him was slashed away in an instant. The second master moved with lightning speed, immediately rushing to the sunflowers and hacking away, slaughtering 3 rows of them as easily as chopping vegetables. What is this thing? Lu Yao's eyes widened. Is not he a newspaper zombie? How can he run so fast? And that blade in his hand, why did one strike wipe out the walnut? As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, the first pea shooter also fell under the second master's blade. To everyone's horror, the peas seemed to do no damage to him. The 3 pea shooters could not even dismember his arm. Is this Chen Yu's trump card? I heard him call this zombie second master, but I never expected him to be this ferocious. I do not get it. How can a newspaper zombie be this strong? Are not they supposed to be as thin as paper? Why does this one move so fast once the newspaper is gone? You are missing the point. You should be asking how he can one-shot plants. Walnuts are supposed to take a long time to chew through, yet he took it out in one slash. Something's not right, have not you noticed? Liu Yao's charm ability did not work. That was her greatest asset, not her formation. Liu Hui and Wu Jun babbled incoherently. Even the principal, who had always been calm, looked shocked, his hand twitching as he held his chin. Wu Jun shook his head. I have been teaching for over a decade, and this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. With my knowledge and experience, I cannot explain what is happening. Same here, Liu Hui nodded. Only the principal could see through this. After all, he is our school's strongest, a gold 10-star entity. You do not know this, but the principal is already at the half-step platinum rank. He has already cleared half the waves on his floor. He just needs to clear the rest to reach the next level and become a platinum powerhouse, Wu Jun explained. After speaking, both of them turned to look at the principal sitting next to them. Actually, it is quite simple. The second master is fundamentally different from a normal newspaper zombie. While this second master with the blade looks like a newspaper zombie, his movement speed becomes incredibly high once the newspaper is lost. And the plants he slashes with his blade are not eaten. The charm mushroom requires the zombie to bite the plant to take effect, meaning the second master does not trigger the charm ability at all. After their constant flattery, even the principal, who preferred to keep quiet, had to speak up. Mainly because, even with his level of cultivation, he could only barely understand the mechanics, and he was not even entirely sure if his assessment was accurate. As expected of our principal, you saw through the truth at a single glance. Wu Jun gave the principal a thumbs up with an expression of admiration, his eyes filled with worship. Let us keep it low-key. The principal pressed his hand down with a calm expression, showing no signs of arrogance. The outcome of this duel is already decided, unless Liu Yao has some hidden trump card to turn the tide. But since the second master is already at the doorstep, even if she had a card, she would not have time to play it. She is bound to lose this duel. After saying this, the principal stood up, straightened his sleeves, and then vanished into a streak of light before everyone's eyes. He had been watching for quite a while, and since there were still students waiting to collect their benefits, he simply headed back. The facts unfolded just as the principal had predicted. In his enraged state, the second master moved at lightning speed, slicing any plant that dared to block his path in half. Facing the ferocious blade-wielding second master, Liu Yao did not even dare to stand in his way to plant anything. She knew he would not show her any mercy just because she was a girl. Even though this was just a battle simulation on the platform, the neural link was synchronized, meaning every bit of pain from being struck would be fed back to her directly. Battle ended. Class changer Chen Yu wins. As the second master charged into Xiao Yao's home base with his blade, every plant and zombie on the field crumbled into dust and vanished. Before disappearing, the second master turned back to look at Chen Yu, his meaningful gaze as if telling him, "Young man, I have won this battle for you." After the battle, the recording stopped automatically, and Chen Yu, Liu Yao, and the audience members all returned to reality simultaneously. As soon as Chen Yu opened his eyes, he saw Liu Yao's face, flushed with anger and puffed up. Come clean, why did that last newspaper zombie run so fast, and why could not it be charmed? You have to know that her greatest asset is her charm talent. If the second master could cut through everything from start to finish without being charmed, then what difference was she from a blank slate? Your charm talent works just like a hypno-shroom. A hypno-shroom has to be eaten to charm someone, but the second master uses a blade to chop plants, so naturally he will not be charmed, Chen Yu replied matter-of-factly. HMPH, do not get cocky, Liu Yao bit her lip, just you wait until I fuse with other plant cards and we spar again. I will definitely beat you to a pulp. She had not brought the cards her family prepared for her to the battle platform today, because she thought she could pass the trials using only her talent. If she had brought those cards this morning, she definitely would not have lost so miserably. What, trying to welch on our beds? Chen Yu leaned back in his seat comfortably, crossing his legs as everyone's gaze shifted to Liu Yao. HMPH, I would never welch on a bet. Do whatever you want to me. If I so much as frown, I will change my surname. Liu Yao was so furious at Chen Yu's words she nearly broke down. As the young mistress of the Liu family, when had she ever been questioned like this? I will not kill or torment you. I only have 2 requirements. First, keep a low profile around me from now on. Second, give me 3 one-star zombie cards. I believe with your status in the Liu family, you can certainly afford that. As for the quality of the zombie cards, I have no specific requests. You can give me any zombie cards, and I will not say a word, as long as you feel they are worthy of your family's reputation, Chen Yu said with a smile. Liu Yao said coldly, I accept your terms, but remember this. I am only doing this because I care about my family's reputation, not because of your pathetic psychological warfare. She had just been careless this time and had not been prepared. Once she fused with the plant cards her family had carefully selected for her, Chen Yu would be no match for her. It is worth mentioning that to use a card, one must fuse it into their own body, and everyone has a limited capacity for cards. At the start of the first trial, class changers can only fuse 2 cards, though it is not ruled out that some people's talents or special items can increase their capacity. As is well known, after advancing to a higher level, one's own level increases, and each level gained allows for 1 additional card to be fused. As for Chen Yu, he does not need to fuse them into his body. He only needs to fuse cards into his zombie bestiary. This is just the most basic function of the zombie bestiary, which shows just how extraordinary Chen Yu's talent is. Student Chen Yu, this card of yours has high potential. You will definitely make the top 10 in the bronze potential ranking in 3 days. This card is the reward I promised for your recorded battle, and this other one is a personal contribution to help you bring glory to the school. As he spoke, the principal took 2 cards from his pocket. The first zombie card was a gravestone, and the second was a football zombie. Among the many zombie cards, the importance of the gravestone is undeniable, and the football zombie's combat power is among the top tier of all zombies. It can be said that the 2 cards the principal gave were carefully considered, not just handed over casually. Speaking of the gravestone card, many people think that if you just buy one, you can solve the issue of the zombie class not being able to start a match right. No, that is not the case. Both zombie cards and plant cards are very expensive, especially essential ones like the gravestone, which are worth over 10 million. The wealthy kids with deep pockets can certainly afford a gravestone card, but the zombie talent itself is rare. If someone has not awakened a talent, why would not they just choose to spend money on the plant profession instead? In this world, ordinary people without awakened talents are the majority, followed by those with plant talents, and finally the rare and unpopular zombie talent awakeners. Without a zombie talent, the plant profession is the optimal choice for wealthy, ordinary people, rather than blindly choosing the zombie profession just because you bought a gravestone card. If you can charge into the top 50 of the municipal bronze potential ranking, then I can promise you a 2-star zombie card on behalf of the school. The principal stood up with a smile and patted Chen Yu's shoulder. He saw the potential in Chen Yu to make it onto the city-level bronze potential ranking. Speaking of the potential ranking, it is a way for the battle platform to evaluate the strength of class changers and also a form of support for them. The bronze potential ranking, as the name suggests, is only for class changers who advance to bronze this month. And the criteria for the ranking is the number of levels one can charge through. This leads many who reached bronze days ago to stay low and practice, waiting for the moment the ranking opens to unleash their full power. It is June 23rd today. Every year, June 25th and January 5th are the dates when the bronze potential ranking opens. Most schools adjust the graduation dates for seniors based on this schedule. The potential ranking is divided into district, city, provincial, and national levels. The one Lu Yao referred to as being in her pocket earlier was the district ranking. With her talent and that terrifying family resource, let alone first in the district ranking, she even has a great chance of taking first in the city-level bronze potential ranking. However, other families have also produced several geniuses with terrifying talents this year, so who will take the top spot in the city ranking remains to be seen. Upon hearing the principal's promise, everyone present was stunned, and many cast envious glances at Chen Yu. You have to know that a 2-star card is worlds apart from a 1-star card. If a 1-star card is worth between 1 million and 10 million, then a 2-star card is worth anywhere from 10 million to 100 million. As for why there is such a huge gap between 2-star cards, the most important reason is their origin. There are 2 ways 2-star cards are obtained. The first is by defeating zombies on the combat platform, which produces higher quality cards that are naturally more valuable. The second way is through cards crafted by card fusion masters, who usually combine special talents with existing cards to achieve mass production. These mass-produced 2-star cards are generally of lower quality and cannot compare to those sourced from the combat platform. It is just like a fight between a special forces soldier who has undergone years of grueling training and a guy who just gets muscles in the gym with protein powder. The difference in strength is clear at a glance. Of course, this is not to say that 2-star cards made by fusion masters are necessarily worthless. Throughout history, countless fusion masters have created excellent cards, and most of their work is worth its weight in gold. To put it simply, only low-quality 2-star cards are mass-produced to make a quick buck, while high-quality ones are kept by creators to create monopolies and wait for the right price. After all, they are the only ones who can make such cards.
Thank you, Principal, I will do my best. It is getting late, so I should head back now. Chen Yu exchanged a few more words with the principal before preparing to take his leave. Because he had to look after the other students in the class, Liu Hui did not leave with him. To Chen Yu's surprise, Lu Yao and Bai Yi followed right behind him. Why are you two following me? Who is following you? Cannot we just head back ourselves? Lu Yao, already in a foul mood, retorted coldly upon hearing Chen Yu dare to talk to her. Fine, please go ahead. Chen Yu nodded noncommittally and walked toward the school gate first. Soon, the three of them were out of the campus. Both Lu Yao and Bai Yi had private cars waiting for them, complete with hired professional bodyguards for protection. Chen Yu, will you still be coming to class tomorrow? Bai Yi asked as she stood by the car door looking at Chen Yu. Can I skip class tomorrow? Chen Yu asked back, slightly confused. Yes, once we become professionals, we can choose whether or not to attend classes. After all, the college entrance exam is next month, and scores are determined by the current level of the professional. Those who want to get into a good university will not come to class anymore. It is better to spend that time leveling up than wasting it at school. Seeing that Chen Yu was not faking his confusion, Bai Yi patiently explained it to him. I probably will not come to class tomorrow. Chen Yu thought about it carefully. It did not seem to make much difference whether he came to class or not. He had already learned all the necessary knowledge, and there were no new subjects in the third year anyway. Coming to class was just for review. Moreover, the professional entrance exam is different from the regular one, as it is based on the level attained, while the regular one is based on a written test. Then give me your home address, and I will have the newspaper zombie card delivered to your house tomorrow. Bai Yi was becoming increasingly interested in Chen Yu, especially after seeing him sweep through Lu Yao's entire path with just one zombie. Her curiosity had reached its peak. Sure, Chen Yu nodded. He exchanged contact information with Bai Yi and sent her his home address. Send it to me as well. I will deliver your zombie card tomorrow. Seeing how smoothly Bai Yi and Chen Yu were chatting, Lu Yao, who had been sulking on the side, finally could not help but interrupt. Although she could find out where Chen Yu lived through her own channels, it felt disrespectful, and she did not want people to think she was using that method for retaliation. Miss Lu, I trust you. Chen Yu gave Lu Yao an affirmative look, then hailed a taxi and headed home. After Chen Yu left, Lu Yao and Bai Yi chatted for a bit longer, and Lu Yao suggested they go to Chen Yu's house to deliver the cards together tomorrow. Bai Yi was indifferent to this, as she could roughly guess what Lu Yao was thinking. After all, Lu Yao had lived a smooth life since she was young, and this was the first time she had hit a brick wall like Chen Yu, so it was inevitable that she felt a sense of grievance and frustration. With her state of mind so unbalanced, she was naturally somewhat reluctant to deliver the card to Chen Yu. More importantly, she was afraid that if they met, Chen Yu would start being sarcastic, and she would have no way to retort, forced to just stand there and take it. All right, I will come find you at your place tomorrow, and we can go deliver the cards together. Bai Yi waved at Lu Yao. The two cars sped off in different directions. It was 8 o'clock when Chen Yu finally reached home. He had no parents since he was young and grew up in an orphanage. He traveled to this world when he was 15, at which time he was still in the orphanage. Because he had no money for tuition, he almost could not even attend high school. At that time, he was still wondering when he could go to the combat platform to awaken his powers. If he could not awaken, he would just accept his fate. But if he did awaken a talent, then he would be like a dragon among men once the wind and clouds converged. As it turned out, the next month, a beautiful woman claiming to be his sister came to take him away. At first, Chen Yu was a bit resistant, fearing she had ulterior motives. But the woman was a professional, a gold-level powerhouse, and he was powerless against her, so he just had to go with her. After 2.5 years of living together, he became convinced that she truly cared for him, and she would fulfill any wish he had. Yet he still did not know her true identity. The orphanage director had made it clear that he was an only child and his parents had died when he was a baby. There was definitely no sister or sibling. The director was so sure because he had been a close friend of his parents, and that was exactly why they had entrusted the boy to him. As soon as Chen Yu turned on the living room lights, he saw a beautiful figure lying on the sofa. Back home. Hearing the sound of the light, the woman slowly opened her eyes, her lips parted with a queenly air. What? Sister Lan, why are you here? Did not you say you were determined to clear the 27th floor today? Chen Yu walked over curiously and sat down next to Su Binglin, accidentally landing right on the TV remote. The previously dark screen instantly flickered to life with a bright light. The TV began playing content that made one blush and heart race.
The high-definition visuals and booming sound caused both Su Binglin and Chen Yu, who were preparing to explain, to widen their eyes in shock. Before Chen Yu could even ask what was going on, Su Binglin hurriedly grabbed the remote and turned it off. You did not see anything just now, right? After dealing with the embarrassing TV, Su Binglin's gaze fell upon Chen Yu. That intensely oppressive look sent a chill down Chen Yu's spine. He could even feel that if he dared to mention what just happened, his life might be in danger. Thinking of this, Chen Yu quickly shook his head. I do not know anything, I am not clear on anything. I was just feeling a bit dizzy and only remember we were talking about the 27th floor. Seeing how tactful Chen Yu was, Su Binglin finally looked away. I have already cleared the 27th floor. Because I was worried about you having any accidents, I cut my rest time short and fought 3 consecutive waves of zombies. Su Binglin stood up and stretched. Her red lips parted slightly, her expression natural. There was not a trace of anything unusual on her face, as if what just happened did not exist at all. As expected of Sister Lan, you promoted to Gold 7-star so easily. You are not that far from Platinum now, are you? Chen Yu gave a thumbs up with a look of surprise, realizing at the same time that it was indeed possible to give up rest time for combat, and not just his own special privilege. As for why the school did not teach this, it was probably because they feared students would overestimate their own strength and fight continuously, throwing their lives away for no reason. Do not be a smooth talker, Su Binglin tapped Chen Yu on the forehead. Tell me honestly, how did your awakening go today? Was it a plant class or a zombie class? Seeing the dangerous glint in Su Binglin's eyes, Chen Yu hurriedly explained everything that happened today. What a pity it turned out to be a zombie class. If it were a plant class, the cards I prepared for you would definitely have gotten you into the top 5 of the bronze potential ranking. As Su Binglin spoke, she took a 2-star card from her inventory. It was something she had carefully prepared for Chen Yu. Name: Spike Rock Tall Nuts. Rank: 2-star. Introduction: the offspring of a tall nut and a spikeweed. Its skin is covered in a layer of spikes, granting it superior defensive capabilities compared to its parents. Actually, I can reach the top 5 of the bronze potential ranking right now, and I could even contend for the top 5 of the city rankings. The corners of Chen Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He was very confident in his zombie guide. Other transmigrators at the same stage were definitely no match for him. That is true, your talent is very powerful. You will surely surpass your sister in the future, and then I can just kick back and relax. Su Binglin smiled and put an arm around Chen Yu's shoulder. Seeing Su Binglin, who was so intent on slacking off, Chen Yu smiled helplessly. Although Su Binglin said it so lightly, it really would not be easy to surpass her. You have to know that Su Binglin's plant talent is the Phantom of the God. This talent is different from ordinary ones. It relies on mental energy to be activated. There is no time limit for activating this ability. As long as you have enough mental energy, even releasing it 10 times in a row is not a problem. As for the effect of the Phantom of the God, it is simple and brutal. Upon activation, it directly summons a Doomshroom Phantom in the sky behind the homestead, which then flies forward. Wherever the Doomshroom Phantom passes, all hostile creatures beneath it are obliterated. Of course, the damage of the Phantom of the God is limited. It is equivalent to 2 cherry bombs, capable of instantly killing Gargantuars, but only strong enough to make Giga Gargantuars throw their imps. But the most terrifying thing about the Phantom of the God is that it ignores level gaps. No matter how many floors deep the zombies are, even those on the 100th floor with high attack and defense, as long as their health is 3,600 or less, they can be killed instantly. Alright, hurry up and go cook. I did not have lunch and I am starving. Seeing Chen Yu sitting there motionless, Su Binglin pinched the soft skin on his waist. Chen Yu jumped up as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. By the time he reacted and looked back, Su Binglin was already asleep on the sofa. To finish those 3 waves of zombies early, she had overdrawn her mental energy by using the Phantom of the God repeatedly. This had left her mentally exhausted. If she had not been forcing herself to wait until Chen Yu came home, she would have drifted off to sleep long ago. Good grief, go sleep in a bed if you are sleepy. Chen Yu sighed helplessly, took a quilt from the room to cover Su Binglin, and then turned toward the kitchen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Information regarding the bronze potential ranking appeared on the interfaces of all qualified transmigrators. The bronze potential ranking lasts for 7 days, and the rankings are updated in real time. Any qualified transmigrator can check the ranking info at any time. There is absolutely no room for shady dealings. From Lu Yao and Bai Yi, Chen Yu had obtained the newspaper zombie card, miner zombie card, bobsled zombie team card, and balloon zombie card. I have to say, Lu Yao is quite the schemer. These 3 types of zombies are relatively rare, special zombies that only drop from the 20th floor and above. But the practical use of these 3 zombies is not very significant. First is the miner zombie. He can tunnel underground to get behind enemies, but his movement speed is slow, so it is basically very difficult to fully wipe out enemies from the rear. Next is the bobsled zombie team, which consists of 4 bobsled zombies. Summoning them only costs 75 tombstone points. But their comprehensive combat strength is too weak. They are basically just normal zombies in a different outfit. If it were not for their high cost-performance ratio, they would not even be categorized as special zombies. As for the balloon zombie, it is completely useless. You know, the balloon zombie's biggest feature is flying in the air, but it also has absolutely no attack power. In Plants vs. Zombies, he could easily fly into the house to eat brains, but in this world where we have to defend against zombies, it really has no use at all. Of course, a 1-star balloon zombie is useless, but the 2-star nameless version balloon is a qualitative leap. The strongest aspect of the nameless version is that it can gnaw on enemies from the air while the enemies cannot attack it, leading to a perfect damage-free clear. However, plants and zombies are different, and this world is not a game. Chen Yu was not sure if the balloon zombie could guarantee killing zombies without getting hurt himself.
Let's enter the base.
As Chen Yu muttered these words in his heart, his body was enveloped by a pitch-black curtain of light. By the time he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at his base. Zombies will arrive at the base in 30 minutes. Please choose the zombies you wish to deploy as soon as possible.
30 minutes left.
I should synthesize some cards first then. Chen Yu gestured with his hand, and the zombie bestiary appeared out of thin air. Although he could synthesize them in his mind, he always felt that it lacked a sense of tension. It felt like skipping the animation while pulling for characters in a pay-to-win game. Even if you got a top-tier result, it felt dull and flavorless. His current inventory included 2 tombstone cards, 1 buckethead zombie card, 1 football zombie card, 1 newspaper zombie card, 1 miner zombie card, 1 bobsled zombie team card, and 1 balloon zombie card. Among them, only the tombstone card could be synthesized, and the tombstone was also the only card that did not exist in the original game. This made Chen Yu very curious. What kind of card would appear if 2 tombstone cards were fused together? Thinking of this, Chen Yu did not dawdle and directly flipped the zombie bestiary to the synthesis page. As he placed the 2 tombstone cards into the synthesis slot, the familiar black radiance rushed towards him again, and he could even smell a scent of decay in the air. After about 5 seconds, the black light slowly dimmed. A tombstone card that looked no different from a 1-star tombstone appeared in Chen Yu's hand.
Name: damage a tombstone. Grade: 2-star.
Description: a tombstone burying countless zombies sealed for unknown reasons. Perhaps the passage of time has loosened the seal. Each time it summons a zombie, it generates 50 tombstone points and has a chance to summon conehead zombies and buckethead zombies.
Tug. A damage a tombstone.
Chen Yu looked at the name and description with some surprise. If it were not for the fact that the description clearly stated it had a chance to summon conehead and buckethead zombies, he would have thought the synthesis had failed and ruined the cards. After synthesizing the damaged tombstone, Chen Yu opened his zombie card slots to start selecting. In just a few seconds, Chen Yu had selected his lineup. They were damaged tombstone, mystery box zombie, newspaper zombie with a blade, bobsled zombie team, football zombie, and buckethead zombie. Let us start now, no need to rest. Chen Yu opened the panel and found the button to start the battle. As long as he pressed this button, he could fight immediately, regardless of how much time remained. Given the request of the class-transferred user, the first wave of zombies is approaching. Please be prepared. Following the prompt from the battle platform, the roars of zombies soon came from the distance. It was still the starting 50 tombstone points. Chen Yu examined the 3 lanes, and finally decided to place the tombstone in the familiar middle lane. It is worth mentioning that the 2-star damaged tombstone also cost 50 tombstone points. After all, it only had a chance to summon conehead and buckethead zombies, not a guarantee. Anything involving probability can be very tricky.
Roars, 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 roared.
More than a dozen zombies of various shapes and sizes were approaching aggressively, the leader being a muscular zombie. If it were not for its pale, snow-white skin, Chen Yu might not have even been able to tell it was a zombie.
Is this a jock zombie?
Chen Yu looked at the leading zombie with a strange expression. You have to know that a jock zombie's stats are double that of a normal zombie, and the leading zombie before him fit the criteria for a jock zombie in both appearance and attributes. What Chen Yu remembered most vividly was the jock zombie's passive ability. Despite looking tall and muscular, it would run away once its health dropped below half. And it had a 30% chance to cause other zombies to run away with it. It was truly the disgrace of the zombie world. All those muscles were a total waste.
As the zombies entered the base, the group that had been walking in a single line split into 3 lanes. There were 5 normal zombies in the second lane, 4 normal zombies and 1 jock zombie in the third lane, and only 2 normal zombies in the fourth lane. Compared to the single lane on the first level, the difficulty of the second level skyrocketed. Especially for those with a zombie class, it was harder than for those with a plant class. However, Chen Yu was not worried at all, because the damaged tombstone increased production and the zombies' movement speed was not fast. He still had enough time to develop. At this moment, the tombstone suddenly made a strange sound. Chen Yu turned to look and saw a zombie crawling out of the soil. It was pitch black all over, its eyes were glaring with rage, and its gruesome head was wearing a metal bucket. Chen Yu had not expected the damaged tombstone to be this effective. It had contributed a bucket-head zombie shortly after being placed. That was much better than a regular zombie. Tombstone points plus 50. Seeing this, Chen Yu immediately placed a tombstone in the second lane. The crisis in the third lane was temporarily resolved. The buckethead zombie had no trouble fighting those regular zombies, and the jock zombie was just a show-off, looking strong but having no substance. But that did not mean he could sit back and relax. The 5 zombies in the second lane were a huge threat to him. If the damaged tombstone in the second lane could not summon a conehead or buckethead zombie, he would need to place another one in the second lane. Please damage a tombstone. Chen Yu gazed intently at the damaged tombstone in the second lane. As soon as he finished speaking, the tombstone seemed to understand him and made a rustling sound. Tombstone points plus 50. I have heard your call, master. A conehead zombie burst out of the ground. It had a tall frame and looked much more ferocious than an ordinary conehead zombie. Can you defeat those 5 guys? Chen Yu walked over to the side of the conehead zombie, patted its shoulder, and gave it a firm look. Of course I can, the conehead zombie nodded. They are just a group of mindless failed experiments and pose no threat to me at all. If this body were not too weak, I could kill them in an instant with one encounter. Then I will leave it to you. This is very important to me. If you cannot do it, do not force yourself. I will have others help you. Chen Yu said, and then quickly placed a damaged tombstone in the fourth lane. At this point, the zombies had already traveled a third of the way. Even with 3 tombstones planted, Chen Yu felt it was a bit risky, but he had no more tombstone points left, so he had to play it by ear. Rest assured, master. The conehead zombie revealed a human-like smile, and then charged forward at extreme speed. The conehead zombie performed a sliding tackle, and those 5 zombies instantly landed on their backs, their health dropping by a quarter immediately. The funniest part was the last zombie. It was already tottering, but after this tackle its head flew off its neck and it died instantly. Nice one. Seeing the conehead zombie's maneuver, Chen Yu pumped his fist and cheered. To be honest, he did not think the conehead zombie could take on 5 at once at first. In his view, the conehead zombie could handle at most 2 or 3 zombies. But that move completely changed Chen Yu's perception. After all, who could resist a conehead zombie that knows how to slide? At the same time, a question popped into Chen Yu's mind. Why do some zombies look so dull and only follow simple commands, while others can perform high-difficulty moves like a slide? The former felt like puppets to him, while the latter seemed to have a soul with much more vivid movements. Chen Yu thought hard but could not figure out the principle behind it, and the battle was already drawing to a close. The conehead zombie in the second lane wiped out all 5 zombies, while the buckethead zombie in the third lane swept through everything, leaving no survivors except for the fleeing jock zombie. As for the fourth lane, it summoned a basic zombie. Perhaps inspired by the heroism of the zombies in the other lanes, this basic zombie did not back down and traded blows to take down 2 zombies. Unfortunately, it was severely injured and finally collapsed forever after wobbling forward just 2 steps. After the battle ended, Chen Yu did not rest, choosing to continue fighting instead. They say the hardest part is getting started, and since he had cleared that hurdle, he had 3 tombstones. The rest of the way would surely be easier. The plant profession needs rest because plants get tired easily after consecutive battles. But the zombie profession is different. The zombies summoned are disposable, requiring no rest at all, which is one of the little advantages of being a zombie summoner. Look, someone cleared the first floor as soon as the bronze potential leaderboard opened. How is he so fast? Yeah, which school is this Chen Yu from? In previous years, it took at least an hour for anyone to clear the first floor after the bronze potential leaderboard opened. Not sure, I guess a pro is a pro, not on the same level as slackers like us who do not even dare to challenge the leaderboard. He must have skipped the rest phase. I heard from my sister that the combat platform has a hidden mechanism allowing class changers to skip rest and keep fighting. You mean Chen Yu skipped the rest phase? Is not he asking for trouble? There is no point in rushing early, the rewards are only given at the final ranking.
What do you mean asking for trouble? Do not use words you do not understand. Although there is a certain risk in fighting continuously, the rewards are quite substantial. I have heard of him. He is a student at Starry High School. I heard his grades are pretty good and he is quite handsome too. My sister confessed to him twice and got rejected both times. In Jiangnan City, Starry District, 5 students from Starry No. 2 High School sat in a cafe chatting. The 3 boys had dyed their hair different colors, while the 2 girls looked like good students, creating a scene that looked like sweet daddy's girls being romanced by rebellious troublemakers. When Chen Yu was mentioned, the girl who had been quiet by the window seemed interested and said, "I know a classmate of Chen Yu's. I heard he had a friendly spar with the lady from the Liu family." "Really?" the girl next to her asked, surprised. The Liu family heiress's talent is charm. How did Chen Yu dare to duel her? The girl shook her head. "I'm not sure about that. I only know that Chen Yu won the spar against the Liu heiress. It is said he won by a landslide. You can even see the combat footage on their school's official website." "Let us check their official website then. I would love to see how they sparred. How did a zombie talent like Chen Yu overcome the Liu heiress's charm talent?" the girl suggested. "Sure, I happen to know their website URL." The girl nodded and agreed to her friend's request. What? The 3rd floor of the combat platform. Chen Yu was sitting comfortably on a lounge chair. Although the difficulty had increased on the 3rd floor with zombies appearing in all 5 lanes, with the massive support of the damaged tombstones, it was still quite easy to win. Even though the zombie empress targeted him with the maximum number of zombies, he handled it with ease using his high-quality 2-star cards. As time passed, Chen Yu cleared 3 floors in a row, reaching the 5th floor. Just as he entered the 5th floor, Chen Yu noticed that the dark ground was covered in a layer of white snow, and snow was falling from the sky above. "An ice world," Chen Yu whispered, looking at the crystal-clear snowflakes in his palm. Floors 5, 10, 15, 20, etc. are boss floors, and their environments are random. Some might get a high-temperature environment, some a rainy one, and others might get a destructive environment where planting is impossible. However, such environments do not bother the zombie profession, though an icy environment has a significant impact on zombies. After all, zombies are already stiff and slow, and the falling snow makes them even slower, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the zombies in the ice world are not affected at all. On the contrary, it feels like they have divine help, increasing their movement speed and slightly boosting their damage. It is a nightmare for the zombie profession. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 30 days. Does the class changer wish to start the battle now? These boss floors give class changers enough time to prepare. Most people stay on the boss floor for a while before fighting. After all, their lives are on the line, so they cannot afford to be careless. It is no exaggeration to say that there are very few people in the entire Starry District who can pass the 5th floor within 7 days. Except for Chen Yu himself, only Bai Yi and Lu Yao among those he knows have a chance, as their natural advantages are obvious. No, Chen Yu did not hesitate and chose to start immediately. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 3 minutes. Please choose the zombies you wish to deploy as soon as possible. Seeing this, Chen Yu did not rush to select his zombie cards. Clearing the 2nd to 4th floors gave him 4 cards. The Disco Zombie card, the Zamboni Zombie card, the Buckethead Zombie card, and the Sled Zombie Team card. The Buckethead Zombie and the Sled Zombie Team could already be combined, and he had hoarded quite a few zombie cards. When the time comes, he could ask Su Binglin for help and synthesize another batch of 2-star cards. Thinking of this, Chen Yu summoned the zombie catalog, flipped to the final synthesis page, and dropped both sets of cards in. As the black glow flared and finally faded, 2 new cards appeared in Chen Yu's hand. Name: Umbrella Buckethead Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: a variant where plants and zombies have merged. Its attack and defense are on par with a normal Buckethead zombie. Upon death, it randomly summons 3 to 5 zombies already in the zombie catalog. Name: Armored Sled Zombie Squad. Grade: 2-star. Description: the Sled Zombie Squad has always been the disgrace of the zombie world, struggling even against basic zombies. For this reason, the leader of the squad got 4 sets of protective suits and red metal helmets from a friend, significantly increasing their defense. What? Umbrella Bucket Zombie. Bobsled Zombie Squad. Chen Yu looked at the cards in his hand, feeling a bit surprised. He knew the Umbrella Bucket Zombie. It was an elite version of the nameless Buckethead Zombie, but he really had not heard of the Bobsled Zombie Squad. A Buckethead Zombie costs 100 tombstone value, while the Umbrella Bucket Zombie costs 125, which can be considered an epic upgrade. The Bobsled Zombie Squad costs 100 tombstone value, the same as a regular Buckethead Zombie. Chen Yu thought for a moment and decided to bring them both along to see how they performed. If the bobsled zombie squad proved useful, he would keep using them. If not, they would go straight to the storage. As for the umbrella bucket zombie, there was no need to test it. He knew it was good. With its unique death summoning mechanism, it would never go out of style. Blind box zombie, newspaper eating zombie with blade, damaged tombstone, umbrella bucket zombie, bobsled zombie squad Zamboni. In addition to 5 2-star cards, Chen Yu also brought a Zamboni. Since both the Zamboni and the snowy environment shared the word ice, maybe it would come in handy. The first wave of zombies is approaching. As Chen Yu finished selecting his zombies, hoarse growls and the sound of the earth trembling echoed from the distance. Chen Yu turned to look and saw a tall, completely white zombie slowly walking toward his home, followed by over a dozen regular zombies. They looked like trouble. To be fair, this lead zombie looked like a cross between a gargantuar and a yeti zombie. It had the massive size of a gargantuar and the thick, snow-white fur of a yeti zombie, and the spiked club in its hand perfectly embodied what you could call the beauty of violence. Roared! The yeti zombie stopped at the entrance of the property. It locked its scarlet eyes on Chen Yu, who was sitting at the door, and then smashed its giant spiked club into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole was cratered into the ground. The yeti zombie playfully raised its head and gave Chen Yu a provocative look. It clearly possessed high intelligence, far beyond that of a mindless regular zombie. Is it trying to give me a warning? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow with interest. It was his first time seeing such an amusing zombie. He just wondered if it could withstand a strike from his second brother. Roars, roars, roars. After stopping outside the property, the yeti zombie did not move. It turned slightly to look at the zombies behind it, let out 3 low growls, and then pointed its club directly at Chen Yu's head. Roars, 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 roars. The zombies seemed to understand the yeti zombie. Their hollow eyes began to gleam with bloodthirst, and they slightly quickened their pace. 3 zombies entered the first lane, 4 entered the second, 5 went to the fourth lane, and 2 remained motionless next to the yeti zombie. Oh, yeti guards! Chen Yu recognized them instantly. Usually big bosses in these layers have 2 guards protecting them, and the yeti zombie was no exception. It is said that the yeti zombie has high attack power but low defense, and can be taken out with 3 pea shooters and 1 snow pea. And the yeti guards exist solely to protect the yeti zombie. The yeti guard wears primitive leather armor and carries a large shield capable of blocking 1,000 points of damage, but its own health is only 120, so it is easy to deal with. To take down the yeti zombie, you have to get past the yeti guards, but since the guards walk in front, shielding the boss, it is really hard to pick them off one by one. If they had joined the battle from the start, Chen really would not have much hope of winning. Fortunately, they are restricted by the rules. For them to enter the battlefield, Chen Yu must first defeat the regular zombies in front. Chen Yu only earns the right to face them after defeating the cannon fodder. If Chen Yu falls to the regular zombies, the yeti zombie and its guards will not even need to lift a finger. They can just bypass his property and enter the blue star. Chen Yu looked at the zombies appearing in the 3 lanes and placed a damaged tombstone in the second lane. He was not sure if it was just his imagination, but the zombies emerging from the damaged tombstone felt much more spirited than those summoned from regular tombstones. This made Chen Yu curious. What exactly was the seal mentioned in the damaged tombstone's description? Was the seal loosening due to the synthesis? If the synthesis was weakening the seal, would merging 2 2-star tombstones into a 3-star one further break it? As he pondered, bold ideas and speculations formed in his mind, waiting for him to act on them. Master, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. The buckethead zombie that crawled out of the tombstone shook the dust off its body, turned its head, and said to Chen Yu, "Go on, take down those ugly monsters." Chen Yu gestured with his hand. The buckethead zombie understood immediately and charged toward the 4 zombies not far ahead. Tombstone value plus 50. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly placed a tombstone in the 4th lane. He was not in a hurry for the first lane yet, as there were only 3 zombies there. Soon, a buckethead zombie crawled out of the tombstone in the 4th lane, though this one looked a bit dumber than the one in the 2nd lane. Jiao Yu followed the same pattern and placed a tombstone in the 1st lane, which produced a conehead zombie before long. Chen Yu had not expected his luck to be this good. 2 bucketheads and 1 conehead across 3 lanes was more than enough to handle the regular zombies. Just as victory seemed certain, the yeti zombie, which had been watching from the sidelines, moved. It raised its club and smashed it hard against the invisible air wall. The entire property shook and trembled from the violent impact. What the hell? Chen Yu's eyes widened. Was the yeti zombie trying to force its way in by breaking the rules? His zombies had not even engaged the others yet, let alone decided the outcome. By all logic, the yeti zombie should be stuck outside. But a name flashed in Chen Yu's mind.
That is right, the zombie empress. Perhaps the Yeti zombie did not have the skill or the guts to break the rules, but that did not mean the zombie empress lacked the power to do so. If the zombie empress disregarded the rules to attack him, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he thought, 2 beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. There was nothing he could do but watch as the Yeti zombie hammered against the air wall again and again. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the air. Crack. As the rift widened, the semi-materialized air wall was finally shattered by the Yeti zombie's strikes. The Yeti zombie is entering early. Successor of the zombie emperor. You must die right here. The Yeti zombie stood in the middle lane, speaking in a fragmented, stuttering voice. Chen Yu keenly noticed that the Yeti zombie's once scarlet eyes had turned a terrifying, pitch black, and its snow-white fur was faintly streaked with black. From Chen Yu's perspective, the Yeti zombie's health bar and combat stats had leveled up significantly, making it an entity completely beyond the reach of any current class-transferred player. Even Lu Yao, with her charm talent, could only close her eyes and wait for death here, and even Chen Yu could only gamble his last shred of hope on the mystery box zombies. Successor of the zombie emperor, is that me? What does that have to do with the zombie empress? Did the zombie emperor offend her? Listening to the Yeti zombie's words, Chen Yu's mind raced with a flurry of conflicting thoughts. As the Yeti zombie crept closer, Chen Yu had no time to ponder. He checked the 50 tombstone points on his panel and deployed a mystery box zombie in the middle lane. Traitor to the zombie's emperor. You bastards all deserve to die. The moment the mystery box zombie appeared, the Yeti zombie became agitated, its grip tightening on its mace until it creaked. As time passed, victory reports came in from all lanes. The zombies in lanes 1, 2, and 4 were all wiped out, but the Yeti zombie, which should have appeared later, had already reached the center of the middle lane. The mystery box zombie wandered blankly toward the Yeti guards, ready to gnaw on them, but both Yeti guards instinctively took a step back. The mystery box zombie froze for a second, just as a shadow like a dark cloud loomed over its head. It looked up instinctively, only to see the Yeti zombie's giant mace crashing down upon it. Before it could even react, the mystery box zombie and its box were smashed into a pulp. It was a miserable sight. Stupid little lapdog. This is the price for blocking my path. The Yeti zombie smiled grimly, its black eyes flickering with madness. It could almost see Chen Yu being smashed into a pulp and stuffed into its mouth. But just as the Yeti zombie finished speaking, a figure even larger than itself appeared, casting a massive shadow over the beast. This is a gargantuar. Chen Yu looked at that familiar back with a strange expression. His luck could be called good or perhaps bad. It was good because the random draw produced a gargantuar. It was bad because this gargantuar only had 500 health and would likely collapse after just 2 hits from the Yeti zombie. Who dares to hurt my master? Seeing the 2 Yeti guards bypassing it to head toward Chen Yu, the gargantuar flew into a rage, backhanding one of the guards into a muddy pulp. Mere traitor, watch me destroy you in one blow. Seeing the gargantuar dare to harm its guards, the Yeti zombie grew furious and swung its mace directly at the gargantuar. Unable to dodge, the gargantuar had to take the hit head-on, leaving 2 deep gashes on its body. If not for the rule that zombies cannot retreat and must move forward, it would surely have been knocked back and collapsed to the ground. The gargantuar gritted its teeth and, risking certain death, hurled the telephone pole in its hand. The other Yeti guard, not yet far away, heard the noise and turned back, only for its head to be smashed off by the pole, leaving its headless body standing there in a daze. At that moment, a common zombie crawled out from the tombstone in the 4th lane, and a wisp of black energy flew toward Chen Yu. Tombstone points plus 50. Seeing the other Yeti guard destroyed, the gargantuar felt a weight lift off its heart. But following right behind was the Yeti zombie's thunderous strike. Already severely wounded, the gargantuar felt its head spinning, and its once clear vision growing increasingly blurry. I am sorry. I no longer have the strength to protect my master. The gargantuar took one last look at Chen Yu before its massive body collapsed, its bright eyes closing forever. Gargantuar. Chen Yu looked at the gargantuar's corpse with tears in his eyes. Perhaps influenced by Plants vs. Zombies, he had assumed all along that this was just a game, where the only stakes were life and death. But he never expected the gargantuar to go this far for him, choosing to be ruthlessly attacked by the Yeti zombie just to take out those 2 more threatening Yeti guards. Do not worry, I will not let your death be in vain. Chen Yu watched the gargantuar dissolve into the earth, then placed another mystery box zombie in the middle lane. Is that all the successor of the zombie emperor can do? The Yeti zombie sneered as it looked at the newly appeared mystery box zombie.
In its eyes, no matter how many of these weak zombies came, they would not stand a chance, though that big O from before had caught it off guard. You will see just what I can do in a moment. Chen Yu stared at the nearby Yeti zombie with a dark expression. Based on their current distance and the speed at which his tombstones generated points, he could summon the mystery box zombie 2 more times. He refused to believe his luck was so bad that he could not roll a zombie capable of taking down the Yeti zombie. Stop talking big. Today is you are going to die. The Yeti zombie grinned hideously and swung its mace, smashing the mystery box zombie into pieces. As the zombie died, thick smoke billowed up on the spot. When the smoke cleared, a bucket-head umbrella zombie appeared at the feet of the Yeti zombie, gnawing frantically. Chen Yu's expression shifted from blankness to disappointment, but upon realizing the plant beneath the bucket was an umbrella leaf, his disappointment turned into surprise and shock. He had imagined many possibilities, but never once did he think the mystery box would randomly roll a bucket-head umbrella zombie. Is this the cycle of life? Before Chen Yu could react, the bucket-head umbrella zombie had its head smashed in by the Yeti zombie. This guy's combat style was extremely similar to a gargantuar, using massive weapons to crush opponents. For most zombies with lower health, a full health strike was a one-hit kill. Only tough zombies like the second master with his immortality buff, football zombies, or high-health gargantuars had a chance to counterattack. At that moment, 4 bungee zombies descended from the sky, delivering 4 completely different zombies. First up in the second lane is the dancing zombie. As the stage lights hit him, the dancing zombie takes a step back and begins summoning his backup dancers. Next is the Zamboni team in the middle lane. Until the team members dismount, they are considered a single unit. Behind the Zamboni is the catapult zombie. This guy is the only one among the zombies capable of dealing ranged damage, and he costs the same as a Zamboni. Meanwhile, a pole vaulting zombie has been airdropped into the 5th lane. At the same time, there is movement from the tombstone in the 1st lane, as a regular zombie slowly crawls out of it. Tombstone value plus 50. Tug. Is this a Zamboni armed squad? Chen Yu watches as the Zamboni drives from the entrance all the way to about 10 meters in front of the Yeti zombie, before coming to a stop. 4 heavily armed Zamboni riders jump off the vehicle, wearing highly defensive protective gear and cool-looking helmets. Most importantly, Chen Yu discovers something shocking after comparing the data. The protective gear on the Zamboni riders is comparable to the screen door zombies' door, and the metal helmets on their heads have even more health than the buckets worn by buckethead zombies. Speaking of which, we have to mention how zombie health is calculated. Zombies with armor take damage to their armor first. The armor's health can also be thought of as its durability. Once the armor takes more damage than it can handle, it breaks, and only then does the zombie's actual body take damage. Perhaps the old Zamboni teams were just 4 useless regular zombies, but the current Zamboni armed squad is a whole different story. Times have changed. Each member of this Zamboni armed squad is now a force that can go head-to-head with the legendary powerful buckethead or screen door zombies. The Zamboni armed squad acts as a team. They do not show up individually, but when they do appear, they completely overwhelm those old-school armored zombies. Brothers, let us charge together and take it down. The leader of the Zamboni armed squad glances at his 3 brothers behind him, then charges at the Yeti zombie first. Understood. The 3 brothers following the leader are the type to take action without wasting words. Whoever the boss says to take out, they take out. With the entry of the Zamboni armed squad, the previously precarious situation has finally turned around. The Zamboni zombies use guerrilla tactics to attack the Yeti zombie, moving with such agility that they leave the Yeti exhausted. For some reason, the Zamboni armed squad is actually able to break the rules and retreat. Although they can only move back a few steps, that distance is enough to dodge the Yeti zombie's attacks. You are rule of breaking on pests. The Yeti zombie looks at the jumping Zamboni zombies in front of him, absolutely furious. It seems to have forgotten that it was the one who broke the rules and entered the stage early. But you cannot really blame it. After all, it is just a worker, and the real one breaking the rules is the zombie empress hiding behind the scenes. Boss, our bodies will not hold out for long. We need to end this quickly. The second in command of the Zamboni squad whispers to the leader. They exploited a loophole in the rules using the Zamboni, which counts as violating the regulations. The price of breaking the rules is the loss of life, so even if they are not hit by the Yeti zombie, their health is constantly draining. If it were not for the fact that the health drain is applied to their armor first, they would likely have already lost a limb. Let us all go at once. It should not be able to hold on much longer. The Zamboni squad leader stares calmly at the Yeti zombie. They are not fighting alone. Behind them, the catapult zombie is laying down constant fire, and the dancing zombie in the second lane is continuously summoning backup dancers. Even if the backup dancers cannot deal much damage, they are distracting the Yeti zombie, which is an assist that should not be ignored. As they take more and more hits, the fur on the Yeti zombie's body becomes increasingly sparse. When he first appeared, the Yeti zombie was like a vibrant young man with thick, glossy fur. Now he is like an old man nearing his end, his attacks growing slower, his wounds multiplying, and that once thick fur long gone replaced by skin matted with blood. How could I falls right here? The Yeti zombie lets out a roar of extreme unwillingness. His black eyes lock onto Chen Yu standing not far away, the killing intent within him surging. But as his life force drains rapidly, he can only vent his frustration in this way. With the final basketball striking the Yeti zombie on the head, he can no longer hold on and collapses. At the same time, the 4 Zamboni zombies let out sighs of relief. Their health had already dropped by 2/3. If they had not ended the fight, they might have fallen before the Yeti did. Everyone, thank you for your help. Chen Yu speaks as he watches the zombies silently head out of the base. Do not mention it, helping you is the least we could do. If it were not for you, our souls would never have been liberated, left only as empty shells wandering the world. The leader of the Zamboni squad gives Chen Yu a look of gratitude. He was not helping Chen Yu because of his status. He helped because Chen Yu freed their souls, and that was all. Soon the zombies left the base. Only then did Chen Yu turn his attention to the 3 cards dropped by the Yeti zombie. The 3 cards were the Jalapeno plant card, the Gatling Pea zombie card, and the Gargantuar zombie card. This surprised Chen Yu, as usually clearing a boss level only awards 2 cards, but it seems his luck was good enough to get 3. Although one of them is a plant card, that does not mean it is useless. He can easily trade the Jalapeno for other zombie cards. Before Chen Yu could recover from his surprise, a notification sound from the battle platform echoed in his mind. Congratulations on passing level 5 hard mode. Given your heroic performance, you may select one of the following 3 cards. 1 Bungee zombie card, 2 Jalapeno zombie card, 3 Minor zombie card. Hint, you have blocked the zombie empress's first wave of attacks, but she will not give up so easily. The upcoming battles will be even tougher. Are you ready for the blizzard? What a pain. That damn zombie empress again. What exactly do I have that attracts her? Could it be because of this so-called zombie emperor successor status? But I am just an ordinary zombie class job changer. Chen Yu looked at the panel in front of him with a frustrated expression. Although he was prepared to face whatever came his way, he was still very annoyed by the fact that the difficulty had been increased for no reason. Let alone the grudges between the zombie emperor and the zombie empress, he was just an average guy who would be happy about being landed with such a massive burden. And it is one thing to increase the difficulty, but to sneak attacks and break the rules behind his back, who could put up with that? If he ever got the chance to see that zombie empress, he would definitely rush up and slap her twice just to teach her a lesson. After grumbling in his mind for a bit, Chen Yu calmed down and carefully examined the 3 options in front of him, considering which would maximize his benefits. First is the Bungee zombie. He did not have a Bungee zombie card in his inventory right now, and even if he took one, he would still need another to synthesize a 2-star card. Furthermore, the Bungee zombie is not that useful. It requires 150 tombstone points to summon, and it can only take away 1 zombie per summon. Logically speaking, he can take away and instantly kill any zombie, but he cannot carry off bosses like the Yeti zombie, and he might even end up getting killed by one himself. The high cost just is not worth the utility, so Chen Yu dismissed it after taking only 2 glances. As for the Jalapeno zombie, its problems are similar to the Bungee zombie. First, Chen Yu does not have a Jalapeno zombie card, so he would need to wait for one more to synthesize a 2-star card. Second, the cost-performance ratio is poor. The explosion frequency of the Jalapeno zombie is very unstable. Sometimes it explodes as soon as it appears, and other times it does not blow up until it is almost out of the homestead. Now looking at the last one, the Minor zombie. He already has 1 Minor zombie card in his inventory, so if he chooses it, he can immediately synthesize a 2-star card. Maybe a 1-star Minor zombie is not very useful, but who knows? Perhaps a 2-star version could give him a pleasant surprise. Thinking of this, Chen Yu had already made up his mind. I choose the Minor zombie card. Chen Yu raised his finger and pointed at the Minor zombie card option. As the Minor zombie card appeared in his inventory, the homestead rapidly scaled upward.
In the blink of an eye, Chen Yu was already on the 6th floor, and the area of his homestead had doubled. The original distance between the backyard and the entrance was about 100 meters. Now that the homestead had grown, that road had increased to 200 meters. Although this meant that more zombies would appear later, it also gave the job changer more time to develop and react, which was undoubtedly a good thing. It is just a pity that the expansion reward can only be obtained through boss floors. It is a unique reward mechanism for those levels. The first wave of zombies will reach the homestead in 25 days. Does the job changer wish to engage in battle now? No rush. Chen Yu raised his hand and summoned the information panel for the Bronze Potential Ranking. Bronze Potential Ranking Star District Leaderboard. 1. Chen Yu cleared Floor 4, Wave 0 View Details. 2. Lu Yao cleared Floor 2, Wave 1 View Details. 3. Hu Jianbo cleared Floor 2, Wave 1 View Details. 4. Bai Yi cleared Floor 1, Wave 2 View Details. The results were as he expected. His name hung high at the top of the Star District Leaderboard. Aside from him, not a single person had cleared the 3rd floor. This is understandable though. After all, the plant class requires time to rest, and no matter how hard they try to climb the ranks, the number of floors they can clear is limited. After checking the district ranking, Chen Yu proceeded to check the city and provincial rankings. Except for the national ranking, which begins after the district ranking ends, the district, city, and provincial rankings all take place at the same time. Only the top 100 in each province qualify for the national ranking. Chen Yu had moved from the 2nd floor to the 6th at the fastest possible speed, clearing 4 floors in between, placing him at the top of all 3 leaderboards with no one else coming close. The closest to Chen Yu was 2nd place on the provincial leaderboard, a person named Gongsun Zi, whose basic personal information could be seen in the details. Of course, Chen Yu did not care about things like age or name. He was mainly looking at this woman's talent and current level. To his surprise, this woman also had the zombie talent. Her talent was called Gift of the Departed, allowing her to randomly summon 3 to 5 tombstones every time zombies attacked. It was with the help of these tombstones that Gongsun Zi was able to reach the 5th floor so easily. If nothing goes wrong, she should be challenging the boss floor right now. Given her talent, she can easily speedrun through the early levels. Rumble. Outside the homestead, a thunderstorm was raging. Heavy rain mixed with lightning fell on the backyard, and dense dark clouds blotted out the sky, leaving the woman able to see the scene outside only with the help of the flashes. Achoo! Which jerk is cursing me? Gongsun Zi sniffed, cursing under her breath. She was already a bronze 5-star, and her physique had been enhanced so much that she was rarely affected by external factors, so if she was sneezing, someone must be bad-mouthing her. Do not let me find out who you are, or I will make you pay. Gongsun Zi bit her red lips, her delicate face filled with resentment. Her appearance was like an exquisite painting, with every detail just right. Her eyebrows were as fine as willow leaves, elegant and natural. Her eyes were like bright stars, piercing and clear. Her lush red lips were slightly pursed, looking both cold and elegant. Judging from both her jade-like face and her hot, tall figure, she was a top-tier beauty. It is just a pity that her elegant outward appearance does not match her true personality. Over the years, the line of people chasing her could stretch from Jiangnan province to abroad, yet no one could last more than 3 days. Basically, they would be scared off by her fiery temper in under 3 hours. Of course, there were those who pestered her relentlessly, and in such cases, Gongsun Zi would kindly take them to a fighting gym for a friendly sparring session. As it turned out, those who looked as strong as oxen were actually fragile at the slightest touch, true definitions of eye candy. Damn it! How am I so unlucky to have randomly gotten such a disgusting environment like a thunderstorm night? Gongsun Zi, hiding in her homestead to escape the rain, stomped her feet. To observe the situation outside, she had to press herself against the door and use the peephole. A thunderstorm night is arguably the most disgusting of all environments. Even the icy conditions are not half as annoying. Thunder, wind, and rain do not really matter. Zombie classes can summon zombies using the panel. But what is unacceptable is that you can only see the situation outside when there is lightning. If there is no lightning, it is pitch black and you can see absolutely nothing. If it were a plant class, it would be fine. Plants can attack by instinct, but zombies cannot. How can they attack if they cannot even see the enemy? In this environment, the attack power of zombies is cut at least in half. Who could handle that? HMPH, forcing me to use an environment change card, huh? Thinking of this, Gongsun Zi did not hesitate to take out the environment change card her father had given her from her inventory. Then as you wish, you little nuisance. As the environment change card was used, the dark clouds in the sky quickly disappeared, replaced by a normal, standard environment. What?
After clearing the 6th level, Chen Yu returned to reality. To handle the high difficulty of the 6th level, he had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Su Binglin, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, was startled when Chen Yu suddenly appeared beside her and hurriedly grabbed the remote to turn it off. Sister Lan, I did not see anything just now. Seeing Su Binglin scrambling to turn off the TV, Chen Yu knew exactly what she had been watching. After all, it was one of her few hobbies. You had better have not seen anything. Hearing this, Su Binglin's pretty face flushed. She gritted her teeth and glared at Chen Yu, her fists clenching until they creaked. Tell me, why are you out here instead of pushing your rank? Su Binglin quickly adjusted her expression, relaxed her tensed body, and leaned lazily against the sofa. Sister Lan, I made it to the 6th level. The difficulty is doubled compared to before, so I figured I should improve my strength before continuing to push the rank, Chen Yu replied honestly. You made it to the 6th level, that is not bad. Su Binglin nodded matter-of-factly. Just as she was about to say something, she froze mid-sentence. Wait a minute, which level did you just say you reached? Su Binglin looked at Chen Yu as if she had seen a ghost, unable to tell for a moment if Chen Yu had misspoken or if she had misheard. The 6th level, why? Chen Yu casually pulled a small wooden stool from under the coffee table to sit on, and his free hand even reached for a handful of melon seeds to snack on. You have only been a class transferer for a few days, and you have already reached the 6th level. If I am not mistaken, you should be among the top of the city rankings now, Su Binglin said, staring at Chen Yu in astonishment. Even with her talent, it had taken her until the 3rd day after the bronze potential ranking opened to reach the 6th level, and her family had played an indispensable role in that. Yet here Chen Yu was, having reached the 6th level without any help, and this was only the 1st day the bronze potential ranking was open. Something like that, just number 1 on the 3 main leaderboards. I do not know if I will be surpassed later. Chen Yu shrugged indifferently. He was not interested in such empty titles. If not for the rewards, he would not have wasted 3 days dragging it out until now. You guy. Seeing Chen Yu's nonchalant attitude, Su Binglin was left speechless. Back in the day, she had drunk coffee like water to compete for the city's number 1 spot, forcing herself to push on even when her mental strength was completely drained. Yet Chen Yu had easily obtained the top spot she had fought tooth and nail to hold. Although the rankings were not final, judging by his calm expression, he must still have some hidden trump cards. Otherwise, he could not be this relaxed. Chen Yu smiled, Sister Lan, do you know of any place where I can quickly sell off plant cards? I have a jalapeno card in my hand and want to swap it for zombie cards. Quickly sell off plant cards. Su Binglin pondered for a moment and said, both auctions and the black market can handle quick sales. If you have an auction house sell the cards, they will take a hefty commission. So we rarely use auctions. We usually go to the black market, where bartering is the most common form of trade, followed by buying cards with money. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to recall something else and added, by the way, I heard that a platinum-tier big shot will be at the city's black market tonight to trade cards. His talent is related to fire, so we could try our luck. Maybe you can exchange your jalapeno for his high-quality zombie cards. Do you want me to go with you? You are not familiar with the place and you might get scammed without knowing it. You definitely need a qualified guide to show you the ropes, right? With that, Su Binglin sat up and grabbed Chen Yu's arm, pulling him up and making him sit on the sofa next to her. Sister Lan, you are really... Chen Yu looked at her helplessly. His Xuanyuan wonderful in every way except for this doting younger brother habit of hers that he could not quite handle. She was just too enthusiastic. Really what? Su Binglin narrowed her eyes, her grip on his arm tightening, making Chen Yu feel a chill run down his spine. Sister Lan, you are truly beautiful. Even terms like shaming the moon and eclipsing the flowers do not do you justice. It is my honor to have you accompany me to the black market. Chen Yu swallowed the words he was about to say and quickly reorganized his vocabulary, leaving no room for critique. That is better. Su Binglin smiled slightly and handed him 3 zombie cards. These are zombie cards I got at the black market. Those 3 plant cards were of no use to me anyway, so it is just putting them to good use. Seeing her nonchalant expression, Chen Yu felt a touch of emotion. Although she would not admit it, there was no doubt that she had specifically traded for these zombie cards for him. There was no putting waste to good use about it. Chen Yu took the 3 zombie cards and saw they were a ladder zombie, a flag zombie, and a Zamboni. Although the flag zombie's quality was not high, they were all very practical. The flag zombie boosts the morale of the entire field when it enters, increasing the attack, defense, and movement speed of all other zombies on the field. The ladder zombie deals high damage with a wide attack range. Against regular zombies, it takes them down one by one and they cannot even touch its hem. As for the Zamboni, it goes without saying. It is one of the few zombies that can drive a vehicle, and whoever blocks its path only gets crushed.
Thank you, Sister Lan. Chen Yu put the 3 zombie cards into his inventory and gave Su Binglan a big hug. Silly boy, so mushy. Feeling his broad chest, Su Binglan pinched his waist gently, making Chen Yu suck in a breath of cold air. Sister Lan, I was wrong, I shall take my leave now. Chen Yu took a step back to put some distance between them, and before she could say another word, he bid farewell and headed to the combat platform. This brat, I only pinched him, did I not? Su Binglan whispered to the spot where he had just been standing. As expected, the best meal in the world is a free ride. Chen Yu felt a bit sentimental looking at the 3 cards lying in his inventory. It really is nice to have a wealthy woman back home. Thanks to Su Binglan's funding, he now has enough zombie cards to synthesize 2 more 2-star ones. As the zombie codex appeared, Chen Yu immediately pulled out the minor zombie card and the Zamboni zombie card from his inventory and placed them in. Centered on the zombie codex, a black light flashed outward. Before long, 2 cards appeared in his hands. Name: Frenzied Minor Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: an old guy who specializes in digging tunnels for surprise attacks from behind. He is immune to all damage while underground. Maybe years of digging have made his brain a bit slow, but in a frenzied state, he can chew on enemies from beneath the earth. Who knows if this change is good or bad? Name: Freezing Zamboni Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: the Zamboni zombie spent 2.5 years at driving school learning how to hit the gas. He is twice as fast as before and will freeze enemies within 3 tiles in both directions from himself. Are not these just the nameless versions of the Minor and the Zamboni? Chen Yu realized it instantly after reading the descriptions. The biggest feature of the nameless version of the Zamboni was freezing plants, something that used to really disgust him. With these 2 powerful cards, Chen Yu prepared to clear the 6th floor in one go. It is worth mentioning that starting from the 6th floor, there are 5 waves of zombies, which is much harder than the previous 3. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 3 minutes. Please choose the zombies you want to send into battle. Blind Box Zombie, Blade Master Eerie, Damaged Gravestone, Sled Zombie Squad, Umbrella Bucket Zombie, and Frenzied Miner Zombie. Chen Yu made his choices quickly. All 6 of them were synthesized 2-star zombies, and any one of them could be considered a standout among 2-star cards. But the most cost-effective and fun one remains the Blind Box Zombie he synthesized at the start. The first wave of zombies is approaching. Rumble. Not far away, the distinct roar of a motorcycle echoed. Chen Yu looked up and saw a zombie in a leather jacket with a pompadour hairstyle, riding a low-quality motorcycle toward him. Behind it were punks dressed just like it, though their hairstyles and colors were slightly different. He did not know if the guys behind were just too poor, but they all walked while only the leader on the low-quality motorcycle rode. SSS Hong. The motorcycle zombie stopped steadily at the entrance of the homestead, pulled a pack of cheap cigarettes from its pocket, and lit one up. With a fluid set of movements, the surrounding leather jacket zombies gathered around. The motorcycle zombie did not hold back, handing out a cigarette to each of the 30 brothers beside it, and as the boss, it even lit them for them personally. However, what Chen Yu found strange was that the motorcycle zombie only lit cigarettes for 15 of them, while the other 15 stood by and watched longingly. Roar roars. At that moment, the motorcycle zombie pointed toward Chen Yu and roared repeatedly. The 15 zombies with lit cigarettes trembled, then stepped quickly into the homestead. Under Chen Yu's watch, the 15 zombies entered different lanes, their eyes turning blood red and their movement speed increasing slightly. Holy moly's! Chen Yu could not help but exclaim. So the motorcycle zombie was speeding up the leather jacket zombies. He had thought it was just being dramatic with an entrance animation. While surprised, Chen Yu did not forget to place a damaged gravestone in the first lane. He did not know if the leather jacket zombies were doing it on purpose, but they appeared 3 to a lane, forcing Chen Yu to defend every single path. Luckily, the homestead area had expanded, giving Chen Yu enough time to develop. If it were the old size, the outcome of this round would be hard to call. Soon, by the time the leather jacket zombies reached the halfway point, Chen Yu had already placed gravestones in all 5 lanes. 3 of the lanes summoned conehead zombies, 1 summoned a buckethead zombie, and only 1 unlucky lane got a regular zombie. But that did not matter. Once the zombies got close enough to the gravestones, they could be summoned again, and 3 leather jacket zombies were nothing to worry about. Crunch crunch. The sounds of zombies and the others gnawing on each other echoed, and eventually, the leather jacket zombies were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, the gravestones made noise one after another, and more regular zombies crawled out. Chen Yu's gravestone points, which had been empty, rose to 250. Rumble.
With the last zombie falling, the motorcycle zombie outside the homestead immediately rushed in with its minions. This guy's movement speed was similar to the Zamboni zombie. If it were not smoking, it would even be slower. As for its minions, they were pathetic. Other than being a bit tougher, they were essentially just regular zombies with a skin swap. Perhaps realizing that spreading out across all lanes would not work on Chen Yu, they changed their strategy. Roars, roars, roars. The motorcycle zombie roared and led the charge into the middle lane, with the remaining 15 leather jacket zombies following behind, determined to break through. Seeing this, Chen Yu immediately placed 3 blind box zombies in the middle lane. It is worth noting that zombie-class cards have no cooldown restrictions. As long as you have enough gravestone points, you can summon as many zombies as you want. That is one of the few advantages of the zombie class. Roars, roars, roars. Seeing 3 strange guys in hats standing in the way, the motorcycle zombie flashed a look of confusion. However, it did not care about them, preparing instead to turn them into pulp with its motorcycle. As the low-quality exhaust pipe let out a screeching sound, the motorcycle zombie hit the gas and charged forward. The blind box zombies were knocked to the ground without warning, and as the motorcycle rolled over them, they were flattened into meat patties. Does it have the same traits as the Zamboni zombie? Seeing the motorcycle zombie flatten the 3 blind box zombies so easily, Chen Yu stroked his chin and muttered. No sooner said than done. The 3 fallen blind box zombies disappeared, replaced by 3 gargantuars. Boom! As the gargantuars swung their telephone poles, the motorcycle zombie was smashed to pieces, with not a scrap left of it or its bike. Haha, I did not expect that fighting a small monster would summon these 3. That was definitely overkill. Chen Yu watched the one-sided slaughter and smiled helplessly. Forget 3 gargantuars, even a single half-health one would be enough to sweep through all the leather jacket zombies. The other 2 could just pull up a chair and watch. After clearing the 6th level, it was already night. Chen Yu had originally planned to clear the 7th level as well before returning to reality, but the 6th level took up too much time. First, the 3 waves of zombies turned into 5, and then each wave entered in batches. Especially in the 5th wave of the 6th level, it was split into 3 subwaves, and the quality of the zombies that appeared far exceeded the previous waves. It is no exaggeration to say that the mini-bosses in the first batch of the 5th wave could easily crush motorcycle zombies. If it were not for the tombstones accumulated in previous waves, Chen Yu would have been in real trouble. However, the rewards for clearing the 6th level were also very generous. First was the Iron Gate zombie awarded for clearing the level, followed by 2 cards dropped from the zombies, 1 plant card and 1 zombie card. The plant card was a precious twin sunflower. You have to know that the status of twin sunflowers in the plant world is very high. Apart from those purple tier plants, none of the others are worthy of comparison. And the price of a twin sunflower ranges from 9 to 10 million. If traded in the black market, it could at least be exchanged for 2 decent zombie cards. As for the zombie card, it was the most common basic zombie card. Why are you only coming out now? Seeing Chen Yu appear in the living room with a slightly weary look on his face, Su Binglin, who had been waiting for a while, said in a slightly reproachful tone. I did not expect the difficulty of the 6th level to increase so much. If I had not had the reserves from the earlier waves, I might have fallen for it in the last wave. Chen Yu rubbed his temples, his tightly strung nerves finally relaxing a little. Although he survived the battle, the mental exhaustion from staying fully focused throughout the fight was significant, quite like the feeling of cramming for the college entrance exam in his previous life. Su Binglin reached out her slender hand and ruffled Chen Yu's hair. Do not fight tonight. After we finish at the black market, we will relax and recharge so you can fight again tomorrow. Sister Lan, I am not going to watch those nosebleed-inducing movies with you. Feeling the gentle touch on his head, Chen Yu suddenly thought of something and looked at Su Binglin with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hearing this, Su Binglin's pretty face turned red. Who asked you to watch that kind of thing with me? After saying that, Su Binglin gave Chen Yu a firm pinch. This was one of her few hobbies. If she had not considered that Chen Yu was still just a kid, she really might have dragged him along to watch. Of course, these were all classic films from the last century, and the scenes in them were truly captivating. But since they were products of the last century, it is understandable that they were mixed with some racy, nosebleed-worthy scenes. After chatting for a few more minutes, the two headed straight to the black market. I have to say, Su Binglin's driving skills were remarkable. She ran 10 red lights in just 5 minutes. During that time, they were targeted by traffic law enforcement officers several times, but Su Binglin simply flashed her credentials and sent them away. Chen Yu keenly noticed that those law enforcement officers became instantly respectful after seeing Su Binglin's credentials, as if they were children seeing their grandmother. Sister Lan, what kind of ID is that? Why do they act like different people the moment they see it? Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Yu squinted slightly to enjoy the breeze blowing on his face, asking as if it were just a casual question. Su Binglin glanced at him from the corner of her eye, then smiled, unable to hold back. If you want to ask, just ask. Why put on such an indifferent expression to test me? Are you worried that Sister Lan would not tell you? Su Binglin tapped the brake lightly, and once the car slowed down, she reached out and pinched Chen Yu's cheek. Silly, stop making that sour face. Is not it fine if Sister Lan tells you? This is the ID for the security bureau. You know I am sometimes very busy and not at home. I did not tell you before because I was afraid you would worry. After all, fighting zombies higher than your own level can cost you your life in an instant if you are not careful. At that time, I was thinking that if you did not awaken a talent, living as a carefree, ordinary person for the rest of your life would have been fine. But your talent is even more powerful than I imagined, at least surpassing me and your parents. If you want to be a true man, you cannot stay as a flower in a greenhouse. So if you ever think about joining the security bureau, you can tell me anytime. After she finished speaking, Su Binglin took her ID out of her pocket and placed it on Chen Yu's lap. Chen Yu picked up the ID and looked at it. He had not expected Su Binglin to be a deputy captain of the security bureau. I heard that the captain of the security bureau manages 10 teams, while the deputy captain, being half a rank lower, manages 5 teams. Without the permission of a deputy captain, even the captain cannot easily mobilize the 5 teams under her command. Sister Lan, this is the first time you have proactively mentioned my parents in front of me, and you used the phrase your parents, which means we are not blood related. Chen Yu looked at the focused Su Binglin with a complicated expression. Although he was a transmigrator, whenever his parents were mentioned, his emotions would be significantly affected by the original owner's obsession. Your father was my teacher and your mother was my boss. Our relationship is quite extraordinary, so calling me sister is not too much to ask, and I have not treated you badly, kid, she said, tapping Chen Yu on the forehead. That is true, Chen Yu chuckled. Although we are not blood related, you will always be my favorite Sister Lan. That will never change, I promise. You have a silver tongue. Su Binglin rolled her eyes playfully, then yanked the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator to the floor. Hang on tight, we need to be fast, otherwise I am afraid we will miss the window to trade cards with that platinum tier expert. Oh my gods. An irresistible force swept over his body. Even though he had his seatbelt on, Chen Yu did not feel safe, so he grabbed the handle on the right side. If it were not for the physical and mental strength granted by his bronze 6-star rank, he would have likely passed out in the car. You know, speeding with the windows down is a very dangerous behavior. If you were not a job class awakened one, doing this would be a death wish. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu stood at the entrance of the black market looking weathered and exhausted, while Su Binglin looked radiant and refreshed. Anyone who did not know the situation might let their imagination run wild at the sight of them. Let us go in. Su Binglin affectionately took Chen Yu's arm and walked toward the entrance. Feeling the warmth from her arm, Chen Yu's face flushed uncontrollably. Although he was a transmigrator who had experienced all kinds of glitz and glamour in his past life, who would not have their heart race when faced with such a beautiful sister who doted on him so much. Sensing that Chen Yu's arm seemed to stiffen, Su Binglin turned her head to look at him, then smiled and poked his cheek, asking, "Why is your face so red?" Cough, I was just thinking about something else. Chen Yu coughed lightly, trying to cover up his embarrassment. But how could Su Binglin not see Chen Yu's current state? Still, Chen Yu was a hot-blooded adolescent, so it was perfectly normal for him to be a little shy. Su Binglin smiled and pulled Chen Yu along as they walked forward. From the outside, this black market town was built in an ancient style, with an automated city gate that combined massive, solid ancient wooden doors with modern technology. They arrived at the entrance. 2 men in tang suits stood on either side checking credentials. They were guards sent by the authorities. It is worth mentioning that the black market is run by the authorities, so identity verification is extremely strict. To enter the black market, you must first prove your status as a job changer at the guard bureau and register for a specialized black market ID. Of course, these rules are only meant to restrict those who lack status or background and want to fish in troubled waters. Someone like Chen Yu could get in even without a black market ID, because Su Binglin could use her own identity to vouch for him. If there were any issues with Chen Yu, the authorities would immediately come to Su Binglin, his guarantor. Oh, big Sister Lan. The 2 guards at the door noticed Su Binglin beside Chen Yu and were stunned for a moment. Then their expressions became very respectful. Yes, Su Binglin nodded, then pointed at Chen Yu and said, "He is my younger brother. He just became a job changer recently and has not had time to get his black market ID yet." Having said that, Su Binglin handed over her credentials. Upon seeing this, the 2 guards quickly glanced at the documents and returned them to Su Binglin.
Big Sister Lan, with your guarantee, there is definitely no problem. After confirming that Su Binglin's credentials were authentic, the guards immediately opened the gate to let them through, their attitude even more respectful than before. Once inside the gate, all one could see were various ancient-style shops. These shops pay taxes to the authorities every year, and in return, the authorities provide them with absolute protection. If anyone tries to rob a shop in this black market, they will be placed on a wanted list until they are arrested. Beyond this shopping street lies the free trading plaza, where people setting up stalls do not receive official protection. Although the authorities will handle their cases, they usually will not investigate further if they cannot find leads, let alone pursue suspects. Of course, since this is a black market established by the authorities, few people dare to cause trouble, so there are many people setting up stalls in the free trading plaza. Big Sister Lan, where are we going? Chen Yu and Su Binglin walked around the black market, and Su Binglin taught him a lot about how it worked. For instance, it is best to go to the free trading plaza to buy things, and only check the shops if you cannot find what you want there. It is not that one cannot afford the items in the shops, but that the goods at the stalls offer much better value. Because shops have to pay taxes, their prices are higher than in the free trading plaza, whereas stall owners do not pay taxes, so their prices are naturally cheaper. We are going to the center of the free trading plaza. The platinum boss should be their trading cards, Su Binglin replied. After walking for about 5 minutes, they reached the center of the free trading plaza. Just as Su Binglin had said, the platinum boss had set up a simple stall in the center, and the cards he wanted to trade were all displayed there. Chen Yu glanced over and discovered many zombie cards he had never seen before. As he narrowed his eyes, the information for the zombie cards appeared. Name: Drinking Zombie. Grade: 1 star. Description: an old fellow obsessed with alcohol who always carries his wine gourd. After drinking, he enters a berserk state, significantly increasing his attack and defense. Name: Reaper Zombie. Grade: 2 star. Description: it is said that he was once an emissary of the Reaper, but for some reason he was abandoned and left in the land of the dead. For every 2 squares he moves, he summons tombstones on the lanes above and below him until 6 are summoned. Name: Skull Zombie. Grade: 1 star. Description: formerly an ordinary zombie, half of his flesh was eaten away for unknown reasons, leaving him in a terrifying state of half skull, half zombie. Out of 20 zombie cards, Chen Yu only saw 2 that were decent. The rest were mediocre and some were even exceptionally weak. He wondered if this platinum boss was being serious or just trying to be funny, to even bring out these kinds of cards. So do you see anything you like? Su Binglin leaned close to Chen Yu's ear and whispered. The Reaper Zombie and the Drinking Zombie are not bad, but the others are chicken ribs, insipid to eat, yet a pity to discard, Chen Yu thought carefully before saying. Hearing this, Su Binglin nodded. You have a good eye. Among this pile of cards, only the Reaper Zombie and the Drinking Zombie have quality, and the others will not be of much help to you at this stage. The Drinking Zombie is priced at 10 million, but its actual value is at most 6 to 8 million. There is room to haggle, so it depends on how well you can negotiate. The value of your jalapeno card is quite similar to the Drinking Zombie. As for the Reaper Zombie, you probably do not have a corresponding 2-star plant card to trade with right now, so I will get this one for you. Su Binglin spoke very quickly, and before Chen Yu could react, she pulled out that Spikeroctal nut card and went to talk to the platinum boss. In less than 3 minutes, Su Binglin returned with a smile and placed the Reaper Zombie card into Chen Yu's palm. Big Sister Lan, Just as Chen Yu wanted to say something, his lips were gently pressed by the tip of Su Binglin's index finger. You are my younger brother. I do not want to hear the word thank you from you. You just need to know that it is only right for me to treat you well, Su Binglin said with a serious expression. I just saw a card that looked quite good, so I will go check it out. If anything happens here, just say my name or give me a call. With that, Su Binglin turned around and left. Chen Yu had not been able to finish a single complete sentence, and he only snapped back to reality after Su Binglin had walked far away. Sigh. Chen Yu let out a deep sigh in his heart. He was clearly a man of principle, so why had he recently become someone who relied on soft eating? But he had to admit, the soft eating provided by his sister was truly sweet. After Su Binglin left, Chen Yu stepped forward to negotiate. With the help of the zombie guide, Chen Yu easily found the weaknesses and flaws of the drunk zombie. Plus, since the platinum tier big shot happened to need a jalapeno card, Chen Yu successfully traded for the drunk zombie. After the trade, Chen Yu sent Su Binglin a message, but for some reason she had not replied even after 5 or 6 minutes. Chen Yu had no choice but to wander around the free trade market to kill some time.
It is worth mentioning that Chen Yu saw quite a few highly entertaining plant and zombie cards at the roadside stalls that were actually usable. For example, the three-headed chomper, which can swallow 3 enemies in a row, though its digestion speed is 3 times slower than the original chomper. There is also the toxic shadow mushroom, a variant of the puff shroom. Although it costs 0 sun to plant just like the puff shroom, if the toxic shadow mushroom is eaten, it causes the enemy to continuously lose health until they have only 1 point left. What amused Chen Yu the most was the fairy dandelion. Its attack speed is twice as fast as a pea shooter, but the dandelion seeds it fires deal only half the damage of a pea shooter's pea. And it costs the same as a pea shooter, 50 sun, making it essentially a cute version of a pea shooter. As for zombies, the most cost-effective zombie card Chen Yu saw was called the Assassin Zombie. After appearing on the field, it will take 5 seconds to target the enemy with the highest health for an assassination. If multiple enemies have the same health, it chooses one at random. Once the assassination is triggered, it enters a stealth state, making it immune to all physical attacks. When it reaches behind the chosen target, it exhausts its life force to deliver a full power strike dealing 1,500 damage. If the enemy's health is 2,000 or lower, it will be instantly killed, and the zombie itself will die from the effort. Other than those, the rest of the cards were not worth mentioning. Just as Chen Yu was about to head back to the Free Trade Center, he suddenly noticed a familiar-looking figure not far ahead. He walked closer instinctively, and to his surprise, it was Bai Yi, who seemed to be discussing something with a stall owner. Just as Chen Yu was about to walk up and greet her, a low voice rang out inopportunely. "Yi, I did not expect to see you here. We really are fated. I just went to propose to your family this morning. I did not think I would run into you at the black market tonight." A man in a sharp suit walked up to Bai Yi with a high-spirited air. From the outside, they looked like a perfect match, but the man was pale with shaky footsteps. Even though he was barely 20, he looked completely drained, showing just how wild his lifestyle was. "HMPH Chin and just give it up. No matter how many times you propose, I will never agree." Bai Yi let out a cold snort, staring icily at the grinning man in the suit. She despised such good-for-nothing playboys more than anything. It did not matter how rich or powerful he was. "Heh, as far as I know, your grandfather should not last much longer. Once he dies, your Bai family will be fish on the chopping block. Do you have any other choice but to rely on my Chin family?" Chinnen said with a mocking shake of his head. If not for him stepping up to marry Bai Yi, those wolves and leopards eyeing the Bai family might have already bared their fangs. The Bai family had been too arrogant and domineering in the past, offending many rivals. Perhaps those enemies did not dare to cross the old man, but without him, the Bai family would be easy prey and everyone would want a piece of the pie. As long as my grandfather is still alive, they will not have any chance to take advantage of us. A dangerous light flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Her Bai family was a famous zombie family in Jiangnan City. Although she had not awakened any zombie talent, her father was a platinum tier powerhouse, and her grandfather was a legendary diamond tier. Maybe some people do not understand the true value of a diamond tier. Let us just say there are not many in the entire Jiangnan City. Hey, let us hope so. Chinnen gave a contemptuous smile. He did not dwell on it since he knew exactly who those rivals were. From the current situation, without the old man, the Bai family definitely would not be able to withstand their revenge. And by then, it would be Bai Yi begging him for marriage. "Yi, want to walk around together? This must be your first time at the black market. Just tell me what you want to buy. I do not have much, but I am never short on money." Chinnen stood side by side with Bai Yi and reached out to take her slender hand, but she dodged it nonchalantly. Just as Bai Yi was about to say something, she caught sight of Chen Yu not far away, and her eyes lit up instantly. "No need, my friend is still waiting for me up ahead. If possible, please do not disturb our shopping." She said this at a rapid pace and then ran toward Chen Yu with a bright smile. That smile, like a red rose blooming in the winter snow, made one involuntarily fall for it. "Damn it, who is he?" Chinnen, who had been grinning all along, could not keep his cool anymore. His expression darkened visibly. He could accept it if Bai Yi was cold to everyone, but her being cold to him while smiling brightly at another man was worse than death for him. Bai Yi ignored Chinnen's question from behind and walked straight to Chen Yu, standing beside him. "So you are using me as a human shield, are you?" Chen Yu said with a wry smile. He had just wanted to quietly watch the drama, but he did not expect to get dragged into it himself. "Do me a favor and I will give you a card afterward," Bai Yi whispered into Chen Yu's ear. Chen Yu rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue. "One card is a bit too little. He is a young master from the powerful Qin family, and an ordinary person like me cannot afford to provoke him. What if he secretly tries to sabotage me? I will give you 3 zombie cards, but I choose them, not you. If that is okay, come with me. If you are not willing, I will not force you." With that, Bai Yi walked forward without looking back.
Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly followed and walked beside her. Although he could not choose the 3 zombie cards, the quantity made it worth it. Even if they were just 3 basic zombie cards, he would be happy. He loved having identical cards more than anything. By the way, were not you just buying a plant card? Why did you leave without buying it? Chen Yu asked curiously. I will go back and buy it after a while, hopefully no one else buys it first. Bai Yi shook her head helplessly. It is all because of that damn Chen An. He is the one with the worst reputation in our circle. I cannot believe he had the nerve to propose. It is absolutely disgusting. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu and Bai Yi returned to their starting point. They had just taken a stroll around the free trading plaza. During that time, Bai Yi kept venting about all the messed up things Chen An had done, which surprised Chen Xiaoluo a little. But what really surprised him was not Chen An, but the incessantly babbling Bai Yi. He never expected that someone with the appearance of a cold and aloof executive woman could be so gossipy. Bai Yi looked around, and only after confirming that Chen An was nowhere to be seen did she let out a sigh of relief. It seems that guy has left. I wonder if that card is still there. She muttered, walking quickly toward the previous stall to check. No sooner had she spoken than she realized the card she had set her eyes on was gone. Seeing this, Bai Yi hurriedly looked at the stall owner and asked, "Hello, excuse me, is that Ice Spike still here? I had discussed the card you needed with you before, and I happen to have the big spitchroom you were looking for." The stall owner smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, that young Master Chin bought the Ice Spike just a moment ago. I really intended to trade with you, but you had already left the stall, and besides, young Master Chin offered double the price, so I sold it to him." Hearing this, Bai Yi gritted her teeth in frustration, but there was nothing she could do, eventually letting out a sigh of defeat. Just as they were about to leave, they saw Chen An walking over with a cheerful stride. Tusk, is not this Yi? I did not think you would come back." "Let us go." Bai Yi's expression turned cold, and she turned around and walked away without looking back, refusing to give Chen An any pleasant look. "Do not go yet. Do not you want this Ice Spike? If your ice talent fuses with this Ice Spike, should not you be able to get a more powerful card?" Chen An smiled and blocked Bai Yi's path, then pulled the plant card of the Ice Spike from his inventory and dangled it in front of her. "Sorry, I do not need it. I do not want anything that comes from you. I suggest you stop wasting your efforts on me." Bai Yi glared at Chen An with total disgust. Her eyes were like frozen water, deep and cold, with a faint layer of disdain hidden beneath them. Is that so?" Chen An's smile slowly faded as he heard this. He turned to Chen Yu, who had been quietly watching the drama, and asked, "I do not know who you are, and I do not need to know. I will give you 3 seconds to disappear from in front of me and Yi, or face the consequences." "How are you seeking?" Chen Yu, who was targeted by Chen An for no reason, was bewildered. He had just been about to go to a nearby shop to buy melon seeds, but now he had become the main character in the drama. What the hell is this? "How dare you curse at me?" Chen An's face turned as dark as water. He narrowed his eyes and tightened his hands, which were tucked in his pockets, as if he were ready to attack Chen Yu at any moment. "Sorry, I was just stating a fact. If you think I am cursing at you, then so be it." Chen Yu shrugged indifferently. Perhaps others would fear this young master of the Qin family, but he did not. If things went south, he could just hide in the battle platform. He had plenty of food stockpiled in his home base anyway. It is worth mentioning that the home base is a house with running water and electricity, and the time flow between the battle platform and reality is exactly the same, so there is no problem at all living there. Plus, with his talent, he could just lay low until he reaches the diamond rank before coming out. Others come to the black market to trade cards because they lack confidence in their own strength and get stuck on a certain level. But he comes to the black market to trade cards because he wants to improve his strength faster, so he can reach higher levels sooner. Others hiding in the battle platform is a slow death, but for him, it is just a temporary measure. Chen An looked at Chen Yu with a cold, mirthless smile and said, "Good, very good. It seems you are quite confident in your strength and background to dare speak to me like that. Do not you guys want this card? Then let us have a friendly sparring match. If you lose, never show your face in front of Yi again. If you win, take this card, how about it?" Chen An shook the card in his hand confidently. He was no pampered fool, he had been hiding his true strength. As the future heir to the Qin family, if he were truly incompetent, the family would have cast him aside long ago. The fact that he could secure his position as the heir was not something he just begged for. Hearing this, Chen Yu frowned and looked at Bai Yi beside him, seeking her input. If she did not want him to spar, there was no need for him to go through the trouble. "Please." Bai Yi gave Chen Yu a firm look. She knew how terrifying Chen Yu's strength was. After all, his name was still hanging high at the top of all 3 major leaderboards. And Chen An's name had only just barely secured the 10th spot in the Star District. By comparison, Chen An was not even worth a single hair on Chen Yu's leg. "Fine, I will spar with you."
Since Bai Yi wanted him to participate, he would. After all, he had received 3 zombie cards as payment from her, and it would be embarrassing to do nothing in return. In that case, let us head to the sparring room. Chen took the lead and walked toward the container-style room standing in the corner not far away. You have to say, the black market is very well equipped, even having rooms dedicated to friendly sparring and life-or-death dueling rings. Private brawls are not allowed in the black market. If there is a conflict, you can settle it in the sparring room or the life-or-death ring, otherwise you bear the consequences.
Yeah?
Chen Yu and Bai Yi exchanged glances, then followed behind Chen and toward the sparring room. Soon the 3 of them reached the sparring room. Chen and Chen Yu added each other as friends and sat facing each other. Once they entered the sparring space, Bai Yi headed to the spectator stands. For some reason, both of their home bases were still at their starting size. What surprised Chen Yu and Bai Yi was that Chen An's level was as high as bronze 5-star, meaning he had already cleared the boss level. But Bai Yi had checked the rankings that afternoon, and at that time, Chen An was only in the top 10 of the bronze potential leaderboard, having just reached bronze 3-star. How did he improve so much in such a short time?
Are both parties ready?
The platform notification popped up on both of their panels simultaneously.
Yes.
Without any hesitation, both selected that they were ready.
Battle start.
Please choose the zombies you wish to deploy. Blind box zombie, blade reading newspaper zombie, damaged gravestone, sled zombie armed squad, parasol buckethead zombie, death zombie. Chen Yu took out the 6 zombies that currently offered him the best cost-performance ratio. As for why he did not bring the manic miner or the frozen ice cart, it was naturally because they required too many tombstone points, unlike the death zombie, which could be summoned for just 75. To be honest, the death zombie is quite squishy, just like a regular zombie, but its special trait of summoning a tombstone every 2 steps is a god-tier skill, especially in a friendly spar where it can trigger a rapid unit spam effect. As the battle began, Chen Yu first placed a damaged tombstone in the middle lane. His opponent Chen An planted a flower pot adorned with sunflower petals in the second lane. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened, and information about the flower pot instantly appeared before his eyes.
Name sunflower pot. Grade 2 stars.
Description: a hybrid of a sunflower and a flower pot that inherits the advantages of both. It can not only support other plants, but also continuously produce sun at regular intervals, with the same production rate as a sunflower.
Is that all?
After reading the description, Chen Yu's first reaction was confusion. Why was this creature with 0 combat capability a 2-star card? Is not it just a sunflower you can plant other things on top of? What else makes it special? However, Chen Yu soon realized why the sunflower pot was a 2-star card. First of all, it is a production plant, which is inherently more valuable than combat plants. On top of that, as you reach higher levels, things get increasingly difficult and planting space becomes scarce, which is where the value of the sunflower pot truly shines. Moreover, after clearing 30 levels, you unlock the path to the Endless Abyss, a place filled with both opportunities and challenges, shadowed by the constant threat of death. The Endless Abyss is just as the name suggests, one wrong move and you fall into the void, never to return. That is why many turn pale at the mere mention of it. And in that place, the utility of the sunflower pot can be exploited to its absolute limit. Perhaps this card does not do much in normal situations, but it can produce unexpected results in specific locations.
Chen PH already scared.
Seeing Chen Yu stunned, Chen An curled the corner of his mouth slightly. Aside from the pea shooter, all his cards were variant plants. This was the innate confidence and strength of a scion from a prestigious family. So what if he is a 6-star bronze? So what if I, Chen An, am a level lower than him? Battles are not just about levels, they are about tactics and card strength. Just as Chen An was fantasizing about Chen Yu kneeling on the ground, hugging his legs and begging for forgiveness, a rustling sound suddenly came from the front. Chen An frowned and looked up sharply, only to see a conehead zombie crawling out from the tombstone in the middle lane, along with a wisp of black energy drifting toward Chen Yu.
Tombstone value plus 50. How is that possible?
Why can a tombstone summon a conehead zombie? Chen An stared at the conehead zombie, wearing its small leather hat and swaying nearby, and rubbed his eyes in utter disbelief. Unfortunately, Chen Yu had no intention of acknowledging him, leaving Chen An to his own wild speculations and inner turmoil. Under Chen An's gaze, Chen Yu placed another damaged tombstone in the second lane. This really rattled Chen An. He had not even figured out why Chen Yu's tombstone could summon a conehead zombie before Chen Yu went and placed another one.
How does he manage that?
Does he even have enough tombstone value? Chen An felt his worldview collapsing. even suspecting for a moment if he had been deceived by some kind of illusion spell cast by Chen Yu. What happened next completely shattered Chen Yu's values, causing his already overtaxed brain to crash. Chen Yu placed 5 tombstones across the 5 lanes, and after hoarding enough value, he summoned 3 Gargantuar zombies in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lanes. It is worth noting that if the spot where a Gargantuar tries to summon a tombstone is already occupied, it will summon it on a random plot of land instead. Chen Yu had originally feared that overlaps would cause the summon to fail, so he had summoned the Gargantuars in different positions to avoid that. But man proposes, God disposes. The Gargantuars in the 2nd and 3rd lanes still overlapped on one tombstone, and it was this very tombstone that led Chen Yu to discover this trait. On the other hand, Chen Yu had only managed to plant 5 sunflower pots, each topped with a frozen fume shroom. Compared to the traditional fume shroom, the frozen fume shroom added a crowd control effect and only cost 100 sun. Keep in mind that the frozen fume shroom's bullet damage is identical to the snow pea, but it costs 75 sun less, a perfect example of cost-effectiveness. Let us all charge together. Chen Yu smirked as he looked at Chen Yu's lineup. He had thought Chen Yu was something special, but was this really it? He had already broken Chen Yu's composure using only damaged tombstones and Gargantuar zombies. Was there even any point in continuing? How can you control zombies? Why do they understand what you say? This is not fair, you must be cheating. Chen Yu shouted furiously at Chen Yu. His development was already slower than Chen Yu's, and now that Chen Yu could hoard zombies and make them charge in a mass wave, how was he even supposed to play? Do not blame the road for being rough if you cannot walk it. You scions of prestigious families can indeed crush most ordinary people with the resources accumulated by your families over generations. But you must realize that there is always someone better and someone above you. Someone will eventually awaken a talent far greater than yours. They say all roads lead to Rome, but you family scions were born in Rome. You never had to worry about losing your lives on the battle platform from the very beginning, and you could become awakened ones without a second thought. Let alone anything else, just looking at this alone, what right do you have to complain about unfairness? Do you think it is fair for your family to compete against students with no background at all? Chen Yu looked at the hysterical Chen and with a calm gaze, a faint, undetectable trace of mockery hanging on his lips. Is it unfair that someone else's talent is better than yours? Then is it fair that your background is stronger than theirs? Is it fair that you are born with access to vast resources that others can only dream of? It is not that fairness does not exist in the world, just that absolute fairness does not. Compared to a complete lack of fairness, relative fairness is already the best balance we have. As Chen Yu finished speaking, the zombies charging toward Chen Yu's base seemed encouraged, their running speed increasing by a notch. The frozen fume shrooms rapidly spat out sky-blue mushroom bullets, but faced with the sheer scale of the zombie army, their slowing effect seemed far too insignificant. The frozen fume shroom in the middle lane especially suffered. Just as it slowed the leading buckethead zombie, a conehead zombie would immediately push forward. It would fire another mushroom bullet to slow the conehead, only for the basic zombies behind it to rush up, never giving the frozen fume shroom a chance to breathe. Just as the zombies passed the halfway point, Chen Yu, who had been shouting and roaring, suddenly went quiet. You think this is the end? He looked up and gave Chen Yu a smile. I think you are absolutely right. There is no fairness in this world, and I have no right to talk about fairness. After all, I am the heir to the Qin family. Having said that, Chen Yu planted a red seed at his gate, and then, without waiting for the plant to sprout, turned and ran. Once he made it inside the house, that red seed instantly sprouted into a plant resembling a cherry bomb, but with a cherry at the front and a jalapeno at the back. What on earth is that? Chen Yu was slightly stunned as he looked at the strange plant not far away, which looked like a cross between a cherry bomb and a jalapeno. As he narrowed his eyes, information about the plant appeared before him. Names: jalapeno cherry bomb. Rank 3 stars. Description: a product of the abyssal void. It is said to be the offspring of a jalapeno and a cherry bomb. To bring it into the world, both parents exhausted all their energy and fused with a legendary star of destruction, granting it a devastating full-screen explosion. A 3-star card. Chen Yu was shocked. This was his first time seeing a 3-star card. He did not expect Chen Yu to have fused one. Truly, it was worthy of being a top-tier noble family. With a thunderous roar, the zombies across all 5 lanes were swallowed by the wave of flames and reduced to ash, scattering in the wind. Is this a double-layered blast? Chen Yu keenly noted that, as the jalapenos' flames engulfed the screen, a cherry-style explosion also occurred within a 3-grid radius of the plant itself. In other words, this jalapeno cherry bomb was enough to one-shot a full-health Gargantuar. However, nothing is absolute. This is not the Plants vs. Zombies game from his past life after all. Planting here does not take effect immediately, as it requires time to sprout and mature. Although the sprouting time is not long, between 5 and 15 seconds, plant-type job holders must plant them manually, which also takes time. If Chen had waited until the zombies were about to enter his house to plant it, even if the jalapeno cherry bomb could wipe them out, it would have been too late. Once a zombie enters the house, it is an instant victory. 6 minutes have passed and it is almost over. You have run out of trump cards, have not you? Why not just admit defeat? Chen pulled a chair from his house and sat by the door. His plants were completely unscathed while all of Chen Yu's zombies had been wiped out. What did Chen Yu have left to fight with? Who told you this was my trump card? Seeing the undisguised mockery in Chen An's eyes, Chen Yu tilted his head and asked back with curiosity. HMPH, stop putting on an act. I do not believe you have any other cards up your sleeve. Chen An snorted, his expression unchanged, but he stood up instinctively and walked to the center lane to collect sun and plant more flora. Tug? What kind of plant is that? Chen Yu was stunned at the sight of the plant Chen An placed. It was not that he was ignorant, but that was a sun shroom. How could a production plant like the sun shroom turn into an offensive one? Name: sun shroom launcher. Rank: 2 stars. Description: the sun shroom spent some time studying at the plant academy. It learned trajectory techniques from its predecessor, the kernel pult, and mastered them through tireless effort. Now, while producing sun, it can also attack enemies. The small sun shroom fires corn kernels like a kernel pult, and the large one fires butter. Come to think of it, the cards Chen infused seem to all revolve around sun. Sun pots, sun shroom launchers, they are all highly practical. And do not forget, a sun shroom launcher only costs 50 sun. Stunned are not you, this is the strength and foundation of my Chen family. How could you possibly understand? Chen An laughed heartily, his gaze toward Chen Yu full of arrogance. Although he did not say it out loud, his face was written with a sense of superiority. Honestly, you look like a clown. Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. People always say there is always someone better, why would not this guy listen? Before Chen An could respond, Chen Yu summoned a blind box zombie at the very front of the middle lane. As the zombie descended from the sky, its next step carried it into Chen An's base. Pad. The ice shrooms and sun shroom launchers began attacking the zombie. Within half a minute, the blind box on the zombie's head was beaten to shreds. Bang! As the box was completely destroyed, a puff of smoke rose, enveloping the zombie within. What on earth does it change form when the box is broken? Chen An squinted at the smoke not far ahead. For some reason, an uneasy premonition rose in his heart. In an instant, the smoke cleared. Chen An stared in shock at the Zamboni that had appeared where the blind box zombie had been. He never expected his premonition to come true so quickly. He knew that the damage from his ice shrooms and sun shroom launchers was not enough to take down a full-health Zamboni. Moreover, he had not even figured out how that zombie, which looked like a basic zombie wearing a box, had turned into a Zamboni. It seemed like it transformed the moment his plants destroyed the box on its head. And if he destroyed the Zamboni, would it turn into yet another zombie? Chen An's mind was in turmoil. He did not dare to act rashly, so he could only watch as the ice machine drew closer. Chen Yu was not aware of Chen An's current state of mind. He was watching the frozen Zamboni with curiosity as it drove forward. This frozen Zamboni only had half its health left, but that half was equivalent to the full health of a standard Zamboni. Seeing the vehicle getting closer, Chen An's heart jumped into his throat. His jalapeno cherry bomb had not finished cooling down, and currently he could only watch as the frozen Zamboni pushed relentlessly forward. As time passed, the situation grew increasingly tense. The Zamboni was only about 4 grids away from Chen An's house. Fortunately, the cooldown for the jalapeno cherry bomb ended, and the anxiety on Chen An's face eased slightly. Phew. Thank goodness I made it, otherwise I would have almost lost. Chen An let out a sigh of relief while his hands kept moving without pause. Within seconds, he had planted the seed of the jalapeno cherry bomb into the soil. Since the last and second-to-last grids of the middle lane were already filled with plants, Chen An could only plant it in the third-to-last grid. However, according to his calculations, planting it in the third-to-last grid would be perfectly fine. It would explode before the ice machine reached it. Just as Chen An was full of confidence and preparing to see Chen Yu suffer, the latter gave him a strange smile. That smile made him feel as if he were being watched like a circus clown, making his skin crawl. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for him to have any other tricks up his sleeve. Chen An glared at Chen Yu with bloodshot eyes. He firmly believed that Chen Yu was bluffing, just trying to scare him. What? Gurgle. In an instant, the jalapeno cherry bomb matured. Just as the jalapeno cherry bomb was restless and about to explode, a layer of frost appeared on its body. The cherry bomb, which had been as red as could be, actually turned green. What is going on? Chen stood stunned, staring at the jalapeno cherry bomb that had been frozen into an ice sculpture. How could his 3-star card possibly be frozen? But the facts were right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. In the end, with no way to turn the tide, Chen had no choice but to surrender. He knew Bai Yi had been watching the fight the whole time. He had intended to use a 3-star card to show off his formidable strength to her, but he never expected to lose after playing such a card. After returning to reality, Chen Yu beckoned to Qin An, handed over that ice spike root. As the young master of the Qin family, you should not be the type to welch on a bet, right? HMPH, with my status, how could I possibly welch on a bet? With a livid expression, Qin took the ice spike root out of his inventory and threw it forward. Kid, do not think you're so amazing just because you won this time. This is only the beginning. Once I obtain more family resources, the gap between us will only grow wider. Enjoy this victory, it is enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. Having said that, Chen walked straight out of the sparring room, not even glancing at Bai Yi as he left. He had lost too much face today. As the heir to the Qin family, when had he ever suffered such grievances? Although his reputation was not great, he was an expert in drinking and merrymaking, changed girlfriends frequently, and always kept his true strength hidden. He was not actually weak. He had wanted to play the part of a fool, hiding his talent like in the novels, only to have his face slapped so hard that both cheeks were swollen. His cheeks burned at the memory of his cringy actions when he first played dumb, and then pulled out the jalapeno cherry bomb. How embarrassing. Simply too embarrassing. It is the ultimate humiliation. Chen Yu and Bai Yi did not know what was going through Qin An's mind. Chen Yu was currently staring blankly at the card in his hand. Name: Ice Spike Root. Grade: 2-star. Description: a small spike root accidentally entered a land of extreme cold. Due to its tenacious vitality, it miraculously survived and gained greater power. Now its attacks carry the aura of frost, doubling the damage and having a chance to freeze the enemy for 1 second, though its attack frequency has decreased. He wondered if the descriptions in the zombie compendium were just background lore or existed in reality. If the latter, then it was worth digging deeper. What is wrong? Seeing Chen Yu lost in thought while staring at the card, Bai Yi reached out and waved her hand in front of him. Nothing, just thinking about something. Chen Yu scratched his head and smiled, then handed the card over. Here, this card is very important for you at this stage. I believe that with this, your strength can reach a new level. Bai Yi was flattered as she looked at the card Chen Yu forced into her hand. This is the card you won. It has nothing to do with me. You have already done great by making that guy Chen lose face. I cannot accept this card. How about this? I will trade you for it. Tell me which zombie cards you want, and I will trade you for this 2-star ice spike root with zombie cards of equal value. Hearing this, Chen Yu smiled helplessly. I only helped fight because I already received the payment of 3 zombie cards. Since I won this victory, the spoils of war should naturally belong to you. Do not refuse. No, that is not how it works. Bai Yi shook her head stubbornly, one thing at a time. You helped me fight because you were paid, but you were the one who won the battle, so the spoils are naturally yours. The two went back and forth, neither wanting the ice spike root, as if it were a hot potato. In the end, with both taking a step back, the ice spike root found its way into Bai Yi's pocket. The result of the negotiation was that Chen Yu could choose those 3 zombie cards himself. Bai Yi had originally intended for the 3 zombie cards to include 1 2-star card and 2 1-star cards. But Chen Yu considered that he could not go to the Bai family to pick them out himself, and others' 2-star cards varied wildly in strength, far inferior to the ones he could fuse himself, so he simply asked for 3 1-star cards. These 3 cards were the football zombie card, the Gargantuar zombie card, and the disco zombie card. Having obtained the ice spike root, Bai Yi did not linger in the black market and took a private car home immediately. Chen Yu called Su Binglin, who had just finished buying her cards, and the two met up at the black market. So did you get the drunk zombie? Su Binglin smiled, hooked her arm around Chen Yu's shoulder, and raised an eyebrow. I got it, Chen Yu nodded. I just ran into some dramatic situation. Since the protagonist happened to be my classmate, I ended up getting involved. Chen Yu briefly recounted what had just happened, from seeing Bai Yi to Qin and leaving in a huff, and how he and Bai Yi had said their goodbyes. The young master of the Qin family, I have heard of him. I did not expect him to be hiding so much. Usually he acts like a spoiled playboy, but in reality he holds all sorts of 2-star cards, even 3-star ones. As expected of a Qin family heir, Su Binglin said with some emotion. But do not you worry. Although the Qin family is a top-tier noble clan, their sphere of influence is limited to Jiangnan City. If they dare to play dirty and launch a sneak attack, I would rather bow and apologize to the old man than let them have it easy. Su Binglin changed the subject, giving Chen Yu a sense of reassurance. From her words, it was clear she did not fear the Qin family. In fact, the Su family could easily handle them, or Su Binglin would not have spoken with such unshakable confidence. As Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, he grew curious. Sister Lan, what exactly is the conflict between you and the Su family? Why have not I heard you mention it in all these 3 years? You have to realize that the new year is a time for family reunions, yet Su Binglin never went back. She always spent New Year's with him, the two of them together. It is nothing, a child like you should not worry about these things. Su Binglin leaned her entire body against Chen Yu's shoulder. She lazily reached out to pinch his cheek, but a flash of reminiscence and sadness crossed her eyes. What the heck, I am not a child anymore. I am capable of sharing some of your burdens. Hearing Su Binglin call him a child, Chen Yu was a bit unconvinced. He was already an adult, how could she describe him as a child? Su Binglin took one look at Chen Yu and then burst into loud laughter, though a crystalline tear slid from the corner of her eye as she did. Little Yu, it is useless for you to know these things now. It would only add to your troubles. If you really want to share the burden for your sister, then surpass me as quickly as you can. Once you have surpassed me, I will tell you everything. Having said that, Su Binglin said no more, pulled Chen Yu away from the black market, started the car and headed toward home. After returning home, Chen Yu realized it was quite late, so he took a shower and went to bed. Early the next morning, he was woken up from his drowsy state by a series of knocks at the door. By the time he got dressed and prepared to answer the door, he found that Su Binglin had already beaten him to it. Seeing Chen Yu and Su Binglin both looking just woken up and wearing pajamas, Bai Yi, who was standing at the doorway, was stunned. What is this? Hearing Bai Yi, Chen Yu glanced at Su Binglin and quickly explained, she is my sister. You did not see her last time because she was sleeping. Usually she stays in bed for at least half an hour before getting up, so it is quite a rare occasion that she got up early today. You brat, is that how you talk about your sister? I only sleep in occasionally, alright. It is not like I stay in bed every day, and even when I do, it is not for half an hour. Su Binglin pinched Chen Yu's ear and gave it a hard twist, making him hiss in pain. Watching their expressions and actions, Bai Yi realized she had misunderstood and quickly apologized. Sorry, I misunderstood just now. I came over today to bring you the zombie cards. The cards you wanted are all here, take a look. With that, Bai Yi handed over the exquisite gift box she was holding. Chen Yu took the box and opened it. It was indeed the football zombie card, Giga Gargantuar zombie card, and dancing zombie card he had asked for. Just as Chen Yu was about to exchange a few pleasantries with Bai Yi, he looked up only to find that she was already gone. Sis, where did she go? Chen Yu turned his head to look at Su Binglin and asked curiously. You mean that little girl from just now? She seems to have run off out of shyness. Su Binglin shrugged. You should at least tell people your basic information before they meet your family. Now it is so awkward and it made her misunderstand our relationship. If I were her, I would run away too. Sis, what are you thinking? She and I are just ordinary classmates. I have not even met her more than 5 times. She is the Bai Yi I told you about last night, Chen Yu said, his head covered in black lines. Oh, I see. In that case, I will not worry about it. Su Binglin yawned with sleepy eyes, then waved at Chen Yu and returned to her room to continue sleeping. Chen Yu, however, no longer had the heart to sleep. There was no choice. Now that the cards were in his hands, it would be unjustifiable not to synthesize them. As Chen Yu quickly returned to his room, he summoned the zombie handbook in his mind. The moment the 6 cards were dropped into the synthesis page, endless darkness swallowed the entire room. If anyone else had been there, they would have been shocked to find not a single ray of light in the room, pitch black, where one could feel their own body but see nothing at all. As the owner of the zombie handbook, Chen Yu was unaffected by the lack of vision. In fact, he felt a strange affinity with the black radiance. In less than a minute, 3 brand new powerful cards appeared in Chen Yu's hand. Name: Ace Football Zombie. Grade: 2 stars. Introduction: the former football zombie was arrogant, believing no opponent could withstand 3 moves from him. He met the legendary Gargantuar zombie and was taught a harsh lesson. Later, he went to Zombie Academy for 2.5 years of advanced study focusing on his craft. He transformed from an ordinary football zombie into the Ace Football Zombie. His red uniform turned black, and his attack, defense, speed, and health were greatly enhanced. Name: Iron-Blooded Giga Gargantuar Zombie. Grade: 2 stars. Introduction: the Gargantuar zombie is the boss of the zombie world, the strongest besides Dr. Zombos. No one is his match. Many speculate that the imp zombie on his back is his son, but in reality, the imp is the Gargantuar's older brother. At the imp's suggestion, the Gargantuar put on iron-blooded armor, significantly increasing his defense and health. Name: Benevolent Dancing Zombie. Grade: 2 stars. Introduction: over a long period, the dancing zombie learned courtly etiquette and the system of abdication. Upon entering the field, he quickly summons 4 backup dancers. If one goes the wrong way or dies, it will be resummoned. Every 3 summons, he can awaken a sleeping zombie from a tombstone. Each tombstone awakens 1 zombie. If the dancing zombie dies, he will randomly abdicate his throne to a backup dancer. The dancer who receives the throne can perform summons and can abdicate the throne again, but cannot awaken zombies from tombstones. Looking at the descriptions of the 3 cards, Chen Yu first rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then threw his head back and laughed. These 3 cards are more overpowered than the last. First is this ace football zombie. Is not this just a nameless version of the black football grandmaster? This guy is not only super fast but also incredibly durable. Without using torch trees, even 3 machine gun shooters cannot do anything to him, and he might even wipe them out. As for the iron-blooded Giga Gargantuar zombie, Chen Yu had not heard of it, but judging from the pattern on the card, such heavy armor must be very durable. And the benevolent dancing zombie goes without saying, it is a version-defining unit. If you use a specific strategy to keep the dancing zombie summoning, what level could you not beat? Thinking of this, Chen Yu entered the battle platform directly. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 40 days. Does the job changer wish to start the battle now?
Yes.
Chen Yu did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Zombies will arrive at the homestead in 5 minutes. Please choose your zombies for battle as soon as possible. Damaged tombstone, benevolent dancing zombie, blind box zombie, knife-wielding newspaper zombie, sled zombie team, parasol buckethead zombie. Chen Yu made his card slot selections quickly. Soon 5 minutes passed in a flash. The first wave of zombies is about to attack. As the skull icon appeared on the bottom left of the panel, a group of zombies wearing black suits started walking toward them. The lead zombie was huge, looking like a small mountain. Every step it took, green zombie oil slid off its body, looking especially disgusting. From Chen Yu's perspective, he discovered that the attributes of these black-suited zombies were similar to that of a conehead zombie. If it were a mindless conehead zombie chewing against one, the win rate would be about 1. But if a sentient conehead zombie were to strike, it would definitely be able to solo this black-suited zombie. As for the lead fat mountain zombie in front, there is no need to mention it. It is a direct counterpart to the Giga Gargantuar zombie, though its attributes are slightly inferior to the Giga Gargantuar. But this guy has a very disgusting skill, which is zombie oil attack. If splashed by the zombie oil from its body, you will be corroded at best or die immediately at worst. And the black-suited zombies walking on the oil can increase their movement speed. Chen Yu did not hesitate and placed a damaged tombstone in the middle lane, while those black-suited zombies began to walk in from outside the homestead. Perhaps because of the improved quality of the zombies, there were only 20 black-suited zombies this time, and they entered in batches. Only 10 entered in the first batch. 2 went to the first lane, 3 went to the second lane, and 5 went to the third lane, while the remaining 2 lanes were safe.
What?
Gurgle, gurgle. Before long, movement came from the damaged tombstone. A buckethead zombie climbed out of the tombstone, its eyes wide open. It looked at the 5 zombies in black suits walking together nearby without any tension. Instead, there was a faint sense of excitement. Tombstone value plus 50. As the tombstone value arrived, Chen Yu immediately placed a tombstone in the last column of the first lane. Because the home base had expanded, the development time had increased, and the number of times a tombstone could be summoned also increased to 3 or 5, at least no fewer than 3. This was all thanks to the terrain changes and the production speed of the damaged tombstone itself. If either were missing, this effect would not be possible. What followed was a boring period of placing tombstones. If Chen Yu were using a 1-star tombstone, he definitely would not be as calm as he was now, without even a hint of tension on his face. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. The damaged tombstone was simply too impressive. Chen Yu only needed to follow the routine and place the tombstones, everything else could be left to the tombstones. In no time at all, there were 2 damaged tombstones in the middle lane, and 2 in each of the first and second lanes. The zombies they summoned had already started engaging the black-suited zombies. I do not know if it was Chen Yu's luck or the spawn rate of the damaged tombstones, but all 3 lanes had buckethead zombies, especially the middle one, which summoned 2 at once.
Thud, thud, thud.
As time passed, the black-suited zombies fell one after another under the attacks of the zombies. Seeing this, the fatty mountain zombie, as the leader, could not sit still anymore. It raised its head to the sky and let out a roar, then stepped into the home base with heavy strides. But what Chen Yu did not expect was that those black-suited zombies just stood outside unmoved after the fatty mountain zombie entered the base, as if waiting for something. Chen Yu thought about it for a moment, but since he could not guess the zombie's intentions, he decided not to dwell on it. This fatty mountain zombie was not some incredibly powerful foe. there was no need to take it seriously. However, the zombies summoned by the damaged tombstones alone probably could not defeat the fatty mountain zombie. After all, its sheer mass could not be underestimated. So Chen Yu politely placed a mystery box zombie in the middle lane. As the mystery box zombie quickly walked up to the fatty mountain zombie, the latter swung a fist, smashing the box on the zombie's head to pieces. He expected a powerful zombie capable of turning the tide to appear as it always did, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be just a regular zombie. Roar! The fatty mountain zombie was taken aback when the zombie whose head it had just smashed grew a new one. Did not it just crush this guy? How did it grow a new head and stand before him again? The fatty mountain zombie could not figure it out. With the intelligence of a 1-year-old child, it could not comprehend this, but that did not stop it from throwing another punch. Bang! As the fatty mountain zombie threw the punch, Chen Yu, standing not far away, turned around helplessly inside. He truly could not bear to watch the regular zombie get killed by the fatty mountain zombie. After waiting 5 seconds, Chen Yu finally turned back. But what he did not expect was that the scene he anticipated did not happen. That regular zombie, which he thought was doomed, was frantically gnawing at the fatty mountain zombie, and no matter how much the fatty mountain zombie hit it, it dealt 0 damage. Tug, what the heck is this? Chen Yu rubbed his eyes, staring at the scene in disbelief. Could someone tell him what was going on? Why did the fatty mountain zombie's punches have no effect on the regular zombie? You have to know that the fatty mountain zombie's 500 attack power is no joke. Not to mention a regular zombie, even a traffic cone zombie would be knocked out in 1 hit. But soon Chen Yu discovered the clue. It turned out the problem was not with the fatty mountain zombie, but with the regular zombie itself. The mystery box zombie's trait is to transform into a zombie recorded in the zombie almanac, and the health of the randomized zombie is also random. This randomization has no upper or lower limit. In other words, the zombie could have 1 point of health or infinite health. And that regular zombie nearby, which had brought down the fatty mountain zombie, had 500 million health. Seeing that the 500 million health regular zombie had only walked halfway, Chen Yu shouted at it, "Regular zombie, do not walk so fast. Move at your slowest speed and help me fight another wave." "Yes, my master." The regular zombie replied respectfully upon hearing Chen Yu's command, then started walking forward at its slowest pace. The second wave of zombies will arrive at the home base in 40 days. Does the career changer wish to start the battle now? Yes. Chen Yu pumped his fist in excitement. The zombies will arrive in 3 minutes. Please select the zombies you wish to deploy. Damaged tombstone, disco zombie, mystery box zombie, knife-wielding newspaper zombie, bobsled zombie team, and ace football zombie. Chen Yu's card selection was similar to the last round, but he replaced the umbrella buckethead zombie with the ace football zombie. This is not to say the ace football zombie is stronger than the umbrella buckethead. It is just that Chen Yu did not need the umbrella buckethead right now. After all, there is a cheaper alternative in the mystery box zombie. The second wave of zombies is about to strike. A group of cavalry zombies riding zombie horses appeared outside the home base. They were all well equipped. Although there were only 10 of them, each was equivalent to a standard football zombie, and their horses could also defend. The lead cavalry captain zombie was armed with a long spear, possessing an exceptionally wide attack range. Even standing 2 tiles in front of it would still be hit. Form ranks. Charge forward and remember who gave us new life, who gave us homeless souls this gear. The cavalry captain zombie shouted while pointing in Chen Yu's direction. Compared to the mindless fatty mountain zombie, the cavalry captain zombie was clearly much smarter, as evidenced by its fluent speech. Combined with its gold equipment, which stood out from the other cavalry, and what it just said, Chen Yu could not help but suspect this well-equipped cavalry was sent by the zombie queen. What? Chen Yu watched with a solemn expression as the cavalry troop quickly entered his homestead. Just as they were about to scatter into the 5 lanes, the zombie cavalry captain let out a roar. "Follow me, charge forward." As the zombie cavalry captain stepped into the middle lane, the other zombie cavalrymen followed in perfect formation. Tug. Chen Yu stared, dumbfounded, at the absurd tactical maneuvers of the zombie cavalry captain. If he did not know any better, he would have thought the zombie captain was a paid actor he had hired himself. I mean, of all the places to go, why pick the middle lane? It is like asking for trouble. Chen Yu's heart had been pounding uncontrollably, but this guy's move somehow calmed his racing heart and shaky hands. Crush his skull. The zombie cavalry captain noticed Chen Yu's expression shift from surprise to boredom and flew into a rage, pulling on the reins to accelerate and charge. As for the ordinary zombies strolling along the path, it did not even pay them any mind, simply dashing straight through. Splat! The spear flew from the captain's hand as its body lost balance and tumbled backward, rider and horse crashing to the ground.
How is this possible? How can this be?
The captain looked in disbelief at the mundane, ordinary zombie in front of him. How could this good-for-nothing creature easily block its charge?
Crunch, crunch.
Ignoring the captain, the ordinary zombie stared calmly and began to frantically devour the captain's mount. In the blink of an eye, the zombie horse was eaten to death. Stripped of its mount and weapon, the zombie cavalry captain could only resort to using its fists against the ordinary zombie. But no matter how it attacked, it could not inflict any real damage on the ordinary zombie, and instead found itself covered in wounds.
Help me.
As its health continued to drop, the captain finally panicked and shouted to the cavalry behind it. Seeing this, the other cavalrymen rushed over, jerking their reins to make their horses rear up and kick out at the ordinary zombie. If there were no rules in place, the ordinary zombie would have been sent flying dozens of meters away. But unfortunately, in this world, there are no ifs.
Rules are rules.
Even if those rules were meant to restrain zombies in the first place. Under Chen Yu's watchful eyes, this elite-equipped cavalry troop died at the hands of the ordinary zombie. Until the very moment of its death, the captain could not figure out why its superior gear could not beat a single, plain, ordinary zombie. With the help of the 500 million health ordinary zombie, Chen Yu felt divinely assisted and easily pushed through the 7th floor. It is worth mentioning that the stats of the 5th wave boss zombie were barely half of the captain's, which confirmed to Chen Yu that the cavalry was sent by the zombie queen specifically to ambush him. It is just a shame he was even stronger than he was yesterday, and the zombie cards he obtained were getting increasingly powerful. Added to that, his luck was decent, with blind box zombies repeatedly saving him from dire straits, making it quite difficult for the zombie queen to get the better of him. Chen Yu cleared 2 more floors, fighting from day into night, from the 7th floor all the way to the 10th. No one expected Chen Yu to have reached the 2nd boss floor while still in the bronze potential ranking phase. Information about Chen Yu had spread far and wide, and even the authorities noticed this highly promising newcomer. Inside the office of the deputy chief of the Guardian Bureau, a woman in a white shirt leaned back in her chair, carefully examining the sheet of paper in her hand. Her long, deep purple hair fell naturally like a waterfall, and beneath her straight bangs were indifferent violet eyes that made no attempt to hide their coldness. The dim light from an old desk lamp illuminated her cold, beautiful face. Interesting, the woman smiled with genuine interest. It has been a long time since I have seen such a promising talent. I did not expect him to be your younger brother. As she spoke, her gaze shifted from the paper to Su Binglin, who was sitting across the desk.
I think you can drop the didn't expect.
Su Binglin rested one hand on the desk, her bare-faced features leaning slightly to the side, looking entirely languid and peeved.
Binglin, you have done a great service this time.
Su Kaiyan stood up from her seat and walked to the window. Her delicate hand lifted the curtain, her gaze calm as she overlooked the nocturnal scenery. Do not say that. I only mentioned it to Xiao Yu. It was not certain he would come. If you had not given me his files, I would not even have known the kid had already reached bronze 9 stars and is about to tackle the 2nd boss floor. Hearing this, Su Kaiyan shook her head with a smile. No, that is not the great service I am talking about. You must find a way to get your brother into the Guardian Bureau. A talent like this must not be corrupted by those chaebol families. Whatever their families or conglomerates can offer, we can offer as well. But what we can provide, they certainly cannot. As an official organization, the Guardian Bureau possesses endless resources. Once a member of the Guard, one can enjoy benefits exclusive to official personnel. Resource exchange follows a point system. For every mission completed, you earn corresponding points. Keep in mind, missions at the Guardian Bureau are not mandatory but assigned. You do them if you want, and if you do not, no one will force you. However, each member must complete at least 3 missions a month, even if they are just the most basic bronze-level tasks. As long as the quota is met, it is enough. Su Binglin shook her head and said, seriously, Kaiyan, I cannot force Xiao Yu's will. His life should be decided by himself. I will not let him go through the same pain I suffered. But I can assure you that Xiao Yu will never be corrupted by those families or conglomerates. I have already told him briefly about the existence of the Su family, and given his foresight, he certainly will not bother with those people. Hearing this, a complex look flashed in Su Kaiyan's eyes. She and Su Binglin both belonged to the Su family, but she was officially appointed by the family to hold this position, while Su Jiao left home after a massive falling out with them. What if the Su family sends someone after him? Su Kaiyan fell silent for a moment before asking. The Su family will not send anyone, and even if they did, I would not let them take Xiao Yu away. Su Binglin replied firmly. Su Kaiyan said nothing more, only staring with deep, thoughtful eyes at the bustling traffic outside the window, wondering what she was contemplating. Early mornings. A phone call woke Chen Yu from his sleep. He instinctively grabbed his phone to check, and to his surprise, it was a call from Bai Yi. "Hello, is something the matter, classmate Bai?" Chen Yu lay in bed with his eyes squinted, propping the phone against his ear so he could continue lying comfortably while answering the call. "Cannot I call you if there is nothing wrong?" Bai Yi asked with a light chuckle. "I suppose you could, but that is not really your style. As the old saying goes, you do not visit a temple without a reason. You must have something to ask of me, otherwise you would not be calling me so early in the morning." Although Chen Yu was lying in bed, his mind was sharp. From the way Bai Yi's voice sounded unlike her usual self, he knew something unusual was definitely afoot. "Fine, nothing ever gets past you." Bai Yi laughed helplessly, her voice, which she had been intentionally softening, returning to its usual cool and aloof tone. "I am not calling you on my own behalf this time, but rather to extend an olive branch from the Bai family. Given your potential, as soon as you join the Bai family, you would be cultivated as a trump card, and all sorts of resources would be poured into you. You also know that my father's profession is zombie master. He has many rare zombie cards in his collection, which we can deliver to you immediately if you agree. Furthermore, our Bai family controls a tunnel leading to the zombie planet. The powerful zombies in that area have been cleared out, leaving only bronze tier zombies for our juniors to practice on." Hearing this, Chen Yu was startled and hurriedly asked, "How was this tunnel to the zombie planet obtained? Is it safe to go back and forth? What if a stronger zombie suddenly appears? Would not that be a death sentence?" Chen Yu could not afford to take this lightly. After all, the zombie queen had her eyes on him. If he went to the zombie planet and was discovered by her, he would be doomed. Bai Yi pondered for a moment before replying, "I do not know how it was obtained. Secrets of that level are only held by the top brass. Even with my status, I am not privy to that information. As for safety, you can rest assured. The zombie planet is different from our blue star. It is divided into many sectors which you could think of as game dungeons. Generally speaking, they would not rashly wander into another zombie's territory." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's heart sank instead of feeling relieved. It seemed he was destined to have nothing to do with the zombie planet. Unless he could grow to a strength equal to the zombie queen, going there would simply be seeking death. "What is wrong? Are you still there?" Bai Yi waited a while, and when she found there was no sound from Chen Yu, she quickly asked. "I am here," Chen Yu nodded. "But being cultivated as a trump card must come with a price, right? If you invest in me and I decide to run away, what then?" "It is simple. Before joining our Bai family, you would need to sign an agreement obtained from the battle platform. Once signed, you can never violate its contents. To join the Bai family, you would have to sign an agreement to serve us forever." Bai Yi did not hide it from Chen Yu and answered truthfully. "The other families are the same, are not they?" Chen Yu asked. "Yes, whether it is our Bai family or any other, even the top-tier families in the country operate this way. In fact, their agreements are even stricter than those of us smaller families." Bai Yi nodded in response. "Then I will not consider it. Compared to being a servant for these families, I prefer my freedom. Besides, with my talent, these so-called resources are merely icing on the cake." Chen Yu declined Bai Yi's request. Bai Yi smiled, looking completely unsurprised. "I knew you would refuse. If my guess is correct, your zombie illustrated guide has functions beyond what you told Teacher Liu. You have been hiding something, like the fact that you can always produce novel zombie cards." Hearing Bai Yi say this, Chen Yu gave a non-committal response. He had long known that his talent for crafting cards could not be kept hidden forever, and since Bai Yi had watched him spar many times, it was not surprising she could guess it. "Do you want me to keep guessing?" The corners of Bai Yi's mouth rose slightly, her cold and flawless face full of pride. "No need," Chen Yu shook his head. "I might as well tell you my zombie illustrated guide can synthesize zombie cards. As long as I have 3 identical zombie cards, I can synthesize a 1-star higher zombie card, and they are definitely not junk. They are all powerful cards worthy of use." Hearing Chen Yu say this, despite being mentally prepared, Chen Yi still could not help but widen her eyes. 3 identical cards can be synthesized into a higher level card, and there are never any duds. They are all usable cards. What kind of concept is this? It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Yu's talent could crush all other card synthesis talents in existence. It would not be an overstatement to say he could stomp all over the world's card synthesis masters. You have to realize that other card synthesis masters need to prepare a large amount of materials and go through various complicated steps, only to have a 30 to 50% chance of successfully creating a powerful card. And you should know that buying a card from a synthesis master and paying for their services are 2 different things. Buying cards from a synthesis master is just paying the market price, but hiring one to synthesize cards requires paying a hefty service fee, and you have to provide all the materials yourself. The master only handles the synthesis process. Bai Yi tentatively asked Chen Yu, how much do you charge to synthesize a card? What is the market price? Chen Yu asked. Market prices vary. 1 million for a bronze tier master, 3 million for a silver tier master, 6 million for a gold tier master, and so on. The prices I am quoting are averages. Some very reliable bronze tier masters charge 2 to 3 million, while the less stable ones charge around 500,000 to 1 million. The specific price depends on the individual. Bai Yi did not hide anything and told him the honest market prices she was aware of. She could tell from Chen Yu's tone that he really did not know the going rates, but that did not mean she would try to take advantage of him by lying. Even if she managed to get some powerful cards by taking advantage of him once, what about after that? Once Chen Yu found out, their friendship would instantly fall apart and he might never help her with synthesis again. That was not the result she wanted. She wanted to build a connection with Chen Yu, a young talent with immense potential, and getting help with synthesis was just a bonus. Alright, I understand. It will cost 1 million to synthesize a card with me. If I cannot synthesize a usable card, I will not charge a single cent, Chen Yu said after some thought. Great, I will be in touch when I have a need. Bai Yi and Chen Yu chatted for a few more moments before hanging up the phone. The Qin family villa. Inside Qin An's room. Damn it all to hell. Qinan paced back and forth in his room with a gloomy face. Yesterday, he used his connections to find out that Chen Yu was just an ordinary person with no background whatsoever. Just as he was about to make a move against Chen Yu, he suddenly discovered that the sister who adopted Chen Yu was no ordinary person, but someone from the Su family, which was even more terrifying than the Qin family. Even he, as the young master of the Qin family, dared not act rashly. However, he had come up with a plan, such as luring Su Binglin away and then having his death squad take Chen Yu down with them, so Su Binglin would not be able to trace it back to him. But in just one day, Chen Yu went from a moderately well-known ordinary person to a top-tier genius that countless families were scrambling to recruit. Even his own father had mentioned it to him, suggesting that the young generation should mingle and get to know each other. Under these circumstances, he had no chance at all to make a move on Chen Yu. Luring Su Binglin away was already a high-risk gamble. Any slip-up would bring her crazy retaliation. Now that Chen Yu was so famous and so many families were visiting him, taking action now would be like lighting a lantern in a latrine, just asking for trouble. Just as Qin An was feeling incredibly agitated, the alluring woman lying on his bed woke up. Young Master Qin, why are you so angry as soon as I wake up? Did I not serve you well? The woman crawled out from under the covers, with a smile and teased Qin An's lower abdomen with her drop-dead gorgeous legs. Get lost, cannot you see I am busy and stressed? Qin An frowned and swatted her legs away. Even though they were long and fair, he was in no mood for that kind of thing right now, and it only added to his irritation. Young Master Qin, I just wanted to help you shoulder your burdens. The woman sobbed in a wronged manner, big tears welling up in her eyes, looking as if she were about to cry at any moment. Qin An looked at the woman feigning tears with impatience, but when he remembered she had only been with him for 3 days and he had not grown tired of her yet, his impatience faded. Go back for now, I have things to handle. I have already bought the designer bags and jewelry I promised you, and 1 million has been transferred to your card. If that is not enough, just let me know. Qin An walked over to the woman, tousled her hair, plucked a strand with his index finger and sniffed it gently, his tone full of tenderness. Alright, then I will head back. The woman nodded obediently, then quickly got dressed and left Qin An's room. She and Qin An were just playing a game. She was after his power and money, and he was after her beauty and every inch of her skin. She had researched Qin An's reputation before getting involved with him. He was a classic playboy who changed women faster than he changed his clothes. She did not believe she would be lucky enough to fly up the branch and become a phoenix, so she could only fish for as much as she could while they were still together. After all, the Qin family was not short on this kind of money. The 10th floor. Chen Yu looked at his home's environment with a stern expression. The grass that was once lush and dark had turned arid, the soil was severely parched and cracked, and the sun overhead was scorching, making one feel as if they would evaporate at any second. Forced into a corner, Chen Yu had no choice but to hide under the eaves. The effect of this drought and high-temperature environment was constant health depletion. Whether it was zombies or undead, as long as they were exposed to sunlight for more than 10 seconds, they would start losing health until they died under the sun. To be honest, this environment was extremely uncomfortable for both plant class and zombie class professions. Plant class users must place flower pots on the ground to grow plants, while zombie class users suffer constant health drain. After all, zombies and the undead are essentially corpses, and prolonged exposure to high temperatures accelerates their decay, which is one of the fundamental reasons for the constant health loss. Fortunately, tombstones do not suffer this constant drain. Otherwise, his chances of clearing this level would drop to the minimum, and he might even fall here. As for why he came to his home space so early, it was mainly because the phone calls to his mobile were constant, and he could not get a proper nap, so he just got up, had breakfast, and came here. Must say the battle platform has no signal, so once Chen Yu arrived, no one could call him anymore. The first wave of zombies will arrive in 50 days. Would the transferer like to begin the battle now? Let us do it now. Chen Yu hesitated for 2 seconds before making his choice. Zombies will arrive in 3 minutes. Please select your zombies for battle as soon as possible. Damaged tombstone, benevolent dancing zombie, blind box zombie, knife-wielding newspaper zombie, bobsled zombie team, umbrella shield buckethead zombie. As Chen Yu skillfully tapped on the interface, he quickly selected the zombies he would send into battle. The first wave of zombies is about to strike. The moment he finished setting his slots, a deafening sound came from the distance, as if some massive creature was marching this way. Chen Yu looked up and saw a group of zombies wearing primitive leather clothing riding zombie camels, approaching in full force. The leader was a full 3 meters tall, making even the Gargantuar look like a child in comparison. This guy was draped in camel hide, holding a massive camel bone and wearing a crown made from a camel's skull on his head. It looked incredibly shocking and terrifying. Because such environments rarely occur, his teacher had glossed over the zombie information for drought and high-temperature environments during classes at school. Thankfully, Chen Yu could see the information for everything. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard and met his end in the gutter. Name: Desert Primitive Zombie. Rank: Bronze level 9. Introduction: a primitive zombie from the desert. All its attributes match a normal zombie, but it and the zombie camel share one life. The zombie only dies if the zombie camel is defeated. Name: Desert Zombie Camel. Rank: Bronze level 9. Introduction: a mutated zombie camel from the desert. It has a gentle temperament, is non-aggressive, and moves slowly. However, it has tough hide and extremely high HP. It shares one life with the primitive zombie and only obeys the orders of that specific primitive zombie. Name: Desert Primitive Giant Monster Zombie. Rank: Bronze level 10. Introduction: a primitive giant zombie from the desert. Its body is massive, HP is extremely high, and attack power is very strong, but it moves slowly. It is said that he was once the #1 warrior of the desert tribe, gifted with natural strength but lacked strategy. He threw his life away at the age of 30. Information about this group of zombies soon appeared before Chen Yu's eyes. To Chen Yu's surprise, the desert zombie camel, despite its massive size, had no aggressive capabilities. Before Chen Yu could even finish his train of thought, the group of primitive zombies riding zombie camels slowly stepped onto his homeland. Although the description stated that zombie camels were non-aggressive, each step they took produced a massive sound, creating an intense sense of oppression. If Chen Yu had not repeatedly checked the description of the desert zombie camel to confirm it was correct, he would have suspected he had misread it. You call this non-aggressive? Surprise aside, Chen Yu knew he could not delay placing the tombstones, so he stuck to his usual routine and placed them in the middle lane. There were 20 zombies in this group, 19 primitive desert zombies and 1 primitive desert Gargantuar, not including the zombie camels. The primitive zombies riding the camels entered first, while the primitive Gargantuar stood outside the homeland and waited, according to the rules. Because the zombie camels were so slow, Chen Yu had plenty of time to build up. He placed damaged tombstones in all 5 lanes one after another, keeping 50 tombstone points in reserve to handle any emergencies. By then, the group of zombies riding the camels had only managed to cover a quarter of the distance. Unfortunately, in the scorching dry environment, the ordinary zombies he summoned were scorched to death by the sun before they could even reach the primitive zombies. As for the roadblock zombies and iron bucket zombies, though they met the primitive zombies, their intelligence seemed lacking. They only focused on gnawing on the zombie camels, completely ignoring the primitive zombies attacking them from atop the camels. This scene reminded Chen Yu of the roadblock zombie that could slide tackle. That guy was much smarter than this one. This time you will not get away. The primitive desert Gargantuar stared coldly at Chen Yu in the distance. A flash of brownish-black passed through its eyes before it slowly faded into hiding, as if nothing had just happened. As the zombie camels crossed 2/3 of the distance, Chen Yu's setup was complete. Across all 5 lanes, the last 2 columns were filled with damaged tombstones, and he had 300 tombstone points saved up, waiting for the zombie camels to get close so he could summon mystery box zombies. Seeing that the time was right, Chen Yu summoned a mystery box zombie in each of the 5 lanes. Speaking of which, I have to mention the zombie distribution across the 5 lanes. First lane, 5 primitive zombies. Second lane, 4 primitive zombies. Third lane, 5 primitive zombies. Fourth lane, 3 primitive zombies. Fifth lane, 2 primitive zombies. The first and third lanes were under high pressure, while the fourth and fifth lanes were relatively easy. As long as the random spawn was not some incredibly useless zombie, he had a chance to wipe them out in one go. Is it that strange box zombie again? A look of gravity crossed the primitive desert gargantuar's eyes, and its pupils gradually turned black. That is right, it was not the primitive desert gargantuar's own consciousness at work, but the zombie queen from another planet controlling it. In a resplendent golden palace, the zombie queen lay languidly on the man-made beach on the top floor, sunbathing. This was a palace she had built to suit her own tastes. She had collected all the gold, diamonds, and crystals from across the globe to decorate it. The most common material here was marble, and luxury items like bags, necklaces, and jewelry were scattered everywhere. At the back of the palace was a garden she had created, filled with rare and precious flowers from every season. After a gas leak accident during an experiment on this planet, all humans turned into zombies overnight, but a small portion of them held onto their consciousness through sheer willpower. Although they had still turned into zombies, they retained their consciousness and suffered no side effects, unlike the failures of ordinary zombies who only knew how to feed. The planet's flora and fauna had also been contaminated by the experimental gas, causing various degrees of zombie mutations, and the flowers in her backyard were her most successful experiments. They retained their beauty and grew all year round, even more resilient than they were before the apocalypse. And she, the zombie queen and ruler of this zombie planet, was the most successful experiment of all. Her body was no different from a human's, there were no mutations. She did not have the zombie virus in her body, instead she possessed blue granular cells that modern technology could not explain. This gave her the power to command all zombies and allowed her to promote to higher levels more easily. Roar! At that moment, a loud sound echoed from downstairs. Hearing this, the zombie queen immediately disconnected from the primitive desert gargantuar and leapt down from the height. She dived into the 30,000-meter outdoor pool she had built at the front of the palace, where she kept her favorite pet, a zombie blue whale. "My little one, are you hungry again? I will have Zio who send some food over in a bit." The zombie queen submerged, then stroked the 50-meter-long zombie blue whale with a helpless expression. This guy got hungry way too fast. If she were not the ruler of the entire planet, where would she find enough food for it? Roar! The zombie blue whale wagged its tail obediently, instantly kicking up a massive wave. If she did not have such immense power, she might have actually been swept away by it. After soothing the zombie blue whale, the zombie queen returned to the beach on the top floor. After many years, she had not made a move in a long time. The last time she fought was a life-and-death struggle against a zombie emperor of her own level. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, her superior skills won her the victory. But she had suffered nearly incurable severe injuries and had been recuperating ever since. What shocked her was that the fallen zombie emperor had actually left behind a legacy. It just so happened that at that time, the zombie planet collided with another planet, and they stuck together, creating a battle arena. She had no idea where this battle arena came from. Even she, the strongest of them all, had to follow its rules or face varying degrees of backlash. What made her even angrier was that the zombies that originally belonged to their planet had suddenly run over to the other side, becoming something called a zombie profession, and the zombie emperor's legacy had followed them there. Because the other planet was too weak and had no opponents at her level, she could not intervene directly and could only send those low-level zombies over. For revenge, she would occasionally increase the number of zombies for the professional zombie players. This was one of her few joys. As for Chen Yu, she never expected that in looking for some fun during her idle time, she would find the zombie emperor's successor. He was truly blessed with great luck. It is just that this guy was too stubborn, turning the tide of battle several times, even resolving the minor tricks she played behind the scenes. But this time, it would not be so easy for Chen Yu to resolve things. As the mystery box zombies met the primitive zombies, a fierce battle was about to break out. Because the zombie camels had such high health, the mystery box zombies were defeated by the extreme heat and the primitive zombies' attacks after barely taking a few bites. As the mystery boxes shattered, 5 clouds of smoke rose simultaneously, forming a straight line across all 5 lanes. Boom! With a deafening crash, the mystery box zombie in the 4th lane turned into a red-eyed giant. He swung a telephone pole effortlessly, and the primitive zombies and zombie camels in front of him were crushed into paste. Logically speaking, the primitive zombies and zombie camels should have been able to withstand at least 2 attacks from the red-eyed giant. However, they had already lost some health on their way here. Because they are two entities sharing one life but act as two separate individuals, the heat damage they took was doubled, which led to them being finished off in one strike. Tug. Just then, a physical question mark appeared in the sky above the second lane. As the smoke cleared, the second master could be seen wielding a broadsword and going on a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, he had hacked the 4 primitive zombies into mincemeat. Wait. Chen Yu was about to call out to the berserk second master, but before he could finish his sentence, the second master had already charged out of the base, sword in hand, and was teleported away. This guy, where did he get him? The desert primitive monster zombie's eyes were filled with shock. The zombie empress never dreamed that in just a few days, Chen Yu would have obtained such powerful zombie reinforcements. If she were to pit her sabotaged desert primitive monster zombie against that zombie with the blade, she would only have a 50% chance of winning. Seriously, I told him to wait. Chen Yu looked helplessly in the direction the second master had vanished. But fortunately, the threat in the second lane is gone. The coordination between those primitive zombies and zombie camels is indeed quite a headache. But their potential is limited. As long as they encounter zombies like the red-eyed giant or the second master who can output high burst damage in a short time, they are like lambs to the slaughter, completely defenseless. If the primitive zombies on the camels were replaced with stronger ones, or if they were equipped with weapons like spears, their threat level would rise another tier. Perhaps even the second master could not deal with them. After all, every inch of length provides an advantage, and when a long weapon faces a short one, the first strike suppression is just too strong. Meanwhile, the smoke in the fifth lane also gradually dissipated. A beam of spotlight shone down from the sky, revealing a stylish red-clad zombie with curly hair in Chen Yu's field of vision. Shall we get this party started? The disco zombie pulled a pair of sunglasses from who knows where and put them on, while backup dancers appeared in front of and behind him, as well as in the fourth lane. Yo, who is singing? Warming the loneliness. The disco zombie held a microphone while the 3 backup dancers carried speakers, and the 4 zombies began to sing as if no one else was around. The 2 primitive zombies and the zombie camel in the fifth lane were stunned for a moment, then launched an attack on the zombie at the front. Because the 2 zombie camels were positioned differently, the lead primitive zombie went after the disco zombie, while the one behind it started attacking the backup dancers. After a brutal and tragic beating, the disco zombie, who had only sung a couple of lines, was wiped out, and his minions, the backup dancers, also fell in a pool of blood. Dun dun dun. With a burst of musical notes, the backup dancer in the fourth lane inherited the throne and summoned 4 more backup dancers around him. What is going on? The desert primitive monster zombie, who had been watching the battle from afar, froze. She, the zombie empress, had known zombies for quite a long time. Even the zombie emperor had been defeated by her. So how could zombies have changed so much in just a few days? And all these strange zombies were the work of one person. Could these be the legacy left behind by the zombie emperor? Thinking of this, both the zombie empress on the zombie planet and the desert primitive monster zombie on the scene frowned at the same time. Before the zombie empress could figure out how the backup dancer was able to summon other backup dancers, she saw them starting to summon infinitely. The mystery box zombie in the middle lane happened to be a conehead zombie, which was taken out by the primitive zombies in no time. The primitive zombies in the middle lane were planning to ride their camels forward, but they did not expect the summoning to start right there in the middle. Every time they took down a backup dancer, another would pop out of the ground, completely blocking their advance. And the primitive zombies in the fifth lane were even more stuck. There were few of them to begin with, and the backup dancers kept summoning more, grinding the lead primitive zombie to death. Chen Yu glanced at the backup dancer in the fourth lane, gave him a firm look, then ignored him and turned his attention to the first lane. Now that lanes 2 through 5 were mostly handled, with the rest about to be cleared, only the first lane remained a big problem. Exactly, the random pull in the first lane was a useless basic zombie. The guy only took 2 bites before being ganged up on and finished off by the 5 primitive zombies. Luckily, the broken tombstone in the fourth lane had provided 50 tombstone points, otherwise he would not even have a chance to try again. Looking at the 50 remaining tombstone points, Chen Yu gritted his teeth and summoned another mystery box zombie in the first lane. Roar! The primitive zombies looked at the mystery box zombie before them with excitement. They vaguely remembered that the last one only lasted 10 seconds in their hands, and they wondered how long this guy could last. As the mystery box zombie walked up to the zombie camel, the primitive zombies attacked him just as they had done before. And just as they expected, the mystery box zombie was quickly dispatched. Once the mystery box on his head fell off, he should just be a plain, ordinary zombie. Wait a minute.
Was not he supposed to be a basic zombie after his box fell off? The primitive zombies stared in confusion at the Zamboni zombie that had appeared before them. With intelligence levels not even comparable to a 3-year-old, they could not possibly fathom the logic behind this. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he saw the Zamboni zombie. With his help, even if it was not the frozen version, just a regular one, handling these primitive zombies was no problem at all. HMPH, a Zamboni zombie. The desert primitive monster zombie snorted coldly. She and the Zamboni zombie were old acquaintances. By their relationship, he would not have had to die. But he was an old subordinate of the zombie emperor. After the emperor died, he seemed to have foreseen it and vanished without a trace. It was not until the battle platform appeared that she learned he had gone to that planet on the other side, becoming a mass-produced unit that could be summoned with a single card. It was truly pathetic. With the appearance of the Zamboni zombies, the tide of the battle took a logical turn. Chen Yu, who had been at a disadvantage, instantly switched from defense to offense as the zombies from all 5 lanes marched imposingly toward the edge of the homeland. Seeing this, the desert primitive giant monster zombie just shook its head in disdain and stood motionless outside the home. Only after all the zombies had left the home did it begin to walk toward the center lane with heavy, deliberate steps. Successor of the zombie emperor. If you voluntarily renounce the zombie emperor's legacy, I can spare your life. As it walked, the desert primitive giant monster zombie spoke in a crisp, melodious voice of a mature woman, which stood in stark contrast to its rough and rugged appearance. Chen Yu squinted. You are not the desert primitive giant monster zombie, are you? Low-intelligence zombies cannot articulate so clearly, and this guy is clearly a male. How could he possibly make a woman's voice? The desert primitive giant monster zombie scoffed. You have already guessed my identity, have not you? I am the zombie queen you have been obsessing over, the one who gave you all those cards. Hearing the desert primitive giant monster zombie admit its identity, Chen Yu's expression turned grim instantly. That is right, he had checked the desert primitive giant monster zombie's information again just now and learned that it was being controlled. But he had not expected the zombie queen herself to descend. If it were just someone pulling strings behind the scenes, he could handle it, but with the zombie queen's consciousness in control, it meant she was getting serious. Chen Yu's situation was not looking good. What are you scared? The desert primitive giant monster zombie stopped in its tracks, watching Chen Yu's shifting expression with keen interest. It is not fear, I just find it ridiculous. I do not know who you are, nor do I know anything about a legacy. You keep insisting I am the zombie emperor's successor, so I might as well say I am your husband. Do you acknowledge that? Chen Yu sneered. The desert primitive giant monster zombie smiled and shook its head. Little one, do not be impatient. There is a zombie almanac inside your body, right? That is the legacy left behind by the zombie emperor. Although I do not know what that guy left in the zombie almanac, I know it is extraordinary just by looking at your growth rate. If you hand over the legacy to me or destroy it, I can spare your life and even grant you other rewards. How about that? As for your vulgar talk about being my husband, I will pretend I did not hear it. After all, the zombie emperor was indeed my fiancé before the apocalypse. However, we never married, nor were we intimate, so I can only forgive your insolence this one time. Next time, I will not be so easy to talk to. After saying this, the zombie queen waited quietly for Chen Yu's reply, which would determine her attitude toward him. Not interested. This is my awakened talent, and it has nothing to do with the zombie emperor's legacy you speak of. If you continue to pester me, then we will just have to fight, Chen Yu said, looking at the monster with a stern gaze. You do not shed tears until you see the yellow river, and you do not give up until you face the coffin. Since you have made your choice, I will make you lose all hope, the desert primitive giant monster zombie sneered. With a sudden sprint, the bulky desert primitive giant monster zombie covered a quarter of the distance. As the monster was about to reach the halfway point, the tombstones in the last 2 columns signaled movement. Specifically, the damaged tombstones in the center lane and the first lane summoned 2 ordinary zombies. Although ordinary zombies were the most insignificant existence, they had their uses. For instance, when a tombstone summons them, it grants 50 tombstone points. They are cheap, excellent cannon fodder, and after merging into 2-star cards, they become his capable subordinates. Go, Mystery Box Zombie! With a wave of Chen Yu's hand, 2 Mystery Box Zombies crawled out of the tombstones and quickly marched forward. Perhaps because both sides were rushing at each other with all their might, it took less than a minute for the 2 Mystery Box Zombies to meet the desert primitive giant monster zombie at the halfway mark. These strange guys again. Seeing the 2 Mystery Box Zombies rushing over, the desert primitive giant monster zombie had to stop and swing the bone in its hand at them. Thud. The next second, the heads of the 2 Mystery Box Zombies suffered a massive blow, and the boxes on their heads shattered and exploded. A ladder zombie and a catapult zombie appeared exactly where the mystery box zombies had been standing. Seeing these two, a flash of subtle irritation crossed the eyes of the desert primitive giant monster zombie, and it struck with force, smashing the ladder zombie's ladder and the catapult zombie's catapult. Bang! The catapult zombie exploded on the spot, leaving only the ladder zombie, holding a severed hand, still biting fiercely, determined to tear a piece of flesh off the desert primitive giant monster zombie. Unfortunately, its plan failed. With a flick of its finger, the desert primitive giant monster zombie knocked the ladder zombie's head off. What puzzled the desert primitive giant monster zombie, however, was that even though its head was gone, the body was still performing the biting motion. With another gentle flick of its finger, the ladder zombie's body stiffened slightly before finally collapsing to the ground. Ladder zombie Yu. Not far away, Chen Yu watched the scene of the ladder zombie's body falling with a look of astonishment. He never expected the ladder zombie to be so loyal, still using its corpse to help him stall for time even after death. It is dead. Do you have any other tricks? The desert primitive giant monster zombie charged toward Chen Yu with a ferocious grin, completely lacking the self-awareness a villain should have. You see, other villains would talk endlessly at the last moment, but she was different. She led with a lethal blow and tried to eliminate Chen Yu as quickly as possible. As the desert primitive giant monster zombie grew closer, Chen Yu's heart sank to the bottom. Just as he was considering whether to yield to the circumstances, the damaged tombstone in the 5th lane emitted a sound. An ordinary zombie broke through the soil. Tombstone points plus 50. Seeing the 50 points on the panel, Chen Yu steeled himself. If this final chance could not stop the desert primitive giant monster zombie, then he would be forced to be the zombie queen's lapdog. If you can hear me, please help me one last time and continue the legacy of the zombie emperor. With Chen Yu's roar, a mystery box zombie descended from the sky, landing directly in front of the desert primitive giant monster zombie. What? How utterly foolish. Do mere ants dare to stand against a giant tree? A glint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the desert primitive gargantuar. With its bone club, it struck the blind box zombie, causing the box atop its head to explode instantly. Bang! As the blind box detonated, the blind box zombie stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a dull thud, lifeless. Following close behind was the randomly spawned umbrella buckethead zombie. The moment he saw the umbrella buckethead zombie, Chen Yu admitted that his heart, which had sunk into the depths of despair, began to beat uncontrollably again, as if the embers were relighting. He knew it, he could not fall here. What? Do you really think he can stop me? Noticing the unmasked excitement in Chen Yu's eyes, the desert primitive gargantuar sneered and casually smashed the umbrella buckethead's skull. How would you know unless you try? The corners of Chen Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He believed that the zombies had heard his call. He would absolutely not die here. Who gave you that courage? Is it them? The desert primitive gargantuar looked at the 3 zombies descending from the sky, a playful smile on its lips. Could this kind of trash really block its advance? As the first slacking basic zombie landed, the desert primitive gargantuar did not hesitate for a second, crushing it into a meat patty. After the basic zombie fell, the second one, a football zombie, appeared in the sight of the desert primitive gargantuar. It admitted that the football zombie's strength was decent, but in the face of its invincible bone club, everything was just an illusion. Crunch, crunch. After landing, the football zombie began to gnaw at the desert primitive gargantuar. Because the football zombie was fully armored, the desert primitive gargantuar could not kill it in one hit, but the zombie could only withstand 2 strikes at most. By now, the football zombie was covered in wounds. Its helmet had shattered, and its right arm was fractured from the creature's attack. When the desert primitive gargantuar swung its 3rd blow, the football zombie finally collapsed to the ground, unable to persist any longer. Seeing this, the fighting spirit that Chen Yu had just ignited was extinguished, as if doused by a bucket of cold water. If even the football zombie could not stop 3 attacks, who else could hold back the tide and save the day? You have to realize the desert primitive gargantuar had only lost half its health. It took so many zombies just to chip away that much. Watching the desert primitive gargantuar expressionlessly slaughter the 3rd summoned duck tube zombie, Chen Yu clenched his fists so hard his nails dug deep into his palms. He had no grave values left now. He could not gamble anymore. Is it finally time to give in to the inevitable? Chen Yu stood blankly at the entrance of his base, desperately searching his mind for any other strategy to repel the enemy. Meanwhile, the desert primitive gargantuar was disdainfully smashing the broken tombstones along its path with its club. As the 2 broken tombstones were crushed, the desert primitive gargantuar reached the entrance of the base. It looked down at Chen Yu and said, "Do you really think these few zombies are enough to block my path? Have these days of winning streaks made you so arrogant that you have lost your sense of judgment?" With that, the desert primitive gargantuar chuckled, shook its head, and raised its bone club to crush Chen Yu. Chen Yu watched the club descending with complex emotions. He had wanted to survive by surrendering, but at the critical moment, he just could not bring himself to speak. Perhaps he was born with a rebellious soul, both in his past life and this one. Thinking this, Chen Yu closed his eyes. Just as he prepared to meet his end, a gust of wind swept past him, and the violent strike he expected never came. What happened? Chen Yu frowned and opened his eyes instinctively. He saw a giant green mechanical hand blocking the desert primitive gargantuar, then grabbing him and lifting him into midair. Is that Dr. Zomboss? Held in the palm of the mechanical hand, Chen Yu caught a full view of the owner. He never imagined that at the final moment, Dr. Zomboss would show up in a mech to save him from the desert primitive gargantuar. It seemed the umbrella buckethead zombie had not summoned just 3, but 4. It was just that Dr. Zomboss was slower to appear as the final zombie. Are you all right? Dr. Zomboss manipulated the palm to lift Chen Yu to the level of the cockpit, bringing them face to face. I am fine. Chen Yu shook his head. I am sorry to have caused you such fright. Dr. Zomboss sighed helplessly and controlled the mech to stomp on the desert primitive gargantuar. Bastard! How can this be? How can this be possible? The desert primitive gargantuar roared in fury. It was on the verge of killing the zombie emperor's successor, only for Dr. Zomboss to pop out. Dr. Zomboss was a key subordinate to the zombie emperor, holding a status of being above all except for one in the zombie world. It is no exaggeration to say that in the emperor's absence, Dr. Zomboss could occupy the throne and make any decision. But where did he even come from? It was not like it had not studied the summoning rules of these humans from the opposing planet. These guys needed to use grave values to summon zombies for their own use. But Chen Yu was clearly out of resources just now, with no options left. How did Dr. Zomboss get to bypass the rules? No, something is wrong. There was no rule-breaking fluctuation when Dr. Zomboss appeared, meaning he did not break the rules. He appeared through a legitimate method. But what is the legitimate method? The desert primitive gargantuar could not figure it out, and it had no more time to think anyway. To avoid its own consciousness being affected, the zombie queen disconnected from the desert primitive gargantuar. By the time the gargantuar regained control of its body, it did not even have time to celebrate before it was crushed into a patty by Dr. Zomboss, losing consciousness and dissolving into the soil. Chen Yu looked at Dr. Zomboss and asked earnestly, "You are the most knowledgeable scholar in the zombie world. I want to ask, is this zombie emperor's legacy real? Is that zombie almanac truly a path of inheritance?" It is true, the zombie almanac is the legacy left by the zombie emperor, and you are the chosen successor. If all goes as planned, you will inherit everything the emperor left behind and become an existence that surpasses even the previous emperor, Dr. Zomboss said with a serious expression. Beyond the existence of a zombie emperor. Then what rank is the previous zombie emperor? Chen Yu pondered for a moment, then asked curiously. To be honest, with your current rank, knowing this will not do you any good. You are currently too weak, so weak that the zombie empress can only mess with you through consciousness links. Once you grow up, you will face her various incarnations, and may even encounter her true form. Dr. Zomboss did not answer Chen Yu's question, but started talking to himself instead. Too weak again. Hearing Dr. Zomboss say this, Chen Yu's brows furrowed involuntarily. Whether it was Su Binglin or Dr. Zomboss, every time he wanted to understand something, he would be pushed back with the excuse of being too weak. But he was already becoming stronger rapidly. He is now the top of the 3 leaderboards, streets ahead of the second place. Gongsun Zi, the second place holder, is not even qualified to tie his shoes. He is the uncrowned king among the newcomers of this generation. Your Highness the successor, please listen to me. Seeing Chen Yu's brows furrow deeper, Dr. Zomboss hurriedly spoke up to interrupt Chen Yu's thoughts. Go ahead. Chen Yu nodded, his expression returning to normal. Please make good use of the synthesis page of the zombie almanac. Its function is much greater than you think, and the almanac cannot only synthesize zombie cards but any 2 identical cards. But is not this a zombie almanac? How can it synthesize other cards? You will know once you try it yourself. Dr. Zomboss shook his head with a smile. My time is running out, and in half a minute I will have to leave here for the abyss of infinity, and your homeland will also be promoted to a higher level. After speaking, Dr. Zomboss manipulated the mech to set Chen Yu down, while he himself stepped across the homeland and out to the exterior.
I have to say Dr. Zomboss's mech is truly handsome, cool, and stylish. Most importantly, the mech is 50 meters tall, which is on par with Ultraman. No wonder he solved Chen Yu's biggest problem, the desert primitive giant zombie, with a single stomp. As the zombies and tombstones on the field were cleared, 3 cards appeared where the desert primitive giant zombie had been standing. Adding the 7th to the 9th floors he had cleared before, he obtained a total of 7 cards. They are the Pogo Zombie, Jack-in-the-Box Zombie, Dolphin Rider Zombie, Backup Dancer, Catapult Zombie, Jalapeno, and Bungee Zombie. There were 7 zombie cards in total, and not a single one was repeated. And of these 7, Chen Yu did not have a single one in his hand, which is simply bizarre. Congratulations on passing the 10th floor hard mode. In view of your heroic performance, you may choose one from the following 6 cards. 1 Bungee Zombie card. 2 Gatling Pea Zombie card. 3 Disco Zombie card. 4 Ducky Tube Zombie card. 5 Imp Zombie card. 6 Ladder Zombie card. Hint, you have blocked the second wave of attacks from the Zombie Empress, but she will not give up easily. Her hatred for you is gradually increasing, and the subsequent battles will be even more difficult. Are you ready for the disaster? Chen Yu looked at the panel calmly and chose the Ladder Zombie card without hesitation. As for the other zombie cards, he gave them up after thinking for just 2 seconds. First is the Bungee Zombie card. Although he already had one, the strength of the Pogo Zombie is too unstable, and there is no need to gamble with this opportunity. The second is the Gatling Pea Zombie card. It is too fragile, and its evolution path is unstable. He had never heard of any elite version of it. The third, the Disco Zombie card, goes without saying. He had just synthesized the benevolent Disco Zombie and did not have another card, so it was not a consideration. The fourth, Ducky Tube Zombie, is out of the question. Unless Chen Yu had lost his mind, he would never choose this basic swimmer zombie. Since the first 4 are ruled out, the 5th, the Imp, needs no introduction. He does not have an Imp card, and he thinks the Imp is absolutely useless. If it were not for the fact that it is the Gargantuar's little brother, it would have been pinned to the shame pillar of the zombie world long ago. As the Ladder Zombie card appeared in Chen Yu's inventory, the Homeland also rose to the next level. Within a second, the Homeland had reached the 11th level. The area expanded again. The distance from the entrance of the Homeland to the lawn increased from 200 meters to 300 meters. At the same time, Chen Yu's strength also advanced from Bronze Rank 9 to Bronze Rank 10. As long as he clears the 11th floor, Chen Yu will become a legendary Silver Rank powerhouse. Then, his peers and students from other schools will have to address him with honorifics, that is the symbol brought by strength. The first wave of zombies will arrive in 60 days. Does the career changer wish to start the battle now? No. Chen Yu waved his hand and exited his homeland. Just as he appeared in his home, he was startled by a cold-looking woman who had appeared there. Sister Lan, who is she? Chen Yu trotted to Su Binglan's side and whispered. She is Su Kaiyan, you can call her Sister Kaiyan. Su Binglan briefly introduced Su Kaiyan's identity and intent, and Chen Yu understood immediately. Hello Chen Yu, I have heard so much about you. Su Kaiyan stood up and walked over to Chen Yu, extending her hand. Hello, Sister Kaiyan, that is just a hollow reputation not worth mentioning. Chen Yu shook her hand. A hollow reputation? Your reputation is anything but simple, right? Su Kaiyan smiled and raised an eyebrow, then withdrew her hand. If I am not mistaken, you just cleared the boss level and have become a Bronze Rank 10 powerhouse, have not you? Chen Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Sister Kaiyan, do not mock me. What kind of powerhouse am I in front of you and Sister Lan? Even the cannon fodder of your guard team is stronger than me. Seeing Chen Yu being so humble, Su Kaiyan and Su Binglan looked at each other, both seeing smiles in each other's eyes. Su Kaiyan did not continue to tease Chen Yu, but instead started chatting about the benefits of the guard team. Su Binglan, as agreed with Su Kaiyan, provided support from the side, helping to put in a good word for the guard team.
What?
Chen Yu was not planning on joining the guard team just yet, but after some persuasion from Su Binglan and Su Kaiyan, he decided to hear them out. One thing led to another, and they ended up talking all morning. It was not until 1:30 in the afternoon that Su Kaiyan finally stopped her machine gun-like persuasive speech. So, are you going to join our guard team? Su Kaiyan picked up the teacup from the table, took a sip, and then looked at Chen Yu with a smile as she asked. Well, I think I will pass for now. Chen Yu shook his head apologetically. It is still too early for me to join the guard team. I plan to take the college entrance exam route. I heard that the academies provide abundant resources, and since they are official institutions for talent development, there are no mandatory contracts involved. I would like to check that out first. Of course, if I do not get into one of the top 4 prestigious academies, I probably will not be interested in the others either. At that point, I will have Sister Lan contact you about joining the team. After saying this, Chen Yu did not say anything more, but just looked calmly into Su Kaiyan's eyes, which seemed to hold an entire galaxy. Su Kaiyan nodded. Our guard team is also an official organization, so there are no mandatory contracts either. Whenever you make up your mind, just contact Binglin and have her reach out to me.
All right.
Chen Yu replied. He was just about to find an excuse to leave the living room when his stomach growled before he could even speak.
Gurgle, gurgle.
Chen Yu looked down at his stomach, which was making such an awkward noise, his face flushing red. If he could, he would have loved to dig a hole and hide in it right then and there. My stomach is growling too. Why do not we go grab a meal at the restaurant downstairs? Seeing Chen Yu's embarrassment, Su Kaiyan smiled slightly, then looked at Su Binglin standing to the side and suggested,
Sure, let us head down now.
Su Binglin agreed with a nod, and the three of them went down to the Hunan restaurant to have a big meal. Su Kaiyan had insisted on treating them, ordering a whole table of main dishes, only to slip away halfway through under the excuse of having something to do, leaving Chen Yu and Su Binglin to stare at each other in bewilderment. However, Su Binglin understood Su Kaiyan's personality, so she did not say much about it. She just grumbled a bit while paying the bill after they finished. After lunch, the two of them returned upstairs. As soon as they got home, Su Binglin headed to the bedroom to sleep and replenish her mental energy. Chen Yu sat in the living room watching TV. But before he could even settle in, he received a call from Bai Yi, only about 5 minutes later.
Hello, classmate Bai, is something up? Chen Yu asked. Cannot I call you if there is nothing specific? Bai Yi asked back with a smirk on her lips. Of course you can. Chen Yu replied, caught between laughter and tears.
Bai Yi stopped smiling and said seriously, I will get straight to the point. I am calling to ask for your help in fusing zombie cards. I will pay you 1 million as a reward and I will prepare all the materials. How about it? Chen Yu nodded and agreed that works. Should you come over here, should I come to you, or should we meet at a certain location? Bai Yi thought for a moment and replied, I will bring the cards to your house. I just got home and have not even changed my shoes yet.
All right, I will wait for you.
Chen Yu answered and hung up the phone. About half an hour later, Bai Yi knocked on Chen Yu's door. Chen Yu walked to the door and opened it, a flicker of surprise and admiration passing through his otherwise calm eyes.
What, do I not look good?
Bai Yi smiled and waved her hand in front of Chen Yu, her sweet smile forming a sharp contrast with her usually cold demeanor.
You look great.
Chen Yu pulled his gaze back inconspicuously and stepped aside to let Bai Yi in. Seeing this, Bai Yi walked into the entryway, looked around, and seeing no guest slippers, immediately asked, Chen Yu, do you have any guest shoes? Or do I not need to change my shoes? You should change them, otherwise I will have to mop the floor later. Chen Yu took a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them on the floor.
Are these shoes unused by anyone?
Bai Yi asked, looking at the shoes Chen Yu had brought out. Chen Yu said, these are my shoes. No one usually visits my place, so I do not keep guest shoes. If you do not feel comfortable wearing them, you can wear my sister's slippers. It is fine, these will do. The priority now is to ask for your help in fusing the cards. If it takes too long, my father might come over to rescue me, Bai Yi said helplessly. Ever since she was born, she had been the center of her father's world, treated as if she were a delicate treasure that might break if held too tightly or melt if kept in his mouth. The ultimate overprotective father.
Rescue you? Is it really that extreme?
Chen Yu asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Bai Yi did not answer, just nodded silently. Hearing this, Chen Yu reached out his hand to her. Give me the balloon zombie cards, and you can just wait in the living room for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Bai Yi agreed with a nod and took 3 balloon zombie cards out of her inventory to hand to him. Chen Yu smiled as he took the balloon zombie cards and turned to walk into the room. He knew exactly why Bai Yi had chosen balloon zombie cards instead of any other type. It was simply because he was still a newcomer, and Bai Yi's father did not fully trust his abilities yet, so he was using balloon zombies as a test. If the card he produced was as good as he claimed, then she would continue to come to him for future card fusions. But if the result was different from his claims, then his value in the eyes of Bai Yi's father would plummet, and he probably would not be asked to fuse cards again. Chen Slash smiled and summoned his zombie guide, flipping to the final fusion page. He already had 1 balloon zombie card of his own, and now with these additional cards, he could perform 2 consecutive fusions. He did not believe he would fail this time. As the 4 balloon zombie cards vanished, black light engulfed the room, and 2 2-star balloon zombie cards appeared in his hands.
Name, Mist Balloon Zombie. Grade, 2 stars.
Description, a mutant zombie from the endless abyss. It was once a deceitful balloon zombie, but after countless battles in the abyss, it transformed by absorbing mist.
As it flies forward, it leaves behind a mist that blinds enemies, while allies remain unaffected. Name: Backstab Balloon Zombie. Grade: 2 stars. Description: a balloon zombie that has completed advanced training at the Zombie Academy. It has abandoned its old, deceitful ways. It now actively participates in battle. When an enemy appears beneath it, it will land on the enemy's back to gnaw on them, and during this time the enemy cannot attack it. Tug. Chen Yu looked at the descriptions of the two cards in stunned silence. Both these cards seem incredibly useful. The Mist Balloon Zombie can cause trouble for enemies, and the Backstab Balloon Zombie can land on their backs to attack. What? Chen Yu hesitated for a moment and finally decided to keep the Backstab Balloon Zombie card for himself, while handing the Mist Balloon Zombie card to Bai Yi. After synthesizing the Balloon Zombie card, Chen Yu did not rush to go out. Instead, he took out the Escalator Zombie he had prepared beforehand from his inventory to synthesize it again. As a black glow flashed, the 2-star Escalator Zombie card popped out of the zombie guide, and Chen Yu reached out and caught it. Name: Shovel Escalator Zombie. Grade: 2 stars. Description: perhaps the Escalator Zombie grew tired of carrying a ladder for so long, and his defeat in a one-on-one fight against the football zombie some days ago left him feeling unbalanced. So he changed his weapon. Now, wielding an iron shovel, he kills gods who block his path and slays Buddhas who stand in his way. Any enemy that dares to appear before him will be instantly killed by his shovel. My god, it is actually a shovel escalator zombie. Chen Yu froze in surprise, and then the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. You have to know this is a shovel escalator zombie. The iron shovel in his hand can be called the strongest weapon. It can instantly kill enemies regardless of their health, possessing the same instant kill mechanism as the lawn mower from his past life. This haul is a huge profit. In the future, if he encounters powerful enemies like the desert primitive giant zombie, he can just summon the shovel escalator zombie. Chen Yu took a few deep breaths to suppress his inner excitement, then walked out with the Mist Balloon Zombie card. Bai Yi, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, instantly turned red when she heard the movement and hurriedly picked up the remote on the table to turn off the TV. What is wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Chen Yu walked quickly to Bai Yi and asked curiously. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. Bai Yi bit her lip and found an excuse. Chen Yu did not press the matter further. He handed the Mist Balloon Zombie card to Bai Yi and said, "This is a 2-star Mist Balloon Zombie. Its function is to create fog, leaving a trail of mist wherever it goes. The fog can obscure the enemy's vision, and allies are not affected by it. Most importantly, the attack frequency of enemies inside the mist will be reduced by 3 times, and they might not even know which zombie is attacking them before they die." Hearing this, Bai Yi looked surprised. It was her first time hearing about a zombie that could alter the environment, and she could tell from Chen Yu's words just how powerful the Mist Balloon Zombie was. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, my talent allows me to synthesize any card. As long as there are 3 identical cards, whether they are plants, zombies, or other types, I can do it." Before Bai Yi could recover, Chen Yu dropped another bombshell. "Are you telling the truth?" Bai Yi was left dazed and confused by Chen Yu's words, her head spinning so much that she felt like she might faint. "Of course it is true, why would I lie to you about this?" Chen Yu said with a wry smile. Although he had not experimented with it himself, since Dr. Zomboss said it was possible, it was likely true, unless Dr. Zomboss was lying to him. But Dr. Zomboss was on his side. He was the successor to the Zombie Emperor, so would Dr. Zomboss lie to him in this situation? In other words, what benefit would Dr. Zomboss get from lying to him, the successor to the Zombie Emperor? "In that case, I have 3 identical plant cards on me. Can you help me synthesize them? The reward will still be 1 million. Bai Yi immediately took out 3 identical repeater cards from her inventory. "Sure." Chen Yu took the repeater cards and turned to leave. Returning to his room, Chen Yu skillfully turned the zombie guide to the synthesis page and placed the repeater cards in. Buzz! The zombie guide suddenly emitted a sound like an alarm, as if to warn Chen Yu that doing so would cause some unpredictable changes to the guide. What is going on? Chen Yu looked at this scene with some uncertainty. Although he knew that Dr. Zomboss was unlikely to lie to him, the current situation was clearly not a normal reaction. Chen Yu watched the repeater cards vibrating violently on the synthesis page. After hesitating repeatedly, he decided not to take the cards out, but to believe in Dr. Zomboss's words instead. Bang! With a loud noise, the zombie guide erupted in a cloud of white smoke, catching Chen Yu off guard and covering his face. By the time he recovered, the smoke had dissipated, but the repeater card that should have appeared was nowhere to be found. What happened? Chen Yu's expression darkened, and a bad premonition arose in his heart.
He instinctively checked the synthesis page of the zombie guide. Fortunately, the guide showed no abnormalities, but the repeater card was no longer on the page.
Did the synthesis actually fail?
But did not Dr. Zomboss say everything could be synthesized? Was Dr. Zomboss really lying to him? Just as Chen Yu was thinking rapidly, he suddenly noticed something emitting a white light on the floor near his feet. He instinctively squatted down to pick it up, and to his surprise, it was a 2-star repeater card. It seems Dr. Zomboss did not lie to him. While feeling relieved, Chen Yu checked the attributes of the card.
Name: Fire Repeaters. Grade: 2 stars.
Description: a young repeater accidentally ate a lava star and gained the power of fire. The peas he fires turn into fire peas, and each attack has a chance to fire fire peas into the 2 adjacent lanes.
Not bad. At least it saved a torchwood.
Chen Yu smiled slightly at the fire repeater card, then walked quickly out of the room to tell Bai Yi about the card's features. After hearing this, Bai Yi looked at Chen Yu as if she had seen a ghost, although the fire repeater card was not rare and others possessed it as well. The strength of the fire repeater was unquestionable, and Chen Yu's fire repeater sounded even more powerful, as it could actually fire fire peas into the lanes above and below. Bai Yi said gratefully, "Thank you, Chen Yu, both these cards are amazing. I have already transferred your payment to your account, you can check it." "Do not mention it." Chen Yu smiled, then took out his phone to check his account. Finding that the 2 million had arrived, he said immediately, "The payment has been received, no problem." "Alright, then I will head back first. Let us work together again when there is an opportunity, and I will help you promote your services as well."
Bai Yi waved to Chen Yu, then changed her shoes and opened the door to Lev. "Thanks, my happy life depends on you."
Chen Yu stood at the door and watched Bai Yi's back as he said with a smile.
Nighttime.
Chen Yu returned to the battle platform once again. Levels 11 through 20 take place at night. Most plants sleep during this time, so you need the mushroom family to help out, and the most iconic representative among them is the Doom Shroom. As for the zombie faction, they are in their element. Gravestones summon zombies much faster, but the zombies themselves also receive a significant boost in strength. At night, all zombies enter a bloodthirsty state. Their most obvious characteristic is their blood-red eyes and extremely fast movement speed. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 59 days. Does the job changer wish to battle now?
Yes.
Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Zombies will arrive at the homestead in 10 minutes. Please select the zombies you wish to deploy as soon as possible. Mystery Box Zombie, Newspaper Zombie with Sword, Damaged Gravestone, Bobsled Zombie Squad, Zamboni, Backstabbing Balloon Zombie, Ladder-Wielding Shovel Zombie. Chen Yu quickly finalized his card slot selection. It is worth mentioning that passing the 10th level not only increases the homestead area, but also adds a zombie card slot. The same applies to the 20th, 30th, and subsequent levels.
Soon 10 minutes flashed by.
One after another, zombies wearing cloth armor were marching toward the homestead in an orderly fashion. The leader among them was sturdy, holding 2 swords in his hands.
The first wave of zombies is approaching.
As the skull icon appeared in the bottom left corner of the panel, the vanguard team of zombies slowly stepped into the homestead.
Chen Yu checked the information on these zombies immediately. Name: Infantry Zombie.
Level: Bronze 10-star. Introduction: ancient zombies that strayed into a spacetime rift. Although they were gaunt and starving in their own era, they possess strength beyond belief after becoming zombies. By day, they can go toe-to-toe with conehead zombies. By night, they can briefly hold their own against buckethead zombies.
Name: Decurion Zombie.
Level: Bronze 10-star. Introduction: ancient zombies that strayed into a spacetime rift. In their era, they were Decurions, leading squads of 8 to 10 men. Because their rank was low and they had little to profit from, their size is not much different from the infantry zombies. However, after becoming zombies, they gained unimaginable strength. By day, they can go toe-to-toe with buckethead zombies. By night, they dominate them 7 to 3.
Name: Centurion Zombie.
Level: Bronze 10-star. Introduction: ancient zombies that strayed into a spacetime rift. In their era, they were Centurions, leading squads of about 100. Because they wandered into a spacetime rift, he only brought 27 infantry zombies and 3 Decurion zombies with him. His size is significantly larger than the infantry zombies, and after becoming a zombie, he gained unimaginable power. By day, he can battle football zombies 4 to 6. By night, he can battle them 6 to 4.
Chen Yu's expression darkened as he looked at the information.
I did not expect the difficulty of level 11 to be this high. Only the first wave, and there are already 3 minor elites and 1 major elite, and even the cannon fodder zombies are on par with conehead zombies. Who the hell can handle this? But Chen Yu no longer had time to worry about the strength of these zombies. He had to do what was necessary first, such as placing a damaged gravestone in the middle lane. With the gravestone placed, The Decurion zombie took 9 infantry zombies and entered the 4 lanes respectively. The first lane had 3 infantry zombies, the second lane had 2, the third lane had 4, and the fifth lane had 1 Decurion zombie. Soon there was movement from the gravestone, and a buckethead zombie crawled out. Gravestone value plus 50. Chen Yu made a decisive choice and immediately placed a gravestone in the 5th lane. Because the distance had increased, Chen Yu gained more time to develop. Although the zombies' movement speed had increased, it was not rocket speed, just a slight increase over the original, so by the time the zombies reached the halfway point, Chen Yu had already placed a gravestone in all 5 lanes. And in the middle lane, which is the 3rd lane, he also placed a gravestone in the second-to-last column, for a total of 6 gravestones. Roared! Roared! Under the command of the Decurion zombie, the infantry zombies let out a collective roar, and their forward speed increased again. Those scarlet eyes were turning almost pitch black. Bang! The Lu zombie summoned in the 1st lane was the first to meet the 3 infantry zombies. This conehead zombie seemed to have learned martial arts. When the infantry zombies tried to attack him, he leaned back to dodge the blow, then landed a whip kick on the leg of the lead infantry zombie, knocking it to the ground. The 2 infantry zombies behind it tried to attack the conehead zombie, but their rhythm was thrown off by the one in front, and their punches landed on their teammate instead. Do you dare to show your teeth to me, you 2 Ragex? The buckethead zombie summoned in the 2nd lane frowned, a sinister grin flashing across his dark face. If he were still the soulless, mindless walking corpse he once was, he might have fallen to these 2 infantry zombies, but now that his soul had returned, beating them was not easy work. The buckethead zombie in the 3rd lane and the regular zombie in the 5th lane felt a cold sweat upon hearing this. Although their souls had returned too, the enemies in the 3rd lane were too numerous. He was not sure if a single buckethead zombie could win, since 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. And do not even talk about the regular zombie in the 5th lane. He was the weakest among the summoned zombies, yet he had to face the strongest of the enemies. Who the hell can handle that? But the regular zombie was not a coward. If he could not handle it, he had to try. Dying for the successor of the zombie emperor was their honor. Anyway, after they died, their souls would return to the zombie index until Chen Yu summoned them again. It is worth mentioning that the tens of thousands of zombie souls in the zombie index are only a minority. Most zombie souls are sealed in gravestones, and only by continuously synthesizing higher-level gravestones can more powerful souls be unsealed. Of course, even without upgrading the gravestones, you can summon zombies along with their souls through the gravestones. The higher Chen Yu's level is, the greater the probability of summoning them. As for these 5 all having souls, that was purely dumb luck. As the successor of the zombie emperor, being a bit of a lucky dog is perfectly fine, right? Roared! Seeing that the enemy on his lane was the weakest, the Decurion zombie roared with dissatisfaction. He stood in place and pounded his chest, then lunged forward, colliding with the regular zombie that had reached the halfway point. My god, watch what you are doing! The regular zombie dodged the Decurion's charge with a sidestep, then ducked to avoid the Decurion's sweeping punch. Seeing the Decurion zombie was about to attack again, the regular zombie immediately threw a punch at the Decurion's face. Roared! Seeing that the regular zombie actually dared to play with him like this, the Decurion zombie shook his head, then punched again. What? I have no idea whose soul is in that common zombie, but he actually dodged over a dozen consecutive Wing Chun punches from the Centurion zombie without even getting scratched. On the other hand, no matter how the Centurion zombie attacked, it was futile, while a single casual counterattack from the common zombie left it dazed and nearly knocked its head off. Roar, roars, roars. The Centurion zombie let out an angry roar. It desperately wanted to grab the common zombie and beat it up, but no matter how it attacked, it could not even touch a corner of his clothes. What are you yapping about? The common zombie backhanded the Centurion zombie across the face, causing its head to swell and deform from the impact. As time passed, the zombies in the 1st and 2nd lanes were all wiped out, and the tombstone in the second-to-last column of the 3rd lane summoned a buckethead zombie. Winning was just a matter of time. Chen Yu had 50 tombstone points, and he originally intended to summon a mystery box zombie in the 5th lane for backup. To his surprise, he saw the kung fu savvy common zombie playing with the Centurion zombie. Even though the Centurion zombie only needed 2 hits to take out the common zombie, it had been fighting for so long and the common zombie was still at full health, while the thick-skinned Centurion was already down to 1/3 of its HP. Chen Yu thought about it and decided to place a damaged tombstone in the second-to-last column of the 5th lane. Given the Centurion's current position, even if it killed the common zombie the next second, he could still summon zombies twice in the 5th lane. Aside from the tombstone he just placed, the previous one in the 5th lane had been quiet for a while too, so it would probably summon something soon. What Chen Yu did not expect was that the common zombie ended up taking down the Centurion all by himself, making the 2 common zombies he summoned later unnecessary. After getting 100 tombstone points, Chen Yu immediately placed tombstones in the second-to-last columns of the first and second lanes. Now only the 4th lane had 1 tombstone, while the other 4 lanes all had 2. Roars. As the Centurion zombie died, the Centurion leader gestured with his hand, and the second squad of Centurion zombies immediately charged forward with their subordinates. Chen Yu thought this wave would be just like the previous one, a single squad charging, but he clearly underestimated the difficulty of the 11th floor. As all the zombies of the second squad entered the garden, the 3rd squad followed right behind them, with the Centurion leader bringing up the rear. Chen Yu really did not expect the first wave of the 11th floor to be so intense. The whole force was already entering by the second batch. Luckily, he had already placed 9 tombstones. If he had faced such a fierce lineup from the start, he would have had little chance of turning the tables. You have to realize that 1 foot soldier zombie is equivalent to a conehead zombie, and 18 of these guys were a real pain in the neck. Plus there were 2 Centurion zombies and the leader. It was getting extremely difficult. After grumbling to himself, Chen Yu continued to place tombstones. The tombstones in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th lanes had just summoned zombies, providing him with a much-needed surge of tombstone points. As the points came in, Chen Yu immediately placed tombstones in the second-to-last and third-to-last columns of the 4th lane, and used the remaining 50 points to place a tombstone in the second-to-last column of the middle lane. Roars. The Centurion leader roared from the back, and the other zombies immediately followed the sound. Roars. The deafening roars echoed throughout the garden. Chen Yu looked at this bunch of neurotic zombies with annoyance, feeling as if his ears had been violated. I mean, if you roared beautifully, that'd be one thing, but that screeching sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. Who can put up with that? For the love of your grandma's grandma, why are you making such an awful noise? The conehead zombie summoned in the 4th lane looked annoyed and cursed at the foot soldiers ahead. Once inside the garden, these guys split into 5 lanes. The 1st lane had 5 foot soldiers, the 2nd had 3 foot soldiers and 1 centurion, the 3rd had 6 foot soldiers, the 4th had 4 foot soldiers, and the 5th had 1 centurion and the centurion leader. It could be said that the 5th lane had the fewest zombies but also the most pressure, as both elite monsters were there, and there was not a single cannon fodder unit to buffer. Roars. Hearing the conehead zombie's insolence, the centurion leader frowned slightly. Unlike the other zombies, as the leader of these foot soldiers, it could understand what the conehead was saying, so it naturally knew it was being insulted. Hey, you got a problem with that? What are you yapping about, you little brats? The conehead zombie sneered and flipped the middle finger at the centurion leader. Since the centurion leader was in the 5th lane and he was in the 4th, there was nothing it could do to him, no matter how frustrated it got. Roars. The furious centurion leader pointed at the conehead and roared. Seeing this, the 4 foot soldiers in the 4th lane immediately picked up their pace, determined to kill the conehead to appease their leader's hatred. I told you to shut up. If you cannot hear, just donate your ears, for the love of your grandma's grandma. The conehead zombie picked his nose in annoyance. For some reason, his body's nostrils were a bit large, which made him feel the urge to pick them, even though there was nothing in there. As time went on, the 3rd column was also filled with tombstones by Chen Yu. The zombies had gradually reached the middle of the field, but compared to the orderly formation they arrived in, they now looked disheveled and had lost more than half their force. Although they were strong, even stronger under the cover of night, they could not get the upper hand against these zombies with souls. Instead, they kept getting thwarted. The zombies in the 2nd and 4th lanes were cleared first. Only 2 remained in the 1st lane, 3 in the 3rd, and only the 5th lane had yet to lose any troops. With the Centurion leader wielding dual swords to clear the path, the Centurion zombie behind just had to slack off. It did not even have a chance to attack if it wanted to. Chen Yu had now stockpiled 200 tombstone points. Seeing the Centurion leader advancing as if there was no one in his way, he immediately summoned a mystery box zombie in the 5th lane. Let die. Seeing the mystery box zombie drop from the sky right in front of him, the Centurion zombie gave a cold snort and swung his dual swords rapidly, instantly decapitating the mystery box zombie. Thud. As the mystery box zombie's head and neck parted ways, the middle of the 5th lane was instantly filled with thick smoke, so dense that even with the Centurion zombie straining his eyes, he could not see what was happening inside. Roars. The Centurion zombie let out a few somewhat nervous roars, and seeing this, the Decurion zombie behind him hurried forward to scout the situation. Roars. Seeing the Decurion zombie move ahead of him, the Centurion zombie felt his heart settle a bit. He gave the Decurion zombie an affirming look and then followed contentedly behind him. Bam! Just then, the smoke dissipated abruptly, revealing a tall figure standing right in front of the Decurion zombie. As that giant figure swung the utility pole in his hand, the unsuspecting Decurion zombie was crushed into a bloody pulp. Roars, roars, roars. Seeing this, the Centurion zombie instantly felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Every hair on his body stood on end uncontrollably, and he fell into a defensive stance. Poor guy. The white-eyed giant swept his icy gaze over the Centurion zombie's entire body. He could tell at a glance how this one differed from the other failed experiments. But pity was pity. Since they were not on the same side, he naturally would not hold back. As the white-eyed giant's utility pole came crashing down, the Centurion zombie immediately crossed his swords to block. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak. He only lasted 3 seconds before collapsing under the weight of the pole. Roars! The Centurion zombie fell to the ground in frustration. His weapon was knocked loose, and his body was crushed into a pancake by the utility pole before slowly dissolving into the earth. After the battle ended, 3 balls of light flickered on the lawn. Chen Yu stepped forward to check them one by one. A weapon card, a zombie card, and a fragment of a spacetime portal. Name: War Shadow Dual Swords. Grade: 2 stars. Introduction: a pair of swords forged by a master craftsman that can kill without staining the blade. Due to some unknown reason, these swords fell into the hands of the Centurion zombie's ancestors and were passed down generation after generation, finally landing in his possession. Name: Tombstone. Grade: 1 star. Introduction: this is a magical tombstone. It can not only summon ordinary zombies but also provide tombstone points. As the most unique existence among zombies, it is indispensable if you want to successfully defeat the living. Name: Spacetime Portal Fragment. Grade: Unknown Special Item. Introduction: the Centurion zombie and his undead troops come from an ancient world. They accidentally wandered into a spacetime rift and arrived in this world. That world suffered a zombie virus outbreak due to spacetime turbulence, infecting 95% of the global population. Holding this fragment allows one to travel freely between the 2 worlds. A spacetime portal fragment. Chen Yu stared at the item description in surprise. This spacetime portal sounded similar to the tunnel leading to the zombie planet, but based on the description, it did not seem exactly the same. However, there was one thing in the description that Chen Yu found strange: the mention of both a spacetime portal and spacetime turbulence. According to the description, 2 different worldviews could be inferred. The first is that the zombie planet and this ancient world are not the same place. This is a brand new map. The second is that the zombie planet and this ancient world are the same world, but the spacetime turbulence caused the future's zombie virus to manifest in ancient times. The second theory sounded more plausible, but the white-eyed giant did not look at the Centurion zombie with disgust. Rather, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. Combining this with what the white-eyed giant said, perhaps these are 2 different scenarios. The zombie planet suffered an outbreak due to experiments, while the ancient zombie virus was a natural occurrence. Although both are zombie viruses, they are fundamentally different. Of course, one cannot rule out the possibility that the white-eyed giant called the Centurion zombie poor, because the ancient world had been infected by the zombie virus from the future. Regardless, this should not have much to do with the zombie queen. Although he could not use the tunnel to train on the zombie planet, this spacetime portal gave him another option. After putting away the cards and the fragment, Chen Yu continued his campaign. I have to say, the difficulty of the 11th level was on a completely different scale than before. Chen Yu did not manage to clear it until midnight. It is no exaggeration to say that any wave of zombies in the 11th level was stronger than anything in the 10th. If it were not for the fact that the desert primeval giant zombie was controlled by the zombie queen, Chen Yu would have cleared the 10th level with ease. However, the rewards for clearing the 11th level were quite generous. From the 2nd to the 5th waves, he received a total of 3 zombie cards and 1 plant card. They were the Gatling P zombie card, the Bungie zombie card, the Conehead zombie card, and the Colonel Pult card. Plus the guaranteed zombie card for clearing the level, Chen Yu walked away with 4 zombie cards in total. Come to think of it, he had already dropped a Conehead zombie card while fighting, and then got another one for clearing the level. Was this a hint of some kind? As his homestead leveled up, he arrived at the 12th level. His strength surged forward during this time. It felt as if a scorching storm was ravaging his body, while a gentle ocean was stitching his torn-apart flesh back together as good as new. If he could crush a boulder with a single punch back when he was at the bronze rank, now as a 1-star silver he could vault over walls, jump 5 meters high, and his strength was 5 times what it had been before. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 70 days. Does the transferer wish to engage in battle now? No. Chen Yu shook his head, then exited the battle platform and returned to his room. Back in his room, he did not go to sleep immediately, but instead took out his zombie handbook. He had 6 cards ready for synthesis now. If he did not combine them, he would not be able to get a wink of sleep tonight. As he moved the Gatling P zombie card, the Conehead zombie card, and the Bungie zombie card from his inventory into the synthesis page, an endless black aura swept over them. Chen Yu remained indifferent to this familiar black aura. He was long accustomed to its presence. Only the black aura tonight seemed even more intense. He wondered if it was because of the cards or simply because it was midnight. Regardless, Chen Yu did not mind. In fact, he felt it was a good thing the black aura was harmless, and for someone like him who owned the zombie handbook, it was nothing but beneficial. As the black light faded, 3 zombie cards appeared in his palm. Name: Iron Bucket Gatling P Zombie. Grade: 2 star. Description: the Gatling P Zombie is a rather unique existence in the zombie world. Unlike traditional zombies, he has the head of a plant and the body of a zombie, collectively referred to as a plant zombie. Due to an accident, his good friend, the Iron Bucket Zombie, passed away. He inherited the Iron Bucket hat and his strength increased dramatically. He can fire 6 Ps at once, outperforming even the plant Gatling P. Name: Phonograph Conehead Zombie. Grade: 2 star. Description: the Conehead Zombie once performed meritorious service in a battle, indirectly saving Dr. Zomboss's life, which earned him the doctor's gratitude. After he died next to a phonograph in an accident, Dr. Zomboss immediately operated to resuscitate him. He was successfully revived and granted a brand new head, along with the ability to continuously restore health to himself and his teammates. Name: Hypnoshroom Bungie Zombie. Grade: 2 star. Description: unlike other zombies, Bungie zombies have lived on the Tree of Wisdom since birth and possess thieving skills that are hard for others to learn. One day, a Bungie zombie accidentally ate a Hypnoshroom and mutated into a Hypnoshroom Bungie zombie. This granted him greater power. Any enemy lifted into the air by them will have their traits nullified, including ash-based plants about to explode, and they will be unable to move. The Hypnoshroom Bungie zombie will then convert the enemy into a teammate to be deployed in battle again. My god! Chen Yu was deeply shocked after reading the descriptions of the 3 cards in his hand. He recognized the Iron Bucket Gatling P Zombie and the Phonograph Conehead Zombie as elite versions of the standard ones, but what was up with this Hypnoshroom Bungie zombie? It was actually this overpowered. To be able to nullify any enemy's traits just by lifting them up, and then convert them into a teammate for battle, that is not just powerful, that is insane. Chen Yu swallowed hard and then integrated these 3 cards into his zombie bestiary. After a quick wash, Chen Yu fell into bed and was fast asleep in no time. Time flew by. It was now the final hour before the rankings were locked. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the leaderboards. Bronze potential ranking, Star Zone leaderboard. 1. Chen Yu cleared layer 12, wave 0, view details. 2. Lu Yao cleared layer 8, wave 1, view details. 3. Bai Yi cleared layer 7, wave 3, view details. Bronze potential ranking, Jiangnan City leaderboard. 1. Chen Yu cleared layer 12, wave 0, view details. 2. Huang Qiansheng cleared layer 8, wave 2, view details. 3. Lu Yao cleared layer 8, wave 1, view details. Bronze potential ranking, Jiangnan Province leaderboard. 1. Chen Yu cleared layer 12, wave 0, view details. 2. Gongsun Zi cleared layer 10, wave 0, view details. 3. Long Yao cleared layer 9, wave 4, view details. My god, this Chen Yu is truly relentless. For these past 7 days, he has been suppressing all the geniuses and scions of powerful families in our Jiangnan province without giving them a single chance. I can only say that anyone who considers Chen Yu a rival is in trouble. It is impossible to win against someone like him, and you will likely end up completely demoralized. Goodness, are you sure you are not implying something about me? I took Chen Yu as a rival from the start, thinking he was just a flash in the pan that I could easily surpass. Now my mental state has completely collapsed, and I cannot muster any desire to compete with him at all. There is no difference between saying that and bragging about yourself. With your level, you think you are qualified to call Chen Yu a rival. Look at your own strength, a mere bronze 4-star. Do you even belong in that conversation? Whether I belong there or not is none of your business. And what makes a bronze 3-star like you qualified to point fingers at me? If Chen Yu were here and said that, I would accept it gladly, but as for you, get out of here. Am I the only one who feels heartbroken for the geniuses of Jiangnan province? You know, Gongsun Zi has been preparing for the top spot on the provincial leaderboard for ages, only to be crushed by Chen Yu who came out of nowhere. Even with all her efforts, he remains out of reach. Inside a coffee shop, a group of class changers sat together chattering loudly, with one of the louder ones almost spitting on the person next to him. Let us leave those big shots out of our conversation. Chen Yu has 1 in a million talent, Gongsun Zi has an unattainable background, and even Huang Qiansheng and Lu Yao are people we cannot afford to offend. A short-haired man in a white baseball jacket shook his head helplessly and finished his coffee in one gulp. The long-haired woman beside him smiled faintly. Talking about them will not make them notice us anyway, and even if they did, so what? Do you really think high-profile figures like them would bother with nobodies like us? Do not be so small-minded. You have a point, but it is always better to be cautious. The short-haired man nodded noncommittally and then changed the subject. By the way, I just got word from a friend that Lu Yao and Huang Qiansheng are fighting for second place on the Jiangnan City leaderboard. Do not let the current ranking fool you. Huang Qiansheng is ahead, but Lu Yao is about to clear her current wave and catch up. She has a secret weapon that lets her clear a layer quickly. If her plan works, she will definitely surpass him. But Huang Qiansheng is not a pushover either. As the second son of the Huang family, even if his status is not as high as Lu Yao's in her family, he has always kept a low profile. He might be hiding a trump card as well. Who will take second place is really anyone's guess. The long-haired woman became interested upon hearing this. I know. My close friend is on good terms with Huang Qiansheng, and she knows he has a trump card specifically to prevent Lu Yao from overtaking him. Even though his talent is not as good as Lu Yao's, Huang Qiansheng is extremely hardworking. It is said he has not closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights, all to secure second place on the city leaderboard. Given the time left, it will be tough for Lu Yao to pull off an overtake. Either way, I am betting on Huang Qiansheng holding onto that second place spot. Once they reached this topic, others joined in, enthusiastically sharing their own views. As the hands of the clock on the wall ticked forward, class changers across the country competing for the leaderboard felt their hearts racing. Some were overjoyed, some anxious, some annoyed, and some were punching walls in frustration. But only a very select few could remain as calm as Chen Yu. An hour can feel long or short. To someone waiting anxiously, it seems incredibly drawn out, while to someone mindlessly scrolling on their phone, it passes in the blink of an eye. Take Chen Yu, for example. He just watched a few videos, and before he knew it, the time had already slipped away. Given his strength and record, no one could snatch the top spot on the 3 leaderboards from him, not even Gongsun Zi. The bronze potential leaderboard has ended. You cleared 12 floors in total, ranking 1st in Jiangnan Province, 1st in Jiangnan City, and 1st in Star District. Would you like to claim your rewards?
Yes.
Chen Yu clicked the yes button. Congratulations on receiving 3 zombie cards and 1 physical enhancement potion, as a reward for ranking 1st in Star District. Congratulations on receiving 5 zombie cards and 3 plant cards, as a reward for ranking 1st in Jiangnan City. Congratulations on receiving 10 zombie cards and 5 random cards, as a reward for ranking 1st in Jiangnan Province. What Chen Yu did not expect was that the rewards for the bronze potential leaderboard would be so generous. Although these zombie cards were all 1-star and random, there were so many of them. With 18 in total, he should surely be able to synthesize a few 2-star zombie cards right. Besides, the 12th and 13th floors also gave him 3 cards, making a total of 21 cards. Chen Yu swallowed hard and began to prepare for the synthesis. Before synthesizing, he took a quick inventory of his cards. These 21 cards included 2 tombstone cards, 2 regular zombie cards, 2 snowman zombie cards, 2 squash zombie cards, 2 duck inner tube zombie cards, 2 nutwall zombie cards, a diver zombie card, a zamboni zombie card, a sled zombie team card, a flag zombie card, a screen door zombie card, a tall nut zombie card, a grave buster zombie card, an imp zombie card, and a pole vaulting zombie card. Among them, the tombstone, regular zombie, snowman zombie, squash zombie, duck inner tube zombie, nutwall zombie, flag zombie, and screen door zombie cards could all be synthesized. Looking at so many synthesizable zombie cards, Lin Yu chuckled involuntarily and then summoned his zombie bestiary. As the pages of the zombie bestiary slowly turned, it did not take long for it to stop at the final synthesis page.
Tum-tum.
As the zombie cards, grouped in pairs, were tossed into the synthesis interface, 2-star cards began appearing in his hands like bamboo shoots after a spring rain.
Name: Surprise Tombstone. Grade: 2-star.
Description: this tombstone is just like life itself, full of surprises and uncertainty. It might summon Dr. Zombos, who stands above all, or it might just grant 25 tombstone points without summoning any zombies at all. This is a tombstone with mysterious power, capable of summoning even zombies not found in the regular bestiary.
Name: Random Zombie. Grade: 2-star.
Description: the regular zombie is the most common and ordinary zombie in the zombie world. Once it grasped the rule that all things are me and I am all things, it learned to transform. Upon appearing, it will immediately morph into a random zombie with full health. Can only summon zombies present in the bestiary.
Name: Red-Eyed Snowman Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: the snowman zombie has always been a mysterious figure, but many zombies have seen him and spread tales of his constant running away. This made the snowman zombie very angry. He learned from his mistakes, gave up his habit of fleeing, and hit the gym, resulting in an epic boost to his speed and attack. Name: Screen Door and Buckethead Squash Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: the squash zombie's strength was at the bottom among plant zombies because its health was about the same as a regular zombie, often causing it to be eliminated before even touching the enemy. Having learned its lesson, it borrowed armor from the Screen Door and Buckethead zombies to protect itself, ensuring it would never die before getting close to an enemy again. Name: Duck Knight Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: for unknown reasons, the duck inner tube mutated into a giant duck. Grateful for the favor, the giant duck promised to be the duck inner tube zombie's pet for life. The giant duck is incredibly fast, and its health is equivalent to that of a Zamboni zombie. Name: Screen Door Nutwall Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: the Nutwall zombie is the toughest plant zombie besides the tall nut. To surpass its big brother, the Nutwall zombie bought a screen door from the blacksmith, significantly increasing its defense. Name: Buckethead Flag Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: the flag zombie was always the pioneer among zombies, but one day it discovered its girlfriend was pregnant. To avoid losing its life so easily, it borrowed a bucket from the Buckethead zombie and trained diligently. Its speed and defense were greatly improved, and it now provides a speed buff to all zombies present. Name: Fire-Breathing Screen Door Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: the Screen Door zombie was always a ghost in the zombie world. Due to an accident, he fell into a mountain of fire and was scorched for 3 full days. Far from burning to ash, this experience granted him the ability to breathe fire. His flames can burn enemies in the 3 cells in front of him, dealing high damage over time. Looking at the 8 2-star cards in his hand, Chen Yu was not as excited as he had imagined. These cards were just too weak. While they were certainly usable, they paled in comparison to the zombies he had synthesized before. Only the surprise tombstone and the random zombie really caught his eye, especially given the mechanics of the random zombie, which would never go out of style. As for the rest, they were strictly average, although the fire-breathing screen door zombie was not bad. After all, it was his only fire-breathing unit, though he wondered how much damage the flames would actually do. Chen Yu shook his head and then turned his attention to the 3 plant cards and 5 random cards. The 3 plant cards were nothing special: a potato mine, a chomper, and a grave buster. As for the 5 random cards, they were quite interesting. These random cards were special items. Once used, they would transform into any type of card, be it a zombie card, a plant card, a weapon card, or something else entirely. Chen Yu did not hesitate and chose to use them immediately. As he used the random cards, a brilliant, multicolored light erupted from their center, forcing Chen Yu to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the random cards were gone, replaced by 5 different cards. Let's hug. They even have this kind of card. Chen Yu looked at the mental power enhancement card in his hand with surprise. He had not expected cards related to mental power to exist. Chen Yu immediately checked the information for these 5 cards. Name: Dr. Zombos. Grade: 1-star. Description: Dr. Zombos is a genius in the zombie world. He earned a doctorate in death studies in just 2 years and mastered its techniques with incredible speed. He also possesses unparalleled talent in mechanical engineering. He is a terrifying and maverick character. Name: Squash Zombie. Grade: 1-star. Description: Squash zombies are a unique existence in the zombie world, collectively known as plant zombies. Their specialty is flattening enemies in the space ahead, dealing damage equivalent to a squash plant, though it cannot flatten enemies with excessively high health. Name: Sunshroom. Grade: 1-star. Description: Small sunshrooms produce a small amount of sun, and once grown, they provide as much as a sunflower. Although the name contains the word sun, sunshrooms actually hate sunlight. Every time they produce sun internally, they spit it out as quickly as possible. For them, sunlight is unbearable and they even detest it. Name: Fish Chinese Letter Sword. Grade: 2-star. Description: A precious sword forged by a master craftsman. It is sharp enough to cut through hair and can slice through iron like mud. It can pierce through even the toughest iron armor with ease, but the blade is short, making it better suited for surprise attacks rather than head-on combat. Name: Mental Power Enhancement. Grade: Special. Description: Upon use, it grants the user a small, permanent increase in mental power and mental capacity, while also allowing mental power to recover faster. These consist of 2 zombie cards, 1 plant card, 1 weapon card, and 1 mental power enhancement card. Chen Yu was especially surprised to have drawn Dr. Zombos. After familiarizing himself with all his cards, Chen Yu tidied up his room and went out. It was 12 o'clock in the morning.
Chen Yu had assumed Su Binglin was already asleep, but to his surprise, she was watching a rather embarrassing TV show. Because Chen Yu opened the door a bit too quickly, he inevitably caught a glimpse of the content. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, the TV screen went black, and the sound of sleepy snoring came from the sofa. Hearing that sound, Chen Yu instinctively wanted to laugh, but the thought of the potential beating that would follow made him immediately suppress the urge. As Chen Yu walked up to the sofa in the living room, Su Binglin, who had been faking it, immediately opened her eyes with a sleepy look. Zio Yu, it is so late, why are not you sleeping yet? Su Binglin asked, feigning confusion as she looked up at Chen Yu. The bronze potential rankings just finished, and as the top of all 3, I received some pretty good rewards. One of them is the mental power enhancement card that you need most, Lanjai. Chen Yu smiled and explained his reason for coming, then turned the tables. What about you, Lanjai? Why are you sleeping on the sofa in the middle of the night? Even if your constitution makes it unlikely for you to get sick, what if you catch a cold? I do not want to be busy running around taking care of you. Su Binglin rolled her eyes. So is taking care of your big sister making you that unhappy? I really raised you for nothing. When you were sick back then, I carried you to every clinic nearby, and in the end, we even went to the biggest hospital in the city. Hearing Su Binglin say this, Chen Yu replied immediately, I am not unhappy at all. I just do not want you to get sick. Even though I am the one taking care of you, it is you who would be suffering. How could I ever forget all the good things you have done for me, Lanjai? After saying this, Chen Yu, fearing that Su Binglin might find something else to retort with, quickly took the mental power enhancement card out of his inventory and handed it to her. Are you really willing to give this to me? Su Binglin looked at the card Chen Yu was offering with some surprise. You have to realize that this card is worth as much as a 2-star card, and a high-quality one at that. It could fetch at least 50 million at an auction. Chen Yu was just giving it to her like this. Why would not I be? Are not we families? Chen Yu sat on the edge of the sofa and asked with a smile. Goodness, you are way too nice to your sister. With a complex expression, Su Binglin tapped Chen Yu on the forehead, but she did not take the card. She had always thought of herself as the elder taking care of Chen Yu, but in reality, she was the one being taken care of. When she fell asleep on the sofa in the evening from exhaustion, Chen Yu would cover her with a blanket. When she came home late from missions, Chen Yu would have a warm meal prepared for her. When she was too busy to manage the house, Chen Yu would do the cleaning, laundry, and cooking, keeping everything in perfect order. The only thing she did was provide money, while everything else seemed to be handled by Chen Yu. And now Chen Yu was offering her an incredibly valuable card to repay her. How could she have the heart to accept it? Others rely on their parents to get by, but in her case, she was becoming a burden to her younger brother. If that got out, she would have no face left. Jai, what are you doing, zoning out all of a sudden? My arm is getting sore from holding this up. Chen Yu playfully pinched Su Binglin's cheek, then to her utter astonishment forced the card into her hand. Alright, it is getting late, go to sleep. If you stay up late watching TV, you will get wrinkles. Chen Yu waved his hand with a smile and turned away coolly. Su Binglin was about to return the card to him, but upon hearing that, her pretty face flushed red, and she chased after him without another word. You brat, who are you saying stays up late watching TV? Who are you saying will get wrinkles and turn ugly? Your sister here is a natural beauty, a city-toppling stunner. The line of people chasing me goes all the way to the German Empire. Su Binglin grabbed Chen Yu by the neck, leaning her whole body against his back, and glared at him with her captivating phoenix eyes. Yes, Lanjai, you can go and rest now. Chen Yu said, feeling a bit helpless as he stood by his bedroom door. Not a chance, not after what you just said. Besides, I cannot take this card. How can I, as your sister, take something from my younger brother? As the saying goes, I appreciate the thought, but take your gift back. Su Binglin said with a hint of feigned arrogance. Lanjai, I do not need this card. Your divine phantom needs it more. Only by giving it to you can its value be fully realized. Chen Yu turned his head to look at her beautiful face, which was inches away, and said with a wry smile. But Su Binglin wanted to say more, but Chen Yu cut her off. No buts. If you do not accept this card, we are ending our sister-brother relationship tomorrow. From now on, we will go our separate ways, and I will move out tomorrow. Hearing Chen Yu put it that way, Su Binglin rolled her eyes in helplessness and finally accepted the card. However, she decided that she would make it up to him in other ways later. Even though she had long seen Chen Yu as her own brother, she still could not comfortably accept such a great contribution from him. Early the next morning, Chen Yu got up bright and early to head to school. He wore all black, hoping to keep a low profile while picking up his cards at the principal's office, but he did not expect to find hundreds of students standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. They were laughing and chatting, their faces beaming with excitement, and as Chen Yu stood not far away, he seemed to hear his own name. Just as Chen Yu felt a sense of foreboding and prepared to sneak in through the back door, a student nearby spotted him, eyes lighting up, and pointed him out with a loud shout. "Girls, I see the great Chen Yu, that is the star student of our school. The top spot on all 3 leaderboards belongs to our school." "Really? Where? I cannot see him. Hurry up and lead the way, I need to ask him for an autograph." "Stop shouting here, there is no way you can see him standing in the middle like that. Just follow the main group." "Great Chen Yu, we are coming. You are the role model for all of us here. Can I get your contact information? I have a business deal worth hundreds of millions to discuss with you." Before Chen Yu could even react, the students rushed toward him like a stampede of wild bulls. Seeing this, Chen Yu was shocked and hurriedly summoned a balloon zombie to take him flying into the air. Although this was his first time summoning a zombie in reality, he felt incredibly skilled, showing no signs of hesitation, as if his limbs were perfectly coordinated with the process. "Master, where are we going?" As the balloon zombie carried him through the sky, it looked down at Chen Yu and asked softly, "To the principal's office." Chen Yu pointed out the direction, and the balloon zombie immediately accelerated to full speed, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. "It is all your fault. I was going to ask the great Chen Yu for an autograph, but you scared him away." "What do you mean we scared him? Why were not you the one to drive him away?" "How could it be me? I am so pretty, the class beauty, and I have turned down so many boys who confessed to me." "Alright, stop arguing. You all were the ones acting like fanatical admirers, rushing forward and scaring him off. What is the point of blaming each other now?" "Exactly, we came to congratulate Chen Yu on topping the 3 leaderboards, but you girls ruined everything. Do you really think he would be interested in people like you?" "What are you rambling about? What is wrong with us? Do we have fewer arms or legs than others? You know very well what you are lacking. You are not even a ranked professional. You are destined to be in a different world than Chen Yu. At least I am a bronze 3-star professional." The students on the ground began to blame one another, seeing the fearful, avoidant expression on Chen Yu's face. Chen Yu, who had already flown far away, did not see this scene. As the balloon zombie slowly descended, Chen Yu arrived at the door of the principal's office. He had already called Liu Hui earlier, but since Liu Hui was busy away from school today, he was told to go directly to the principal. "Knock, knock, knock." The door to the principal's office was knocked. "Come in." Soon the principal's voice came from inside. Chen Yu opened the door and walked in to find the principal sitting at his desk, reviewing documents with a glowing face. Seeing Chen Yu, the principal stood up with a grin and walked over to shake his hand. "Student Chen Yu, the first time I saw you, I knew you were no ordinary person and would surely achieve great things in the future. I did not expect that in just 10 short days you would give me such a huge surprise. I never imagined you would top all 3 leaderboards." Now it is not just the students in Xingqian District or Jiangnan City who know about Xingqian First High School. Even the influential figures in Jiangnan Province know our school. Most importantly, the higher-ups have allocated a new wave of learning resources. Our students will have even better conditions in the future. You are truly the lucky star of Xingqian First High. The principal's face was flushed with excitement as he shook Chen Yu's hand repeatedly, clearly overjoyed. "Oh right, look at my memory. This is the zombie card I promised you, take a look." Noticing that Chen Yu did not seem too enthusiastic, the principal stopped the polite small talk and took a black, exquisite gift box from his drawer, handing it to Chen Yu. Chen Yu took the gift box, opened it, and was surprised to find 2 2-star cards and 3 1-star cards inside. Name: Suspender Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Introduction: a variant of the disco zombie. Upon entry, this zombie summons 4 dancing chickens around it. The suspender zombie has a high movement speed and continuously performs backward dribbling movements. When the dancing chickens die, it turns around and summons them again. Name: Backpack Imp Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Introduction: a variant of the imp zombie. After death, it sets up a tent on the spot, which summons zombies 3 times before being destroyed. It can only summon buckethead zombies, football zombies, or gargantuar zombies. Apart from these 2 interesting 2-star cards, the 3 1-star cards were old friends: the newspaper zombie, pogo zombie, and jack-in-the-box zombie. Chen Yu already had corresponding cards for these 3, so he could perform another round of synthesis. It is worth noting that this suspender zombie seemed a bit weak, ranking at the very bottom among 2-star cards. But the backpack imp zombie is different. Although it requires 150 tombstone points, it can specifically summon 3 powerful types of zombies. Among these 3, even the weakest is the buckethead zombie, and with a bit of luck, he could definitely summon football or gargantuar zombies. Is not this an absolute steal? By comparison, the suspender zombie, costing 150 tombstone points, seemed rather lackluster. What is this?
Chen Yu looked up at the principal in confusion and asked. They had agreed on one 2-star card, so why were there 2 2-star cards and 3 1-star cards now? These are resources issued personally from above. Furthermore, that person specifically commended you by name. This is what you deserve. The principal smiled and patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. That person... Hearing this, Chen Yu could not help but feel puzzled. The principal nodded with a beaming smile. Yes, that person specifically requested to reward you well and hopes you will give it your all in the upcoming national leaderboard competition. If you can maintain the first place, then a 3-star card awaits you. If you make it into the top 10, you will still be awarded 2 2-star cards. If you are in the top 50, you will only receive 1 2-star card, and you will not receive further attention from above. After all, resources are limited, and only geniuses are worthy of prioritized allocation. Although you are an undisputed genius in our Jiangnan province, can you still maintain that name when placed among so many other geniuses across the country? Use your actions to tell that person you can do it. I have already put in a good word for you, ha 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 ha. After chatting for a while in the principal's office, Chen Yu left the school. Before leaving, Chen Yu told the principal that he was a card synthesis master and laid out all his strengths, asking the principal to help him promote them. The principal naturally nodded in agreement to the requests of a student he favored, promising to help with the promotion. Because they were in class, those crazy students were not hanging around at the school gate, so Chen Yu walked out through the main entrance with ease. Immediately after the 3 rankings concluded, the national ranking began. Originally, Chen Yu's level was already too high to participate in the bronze potential ranking, but since he promoted all the way up, this situation was defaulted to be calculated based on his bronze level. The national ranking lasts for 6 days in total and is divided into 2 phases. The first 3 days are the ranking rush phase, and the last 3 days are the combat phase. As a genius among job changers, one must not only be able to fight zombies, but also battle other job changers and win. Only then can one be considered the elite of geniuses. The ranking rush phase for the first 3 days is the same as the content of the 3 rankings, and rewards are settled immediately after it ends. The combat phase during the last 3 days is similar to friendly sparring, and rewards are settled separately after it ends as well. Then, their average performance from both phases is combined to determine the final ranking, and those at the top receive rewards. This is the real reason why countless geniuses are dying to participate in the national ranking. After returning home, Chen Yu summoned his zombie compendium immediately. With an endless flicker of black light, 3 brand new cards appeared in Chen Yu's hand. Name: Angry Newspaper Zombie. Grade: 2 stars. Description: the newspaper zombie was once synonymous with the old, weak, sick, and disabled. His body, which was clearly still robust, looked like a candle in the wind to others. In response, the newspaper zombie worked hard and exercised crazily. On the surface, he is a frail old man, but in secret, he is a king capable of destroying heaven and earth, and the newspaper in his hand with the numbers 95 engraved on it is his seal. Name: Throwing Jester Zombie. Grade: 2 stars. Description: the Jester Zombie is the funniest zombie in the zombie world. He often tells jokes to make other zombies laugh, but he did not know that the zombies were not laughing at his boring jokes, but at his comical appearance. Later, when the Jester Zombie learned the truth, he slowly put away his smile and became a demolition expert using the gift box bombs in his hands. Now he can throw a gift box bomb every 5 seconds, and his target is always the enemy in the rearmost row. Name: Garlic Ghost Jump Zombie. Grade: 2 stars. Description: the jumping zombie was once the best at jumping in the zombie world, and countless elderly zombies loved to watch him jump. But the appearance of the disco zombie sent his status into a tailspin, which left him disheartened and decided to commit suicide by devouring garlic. Unexpectedly, his head turned into garlic, and he gained the ability to break the rules of jumping. He can jump to any lane he wants, and no one can touch the corner of his clothes as he rises with the wind. Chen Yu was stunned as he looked at the 3 cards. Are not these the 95 version, second brother, and another version of the ghost jump zombie? I did not expect that. Last time I got the blade-wielding second brother, and this time I directly got the 95 version. You have to know, the 95 version is even more terrifying than the blade-wielding one. However, he was not familiar with this throwing jester zombie, and did not even know if there were any similar modified versions. But he knew that this throwing jester zombie was truly powerful. It only costs 125 tombstone points and can actually throw the gift box bombs in its hand indefinitely. You know, the damage of the jester zombie's gift box bomb is the same as a cherry bomb. I never expected that a random jester zombie card I synthesized would also be such a heavy hitter. Happily, Chen Yu integrated the 3 cards into his zombie compendium, and then opened the bronze potential ranking national ranking to check the details.
Bronze Potential Ranking Dragon Country National Ranking. 1. Yao Kainkyu cleared Layer 3 Wave 0 View Details. 2. Wangxi cleared Layer 2 Wave 5 View Details. 3. Shen Sensi cleared Layer 2 Wave 4 View Details. 4. Li Zixuan cleared Layer 2 Wave 4 View Details. 5. Zhao Kaiqian cleared Layer 2 Wave 3 View Details. I did not expect these geniuses to have cleared so many layers not long after the ranking started. The top-ranked Yao Kainkyu even cleared 3 layers, although Yao Kainkyu's level is not high. Through the details, Chen Yu saw Yao Kainkyu's level. Yao Kainkyu is a 3-star silver, and it took him clearing 3 layers to barely match Chen Yu. However, this taught Chen Yu some tricks, such as the fact that as long as you maintain a top 100 position in each province, you can enter the national ranking, and then clear the accumulated layers all at once. Just like this Yao Kainkyu, jumping to the top of the national ranking and enjoying immense popularity for a time. But after all, this Yao Kainkyu only became the top of the national ranking by being opportunistic. It will not be easy for him to hold on to that top spot. Do not you see Wang Xi in second place eyeing him covetously? Regarding these people staying up late to clear levels, Chen Yu personally does not approve. What does it matter if you stay up late to clear layers? As long as you are human, you need rest. Even if you force yourself to stay awake with items, can you really maintain a good state? Chen Yu does not think he will lose to these guys. If he loses even with the zombie compendium, then he should just stop calling himself a transmigrator who has played Plants vs. Zombies. That would be too embarrassing. Soon Chen Yu entered his homestead. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 80 days. Does the job changer want to start the battle now?
Yes.
Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Zombies will arrive at the homestead in 10 minutes. Please choose the zombies you want to deploy as soon as possible. Blind Box Zombie, Angry Newspaper Zombie, Death Zombie, Hardy Disco Zombie, Backpack Imp Zombie, Damaged Tombstone Throwing Jester Zombie. Chen Yu randomly chose 7 zombies to enter the card slot. Yesterday he thought of a lineup. First, use the Death Zombie to quickly accumulate tombstones, and then use the Hardy Disco Zombie to pin positions for infinite summoning. Although the difficulty of this positioning trick is a bit high, the playability is very high and the map clearing speed is fast. I just do not know if it can be effective. He brought the Hardy Disco Zombie and Death Zombie this time just to test the feasibility of this lineup. If this lineup is feasible, he can fix this combination for map clearing in the future. Of course, a zombie like the Blind Box Zombie, which combines entertainment and practicality, must be brought. Without it, the soul of the game would be missing. Soon, 10 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. The first wave of zombies is about to attack. As a skull icon appeared in the bottom left corner of the panel, a group of office worker zombies driving white cars slowly drove over. Leading the pack was a large truck known as the King of the Road, with a husband and wife pair of zombies inside, their scarlet eyes flashing with bloodlust. By checking the zombie bestiary, Chen Yu quickly learned the information about this group of zombies. These zombies are similar to the ice resurfacer zombies, but they can crush enemies, and they die instantly once their cars are destroyed. However, unlike the ice resurfacer zombies which can crush anything, this group of car zombies cannot directly crush zombies with high health. But the husband and wife zombie pair in the lead truck are different. Their health is calculated separately. The truck has 2,000 health. Once the truck is destroyed, the pair will lose half their health, jump out of the car, and then run forward at extreme speed. As the truck-driving couple stopped at the entrance of the homestead, 20 white cars immediately began to slowly enter. The moment the white cars entered, Chen Yu immediately placed a damaged tombstone in the middle lane. The moving speed of the white cars is not high, even a bit slower than the original ice resurfacer zombies, and this 300-meter distance is enough for them to walk for a while. Chen Yu was incredibly calm. As the tombstone made a sound, Chen Yu immediately placed another one in the second lane. After some back and forth, he had placed a damaged tombstone in all 5 lanes. Next, it was time to verify if this lineup was viable. As time passed, Chen Yu quickly saved up 100 tombstone points and immediately placed a Reaper zombie in the second lane. The Reaper zombie slowly crawled out of the tombstone. He stared ahead with his unique dead fish eyes. As he moved forward, tombstones summoned by him appeared one after another in the first and third lanes. Within just a minute, the Reaper zombie had summoned 6 tombstones in the first and second lanes. Next, the damaged tombstone in the 5th lane made a sound, granting another 50 tombstone points. Chen Yu immediately summoned another Reaper zombie in the 4th lane. You have to say, although the tombstones summoned by the Reaper zombie are just the most ordinary ones, he summons so many of them. With only 150 points, he summoned 12 tombstones. He is truly the king of cost-effectiveness. Moreover, the tombstones summoned by the Reaper zombie also provide tombstone points and summon more zombies, and the wait time is not long, which is much better than Chen Yu's previous method of grinding damaged tombstones. Watching the zombie army emerging like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, Chen Yu immediately approved of this lineup. However, while this force looked impressive, most of them were just ordinary zombies summoned from ordinary tombstones. Facing the car zombies, the ordinary zombies were crushed to death after just a bite or two, and only the conehead and buckethead zombies could barely hold out for a bit. However, the health of a conehead zombie is only equivalent to 2 ordinary zombies, so it would die after about 4 or 5 bites, while only the buckethead zombie could last until the 10th bite. Seeing the tombstone points on the panel reaching 300 and still climbing, Chen Yu made a prompt decision to place a benevolent dancer zombie in the middle lane, along with 2 mystery box zombies. To ensure the benevolent dancer zombie could be useful, Xiao Yu immediately walked up to him and grabbed his arm. Master, is something the matter?" The benevolent dancer zombie looked at Chen Yu in surprise, even stopping his signature dance moves that no one had ever seen before. "Keep at the slowest speed and summon from the back. Do not run to the front and throw your life away." Chen Yu gave the benevolent dancer zombie a warning, then turned his gaze to the 4 backup dancer zombies. "You 4 charge to the front as fast as you can to die, and do not do it all at once, go one by one. Only go after your king has finished summoning again, understand?" As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, the 4 backup dancer zombies looked at each other and then nodded seriously. Chen Yu is the heir to the zombie emperor and their master, so they would not hesitate even if the order was to sacrifice themselves. After all, they are already dead. If Chen Yu had not awakened their souls, they would still be slumbering. Seeing that both the benevolent dancer zombie and the 4 backup dancers were ready, Chen Yu finally let go of the dancer's arm. At the same time, the newly summoned mystery box zombies had already gained some distance. Chen Yu had thought this through. He placed the benevolent dancer zombie in the middle lane because that lane had the fewest car zombies. The first lane had 5 car zombies, the second had 3, the third had 2, the fourth had 6, and the fifth had 4. As long as the 2 car zombies in the middle were taken care of, the benevolent dancer zombie could summon in peace. You should know that the benevolent dancer zombie's greatest strength is not that he can summon unlimited backup dancers or inherit the throne, but that he can awaken a sleeping zombie from a tombstone. The zombie is random, and he can awaken one from every tombstone. This is the strongest part of his synergy with the Reaper zombie. As the 2 mystery box zombies arrived at the middle lane, 2 backup dancer zombies joined them. As the 4 zombies went crazy attacking the car zombies in front, the already dilapidated cars immediately emitted creaking sounds and began to tremble violently, as if they would explode at any moment. Boom! As a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the frontmost car zombie in the middle lane was the first to fall, destroying both the car and the rider. The brand new cars behind, which had not been attacked, drove forward slowly. The backup dancer zombies and mystery box zombies began biting, but after only 2 bites, all 4 were crushed into meat pies. Sensing the death of 2 backup dancer zombies, the benevolent dancer zombie immediately summoned 4 more to rush forward. This time, without Chen Yu's command, the benevolent dancer zombie handled everything himself. As the mystery box zombies perished, the sled zombie squad and the tombstone-eating zombie appeared on the battlefield. The sled zombie squad was fine. They appeared from the very back, so there was no worry of dying immediately, while the unlucky tombstone-eating zombie fell before he even took a bite. The tombstone-eating zombie has the same health as an ordinary zombie, and his moving speed is even slower. His unique trait is that upon death, he leaves behind an indestructible tombstone in place, which enemies simply ignore and walk past. "Brothers, have you forgotten your dreams?" At that moment, the benevolent dancer zombie suddenly shouted, and music from out of nowhere energized the entire homestead. "We have not." The 4 sled brothers appearing at the gate answered immediately, and then they appeared in the middle of the field at lightning speed. I have to say, the 4 sled brothers are truly ruthless. Every time they appear, they exploit rule loopholes to help Chen Yu take out zombies. Since exploiting rule loopholes causes health loss, the 4 sled brothers use their nimble moves to launch a frenzied attack on the white car. The car zombie inside never expected these 4 zombies to actually be able to move backward, so shocked that its eyeballs nearly popped out. The sled zombie squad ignored the car zombie's exaggerated expression, blew up the white car with lightning speed, and then soulfully stepped backward onto their sled. This time they did not continue to lose health, but instead drove the sled straight away from the base. Roars, roars, roars. The zombie couple sitting on the truck looked at the benevolent dancing king zombie in the back with gloomy faces. Because of Chen Jai orders, the benevolent dancing king zombie reduced its speed to the minimum. As everyone knows, dancing king zombies do not move very fast to begin with, they dance as they walk. This is their rule, which resulted in the benevolent dancing king zombie just dancing in place incessantly. As the backup dancer zombies on the second lane met the car zombies, the backup dancers died under the cars just as intended. Resurrect my lover. Wait, got that wrong, come out backup dancer zombies. The benevolent dancing king zombie pointed his left hand to the sky, and 4 more backup dancer zombies appeared around him, then started walking forward at top speed. After the backup dancers on the second lane died, those on the fourth lane followed in their footsteps. With the benevolent dancing king zombie's third summoning, all the tombstones began to rumble. Krieg Trika. One by one, zombies crawled out of the tombstones. There were 18 tombstones in total, with the most in the first, third, and fifth lanes, and the fewest in the second and fourth lanes. But the second and fourth lanes were incredibly lucky. Both had 2 tombstones. The second lane summoned a buckethead zombie with a parasol and a gargantuar, while the fourth summoned a newspaper zombie with a knife and an angry newspaper zombie. To put it in the words of a short video blogger, the fourth lane really hit the jackpot, summoning 2 different but very strong newspaper guys. The zombies summoned in the first and third lanes were a mixed bag, with the third lane being the worst. Even though the third lane had the most tombstones, 6 in total, it only summoned a bunch of losers. Diver zombies, duck float zombies, yeti zombies, dolphin rider zombies, backup dancers, and imp zombies. It was just a collection of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The first lane was better. Despite having only 4 tombstones, it summoned a red-eyed gargantuar, an imp, and 2 pole-vaulting zombies. Chen Yu was not worried about the safety of the first lane. After all, the red-eyed gargantuar was at full health, and it would be easy for it to handle these small zombies. As for the fifth lane, Chen Yu stared in confusion as 4 white cars exploded at once. He had not even clearly seen what zombie was summoned on the fifth lane before the enemy was gone. As Chen Yu squinted, he saw a jack-in-the-box zombie turn around with a grin, wave at him, and then march forward with a cheerful stride. Hey, wait a minute. Chen Yu immediately called out to the jack-in-the-box zombie. Since such a powerful killing machine had been summoned, how could Chen Yu let such high-quality labor go to waste? Chen Yu explained the situation to the jack-in-the-box zombie, and it agreed without hesitation. Just as Chen Yu was about to leave the fifth lane, he heard the sound of paper tearing from his front left. He saw tangible question marks appear over the heads of both newspaper zombies, and then they rushed forward with red, angry eyes. The 2 newspaper zombies were unstoppable, chewing through 6 car zombies in less than 5 seconds. Wait, before Chen Yu could even finish his sentence, the angry newspaper zombies had already charged out of the base. Oh my god, roars. The zombie couple in the truck was startled. The male zombie in the driver's seat even let out a human-like sound. Fortunately, the 2 newspaper zombies did not attack them. They were teleported away as soon as they rushed out of the base. Though it was just a false alarm, the zombie couple breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Even with their low intelligence, they knew they could not possibly beat such fierce creatures. As the car zombies died one by one, eventually being wiped out, the truck-driving zombie couple immediately led the main force into the base. As the grand finale, the zombie couple chose the middle lane, which had the most people. The 20 small cars behind them entered different lanes. Perhaps because they had witnessed the power of the jack-in-the-box and the red-eyed gargantuar, only 2 cars entered the first and fifth lanes. The second lane had 6 cars, the fourth had 7, and even the middle lane had only 3 cars following. Seeing the zombies' formation, Chen Yu declared it was a sure win. If no car zombies had appeared in the fifth lane, the pressure on the fourth would have been immense. But since they did, the jack-in-the-box is gift bomb, an area of effect weapon, could catch the car zombies in the fourth lane as well. Although the car zombies had different speeds, they all started at the same time, so one big explosion could take them all out at once. Just as Chen Yu was about to command the jack-in-the-box to deliver the finishing blow, the cars in the fourth and fifth lanes exploded, turning the zombies and their cars into ash. Since the red-eyed gargantuar in the first lane and the white-eyed gargantuar and buckethead zombie in the second were still standing, he did not need to worry about those lanes. As for the third lane, Chen Yu was not in a hurry. The benevolent dancing king zombie was still at work, having summoned 6 times already. One more backup dancer death, and another wave of sleeping zombies would awaken from the tombstones. Plus, Chen Yu's tombstone points had reached 500. He had not used any since the start, and the tombstones were busy producing points and summoning zombies, which was why he was not panicked at all. Just then, a backup dancer in the middle lane was crushed by the truck. The dancing king summoned again, and an old man with glasses emerged from a tombstone in the middle lane. As soon as the angry newspaper zombie woke up, the truck knocked him over. This stupid action did not kill the newspaper zombie, but it certainly provoked him. As the saying goes, once the newspaper is shredded, the gods will pay. Booms, 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 booms. 4 explosions rang out simultaneously. By the time Chen Yu reacted, the newspaper zombies had already charged out, and the zombie couple lay dead on the ground, their eyes wide open in disbelief. With the speedrun lineup of the Reaper zombie and the kind-hearted dancer zombie, Chen Yu cleared the levels with ease. He had advanced from the 14th floor all the way to the 17th, and there was only one final wave left to clear the 17th floor. The rewards he received were quite generous, with 6 zombie cards and 3 plant cards that were all excellent. They were the catapult zombie, jalapeno zombie, pole vaulting zombie, propeller zombie, and a tombstone, while the plant cards were 2 potato mines and a chomper. Chen Yu had never seen a propeller zombie before, but he could see its information from the description. Name: Propeller Zombie. Grade: 1 star. Introduction: an eccentric zombie in the zombie world. It walks slowly when it first appears, but after 5 seconds it uses the propeller in its hands to fly. It remains immune to ground attacks while in flight unless someone manages to knock the propeller out of its hands. Upon death, it dives toward the ground at high speed and explodes, with the blast damage equivalent to a cherry bomb. Roar! Just as Chen Yu was checking the card information, he heard the frustrated roars of zombies coming from not far away. Chen Yu looked up subconsciously, surprised to see that the once aggressive zombies had all perished, leaving only their leader struggling to hang on. However, that guy's health was already at the bottom, and it would not be long before it died. No sooner had Chen Yu thought this than the boss in the distance collapsed under the damage, and 2 zombie cards were instantly obtained. To think both were pole vaulting zombies, did he stumble into a pole vaulting nest today? Chen Yu did not dwell on it and immediately summoned the zombie codex. As the pages of the codex flipped to the last one by themselves, Chen Yu immediately inserted the cards that could be synthesized. It is worth mentioning that the catapult zombie, jalapeno zombie, and tombstone could all be synthesized into 2-star cards, and the pole vaulting zombie could even be synthesized twice. The plant cards, potato mine, and chomper could also be synthesized, though he was not sure if there would be any surprises with the plant cards this time. As an endless black radiance erupted like a fountain, the entire room plunged into absolute darkness. Not long after the black light dissipated, Chen Yu now had several brand new 2-star cards in his hand, including 2 identical 2-star pole vaulting zombie cards. Name: Pot-Throwing Catapult Zombie. Grade: 2 star. Introduction: the catapult zombie was once a teenager who loved basketball, but as time passed he lost that passion and began pursuing ultimate thrills. To achieve this, he replaced all the basketballs on his cart with pots. Whenever he hits an enemy, he turns them into a pot, and smashing the pot reveals a random zombie inside. Name: Bucket Helmet Door Shield Jalapeno Zombie. Grade: 2 star. Introduction: as a member of the plant zombie hybrids, the jalapeno zombie's strength has always been controversial. Some think it is trash, while others believe it is incredibly powerful, capable of taking out an entire row of enemies. The source of this controversy is its highly unstable explosion timing. Sometimes it explodes as soon as it appears, other times it never blows up until death. To end the controversy, the jalapeno zombie underwent special training and purchased protective armor. Now, the bucket helmet door shield jalapeno zombie will explode automatically after walking 4 tiles. Name: Crazy Tombstone. Grade: 2 star. Introduction: many think a tombstone is just an inanimate object, unaware that it has its own consciousness. When the tombstone saw the zombies it summoned being slaughtered mercilessly, it became truly enraged. It abandoned its ability to summon zombies and instead produces 100 tombstone points every turn. It never wants to see zombies die again. Name: Fitness Fanatic Pole Vaulting Zombie. Grade: 2 star. Introduction: feeling inferior due to his lack of strength, the pole vaulting zombie started working hard to get fit. After training at home for 2.5 years, he has returned. He can now easily vault over any enemy and turn them into a tombstone, no matter who they are. Name: Fang Chomper. Grade: 2 star. Introduction: the original Chomper was a true one-punch wonder. Once it swallowed an enemy, it would fall into a long digestion period during which anyone could kill it. But things are different now. It has grown fangs and a stomach of strong acid, allowing it to digest enemies in just 3 seconds. It is a deserved powerhouse among plants. Name: Instant Sprout Potato Mine. Grade: 2 star. Introduction: the old potato mine required a long time to sprout and explode, often being eaten by enemies before it could even surface. To avoid such a pathetic end, the potato mine forced itself to take hormones, allowing it to sprout the instant it is planted. However, its cost has subsequently increased to 50 sun. Looking at the 7 cards in his hand, Chen Yu was surprised. He did not expect the quality of these 2-star cards to be so high. Both the pot-throwing catapult zombie and the crazy tombstone were excellent. The bucket helmet door shield jalapeno zombie and the fitness fanatic pole vaulting zombie were also quite decent. The main point is that the jalapeno zombie solved its stability issue, greatly increasing its utility. Furthermore, the armor makes it less fragile, allowing it to protect itself well until it finally explodes. As for the chomper and potato mine, they were undeniably stronger, but since Chen Yu could not use those two cards, he was not particularly excited. Except for the plant cards and the two 2-star pole vaulting zombie cards, Chen Yu merged the rest into the zombie codex. Then he placed the 2 pole vaulting zombie cards into the synthesis page. Today, he was going to own his very own 3-star card. You have to realize that 3-star cards are not like those dime a dozen 1-star cards. A 3-star card is something you cannot even buy if you have the money. As the 2 2-star cards were inserted, the zombie codex did not emit that familiar black light, but instead released a turbid black and white aura. At that moment, a ball of light shot into Chen Yu's forehead, and a massive amount of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Even the zombie codex underwent some unknown change, trembling violently as if it were about to explode at any second.
Yes.
After a long while, Chen Yu clutched his throbbing temples, his expression twisted, partly in agony and partly in ecstasy. But he could not blame himself. The sheer benefits this information brought him were indescribable. Who would have thought the synthesis page had a hidden function that only unlocks once you synthesize your first 3-star card?
What?
Just then, the synthesis page suddenly stopped trembling, and a 3-star pole vaulting zombie card landed in Chen Yu's palm.
Name champion pole vaulting zombie. Grade 3-star.
Description: having returned from his studies, the pole vaulting zombie participated in many competitions, which sent his strength and fame skyrocketing. The result of this fame is a transformation in his power. Now the pole vaulting zombie can easily vault over any enemy and turn them into a tombstone. The pole in his hand allows for consecutive vaults, which is the confidence of a true champion. With the appearance of the champion pole vaulting zombie card, the synthesis page in the zombie almanac changed completely. Chen Yu could clearly perceive that the synthesis page could now synthesize not only 2 identical cards, but also different ones. However, synthesizing 2 different cards carries the risk of destroying them, and even if successful, there is uncertainty, making it incomparable to synthesizing 2 identical cards. But regardless, this gave Chen Yu an extra option. He might not use it, but he had to have it. After all, this could even allow for the fusion of plant cards and zombie cards. Of course, this was not without its limitations. 1-star cards can only be fused with 1-star cards, 2-star cards only with 2-star cards, and so on. Itching to try it out, Chen Yu immediately took out a basic zombie card, a backup dancer zombie card, a dolphin rider zombie card, and a snorkel zombie card. These were all insignificant cards in his hand, just perfect to test whether the new feature was actually useful. As the basic zombie card fused with the backup dancer zombie card, and the dolphin rider zombie card with the snorkel zombie card, 2 distinct beams of light flared up before quickly fading away.
Name Kung Kun zombie. Grade 2-star.
Description: the Kung Kun zombie is the twin brother of the overall-clad zombie. When both are on the field, they trigger the A true man bond. The Kung Kun zombie gains the traits of the disco zombie, summoning Susan zombies in all 4 directions. The Susan zombie's attributes are identical to those of a basic zombie.
Name dolphin snorkel zombie. Grade 2-star.
Description: the crystallization of an accident between a dolphin rider zombie and a snorkel zombie. The dolphin snorkel zombie inherits the traits of both. Upon entering the field, it dives underwater with its dolphin. While underwater, it is immune to all attacks except for ash-based damage. When the first enemy appears, it surfaces and vaults over them, causing the vaulted enemy to drown immediately. Afterwards, the dolphin snorkel zombie loses its dolphin, but retains the traits of the snorkel zombie.
Oh?
Chen Yu's eyes lit up. He had not expected the 2 cards he casually synthesized to be this good. Although the Kung Kun zombie seemed a bit useless, its entertainment value was high, and that Susan zombie was truly hilarious. Someone who did not know better would think the zombie almanac was a total troll. As for the dolphin snorkel zombie, it went without saying. He would not bring it on land without water, but if a boss level randomly generated an ocean environment, it would be the key to turning the tide of battle. After integrating the 2 cards into the zombie almanac, Chen Yu put it away and walked quickly out of the room. Seeing Chen Yu walk out of his room at only 5 o'clock, Su Binglin, who was sitting on the sofa watching a proper television show, poked her head out curiously.
Sister Lan, what are you watching?
Seeing Su Binglin craning her neck like a giraffe, Chen Yu sat down on the sofa she was lying on and said with a chuckle, "I am just curious. I thought you would not come out until tonight. The national ranking competition is fierce, and every class-transferred player can view the national rankings now. This is much more open than the viewing conditions for the previous 3 rankings. Su Binglin retracted her neck and said dismissively. Perhaps thinking of something fun, she lifted her leg, traced a graceful semicircle in the air, and let it fall onto Chen Yu's lap. Sister Lan, I am not a kid anymore. It is very easy for me to lose control if you keep doing that. Chen Yu looked at the fair, slender leg resting on his lap with a sense of helplessness. Su Binglin often teased him like this when he was young, and although she had stopped for a while recently, he had not expected it to start up again now. Lose control of what? What are you talking about? You do not have those kind of naughty thoughts about your sister, do you? That is not allowed, okay? Su Binglin smirked and rubbed her leg against Chen Yu's chest, speaking to him in an extremely seductive tone. Sister Lan Yu. Chen Yu looked at Su Binglin a few times and ultimately gave up on the idea of lecturing her. There was no helping it, Su Binglin's fists were stronger than his now. As a mere silver rank class transferred player, he naturally had to endure it with humiliation. Oh right, I just went to the black market for trading and saw a few decent zombie cards. These should be of some help to you, right? After teasing Chen Yu for a while and finding he would not fall for it, Su Binglin quickly lost interest. She took the zombie cards she had specifically gone to the black market to trade for out of her inventory and handed them to Chen Yu. She had exchanged the precious cards Su Kaiyan gave her for these, swapping for 2 2-star cards and 5 1-star cards. Why so many? Chen Yu looked at the cards Su Binglin brought out with some confusion. Although he knew Su Binglin would definitely buy him cards after that night, he had not expected her to buy so many. Those 2-star cards are decent, and as for the 5 1-star cards, they were just thrown in as bonuses. Anyway, these cards are not expensive, so just take them, Su Binglin said with a smile. Chen Yu just started to refuse, but Su Binglin locked his head between her legs to stop him from speaking. What do you mean, eyes? If I give them to you, take them. If you do not take them, it means you do not acknowledge me as your sister anymore. I will cut ties with you tomorrow and we will never see each other again. Su Binglin angrily repeated the words Chen Yu had said to her that night. With Su Binglin smothering his face, Chen Yu's complexion gradually began to turn red. However, he was a silver rank powerhouse now. If he were not deprived of oxygen for several hours, he would not die. This resulted in Chen Yu being very uncomfortable but unable to express his thoughts, having no choice but to wait for Su Binglin to finish speaking on her own. Alright, do you have any complaints? Su Binglin saw he was smothered enough and finally released his face to ask. Hug. Chen Yu gasped for air without speaking. That feeling of being unable to breathe was truly uncomfortable, though it was hard to define whether this was a punishment or a reward. What? Chen Yu gasped for breath for a moment, and ultimately forced by Su Binglin's overbearing manner, he had no choice but to agree. Seeing Chen Yu store the card in his inventory, the look in Su Binglin's eyes shifted from dangerous to satisfied. Just as Chen Yu was about to make a run for it, he stood up and suddenly remembered something, so he immediately took all his plant cards out of his inventory and handed them to Su Binglin. Oh right, Sister Lan, I have a few plant cards here that I need you to help me sell. If you see any you like, feel free to take them. There were 7 cards in total: Twin Sunflower, Corn Pult, Potato Mine, Gravebuster, Sun Shroom, Instant Potato Mine, and Chomper. What is the deal with these 2 2-star cards? Su Binglin raised an eyebrow with curiosity. At your current level, you should not be able to drop 2-star grade cards, right? Chen Yu smiled. It is true that I cannot drop 2-star cards at my current level. I synthesized these myself. My talent has mutated and I can synthesize not only cards but also both plant and zombie cards. You can synthesize plant cards too. Su Binglin tilted her head in surprise. Is not your talent a zombie illustrated guide? Why can you synthesize plant cards as well? I do not know either, Chen Yu shrugged. Seeing that Chen Yu did not seem to want to talk about it, Su Binglin did not press him further, though she had already planned out a way for him to make money in her mind. Zio Yu, what is the success rate of your card synthesis talent, and how many materials and cards does it require? I will help you plan and sort out a way to make money, Su Binglin said seriously. Chen Yu thought for a moment and replied, my talent has 2 synthesis paths, and naturally they have different success rates. The first synthesis path is to combine 3 identical cards from the same faction. This has a 100% success rate, will never destroy the cards, and the synthesized card is guaranteed to be usable with no junk cards produced. The second synthesis path is to combine any 3 cards together. This path has no requirements for factions or identical cards, but the result is uncertain, and there is a possibility of destroying the cards. If I had to choose, I would definitely go with the first path, but if I am short on cards and need them urgently, I might use the second path to take a gamble. What if I happen to get a good card? The number of cards Chen Yu told Su Binglin were needed was still 3. It was not that he did not trust Su Binglin, It was mainly because he needed to get stronger faster, so keeping an extra card for himself was essential. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Su Binglan pondered for a while, then said, "Zio Yu, your talent is amazing. It would not be an exaggeration to call you the greatest card synthesizer in history. At least, I have never heard of a synthesizer who can guarantee no card destruction. At your current level and talent, your synthesis fee can reach about 10 million. And you should tell the public that the first path requires 4 cards, while the second path only needs 3. It just so happens that I know many professionals who need card synthesis. If you need, I can help you reach out to them. Once you make a name for yourself in the synthesis world, plenty of people will be begging you to synthesize cards for them." After speaking, Su Binglan seemed to remember something and continued, "Right, you should keep these plant cards yourself, especially the 1-star ones. They are the best synthesis materials. As for the 2-star plant cards, you can sell those and use them to promote yourself." Before Chen Yu could refuse, Su Binglan stuffed all the 1-star cards into his pocket, then hurriedly ran to the entryway to change her shoes and left. Chen Yu looked at Su Binglan's retreating back in astonishment. He had only mentioned it in passing, yet she was even more enthusiastic about it than he was, and had already rushed out. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yu lay on the sofa to rest for a while, and after 6 o'clock, he went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles before returning to the battle platform. Bronze Potential Ranking National Leaderboard. 1. Yao Kainkyu cleared level 4 Wave 1 View Details. 2. Chen Yu cleared level 4 Wave 0 View Details. 3. Wang Si cleared level 3 Wave 5 View Details. 4. Shen Sansi cleared level 3 Wave 3 View Details. 5. Zhao Kaienqian cleared level 3 Wave 3 View Details. Who on earth is this Chen Yu? I did not see his name this morning, but by evening he is already in second place. Yao Kaienqiu stood at the entrance of his homestead, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, his eyes full of gravity. He had been pushing the ranking since the national leaderboard opened, even suppressing his own level to vault to the number 1 spot. He did not expect someone to threat his position in less than a day. If this Chen Yu kept advancing levels with such momentum, his number 1 throne might not be safe. No, I cannot just sit by and wait for my downfall. Yao Kaienqiu gritted his teeth. He had originally planned to take a break if he widened the gap, but it seemed he could not rest anymore. Thinking of this, Yao Kaienqiu immediately started the next wave and planted a sunflower pot in the 3rd grid of the middle lane. The sunflower pot is a mass-produced card and one of the cards that official personnel can exchange for. Once you become a member of the Guard Bureau, you can exchange your points for cards. After planting the sunflower pot, Yao Kaienqiu immediately planted a Sun Twin Shooter on top of it. The Sun Twin Shooter is a hybrid plant. It has 2 heads, the back one is a sunflower and the front one is a dual shooter. It only costs 25 sun more than a regular dual shooter, making its cost-effectiveness absolutely maxed out. The intensity of the previous first wave was not high. He used ash plants to clear zombies while planting sustainable output plants. Now, he had a row of ice cactus and Sun Twin Shooters in each of the first 2 lanes. He planned to plant Sun Twin Shooters in the 3rd row as well. Once the 3rd row was filled, he would consider defensive plants or buff-type plants like the Torchwood. Of course, given his family background, a regular Torchwood certainly would not be good enough for him. Only a 2-star variant Torchwood would suffice. For example, the 2-star Torchwood he synthesized possessed both buffs and offensive capabilities, making it a very good 2-star plant card. Name: Torchwood Boxer. Grade: 2-star. Description: the Torchwood, having no offensive capabilities, is the mascot of the plant world. Both catapult and defensive plants look down on it, believing it has no use and calling it the Liu Shan of the plant world, hopeless. Only the shooters know how valuable a Torchwood truly is. To avoid being looked down upon, the Torchwood secretly learned boxing. When an enemy appears within 2 grids in front of it, it delivers a fatal blow with its flaming fists.
What? A Jew? Who is thinking of me?
Chen Yu had just returned to the battle platform when he sneezed for no reason, which left him quite puzzled. At his current level, he should not be getting a cold, let alone sneezing. Clearly, someone must be talking about him. Chen Yu thought about it carefully but could not come up with a reason, so he stopped dwelling on it. The first wave of zombies will reach the homestead in 90 days. Will you start the battle now, Transcender?
Yes.
Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Zombies will arrive at the homestead in 3 minutes. Please select the zombies you wish to deploy as soon as possible. Mystery Box Zombie, Angry Newspaper Zombie, Reaper Zombie, Kind-Hearted Disco Zombie, Crazy Tombstone, Damaged Tombstone, Champion Pole Vaulter Zombie. Chen Yu brought 2 tombstones, directly swapping out the Backpack Imp Zombie and the Throwing Jester Zombie. It was not that they were not strong, but they rarely had a chance to shine, so it was better to give those slots to the Crazy Tombstone and the Champion Pole Vaulter Zombie. The first wave of zombies is approaching. As a skull icon appeared in the bottom left of the panel, zombies dressed in swimsuits started walking from the distance. The leader was robust and muscular, carrying a shark in its arms, looking particularly intimidating. Tug. Seeing water ripples appear on the ground as these zombies walked, as if stepping on a lake, left Chen Yu quite confused. Noticing something unusual, Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, and the information about this group of zombies instantly appeared before him. Name: Swimming Zombie. Level: Silver 7 stars. Description: it was once a swimming enthusiast who became a zombie for unknown reasons. Although its consciousness is scattered, the will to swim is deeply ingrained in its muscle memory, making it want to swim at all times. Wherever it goes, the ground briefly turns into a swimming pool, which restores half a minute after the swimming zombie dies. When other zombies fight in the pool, their stats are halved, while the swimming zombie's stats are boosted by 50%. Name: Swimming Coach Zombie. Level: Silver 8 stars. Description: a former swimming instructor who became a zombie while retaining some consciousness, allowing it to stand out and gain greater power. Its shark mount increases its movement speed and briefly turns the area it traverses into a swimming pool. Upon encountering the first enemy, the shark mount deals fatal damage of 1800 before dying itself. When it appears on the battlefield, it increases the attack speed of swimming zombies in the lanes to its left and right. What? Chen Yu was stunned after reading the descriptions of the swimming zombie and the swimming coach zombie. He had not expected the zombies on the 18th floor to be this formidable. Even the Zamboni only leaves an ice trail for a short time, but these guys actually turn the land into a swimming pool. Who could handle that? Furthermore, the swimming zombie gets too many buffs in the water, and combined with the debuff applied to other zombies entering the pool, this was going to be a tough fight. Considering that a standard swimming zombie is already as tough as a conehead zombie, with these buffs and debuffs plus the night bonus, it could probably go head-to-head with an original football zombie. Just as Chen Yu was stunned, the 10 lead swimming zombies had already entered the homestead. The moment they stepped onto the homestead ground, they all stopped and then leaped forward in an elegant motion. Just as they were about to fall flat on their faces, the ground suddenly turned into a pool, and the 10 swimming zombies dove in, swimming forward gracefully. Seeing this, Chen Yu immediately placed a crazy tombstone in the middle lane. In a situation like this, the damaged tombstone was not much use. Even a buckethead zombie would struggle against these swimmers. He had to quickly use the crazy tombstone and Reaper zombie to summon enough tombstones, then use the kind-hearted disco zombie to turn the tide. Fortunately, the crazy tombstone produced tombstone value faster than the damaged one. Within 3 minutes, Chen Yu had placed 5 and summoned 2 Reaper zombies. There were 17 tombstones on the field now, and Chen Yu had 100 tombstone points in reserve. Chen Yu stopped placing crazy tombstones and summoned another Reaper zombie. As the Reaper zombie continued its work, 6 more ordinary tombstones were obtained. Do not underestimate the ordinary tombstones. Even though they only summon basic zombies and produce 25 points, their sheer numbers make up for it. As time passed, the 5 rows at the back were filled with tombstones. Tombstone value plus 25. Tombstone value plus 25. Tombstone value plus 100. A wisp of black energy flickered across Chen Yu's panel from time to time, signaling that the tombstone points had been credited. The swimming zombies were nearing the halfway point, and the fastest one was only 2 tiles away from the frontmost tombstone. Watching this, Chen Yu decisively summoned the kind-hearted disco zombie in the second lane. It is worth mentioning that out of the 10 swimming zombies, 2 were in the first lane, 1 in the second, 4 in the third, 2 in the fourth, and 1 in the fifth. Since the fifth lane was a single-sided one, Chen Yu summoned the disco zombie in the second lane without hesitation. As the kind-hearted disco zombie appeared, Chen Yu immediately went up to converse with it. After understanding Chen Yu's objective, the disco zombie nodded and relayed the orders to the backup dancer zombies with lightning speed. While the backup dancers charged forward, Chen Yu was not idle. He summoned the champion pole vaulter zombie at the front tombstone in the middle lane. He was not short on tombstone points, and since this was his first 3-star card, he was eager to see its true strength. As a commotion came from the tombstone, a muscular jock holding a pole appeared before Chen Chen. If it were not for the familiar attire, Chen Yu would never have recognized this muscular man as the pole vaulter zombie. Hello, master. Noticing Chen Yu's gaze, the champion pole vaulter zombie adjusted his crown and flashed a charming smile. Hello, champion, I need you to take care of the enemies ahead. Can your strength handle it? Chen Yu asked with a smile. Of course I can, watch me. The champion nodded, his expression turning stern. He raised his pole over his shoulder and charged rapidly toward the lead swimming zombie. Click to enter. Roar, roars, roars. Seeing the champion pole vaulting zombie charging recklessly towards them, the ducky tube zombies in front immediately raised their heads and roared in anger. What are you roaring for?
The champion pole vaulting zombie appeared in front of the ducky tube zombie at incredible speed and swung his pole hard. As the champion pole vaulting zombie vaulted into the air, the ducky tube zombie could only watch helplessly as he flew right over its head. Just as the ducky tube zombie was preparing to roar again, it suddenly realized its vocal cords were no longer responding, and no matter how it struggled, it was in vain. Having vaulted over that one, the champion pole vaulting zombie ignored the creature that was gradually turning into a tombstone, and aimed for the second ducky tube zombie to vault again. In the blink of an eye, the champion pole vaulting zombie had already completed a quadruple vault. As the champion pole vaulting zombie landed once more, he had already arrived at the entrance of the homestead. Master, the third lane is cleared. The champion pole vaulting zombie turned his head, waved at Chen Yu, and then walked out of the homestead to be teleported away. With the threat in the third lane gone, Chen Yu looked relaxed as he found a lounge chair and set it up by the entrance to lie down. Following Chen Yu's orders, the backup dancer zombies from the first and second lanes rushed to the ducky tube zombies at maximum speed. The ducky tube zombie was terrifyingly strong. The moment the backup dancer zombie got close, it was dragged into the water and torn into shreds, leaving not even a complete corpse. As for the basic zombies summoned by regular tombstones, they go without saying. They are the most common cannon fodder in the zombie world, and there are almost no zombies they cannot beat, except for the basic zombies on the first floor. As the three backup dancer zombies died one after another, the disco zombie immediately began a full tombstone summon. Hearing the earth-shaking sounds coming from the tombstones across the field, countless zombies began to crawl out.
Brother, have you forgotten your dreams?
I have not forgotten. As the disco zombie began to sing a familiar tune, bobsleds launched from the homestead toward the ducky tube zombies. To Chen Yu's surprise, bobsleds appeared in all 5 lanes. However, the first and fourth lanes featured bobsled zombie teams, while the second and fifth lanes had regular bobsled zombie squads. In addition, the first lane also saw a ducky tube knight zombie, a screen door buckethead zombie, and a giga gargantuar, which could truly be called an all-star zombie lineup. As for the second lane, it contained more common zombies, such as conehead zombies, balloon zombies, and screen door buckethead walnut zombies. What Chen Yu looked forward to most were the crazy miner zombie in the fourth lane and the flamethrower screen door zombie in the fifth. These were the first to appear since he synthesized them. Furthermore, the crazy miner zombie can attack enemies from underground, and the ducky tube zombie's trait is to temporarily turn the ground into a swimming pool. It was unclear whose rules would prevail.
Bang!
With a thunderous crash of a hammer, the ducky tube zombie in the first lane perished under the telephone pole of the giga gargantuar. Perhaps because the giga gargantuar used too much force, the telephone pole slammed into the pool and splashed a massive wave of water, drenching both the zombies behind him and those in the second lane.
So painful.
But do not underestimate a small walnut, you jerk. The screen door buckethead walnut zombie let out a ferocious roar. No matter how the ducky tube zombie attacked, he did not dodge or retreat, instead choosing to trade blow for blow to force an attack. It is worth noting that among the plant zombies, the walnut and tall nut are known for their high defensive capabilities. The tall nut has been called the war god of repentance since its debut, while the small walnut had no title at all. Now, he was going to use the ducky tube zombie to make his name.
Glug glug.
At that moment, a sound like mining came from underground.
Crack.
Suddenly, a clash of metal came from the middle of the fourth lane. The crazy miner zombie and the ducky tube zombie stopped simultaneously, followed by a continuous crunching sound. After about half a minute, the pool created by the ducky tube zombie had vanished, and the ducky tube zombie itself was already dead. The victor, the crazy miner zombie, continued forward, searching for his next target.
Boom boom.
Movement came from the fifth lane as well. The flamethrower screen door zombie stood not far from the ducky tube zombie and unleashed a fire attack. The ducky tube zombie, which had been charging forward like a force of nature, stood frozen on the spot as if it had been stunned. Chen Yu noticed that the ducky tube zombie's body was trembling, indicating it could still move, but was being forced to stop by some method used by the flamethrower screen door zombie. In less than 10 seconds, the ducky tube zombie was reduced to ashes, and the pool it had left behind was slowly dried up by the heat of the flamethrower screen door zombie.
Roars, 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 roars.
Seeing all its students dead, the ducky coach zombie immediately led all its remaining subordinates to charge forward. It is worth mentioning that in addition to the ducky coach zombie, there were 20 other ducky tube zombies. However, this ducky coach zombie was not very bright. It chose to enter the field while Chen Yu's zombies were still active. If it were even half as smart as the zombie queen, it would have just waited a few minutes for the zombies to pass before entering, which would have given it a better chance of winning.
But unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. The Ducky Coach zombie's foolish behavior sealed its own fate and that of its students. It did not even survive for 3 minutes under the zombie's assault, which is truly pitiful. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu had fought from the 18th floor to the 19th, and cleared the 19th floor at top speed. He was pleasantly surprised by the zombie cards he received. He had not expected the 18th and 19th floors to yield 5 cards. The drop rate was simply unheard of. Even excluding the 2 mandatory cards from those floors, he still got 3 extra. If he told anyone, he would definitely be considered incredibly lucky. Of course, Chen Yu earned these cards through his own strength. After all, he was constantly being targeted by the zombie queen, facing top-tier monsters in max quantities. It would be unreasonable if he did not get something good. Among them were 2 new types of zombie cards he had never seen before, at least not in the original Plants vs. Zombies or any of its mods. As Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, information about 2 different cards appeared before him. Name Dice Zombie. Grade 1 star. Introduction: a very mysterious existence among zombies. It is said that out of 1,000 zombies, only one might have heard the legend of the Dice Zombie. This guy rolls a die every time he appears. If it lands on 1, he flees immediately. If it lands on 2, he summons a clown zombie. If it lands on 3, nothing happens. If it lands on 4, he randomly strikes an enemy with lightning, dealing 1,800 damage. If it lands on 5, he summons another Dice Zombie. If it lands on 6, he triggers the 666 feature, increasing the luck of all friendly targets and boosting all their attributes by 50%. Name Savage Zombie. Grade 1 star. Introduction: this is a strange fellow who always likes to talk to himself and is very unaccustomed to the busy urban life. He prefers a quiet life in the mountains. His most distinctive feature is the sharp axe he carries. He deals 100% true damage to any enemy wearing armor, making him the nemesis of countless armored foes. Aside from these 2 cards, the remaining 3 are the basic zombie, conehead zombie, and buckethead zombie, which are the earliest zombies to appear. However, what Chen Yu did not expect was that this Dice Zombie was actually this strong, and each die result had a different effect. The results other than 1 and 3 are quite good, especially the 6, it is just too amazing. As for the Savage Zombie, he also has his strengths. Although he is not as powerful as the Dice Zombie, he wins in stability. The Dice Zombie cannot roll a 6 every single time, but the Savage Zombie can deal true damage 100% of the time. Not to mention anything else, the fact that he can cut down a buckethead zombie like a regular zombie is proof enough that he is worth more than the cost. Besides, Iron Gate zombies and football zombies are also terrified of the Savage Zombie. After all, 100% true damage is not something to mess with. After clearing the 19th floor, Chen Yu lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. Yawn. Chen Yu let out a yawn, lifted his head to rub his sleepy eyes, and then opened the bedroom door to go to the sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. Just as Chen Yu finished washing up and was about to make breakfast, he was surprised to find 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles already placed on the table. Chen Yu looked closely and realized that Su Binglin, who usually slept until she woke up naturally, had actually gotten up early. This level of shock was no less than seeing the sun rise from the west. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and come sit down." Noticing Chen Yu's stunned gaze, Su Binglin rolled her eyes and gestured for him to come over, while sitting with her long legs wrapped in black stockings crossed. "Sister Lan, why are you up so early today?" Chen Yu pulled out a chair and sat opposite Su Binglin, asking curiously. "What do you mean by getting up early? I have not slept at all. I have been busy with your affairs from yesterday afternoon until now and finally finished just before noon," Su Binglin said softly, a flicker of deep exhaustion in her eyes. Chen Yu scratched the back of his head with a wry smile and said, "Yesterday I wanted to call out to you, but I did not expect you to run so fast. You were gone in a flash." "What are you blaming your sister?" Su Binglin gave a forced smile and reached out to tug at the corners of Chen Yu's mouth. If it were not for getting Chen Yu's card-merging master qualification certificate sorted out sooner, would she have been rushing around like this? Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. "No, it is just that I feel you are being too attentive to my affairs. I do not think it is necessary. You do not need to sacrifice your sleep for me. After all, your main force for clearing levels is the Phantom of God, which depends on mental strength. Your affairs are my affairs, and since they are mine, given my personality, I must get them done right away. Do not look at me being lazy on regular days. When I do things, I am efficient and decisive," Su Binglin said with a serious expression. After speaking, Su Binglin took the card-merging master qualification certificate she had obtained for Chen Yu out of her pocket and placed it on the table. This is the officially recognized card-merging master certificate. Although you can still merge cards for others without it, there are always risks. But as long as you have this certificate, those risks will vanish. because people's hearts are hard to predict in this world. If a card-merging master destroys a card while working for someone else, some people might become unbalanced and even blame the master for everything. Even if it goes to the guard's bureau, it would be a case of both parties being at fault. After all, one is merging without a license, and the other is being cheap. If you look for an unlicensed and cheap master and your card gets destroyed, you deserve it. But if you have the certificate, the guard's bureau will definitely stand on your side. After all, destroying cards is unavoidable. Apart from you, I have not seen anyone who can guarantee 0 failures. Su Binglin explained the importance of the card-merging master certificate to Chen Lin with a smile. Sister Lan, you did not spend the whole night just to get me this certificate, did you? Chen Yu frowned slightly. With Su Binglin's status in the guard's bureau, would not it have been easy for her to obtain this certificate? Was it really necessary to spend an entire night on it? How could that be? The certificate was just a side task. I was busy promoting you, paving the way and selling cards all night. Although the cards did not sell, I managed to trade for 2 pretty good zombie cards. Do not underestimate them. Even gold-level zombie career awakeners would find them useful. As she spoke, Su Binglin took the 2 2-star zombie cards she had traded for out of her inventory. As soon as the cards appeared, Chen Yu immediately used his zombie index to see their specific information. Name: Beekeeper Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Introduction: this guy is a weirdo in the zombie world. A perfectly good zombie actually decided to take up beekeeping. When he appears, he builds a hive in place. Then every square he walks, he summons 7 bees. The bees can attack all enemies within a 3x range of the beekeeper zombie. When the beekeeper zombie dies, he summons 14 bees and is reborn in the hive. Once reborn, the hive loses its function. The bees deal damage equivalent to a standard zombie and have 1 hit point, melting away upon contact. Name: Ironhead Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Introduction: after losing his career, the football zombie fell into a deep life slump. He once imagined himself standing on the field in glory, but reality hit him hard. Now he has lost his protective football uniform and helmet, lost the girl he loved, and no longer has any chance to return to the field. Whenever he thinks of these sad memories, the football zombie hits his head against the wall, but unexpectedly, this accidental action gave him the Ironhead ability. When the Ironhead zombie enters the field, he charges forward with full force until he hits an enemy and stops. This impact deals 1800 damage, and any enemy with health equal to or lower than that will die immediately. What? Sister, is this the zombie card you chose for me? Chen Yu looked at the card in Su Binglin's hand with a look of surprise and asked, "What is wrong? Is this card not good enough?" Su Binglin frowned slightly. This was a zombie card she had hand-picked with great care. Could it be that it did not meet Chen Yu's expectations? It is not that it is not good, it is that it is too good. I did not expect there to be such powerful zombies. Can this card really be exchanged for those 2 cards of mine? Chen Yu was completely dumbfounded. He knew that while his own 2 cards were usable, trading them for these 2 would be a massive bargain. Su Binglin nodded. Your 2 plant cards are indeed inferior to these 2 zombie cards, but I promised that person 1 free card synthesis. He has 2 requirements. First, he will give you 4 plant cards to fuse. If you ruin the card or it becomes unusable, you must compensate him with 4 plant cards. Second, he is in a tight schedule and must have the fused card today. If it goes past today's deadline, he will come to demand a refund. After speaking, Su Binglin looked at the thoughtful expression on Chen Yu's face and asked, "So can you synthesize it today? If you cannot, I will contact him now to return the cards." "I can do it, sis, give me the cards." Chen Yu nodded in agreement and reached out to Su Binglin for the cards. Here. Su Binglin took 4 melon pulp cards from her inventory and placed them on the table. Good. Chen Yu picked up the cards and prepared to walk into his room, but before he could even stand up, Su Binglin grabbed his arm. Noticing the puzzled look in Chen Yu's eyes, Su Binglin smiled and pointed to the steaming noodles in front of him, saying, "Finish your noodles first before going. There is no rush for this moment." Hearing this, Chen Yu wolfed down the noodles in no time. One should know that he had a huge appetite, and a single bowl of noodles could be finished in just 3 minutes. Returning to his room, Chen Yu immediately summoned the zombie index. As he turned the zombie index to the final synthesis page, Chen Yu immediately tossed in the 4 melon pulp cards. The cards fused by the zombie index are indeed usable, but they are categorized into barely usable and overpowered monsters. For example, the catapult zombie and the buckethead screen door squash zombie. The former is a main damage dealer that works in any environment, while the latter is a suicide unit used for one-for-one trades. The value difference between the 2 is too vast. They are simply not comparable. Tum-tum. After about a minute, the zombie index emitted 2 distinct rays of light. The light on the left leaned toward red, while the light on the right leaned toward blue. As the 2 cards appeared in his hands, Chen Yu immediately checked their information. Name: Fire Melon Pulse. Grade: 2-star. Description: as the eldest brother of the catapult family, the melon pult has been in the spotlight. Its damage is equivalent to 4 Ps, and it comes with splash damage that can hit enemies in lanes above and below. Unexpectedly, it has gained the power of fire. Now it can throw flaming watermelons. 2 flaming watermelons can take out a regular zombie. Moreover, it has a chance to shoot 4 flaming watermelons at once, firmly cementing its status as the big brother.
Name: Frost Melon Pult. Grade: 2 star.
Description: the Frost Melon Pult is the twin brother of the Winter Melon Pult. Born with the power of freezing that others can only dream of, the Frost Watermelons launched by the Frost Melon Pult deal slightly higher damage than the Frozen Watermelons launched by its younger brother. Furthermore, the Frost Melon Pult has a chance to freeze the entire field, forcing all enemies to freeze for 2 seconds. It is the undisputed uncrowned king of the Ice series.
Tog. Frost Melon Pult.
Chen Yu knew about the Fire Melon Pult because this guy had appeared in other game modifications, but this was the first time he learned about such a plant as the Frost Melon Pult. You have to realize that, although there is only a 1-character difference between the Frost Melon Pult and the Winter Melon Pult, the gap between them is significant. First is the difference in damage. The Frost Melon Pult can deal with enemies more quickly. And the Frost Watermelon has a chance to freeze the entire field, which the Winter Melon Pult cannot do. Do not underestimate it just because the probability is not high or it only freezes for 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds could mean the potential to deal more damage, and they represent a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Looking at the Fire Melon Pult card and the Frost Melon Pult card in his hands, Chen Yu ultimately decided to hand over the Fire Melon Pult card. In all fairness, the strength of the Frost Melon Pult and the Fire Melon Pult are on par. The effect of freezing the field for 2 seconds and shooting 4 flaming watermelons are both excellent, but if Chen Yu had to choose, he would definitely pick the Fire Melon Pult. After all, the Fire Melon Pult is all about violent output, dumping all sorts of damage onto the enemy. If the enemies are densely packed, the Fire Melon Pult can even use the splash damage of the 4 flaming watermelons to achieve an instant kill. Logically, Chen Yu should give the Frost Melon Pult to Su Binglan instead of giving away the stronger Fire Melon Pult. But from Su Binglan's words, Chen Yu could tell that the person making this trade was very powerful, someone who could even come to demand a refund without breaking a sweat. Since that was the case, Chen Yu naturally would not want to miss out on such a big client, so giving away the Fire Melon Pult would not be an issue. Most importantly, the appearance of the Frost Melon Pult is similar to the Winter Melon Pult, and both are 2-star cards. Chen Yu was worried that the other party might mistake the Frost Melon Pult for the Winter Melon Pult, which would be quite humorous. After organizing his thoughts, Chen Yu immediately put the Frost Melon Pult card into his inventory. As for the Fire Melon Pult card, he kept it in his hand and took it to the living room.
How was it?
As soon as Chen Yu came out, Su Binglan, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately cast an inquiring look.
Not bad.
Chen Yu nodded with a smile, walked quickly to Su Binglan, handed her the Fire Melon Pult card, and explained its characteristics. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Su Binglan had no doubts. She immediately took the card from Chen Yu's hand, stood up, put on her shoes, and went out. Watching Su Binglan's retreating figure, Chen Yu closed the door she had not shut properly and then walked back into his room.
What?
As soon as Chen Yu arrived at the battle platform, he noticed that his home base had changed. Raindrops fell from the sky, pitter-pattering onto the dark earth, soon forming puddles of various sizes.
A rainstorm environment.
Chen Yu looked up at the sky curiously, not expecting that the heavy rain would also be mixed with hail. Luckily, he had been standing under the eaves at the entrance of his base from the start. Otherwise, he would be either soaked to the bone or knocked senseless by the hail by now. The first wave of zombies will arrive in 90 days. Do you wish to start the battle now?
Yes.
Chen Yu nodded and chose to start immediately. Zombies will arrive in 3 minutes. Please select your units to deploy as soon as possible. Mad Tombstone, Blind Box Zombie, Angry Newspaper Zombie, Pot Catapult Zombie, Reaper Zombie, Kind-Hearted Disco Zombie, and Champion Pole Vaulter Zombie. Chen Yu thought for a moment and decided to keep his previous lineup, but he replaced the damaged Tombstone with the Pot Catapult Zombie. The damaged Tombstone was no longer very useful to him. Since he had a better alternative now, bringing the Mad Tombstone was sufficient. After all, he was not short on the Buckethead zombies summoned by the damaged Tombstone. What he really needed was the Tombstone points generated by the Mad Tombstone. The first wave of zombies is coming. As Chen Yu selected his cards, unsettling roars echoed from outside the home base. Chen Yu was a veteran of many battles by now, so he was already used to such sounds and felt no fear, but the types of zombies that appeared made him gasp.
Name: Kung Fu Zombie.
Level: Silver 9-star. Introduction: once an underground cage fighter, he lived a life on the edge of a blade. Since becoming a zombie, he has gained even greater power. Perhaps it was his willpower and strong physique that allowed him to stand out from thousands of other zombies. This zombie attacks by launching double fist strikes at enemies. Enemies hit have a chance to suffer from stun, unconsciousness, bone fracture, or knockdown effects. Paralyzed targets cannot move for 3 seconds. Unconscious targets wake up after 10 seconds. Targets with broken bones have their stats reduced by 50%. And knockdown targets take 2.5 seconds to stand back up. Name: Evil Sunflower Zombie. Level: Silver 9-star. Introduction: a rare plant zombie. Its existence originated from an accident where a mutated sunflower grew wildly and entered the body of a dying zombie. Unexpectedly, this triggered a symbiotic relationship. The sunflower uses the nutrients it steals to restore the zombie's corpse, while its own consciousness replaced the zombie's original one, causing its head to transform into a sunflower. This zombie attacks by whipping with its vines, capable of hitting enemies up to 3 tiles ahead. Names: Lightning Zombie. Level: Silver 9-star. Introduction: a zombie that appeared accidentally during a thunderstorm. This guy went from a common zombie to a spotlight-stealing lightning lord. It starts off like any other zombie, attacking with electricity. When its health drops below 50%, it enters a berserk state, summoning thunder from the sky to empower itself, changing its attack range from 3 tiles in front to a 3x3 area centered on itself. Name: Dark Summoner Zombie. Level: Silver 10-star. Introduction: an ancient dark summoner who lived for thousands of years, only to be infected by the zombie virus. Although the virus eroded its body and made it forget much of its past, it still vaguely remembers its signature dark summoning arts, which can summon all sorts of unexpected things. He did not expect the 20th floor to feature 4 types of zombies never seen before, and judging by their descriptions, they all seemed quite powerful. Especially the 4th one, the Dark Summoner Zombie. It was Silver 10-star, the highest level zombie in the entire pack. Furthermore, there was only 1 Dark Summoner Zombie, while there were 20 of each of the other 3. How is anyone supposed to hold up against that? Based on past experience, it was likely that these different zombies would take turns attacking in the vanguard. If Chen Yu won, he would move to the next stage. If he failed to defend his base, that would be the end of it. Just as Chen Yu was watching everything with a grim face, 20 Kung Fu zombies stepped into the home base with heavy strides. The other zombies stood still outside, and the leading Dark Summoner zombie stood there laughing, as if watching a show. Chen Yu felt a chill down his spine seeing this. The Dark Summoner zombie was dressed like a classic old woman. Except for 1 gold-rimmed tooth in the top right, all its other teeth were gone, making its laugh especially eerie. Roars, roars, roars. The Kung Fu zombies entered the base rapidly. 3 of them entered the first lane, 2 in the second, 5 in the third, 4 in the second, and only 1 poor soul in the 5th. Seeing this, Chen Yu immediately placed a mad tombstone in the middle lane. As time passed, the Kung Fu zombies had already covered 1/3 of the distance. Chen Yu already had 5 mad tombstones and 12 regular ones, and as the number of tombstones increased, the points were coming in faster. Ignoring the regular zombies charging to their deaths, Chen Yu immediately summoned a kind-hearted disco zombie in the second lane and sent a blind box zombie into the middle lane to scout. Once the kind-hearted disco zombie appeared, Chen Yu informed it of his plan. Hearing this, the kind-hearted disco zombie nodded and ordered its backup dancers to go and sacrifice themselves. As the blind box zombie and the backup dancers appeared before the Kung Fu zombies. Roared! The Kung Fu zombie roared and swung a punch, shattering the box on the blind box zombie's head, while the backup dancer had its arm broken and fell into a paralyzed state. Mere nobodies, watch me finish you off with 1 blow. The randomly spawned 500 HP Lin roared as he lifted his utility pole high above his head and swung it down. Just as the pole was about to hit, the Kung Fu zombie punched rapidly, landing 3 blows in such a short time that the Gargantuar became stunned and suffered broken bones. What? The Gargantuar stared at the Kung Fu zombie, unable to move no matter how hard he tried, and he could not speak either. He could only watch helplessly as the Kung Fu zombie finished off the backup dancers, and then unleashed a flurry of punches on him. In the blink of an eye, 2 scars had already appeared on the Gargantuar. Before the Gargantuar could recover, the Kung Fu zombie landed another punch on his head, knocking him out cold until he fell to the ground, never to wake again. What? Is the trigger rate really this high? Chen Yu looked at the smug Kung Fu zombie, his expression darkening. He had not expected the vanguard Kung Fu zombie to be this powerful. This guy not only punches rapidly in such a short time, but the frequency of triggering negative status effects is so high that even the white-eyed giant fell into its hands. Of course, this does not mean the Kung Fu zombie can beat a white-eyed giant. The one that just fell was merely a 500 HP white-eyed giant randomized from a mystery box zombie, not one in its prime, but it is still shocking enough. Roars, roars. Along the way, the Kung Fu zombie cut through everything like a force of nature.
After taking down 3 backup dancer zombies in a row, it noticed movement from all the tombstones ahead. In the first lane, 3 mystery box zombies and 1 white-eyed giant appeared. In the second, an ace football zombie and 2 conehead zombies. And in the third, a balloon zombie, a buckethead doornut wall zombie, and an angry newspaper zombie. As for the fourth and fifth lanes, no need to mention them. A bobsled zombie appeared in the fifth, and he alone is enough to take out all the enemies in the fourth and fifth lanes. A short-range fighter like the Kung Fu zombie has absolutely no way to deal with a bobsled zombie. Roars, roars, roars. Seeing a frail, elderly guy holding a newspaper walking slowly toward it, the Kung Fu zombie at the front of the third lane grew furious. It had already taken down several clueless zombies, and it thought Chen Yu would send a worthy opponent, not some weak elderly zombie. What are you yelling for? Cannot you see I am reading the paper? The angry newspaper zombie frowned. He had just reached the best part when he was interrupted by this dim-witted Kung Fu zombie. Who the hell could put up with that? Roars, 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 roars. Seeing his provocation worked, the Kung Fu zombie roared even more energetically, not only flipping the bird but also turning around to slap its own thighs at Old Man Seeing this, Old Man just laughed. He tore up his newspaper and rushed toward the Kung Fu zombie with incredible speed. Roars, roars, roars. The Kung Fu zombie never expected that the guy it considered frail could run so fast. However, the shock only lasted for a second. So what if you run fast? No matter how fast you are still just an old fart with 1 foot in the grave. I am a professional underground boxer. I am not going to lose to you. Just as the Kung Fu zombie confidently threw a punch, it heard the sound of bones snapping. Roars, roars. The Kung Fu zombie thought it had broken Old Man bones, but when it looked up, it realized its own hand was gone. Roar, screw you. Old Man slapped the Kung Fu zombie across the face and then proceeded to rain blows from both hands, leaving the zombie no room to retaliate, eventually smashing its head right into the ground. The Kung Fu zombies in the fourth lane could not escape their fate either, though they were indeed much stronger than previous zombies, nearly taking Old Man down with them. Chen Yu watched with his own eyes as Old Man charged out of the house with 112 HP left. If that last Kung Fu zombie had landed just 2 more punches, Old Man would have been done for. With the fall of the third lane, which had the most enemies, it was only a matter of time before the other Kung Fu zombies died. The Dark Summoner zombie realized this too, but it showed no concern, instead giving Chen Yu a strange look. What does that mean? Chen Yu was confused by the intense excitement in the Dark Summoner zombie's eyes. Could it be that this Dark Summoner zombie is a spy for the zombies? Otherwise, how do you explain it being so excited to see its own subordinates die, even looking forward to Chen Yu killing more? Chen Yu thought about it for a long time but could not figure it out, so he had to let it go. Still, this Dark Summoner zombie is an old guy who has lived for thousands of years. It actually knows a thing or two about tactics. Chen Yu had originally intended to have his zombies move slowly and wait for the Dark Summoner to send in more enemies before engaging. But it stayed indifferent until all of Chen Yu's zombies were on the field, only then sending in the evil sunflower zombies. Of course, Chen Yu sent his zombies out voluntarily. The benevolent dancing king zombie could have delayed for a long time, but since the Dark Summoner was not letting other zombies in, stalling would have been meaningless, so he just let them go out as fast as possible. After the evil sunflower zombies entered, Chen Yu immediately summoned the benevolent dancing king zombie again. The normal zombies and backup dancers coming out of the tombstones rushed forward and ran straight into the evil sunflower zombies. Snap! Before the normal zombies and dancers could get close, a vine suddenly appeared in the hand of an evil sunflower zombie, lashing out at both of them. Hiss! Ouch! The normal zombies and dancers were frozen in place by the whip, shivering like they were drugged, leaving Chen Yu stunned. Snap! Another loud crack, and the heads of the normal zombies and dancers were whipped right off. 3 seconds later, their headless corpses slowly knelt on the ground before collapsing with a crash. In all fairness, the evil sunflower zombies are inferior to the Kung Fu zombies in almost every stat. But they have one advantage that Kung Fu zombies absolutely lack: range. If a group of evil sunflower zombies ran into bobsled zombies, the bobsled zombies might not necessarily be able to easily handle them. Anyway, back to the points. Even with their range advantage, the evil sunflower zombies' stats are lower than the Kung Fu zombies, so they had absolutely no chance against Chen Yu's established formation. After the entire squad of evil sunflower zombies was wiped out, Chen Yu keenly noticed the Dark Summoner zombie's mouth curling up to its ears, a terrifying sight. Go on. Go to the place where you belong. The Dark Summoner zombie straightened its hunched back slightly, then turned to the eager lightning zombies and spoke. Roars, roars, roars. The lightning zombies nodded obediently, then entered the garden with a hint of excitement. You have to realize this is a rainstorm environment with a bit of hail mixed in. Is not this just an easy win? Rainwater conducts electricity, and the lightning zombies can use lightning to destroy tombstones and attack zombies even from this distance. As soon as the lightning zombies entered the scene, Chen Yu immediately summoned the Disco King zombie. If these lightning zombies had no special abilities, they would surely meet their end at the hands of the zombies summoned by the Disco King zombie. Just as Chen Yu was having his backup dancer zombies charge forward as usual, all 20 lightning zombies actually moved into the third lane in the middle. Roars, roars, roars. The Dark Summoner zombie roared toward the sky. Upon hearing this hoarse voice, the lightning zombies shuddered. As if receiving a command, they turned red-eyed and began attacking each other. Tug. Seeing this, Chen Yu frowned slightly. They say that when something goes against the norm, there must be something sinister going on. The Dark Summoner zombies' roar and the bizarre behavior of the lightning zombies must be connected. Just as Chen Yu was puzzled, he suddenly remembered that when a lightning zombie's HP drops below 50%, it triggers a berserk state, granting it more powerful thunder energy. Could the Dark Summoner zombies' scheme be related to this? But what was their goal? Even if the lightning zombies entered a berserk state, they could only attack the lanes above and below them and the enemies behind them. Their total attack range had not changed. The more he thought about it, the more confused Chen Yu became. He knew there had to be a reason for the lightning zombies' actions, but he could not guess what it was. Suddenly, a clap of muffled thunder rolled across the sky. The foremost lightning zombie was infused with thunder. Its entire body lifted into the air, holding 2 bolts of lightning in its palms. From afar, it looked like a thunder god descending to earth. Immediately after, flashes of muffled thunder streaked across the sky, and countless lightning zombies were infused with the power of thunder, transforming into terrifying Thunder Kings. Then something unexpected happened to Chen Yu. These lightning zombies in their berserk state began launching thunder attacks at the empty air. In an instant, the entire home garden was lit up by lightning. But Chen Yu still did not understand the purpose of the lightning zombies. Were they just showing off and acting cool in front of him? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yu noticed that the Disco King zombie's HP was continuously dropping, and it had even lost an arm. On the other side, the backup dancer zombies that had rushed up to the lightning zombies were forced to move forward because they could not attack the airborne enemies. In an instant, Chen Yu understood the purpose of the lightning zombies attacking each other. Yet he still could not quite figure it out. Since the lightning zombies could use thunder energy to attack, why go through the extra trouble? Was it just to avoid the suicidal backup dancer zombies? Chen Yu stood under the eaves thinking calmly. As for the Disco King zombie, there was no saving it now. From the moment the lightning zombies bypassed the backup dancer zombies to attack the Disco King zombie, Chen Yu knew the Disco King zombie was doomed. Although a backup dancer zombie could inherit the Disco King's throne, the one who inherits the throne cannot summon the zombies sleeping in the tombstones. If this group of lightning zombies kept ignoring the backup dancer zombies just like before, then even if a backup dancer inherited the throne, it would be useless. Sure enough, just as Chen Yu thought this, he saw the lightning zombies ignoring the newly crowned backup dancer zombie and choosing to advance further. Chen Yu had intended to wait and see, but he did not expect the lightning zombies to start attacking his tombstones from a distance. The regular tombstones in the front were creaking under the hits. One in the middle lane had a hand already crawling out, but the summoning could not be maintained because the tombstone was shattered. Most importantly, these lightning zombies were now a full 3 meters off the ground. The zombies he brought simply could not reach them. Could he really just stand there and watch the lightning zombies fly into his home? Chen Yu's expression darkened and his heart sank to the bottom. Seeing the lightning zombies getting closer and closer, Chen Yu gritted his teeth. Between sitting and waiting for death or going for a desperate gamble, he chose the latter. He could accept failure and death, but he could not accept being as indifferent as a coward when his time came. Booms, 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 booms. With a series of dull thuds, 5 jar catapult zombies descended from the sky, carrying Chen Yu's final hope. Summoning the 5 jar catapult zombies had used up all of Chen Yu's tombstone points. If these catapults did not work, then he truly had no other options. Everyone, is there any way to hit those guys? Chen Yu asked, looking at the backs of the jar catapult zombies. There is. The jar catapult zombie in the center turned around and gave Chen Yu a firm nod. But if the opponents are in the air, it might be a bit tricky. The jar catapult zombie in the second lane had a hunched posture, with the flickering lightning from ahead casting a reflection on his back. Will we wins? Lin Yu took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. We will wins. The jar catapult zombie in the fourth lane flashed a confident smile. As the jar catapult zombies aimed at the lightning zombies in the sky, jars flew rapidly from the baskets on the right side of the catapults. Bang! With the jars landing precisely on target, the previously majestic lightning zombies were turned into jars and fell to the ground. Perhaps because of the impact, the jars shattered instantly, and a regular zombie emerged from each. Roars, roars! The enraged lightning zombies punched the regular zombies into pieces, then manipulated the lightning to attack the nearby jar catapult zombies. But the jar catapult zombies were 2-star units after all, with substantial HP, so the lightning zombies could not kill them instantly, even by focusing fire. Furthermore, each time a jar catapult zombie launched a jar, a lightning zombie was removed, so the enemy's firepower was gradually decreasing. Seeing the lightning zombies turning into jars and falling to the ground one by one, Chen Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he made his decision early, and only the first 5 regular tombstones had been destroyed. If he had let them finish clearing all his tombstones before deciding, he would have been at least severely crippled, if not completely defeated. As time passed, all the lightning zombies were turned into jars, which then fell to the ground and transformed into random friendly zombies. The thrilling battle was finally won. Just as Lin Yu looked up to observe the Dark Summoner zombie's expression, he saw it give him a creepy, sinister smile. Then, without waiting for the zombies to leave the home grounds, the Dark Summoner zombie stepped forward and arrived in the middle lane. Miss Hi Mabulaji, if you do not miss hi, then I will go pick up trash. The Dark Summoner zombie casually summoned a magic wand, plunged it into the ground, and began chanting an obscure, incomprehensible spell. The jar catapult zombie, just finishing his shots and preparing to leave, saw the Dark Summoner blocking his path and immediately drove his vehicle right over him.
What?
Just as the catapult zombie was about to crush the Dark Summoner zombie, the summoner pulled a ragged piece of black cloth from its pocket and threw it out. The cloth drifted in the wind, landed on the ground in front of the catapult zombie, and transformed into a patch of spiked ground.
Krika. Bangs.
Caught off guard, the catapult zombie rolled straight onto the spikes. Its tires were punctured and the catapult exploded.
Rise.
The Dark Summoner zombie raised both hands, and the fallen Kung Fu zombie, evil sunflower zombie, and lightning zombie all reappeared exactly where they had died.
Tug. What the hell is this?
Chen Yu froze, staring in disbelief. This dark summoning technique could actually bring back dead zombies. That felt a bit too overpowered. Just as Chen Yu frowned and prepared to act, the dead zombies converged together, forming a ball of flesh.
Roared. Roared.
With their feet pointing inward and heads pointing outward, the zombies looked like a grotesque meatball monster made of countless heads. A terrifying sight.
Name: Meat Mountain Zombie.
Level: Golden 1 star. Description: a meat mountain zombie composed of 60 different zombies. It possesses all the abilities of the Kung Fu, evil sunflower, and lightning zombies, with a massive health pool of 30,000. However, its movement speed is extremely slow, and it can devour other living creatures to recover energy and grow stronger. Golden 1 star. Chen Yu was dumbfounded. Even the Dark Summoner zombie was only Silver 10 star. How could this stitched-together monstrosity have a higher level than its creator? At that moment, the crazy tombstone in the first lane and the normal tombstones in the second and fourth lanes triggered simultaneously, and 150 tombstone points were added to his account. Seeing the 150 points on his panel, Chen Yu finally felt his tense heart relax slightly. But since this Meat Mountain zombie had ranged attack capabilities, what kind of zombie could he summon to beat this thing? Chen Yu felt at a loss for a moment. Could champion pole vaulting zombie work? How about the catapult zombie? Could the angry newspaper zombie stand a chance? What about the kind-hearted disco zombie?
Maybe the Reaper Zombie.
Or should he gamble it all on a mystery box zombie? Chen Yu frowned. He did not know which zombie to summon, but the Meat Mountain zombie in the distance would not give him much time to think. The Meat Mountain zombie roared, and an electrified vine erupted from the ground, lashing out at a normal tombstone.
Bangs.
With a loud crash, the tombstone shattered into pieces, sending dark stone fragments flying everywhere. Standing under the eaves, Chen Yu was nearly hit by the debris. Seeing such a wide attack range, a specific zombie came to Chen Yu's mind. Yes, it was Dr. Zombos. Only Dr. Zombos had a full-screen attack range. If he could summon him, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But he did not have a Dr. Zombos card. The only way to summon him was to gamble his luck with the mystery box zombie. But would Dr. Zombos really appear through a random draw as he hoped? Chen Yu sighed helplessly. He had no other choice. Waiting without a gamble would lead to a slow, certain death. 3 tombstones had already been destroyed. If he sat by and did nothing, all of them would be wiped out.
However, Chen Yu noticed that after destroying the 3 tombstones, the vines retracted and the creature's roar quieted down. It looked like it was on cooldown. At that thought, a spark of hope ignited in Chen Yu's heart. Even Dr. Zomboss had limitations when throwing balls or crushing cars, so how could this stitched-together monster have infinite attacks? It was illogical. The retraction of the vines definitely indicated a cooldown. For the next little while, the creature could not use its vine attack. A smile tugged at the corner of Chen Yu's mouth as he summoned 3 mystery box zombies in the middle lane. He was gambling with fate, hoping to roll a zombie that could turn the tide of battle. If he won the gamble, he would survive. If he lost, there would be no hope left. Roared. Seeing 3 mystery box zombies approaching, the Meat Mountain zombie let out a harsh, rasping roar. A bolt of lightning gathered above the creature's head and poured down onto the mystery box zombies. Boom! The 3 zombies had been moving close together. Hit by the area of effect attack, they were instantly taken out. As the smoke cleared, Chen Yu's heart was in his throat. This wave would decide if he could summon someone to turn the tide. Soon, the smoke dissipated. The first thing that caught his eye was a parasol buckethead zombie, its green leaf-shaped parasol being the most striking feature. The second was a 2-star backstab balloon zombie. And the third was Dr. Zomboss with 500 health. Chen Yu was thrilled. He truly had not expected to actually summon Dr. Zomboss at this critical moment. Oh, so you actually showed up. What a pity, you are so weak now, not even 1,000th of what you used to be. The Dark Summoner zombie looked at the Zombot and laughed dismissively. Roared. It aimed its wand at the Meat Mountain zombie and roared several times, and a surge of purple energy shot from the wand into the creature's body. The Meat Mountain zombie grew larger at a visible rate, while Dr. Zomboss began placing normal zombies on the ground. As for these cannon fodder snacks that provided nutrients, the Meat Mountain zombie gladly swallowed them all whole. As the backstab balloon zombie was about to land on the creature to start gnawing, hidden vines burst from the ground and popped its balloon. Once the balloon was destroyed, the zombie lost its combat ability and became nothing more than feed for the Meat Mountain zombie. Just then, Dr. Zomboss leaned his machine down to prepare an attack. Seeing this, the Dark Summoner zombie immediately commanded the Meat Mountain zombie to pool its energy and strike Dr. Zomboss with a bolt of lightning. Bang! With a massive explosion, the Zombot blew up on the spot, and Dr. Zomboss, the man Chen Yu had pinned his hopes on, died instantly. After unleashing the lightning, the Meat Mountain zombie became lethargic, and the vines it controlled grew noticeably thinner. Seeing the vines reaching out toward the parasol buckethead zombie, Chen Yu could not help but ask himself, "Is this it? Am I going to lose?" What? Jiho! The sound of bungee zombies descended from the sky. 4 ropes of varying thickness lowered one after another. The first to appear was the red-eyed Yeti zombie, a type never seen before. No sooner had it appeared than the red-eyed Yeti zombie rushed at the Flesh Mountain zombie at lightning speed, biting wildly. Chen Yu thought he saw a hint of eerie in the way it fought, though this Yeti was still not quite on par with him. But in a single encounter, the red-eyed Yeti zombie was sliced in half and then completely devoured by the Flesh Mountain zombie. The funniest part was that just as the Flesh Mountain zombie finished digesting the Yeti, a regular zombie dropped from the sky right into its mouth, forcing it to keep swallowing for a few more seconds. "Those who invade my master's territory, I shall strike and destroy." Just then, a massive figure descended from above, wielding a blood-stained machete and swinging it forward. Trog! The white-eyed giant in iron armor sliced right through the Flesh Mountain zombie, severing 5 or 6 smaller zombies from the main body. From Chen Yu's perspective, the Flesh Mountain zombie's health dropped by 1/10, while those detached zombies had their life force instantly wiped out. Roars, 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 roar. The Flesh Mountain zombie roared in fury as a vine emerged from behind the iron-blooded white-eyed giant, tightly binding its waist. The moment it was bound, Chen Yu saw the durability of the iron armor plummeting, while the Flesh Mountain zombie's condition recovered at a visible rate. Trog, the time to wield my sword and crush the enemy is now. The iron-blooded white-eyed giant let out a roar, broke free from the vine and struck a finishing blow with its machete. Seeing the giant break free, the Flesh Mountain zombie immediately gathered lightning energy to launch a thunderous strike. The giant raised its blade to block, but the machete was easily shattered into powder, and the durability of its iron armor began to drop rapidly under the lightning assault. Seeing the giant unable to continue the fight, Chen Yu's heart jumped into his throat. Just then, a scruffy-looking man holding a shovel fell from the sky behind the giant. Noticing the commotion behind him, the giant instinctively turned around and was shocked to see the shovel ladder zombie. The shovel held by the shovel ladder zombie could eliminate any enemy, provided he could get close enough. The shovel is a classic high-attack, low-defense weapon. It can one-shot enemies, but the shovel itself breaks after just a couple of hits. Upon seeing the shovel ladder zombie, the giant immediately braced against the lightning and continued to push forward. He knew that only the shovel ladder zombie could turn the tide, and he had to ensure the zombie reached the Flesh Mountain safely. Roars, roars, roars. At that moment, the Flesh Mountain zombie let out a series of roars. The lightning above vanished, and its massive body shrank significantly. As the Flesh Mountain zombie drained its energy, a new vine erupted from the ground and shot toward the shovel ladder zombie. Seeing this, the giant grabbed the shovel ladder zombie by the arm and flung him forward, while using his own body to block the vine's attack. As the shovel ladder zombie reached the front of the Flesh Mountain, the creature let out panicked cries as if it had seen a horrific monster. But at this distance, how could the Flesh Mountain possibly dodge the strike? Snap! With a crisp sound, the Flesh Mountain zombie vanished on the spot as if it had never existed, and the vines it summoned disappeared along with it. Good. Very good. I never expected you to turn the tables in a situation like this, but this is just the beginning. I will play with you slowly in the future. The Dark Summoner zombie looked at Chen Yu, clapped his hands and stepped backward, retreating from the home territory. Breaking the rules again. Seeing the Dark Summoner zombie ignore the rules and escape, Chen Yu frowned slightly. Ordinary zombies would never have the ability to break the rules. This must be the doing of the zombie queen, only she would have the power to circumvent the rules. Thinking of this, Chen Yu's recently calmed mood instantly soured. Fortunately, after the Dark Summoner left, he dropped 2 cards, which meant the rules had likely registered him as defeated. Moreover, the Flesh Mountain zombie also dropped 2 cards after its death. The 4 cards were Roadblock Zombie, Tall Nut Zombie, Catapult Zombie, and Red-Eyed Giant Zombie. Just then, a notification sound from the battle platform echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Congratulations on clearing the 20th floor hard. In recognition of your heroic performance, you may choose one of the following 6 cards. 1 Imp Zombie card. 2 Walnut Zombie card. 3 Miner Zombie card. 4 Tombstone Eater Zombie card. 5 Regular Zombie card. 6 Buckethead Zombie card. Hint, you have blocked the 3rd wave of attacks from the Zombie Queen, but she will not let you off so easily. The coming battles will be far more arduous than you imagine. A moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Are you prepared to face the retaliation? Looking at the panel before him, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. He already had the Imp, Regular, and Buckethead Zombie cards in his possession, so naturally those were his priority. Although the Walnut, Miner, and Tombstone Eater cards were quite good, Chen Yu would not miss a chance to synthesize a 2-star unit, so those 3 could be ruled out immediately. Among the Imp, Regular, and Buckethead zombies, the Imp and Regular ones were relatively weak. Even in a one-on-one, both combined would be no match for the Buckethead zombie. However, the 2-star versions of the Imp and Regular zombies might have special effects, such as the Random Zombie, Mystery Box Zombie, or Backpack Imp Zombie. But the 2-star Buckethead zombie was not bad either. The Umbrella Buckethead zombie could summon 3 to 5 random zombies, making it stronger than the other 2. Without thinking too much, Chen Yu chose the Buckethead zombie card. As the card appeared in his inventory, the home base shook, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 21st floor. He was now at a 10-star silver rank. As long as he cleared this floor, he could promote to the gold rank just like Su Binglin. Thinking that surpassing Su Binglin would reveal some secrets to him, Chen Yu felt full of drive. However, Su Binglin had not been standing still either. While Chen Yu made progress, she had already reached the 30th floor. If Su Binglin cleared just 2 more floors, she would become a platinum rank powerhouse. You have to know that most people spend their whole lives grinding just to reach that level. The first wave of zombies will arrive at the homestead in 95 days. Will you, Job Changer, start the battle now? No. Chen Yu shook his head and exited the battle platform. As he reappeared in his room, Chen Yu immediately summoned the Zombie Almanac. After placing the Conehead Zombie card and the Buckethead Zombie card into the synthesis page, it took less than a minute for 2 2-star cards to appear in his hands. Name: Conehead Disco Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: the Conehead Zombie and the Disco Zombie were once a couple. Later, they had a child born out of love after an accident, but unfortunately love in the zombie world is destined to be unrecognized. In the end, they separated and the Conehead Zombie raised the child alone. The Conehead Disco Zombie has the same HP as a Conehead Zombie, and upon death, it will summon backup dancers in the 4 directions of front, back, left, and right. Name: Tombstone Buckethead Zombie. Grade: 2-star. Description: a variant of the Buckethead Zombie, possessing both a zombie head and a tombstone for a crown. The Tombstone Buckethead Zombie has the same HP as a Buckethead Zombie. Once on the field, it summons a random tombstone every 15 seconds. The summoned tombstone must be one available in the zombie almanac. Upon death, the tombstone buckethead zombie performs a field-wide summon, summoning both zombies and tombstone value. The summoned zombies are based on the tombstones, not random.
Oh, this is interesting. Seeing the description of the tombstone buckethead zombie, Chen Yu became immediately interested.
You have to know that what he needs most right now is a zombie that can quickly set up a formation, and he did not expect one to be delivered to him just like that. I have to say the trait of this tombstone buckethead zombie is a bit cheap. It summons tombstones randomly while on the field, and upon death, it can perform a field-wide summon, including both zombies and tombstone value. If there were a dozen or so tombstones, would not that create a perpetual motion machine? As long as the tombstone buckethead zombie dies, it summons zombies and tombstone value, and then you use that value to summon another tombstone buckethead zombie. You could literally fill the entire homestead with tombstones. Chen Yu really did not expect that a random synthesis would yield such an overpowered card. With this tombstone buckethead zombie, he will not have to worry about running out of tombstone value anymore. Using tombstone value as toilet paper would be a trivial matter. Thinking this, Chen Yu integrated the Conehead Disco zombie card and the tombstone buckethead zombie card into his zombie almanac. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon after finishing the 20th floor. Chen Yu just walked out of his room wanting to get something to eat to replenish his energy, but unexpectedly, a red alert sounded outside. Warning, warning, Li Rudu, the head of the Li family, has failed his promotion to platinum rank. A platinum 1-star zombie is about to descend near Xingqian district in Jiangnan City. Residents nearby, please evacuate Xingqian district immediately. Members of the local guard bureau are rushing to the district to clear the zombies. Please rest assured, citizens.
What a red alert.
Su Binglin, who was watching TV, was stunned, and then jumped up from the sofa with a spring.
Sister Lan, what should we do now?
Hearing Su Binglin's exclamation, Chen Yu immediately ran to her side and asked in a low voice. With your current strength, facing a platinum 1-star zombie is like throwing an egg against a rock. You should follow the crowd to evacuate first. We will return once the guard bureau has cleared the platinum zombies, Su Binglin said decisively. And what about you, Sister Lan? You are only at gold 9-star. Even if you overdraft your talent, it would be tough to take down these platinum zombies. This is no joke.
It is fine, our guard bureau will handle it.
Su Binglin patted her chest confidently. Although she could not handle these platinum zombies on her own, the guard bureau had countless experts, and there were no shortage of platinum-ranked powerhouses. And most importantly, they have diamond-ranked big shots overseeing the bureau. Unless they encounter diamond-ranked zombies, there is basically nothing to worry about.
Lin Yu just started to say something, but was interrupted by Su Binglin as soon as he opened his mouth.
Do not stall for time. It will be difficult to leave if we wait until those zombies descend. Su Binglin immediately grabbed Chen Yu's arm, went outside to the car, stuffed him into the passenger seat, then sat in the driver's seat and stepped on the gas. The moment the two drove out of the residential area, they found the roads, usually not very busy, completely jammed with cars. Even with law enforcement officers trying to clear the traffic, it did not do much good. Damn it, can the idiots in front move faster? Did not you hear the red alert? Blocking the road at a time like this, are you trying to get us all killed? Exactly what are those people in front doing? If you are not going to move, turn around and go back, I will give you a lane. If you are not going back, then get going. Do not waste everyone's time. I am so sick of this. How did our Xingqian district end up with morons like you, hogging the road and not moving? If those in front really do not want to leave, get out of the way and let us go first. Hey you bastard, what are you barking about back there? Do you think I want to be stuck here? If the cars in front are not moving, how am I supposed to move? If you are so capable, go urge the people even further ahead. That is hilarious. Honking your horn nonstop. Who are you honking for? It is not like we are blocking the road on purpose. It is the people further ahead who are not moving. What can we possibly do here? If you cannot do anything, why not think of a solution? Do not drag us down with you if you want to die. We are urging you, why do not you go urge the people in front, you idiots? As time passed, some hot-tempered people started cursing, and those in front did not hold back either, hitting back immediately. With everyone shouting over one another, the argument became chaotic. I forgot this might happen, let us turn back. Su Binglin massaged her forehead looking at the scene, then turned the steering wheel and returned to her own parking space. There is no other way now, we are trapped here and cannot get out. The roads are filled with cars and people. We cannot leave, so we will just have to wait for reinforcements, Su Binglin said helplessly. She could coordinate and cooperate with other gold-ranked experts to hunt platinum zombies. But since she could not leave the residential area to meet up with the guard bureau, she definitely should not go off to fight a platinum zombie alone. The risk is too high. A slight mishap could lead to death. Unless absolutely necessary, one should never fight a zombie of a higher rank than themselves in a one-on-one duel. Lan, why do not we head to the battle platform? Seeing Su Binglan looking so troubled, Chen Yu took the initiative to suggest. Battle platform? Su Binglan frowned slightly. That is a good suggestion, but once we go to the battle platform, we will lose contact with the outside world, and neither of us will know when the alert will end. If we happen to run into a platinum tier zombie when we come back out, we might get crushed before we even have a chance to react. It would not be worth the risk. But generally speaking, once a red alert is issued, nearby class changers will come to help clear out the zombies. It should be over in about 2 days. You can go to the battle platform to hide for now. As she spoke, Su Binglan took out her key, opened the door, and walked inside. I should go to the battle platform first. Chen Yu was stunned. Lan, you are not planning on taking on a platinum tier zombie head-on, are you? You just said we should wait for reinforcements. Do not worry, I am not that foolish to fight a platinum tier zombie beyond my rank. I am just staying here to coordinate with the security bureau. If there is any danger, I will head to the battle platform immediately, Su Binglan said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Yu frowned. I still do not think it is safe. It takes us 30 seconds to reach the battle platform. In daily life, 30 seconds pass in a blink, but when there is danger, those 30 seconds can be fatal. But I am the vice captain of the security bureau. My duty does not allow me to hide in the battle platform and cower for my life. I must go and clear out the zombies with my team members. Su Binglan's attitude was very serious. The 5 teams she commanded were already on their way. If she, the vice captain, acted like a coward in a situation like this, how would she be able to lead her teams in the future? What tier are your team members? Seeing Su Binglan so resolute, showing no fear even in the face of a platinum tier zombie, Chen Yu became curious. They are all gold tier. Although they have only just reached gold, each team has their own talent combinations. With their strength, they can easily handle even a single platinum tier zombie and might even be able to kill it, Su Binglan said with a hint of pride. But we do not know how many platinum tier zombies have come to the Star District from that Li family head's home. If the number is too high, this will not be a rescue, it will be a suicide mission, Chen Yu said with a grave look. Relax, there cannot be that many. He is the head of the Li family after all. Even if he could not defend his home, he must have held off a large wave of zombies, only to be caught off guard by a few at the end. Su Binglan waved her hand dismissively. This kind of situation happens all the time. Sometimes they are about to win, but the follow-up damage is not enough, and they end up getting their heads eaten by zombies. But usually only 5 or 6 zombies make it out through the home dimension. Chen Yu just wanted to say something. Suddenly, he heard a loud crash from downstairs, followed by the roar of a zombie and heart-wrenching screams. Seeing this, Chen Yu and Su Binglan looked at each other, both seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. The two quickly went to the window to look down. They saw a zombie covered in green liquid roaring wildly in front of the apartment building, holding a little boy whose face was being corroded. In front of the zombie, a middle-aged woman collapsed on the ground, screaming in pain, her expression changing from initial terror to fury. Do not eat my child, I said, do not eat my child. Please give my child back to me, I am begging you, he is my child. Lyinger, my Lyinger, you ugly monster, do not eat my child. The woman found a wooden stick from somewhere and frantically beat the zombie, but the stick did not cause any damage. Instead, it was corroded by the green liquid on the zombie's body. Mom, save me. Waza, I do not want to be eaten by a monster. Mom, it hurts, my face hurts so much. The little boy covered his corroded face and wept. The green liquid on his face burned continuously, and the pain was so intense he was almost passing out. I am begging you, do not hurt my child, I will kowtow to you. Seeing that the stick was useless, the woman did not hesitate and knelt before the zombie, kowtowing 3 times. Roar! Watching the look of despair in the woman's eyes, a flash of excitement crossed the zombie's face. It ignored the woman's pleas and right in front of her swallowed the little boy's head. Crunch, crunch. The zombie's mouth made crunching sounds. In less than 3 seconds, the boy who had just been struggling turned into a headless corpse. My Lyinger. How could this happen, my Lyinger? Seeing her child die before her eyes, the middle-aged woman's expression went blank. She stared blankly at the headless body in the zombie's hands. Her heart, already fragile, shattered completely, and her desire to die outweighed her will to live. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman smiled. Lyinger, mommy is coming to join you. She charged straight at the zombie, imagining the happy times when she and her child held each other. Roar! Seeing the woman who was ready to sacrifice herself, a flash of annoyance appeared in the zombie's eyes. It kicked her 3 meters away and went back to chewing on the boy's body, as if it were enjoying a gourmet meal. Zio, you stay here and do not move, I am going down to help.
Su Binglin took a deep breath at the cruel scene, then resolutely put on her shoes and left. Land, you are no match for that thing. Seeing Su Binglin acting so recklessly, Chen Yu immediately chased after her and grabbed her arm. Name Venom Zombie. Tier Platinum 2-star. Introduction: the Venom Zombie is one of the more intelligent types in the zombie world. They are most adept at playing with human hearts and thoroughly enjoy the thrill of such cruelty. Their bodies are coated in green venom, which can be used to attack enemies or protect themselves. Being infected by the venom results in a 50% chance of entering a paralyzed state, which reduces movement speed by 70%. He had just seen the zombie's information via his zombie index. He was 100% sure that if Su Binglin went to fight it one-on-one, her chance of winning was only 10%. Do not stop me. Cannot you see what is happening down there? Su Binglin shook off Chen Yu's hand and demanded. Of course I know. But you are no match for it. Going down there is just suicide. I cannot just stand by and watch you throw your life away on an impulse. Chen Yu scooped Su Binglin up in his arms, carried her back into the house and locked the door. But those are 2 living lives. Protecting citizens is the duty of our guard bureau. If we hide at a time like this, who else will protect them? Su Binglin bit her red lip until a drop of blood trickled from her lower lip, her eyes filled with killing intent toward the zombies. If she could not even protect the people she was meant to, then why did she join the guard bureau in the first place? As long as you are alive, you can protect more people. If you throw your life away on an impulse, what will you use to protect others? Chen Yu countered. He knew Su Binglin was full of a sense of justice, but justice without reason is nothing but foolishness. Su Binglin looked up, ready to retort, but when she saw the sincerity in Chen Yu's eyes, she was suddenly left speechless. That is right, if she were to run downstairs and throw her life away for 2 strangers, what would happen to Chen Yu, who she actually needed to protect? The young master of the Qin family was eyeing him like a predator. Without the support of the Su family, Chen Yu would be helpless, forced to hide in the battle platform like a turtle until he starved to death. At that thought, Su Binglin slumped weakly onto the sofa, having successfully argued down the sense of justice in her own heart for the first time. Before, she could risk her life for justice against the zombies, but now she had someone she truly needed to protect. She could not be as reckless as she used to be. Silence fell over the room for a moment. Chen Yu and Su Binglin did not speak. The sound of water dripping in the bathroom seemed gratingly loud. Bang, bangs, bangs, bangs. Just then, a violent pounding came from the door. Hearing this, Chen Yu and Su Binglin tensed up instinctively, watching the doorway with readiness. A gurgling sound emanated from the $2,000 security door, and a small hole was immediately corroded through its center. Seeing this, Su Binglin immediately summoned steel spike vines to surround the entrance. Name: Steel Spike Vine. Rank: 2-star. Description: a hybrid plant between the ground spike king and a vine. The steel spike vine incorporates the excellent genes of both, giving the flexible vine incredible lethality and defense. It can attack enemies within 3 squares and is as sturdy as the ground spike king. Damn it, we made too much noise. Platinum-level zombies have sharp hearing and smell. It found us right away. Su Binglin glared coldly at the door. Even with the steel spike vines protecting her, she did not feel safe. After all, this was a platinum-level zombie, and she was not sure how many attacks her vines could withstand. Sister Lan, let us go through the window. I have balloon zombies that can fly into the air. That venom zombie will not be able to hit us. Chen Yu pulled Su Binglin toward the window and opened the curtain, only to find a zombie bat waiting there in ambush. Fortunately, Chen Yu had not opened the window directly but checked the situation by opening the curtain first. Otherwise, his throat would have been clawed open. You go to the battle platform, I will hold them off here. Seeing the zombie bat at the window, Su Binglin knew things had taken a turn for the worse. She decisively ordered Chen Yu to head to the battle platform while she stayed behind to cover his retreat. As for why they could not go together, she had to recall her summoned plants to reach the battle platform. But if she recalled the plants, she and Chen Yu would not last even half a minute. Now she had to stay behind so Chen Yu could reach the platform. No way, if I go to the battle platform, what about you? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu summoned a furious newspaper zombie. He was not about to watch Su Binglin die at the hands of these things. Screecha, screecha. A harsh noise came from the window as the zombie bat clawed frantically like a madman. While at the door, the venom zombie had completely corroded the gate. Roars, roars, roars. Seeing the steel spike vines tangled in layers at the door, a flash of excitement crossed the venom zombie's eyes. It spat a glob of venom, and a gap was immediately corroded into the tips of the vines. Seeing this, the steel spike vines immediately launched a counterattack. The vine lashed out like a whip, striking the venom zombie's chest and leaving a fiery red mark.
but the part of the vine that struck the zombie was also corroded, leaving it unable to attack again for a short time.
How can this be?
Is this venom zombie really that terrifying? Seeing the steel spike vine get injured in the very first exchange, a look of shock crossed Su Binglin's eyes. HMPH, just a failed experiment. If you are this flustered by such small fries, you might as well go back to kindergarten. The newspaper zombie standing to the side reading his paper chuckled, mocking them while flipping a page.
Tug, what the heck? How can your zombie talk?
Hearing the newspaper zombie speak, Su Binglin froze, looking at Chen Yu with an expression like she had seen a ghost. It was her first time learning that a zombie could talk, and so fluently at that. Chen Yu smiled and replied, "My zombies all possess their own souls and consciousness. It is not strange for them to be able to talk." "But why did you summon such a weak zombie? Everyone knows that the newspaper zombie is one of the most useless ones," Su Binglin said, unable to make sense of it. Chen Yu shook his head. "This is not just an ordinary zombie. He is a legendary figure in the zombie world known as the Second Master. Even a white-eyed giant cannot stand up to him. You can imagine the Second Master's strength." "Whoa there, you know that much?" The furious newspaper zombie adjusted his glasses with interest. As expected of the heir to the zombie emperor, much smarter than other zombie job class users. "Sometimes when those people summon me, I do not even want to pay attention to them. They are just too stupid." "Second Master, let us not chat right now. The steel spike vines are about to give out. You really need to show us your stuff. If you cannot hold them back, I will have to send you back," Chen Yu said with a bitter smile.
What kind of talk is that? What kind of talk is that?
"Would I, the esteemed Second Master, lose to a failed experiment? No matter how powerful their shells are, they are just mindless beasts. I can wipe them out with one hand." The furious newspaper zombie fumed, his mustache twitching.
What?
"Heir to the zombie emperor? Is that what the newspaper zombie was calling you?" Su Binglin leaned over and whispered into Chen Yu's ear. "Yeah, I have no idea why they call me that. Even on the battle platform, I have been targeted by the zombies because of this title." Chen Yu nodded helplessly.
You?
Su Binglin wanted to ask something more, but the situation was dire, and her steel thorn vines were about to give out. Sensing that her vines were in critical danger, Su Binglin's expression changed, and she immediately retracted them.
Damn it.
Feeling the feedback from her vines, Su Binglin's face darkened, and she clenched her fists until they creaked. Although she retracted them in time, the vines were severely damaged, and as the summoner, she suffered a backlash that prevented her from summoning them again for a short while.
Roar.
The venom zombie spat out a glob of toxin. The Second Master, who had been standing there reading his paper, smirked and took a step forward, blocking the path in front of Chen Yu and Su Binglin.
Splat.
The toxin sprayed onto the paper, but the newspaper not only blocked it, it barely suffered a few small holes, looking largely unharmed.
In a rush.
Being in a rush will not help. You know, you cannot eat stinky tofu when you are impatient. A mocking smile hung on the Second Master's face, and he even freed up a hand to give the venom zombie the middle finger.
Stinky tofu.
Does this newspaper zombie even eat stuff like that? Seeing the newspaper zombie provocatively taunting the venom zombie, Su Binglin asked quietly from behind his protection. "I am not sure about that myself." Chen Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. How would he know if the Second Master had eaten stinky tofu? But the Second Master sure had a sharp tongue. One sentence combined with a gesture was enough to make the venom zombie lose its composure in a fit of rage.
Roar.
The venom zombie charged at the Second Master like a madman, roaring while spitting glob after glob of toxin. Tusk, those who do not listen to the elderly are bound to suffer. The Second Master smiled calmly, easily blocking the attacks with his newspaper, even finding time to read the content while shielding himself. Did third brother buy more armor? I do not know why he buys so much. A true smith needs to have his own strength. As he spoke, the Second Master kicked the charging venom zombie, sending it flying over 10 meters away until it crashed into the stairwell outside.
Roar.
The venom zombie lay at the stairwell, stunned. It looked at its own level, then at the Second Master's, with 3 question marks appearing over its head. Seriously, a dignified platinum-tier venom zombie getting kicked away by a silver 10-star nobody. Does not it have any pride? The Second Master scoffed. Why are you staring? You do not listen when told, you do not understand when you listen, you do not do it when you understand, you do it wrong when you do it, you do not admit it when you are wrong, you do not change it when you admit it, and you are not convinced when you change it. What do you expect me to do? After speaking, the newspaper in his hand was completely corroded by the lingering toxic damage. As the paper disintegrated, his aura spiked to its peak in an instant. If the Second Master with the newspaper was a kind, humorous neighbor, then the Second Master without it was a beast unleashed from its chains.
Crack.
A crisp sound came from the Second Master's ankle, and then he vanished.
He disappeared.
Su Binglin widened her eyes, staring at the spot where he had just stood in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, his lean figure had turned into a blur, and by the time she blinked again, he was completely gone.
Crunch, roared.
Suddenly, sounds of gnawing and the cries of the venom zombie drifted in from outside the room. Chen Yu and Su Binglin rushed over to see what was happening. They were not prepared for the sight that greeted them. The silver 10-star second master was actually sitting on top of the platinum tier zombie, gnawing on it frantically. The venom zombie had no strength to fight back, and could only watch as the second master tore off chunks of its flesh.
Kid, your meat is actually quite tender.
The second master laughed while devouring the zombie. Its HP dropped at a visible rate until it was near death.
Roars roared.
The venom zombie's struggles grew weaker, and its eyes were filled with terror as it looked at the second master. It tried to break free from his powerful grip, but its HP was depleted, and with the second master's final bite, the struggling ceased completely.
My god, that was too brutal.
Witnessing the feeding process, Xiao Binglin instinctively covered her mouth and muttered to herself. Do not be afraid, big sister Lan, the second master is not a bad guy. Chen Yu patted her on the shoulder and pulled her over to the sofa, clearing enough space for the second master to finish his fight. After finishing off the venom zombie, the second master dashed to the window, opened it, and grabbed the zombie bat. His movements were fluid, taking barely 2 seconds. The bat did not even have time to react before falling victim to him. Once all threats were cleared, the second master leisurely walked to the bathroom to wash his blood-splattered glasses. Second master, you should go back now. I will call you if I need you later. Seeing that he still seemed eager for more, Chen Yu quickly stood up and said,
Fine.
The second master nodded and turned into a streak of light, returning to Chen Yu's zombie almanac. Seeing that he was gone, Chen Yu immediately summoned the backstabbing balloon zombie to fly them out through the window. Perhaps because they were too heavy, the speed of the balloon zombie was much slower than before. Plus the awkward positioning, the zombie grabbing Chen Yu's collar while Chen Yu held Su Binglin's waist, made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Especially when Chen Yu accidentally touched other areas, Su Binglin would squirm out of maidenly shyness, which really frustrated the balloon zombie. Just as they were scanning the ground from the sky, a flock of zombie bats flew toward them from not far away. These guys were the same species as the one the second master had just slaughtered. The only difference was that the one he killed was a higher level and acted alone, while these were lower level and moved in a swarm.
Name: zombie bats.
Level: gold 5-star. Description: a common animal-type zombie. They excel at aerial ambushes. Because of their small size and extreme agility, they often inflict unbearable damage on enemies, such as their favorite tactic of grabbing the enemy's manhood.
What?
Xiao Yu, what should we do? I cannot summon plants to help right now, and the balloon zombie is holding us both, leaving us unable to fight unless I use the Phantom of the Gods. But my Phantom of the Gods deals area of effect damage. If I use it now, while I might take out the zombie bats, you and the balloon zombie will get caught in the blast too. Perhaps it was the terrifying strength Chen Yu had displayed, or perhaps it was his calm and collected demeanor, but bit by bit, Su Binglin had begun to subconsciously view Chen Yu as her backbone.
Do not worry, leave it to me.
Seeing the look of concern on Su Binglin's face, the backstab balloon zombie immediately flashed a confident smile.
Leave it to you.
Su Binglin was stunned. She was just about to ask what the backstab balloon zombie intended to do when she felt a wave of weightlessness overcome her body before the words could even leave her lips. She looked up instinctively, only to see that she and Chen Yu had been thrown into the air, while the backstab balloon zombie was charging toward the flock of zombie bats at incredible speed. I have to say, the backstab balloon zombie's strength is truly impressive. Although he looks frail and delicate on the surface, his actual combat power allows him to completely suppress zombie bats that are a full rank above him. Hey balloon zombie, we are going to fall. Seeing the backstab balloon zombie fighting the zombie bats without even looking back, Chen Yu hurriedly shouted.
Do not worry, I know what I am doing.
After brawling with the zombie bats for a while, the balloon zombie suddenly appeared above Chen Yu, grabbed his collar, and safely set both of them down on the ground.
Oh my god.
Su Binglin gripped Chen Yu's arm, her face pale. Her body trembled slightly and her stomach felt like it was turning inside out. She looked as if she might throw up at any second. Chen Yu, who was being grabbed by Su Binglin, was not faring much better. He saw stars in front of his eyes and felt a wave of intense dizziness. It was not that his physical fitness was lacking, but falling from 100 meters in the air with no protection would be too much for anyone to handle. It is only thanks to them being class changers that they survived. If it were a normal person, they might have fainted or peed themselves from fright on the spot. After taking 2 minutes to recover on the ground, the two were finally back to normal. and the backstab balloon zombie had already wiped out the entire flock of zombie bats in the sky. Master, I was pretty impressive, right? The backstab balloon zombie floated above Chen Yu's head with a goofy grin, fishing for praise. He was clutching a string of zombie bat corpses in his hands, which looked incredibly terrifying and disgusting. These zombie bats were just too ugly. The venom zombie was 10,000 times better looking than this. Impressive, my foot. I was almost scared to death by you. Chen Yu rubbed his forehead, speechless. He never wanted to experience such a hair-raising situation again for the rest of his life. Haha, sorry. The backstab balloon zombie let out a dry laugh and quickly apologized under Chen Yu's resentful gaze. Forget it, it is fine, you can go back now. Chen Yu waved his hand and retrieved the backstab balloon zombie back into his zombie almanac. Once the backstab balloon zombie had returned to the almanac, Chen Yu and Su Binglin began walking toward the gate of their residential compound. Going home to stay was out of the question. The security door had been corroded through. He would find a repairman to install a new one after dealing with all the zombies. As for the items in the house, they were not particularly valuable, so most people would not bother breaking in to steal things. If anyone actually dared to try, Su Binglin would make sure to teach them exactly what the 10 worst tortures of the guard bureau were like. When they reached the road from before, Chen Yu noticed that the ear-splitting shouting and noise had disappeared, replaced by a deathly silence. They are all dead. Chen Yu walked over to take a closer look and found that most people had died on the roadside, while only a few died inside their cars. The common trait among all these victims was that they were all missing their heads. It looks like the situation is even worse than I thought. Su Binglin looked at the carnage-filled street with a grave expression. She should have realized that it was not just a few zombies that had come out this time, otherwise it would not have triggered a red alert. I estimate that at least 10 Platinum-tier zombies have emerged. My teammates and other Guard Bureau members are currently fighting the zombies on the outskirts, so we will not be getting any support here for now. We have 3 options. First, find a safe place to hide and wait for reinforcements, and stay ready to coordinate with them from the inside. Second, go home now and log into the battle platform. Stay there until 2 days later, and do not come out no matter what happens in the meantime. Third, take the initiative to head to the outskirts and catch the zombies off guard. But with our current condition, that would be incredibly difficult to pull off. Besides, we do not know how many zombies are currently lurking in the inner circle. I do not believe that these bodies all over the ground were caused by the zombies from the outskirts. After she finished speaking, Su Binglin's gaze settled on Chen Titan. Even though she did not know how Chen Yu's zombies were so powerful, managing to kill zombies across multiple levels, and that second brother had even taken down a platinum-tier zombie while at the silver tier, who would believe that if you told them? I think we should scout the situation in the inner circle and try our best to clear out the zombies inside. Chen Yu's eyes gleamed with a craving for more zombie cards. He knew that killing enemies of a higher rank often yielded a very high drop rate. Even though he had not gotten any cards after taking out the Venom zombie and the Bat flock, he did not believe his luck would be so bad that he could not get a single one. Are you sure about this? Su Binglin gently held Chen Yu's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Chen Yu patted his chest confidently. Do not worry, Lanjai. I never do anything I am not sure about. Even if we run into an enemy we cannot beat, I can just summon the balloon zombie to carry us away. But what if the enemy can hit the balloon zombie? He caught us accurately just now, but that does not mean he can catch us every time. And if the enemy is even stronger than the zombie bats, we will be in grave danger, Su Binglin expressed her worries. Even if the balloon zombie is not enough, do not we have Dr. Zombos? Dr. Zombos, Lin Yu Binglin was stunned. Who is Dr. Zombos? Are there zombies named Dr. Zombos? Of course there are. Dr. Zombos is the strongest being in the zombie world, the most powerful entity aside from the zombie emperor, Chen Yu said as if it were obvious. Su Binglin was silent for a moment before saying, I have never heard of any Dr. Zombos, nor any zombie emperor. For all these years, the textbooks have always said that the strongest in the zombie world is the Gargantuar. However, I have seen legends in ancient family records claiming that someone else is the true strongest of the zombies. What? You do not know him? Chen Yu looked surprised. Dr. Zombos was a huge celebrity in the zombie world, and many pieces of defensive equipment were developed by him. How could Su Binglin possibly not know who Dr. Zombos was? That is right. While the ancient family records have different views on who the strongest in the zombie world is, they have never mentioned anything related to Dr. Zombos from start to finish. Su Binglin nodded. Chen Yu frowned. He did not expect that no one in this world knew Dr. Zombos, but he had clearly obtained a Dr. Zombos card before, which meant that such cards could be dropped. Why was no one aware of him? Even if 1 or 2 people decided to keep it to themselves, after all these years, Surely someone would have turned such a card over to the authorities or traded it for resources by now. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, but since he could not figure out what was going on, he decided to put it to the back of his mind for now. Let us scout the inner perimeter first. The blood on the ground has not dried yet, and the tracks ahead are fresher, which means the culprit headed that way. Su Binglin crouched down to examine the bloodstains on the ground carefully, then pointed towards the path ahead. All right. Chen Yu nodded and the two immediately set off. To prevent being ambushed by zombies while on the move, Chen Yu summoned Second Uncle again. What? Second Uncle looked at his own pajamas, then at the corpses covering the ground, and for a moment he did not know what to say. Second Uncle. Yeah, it is me again. Why are you dressed like that, Second Uncle? Chen Yu had an expression of someone wanting to laugh but not daring to. It stood to reason that Second Uncle should have appeared in his usual outfit, so why was he wearing pajamas? The funniest part was that Second Uncle was even holding a newspaper, who reads a newspaper right before going to bed. Second Uncle sighed helplessly. I was just about to take a nap to relax. Who knew you would summon me again? You should let some of the other old bones move around once in a while too. I do not know how I ended up summoning you again either. I was just wondering why you are wearing pajamas, Chen Yu said, struggling to hold back his laughter. Seeing Chen Yu about to go on a long-winded speech, Second Uncle immediately raised a hand to interrupt. All right, cut the chatter. What do you need me for? I am in a hurry to get back home and finish my nap. Hearing this, Chen Yu immediately composed his expression and said seriously, I need you to act as a bodyguard this time. Help us block the zombies that might ambush us at any moment. Without your protection, it will be hard for us to react in time if we get attacked. Zombies and ambush. Second Uncle tilted his head in confusion, then pointed at 5 zombies walking out from around the street corners on both sides. Are you talking about those guys? Oh. Chen Yu and Su Binglin followed his finger and saw that 5 zombies had formed a circle, trapping them. Name: Scavenger Zombie. Level: Golden 10-star. Description: once a homeless person living at the very bottom of society by scavenging, they gain the power of stench after being infected. They can spray a foul odor from their mouths. In the game, their attack range is 2 tiles, in reality it is 5 meters. The stench not only buffs the zombies and greatly increases their defense, but also causes enemies to take continuous damage and have their defense reduced for 30 seconds. At this moment, the 5 scavenger zombies gathered together and sprayed their stench, but they were not targeting Chen Yu and the others but each other. As the stench clung to the 5 zombies, their defensive power increased visibly. Chen Yu could see more detailed data, such as a 30-second duration tag attached to the stench covering the zombies. Once they had finished buffing each other, the 5 zombies turned their attention toward Chen Yu. For some reason, they felt that Chen Yu's flesh smelled incredibly sweet, making them uncontrollably eager to crack open his skull and slurp up his brains. As for Second Uncle and Su Binglin, they were completely ignored. What a joke! A woman with no strength and an elderly, disabled zombie holding a newspaper deserved their attention. They were golden 10 stars with boosted defense. The old zombie was only silver 10 star and the woman was golden 9 star, not even one of them was on their level. Just looking at them was an act of mercy. Roar, roars, roars. The scavenger zombies let out warning roars while stepping aside to open a path, clearly wanting Second Uncle and Su Binglin to leave so they could focus on Chen Yu. HMPH, these failed experiments learn to use their brains. Too bad for you, I am not buying it. Seeing the zombies trying to pull a divide and conquer trick, Second Uncle sneered and immediately charged toward the lead zombie. Seeing the feeble old man dare to attack first, 3 big question marks appeared over the heads of the 5 scavenger zombies. Wait, you are a measly silver 10 star and you are just charging in without even saying hello. Are you trying to flip the world upside down? Before the zombies could react, Second Uncle had already reached one of them and started biting frantically. Roared. The zombie winced in pain, then instinctively swung its fist at Second Uncle's face. Bang! Second Uncle did not change his expression, using his newspaper to block the attack before continuing his biting. Because the zombie's attack was too weak, it only managed to tear the 4 corners of the newspaper, which made Second Uncle look at it with disdain. Just as Second Uncle was outputting damage, 2 other zombies flanked him to ambush his back, while the remaining 2 prepared to attack Chen Yu and Su Binglin. Seeing this, Su Binglin did not have time to think and forcefully summoned the Spike Rock Cage. Name: Spike Rock Cage. Grade: 2 star. Description: Spike Rock once accidentally wandered into a jungle where it met many plants it had never seen before, as well as its master who helped it become stronger, the Venus Flytrap. After becoming a student, Spike Rock learned the divine skills of the Venus Flytrap. Now it can create a cage on the spot to imprison enemies and can attack those inside or outside with steel spikes. Clang! With a loud thud, the Spike Rock Cage enclosed Chen Yu and Su Binglin, protecting them. The indestructible steel spikes protected the pair well, and as spikes glittered on the exterior, the two zombies were pierced as soon as they got close. Of course, zombies do not feel pain. The two zombies struggled twice, and the moment they broke free from the spikes, they distanced themselves from the cage.
What? Roars, 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 roars.
Two tattered zombies were roaring crazily at Chen Yu and Su Binglin inside the spiky cage, as if challenging them to come out for a one-on-one fight. Facing the zombies' provocations, Chen Yu and Su Binglin both looked indifferent. Su Binglin even glanced at the tattered zombies with a look that said, "Are you really that pathetic?" which made them furious. Just as the two tattered zombies were pacing back and forth, unsure of what to do, the situation on Yi side had already changed. Three tattered zombies were frantically spitting foul gas at Yi, while he remained calm, blocking the attacks with a newspaper. As the newspaper in Yi's hand fell apart, his figure instantly turned into a blur. In less than half a minute, the three zombies, despite their maxed-out defense, lay on the ground, their flesh mangled and their heads severed from their necks.
Roars, 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 roars.
By the time the two remaining tattered zombies noticed the anomaly, Yi had already charged in to attack. It must be said that Yi's fighting style is brutal. He kicked both zombies to the ground and then relentlessly tore into them, completely unaffected by their foul-smelling gas. After about half a minute, the battle was nearing its end. Su Binglin shuddered as she looked at Yi, who was covered in blood. She was not unaccustomed to seeing blood, but this was the first time she had witnessed such savagery, especially since Yi, despite being soaked in gore, was wearing a smile he clearly thought was friendly, which made it truly hair-raising. Yi gave a faint smile. There should not be any more danger in the vicinity, let us hurry up and…
Bam!
With a loud crash, Yi was sent flying by a truck. His body spun 36 times in the air before slamming heavily into the ground.
Cough, cough.
Which dishonorable coward dared to ambush me? Yi spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood before shakily climbing back to his feet. He looked up with killing intent, only to see a white truck parked steadily where he had just been standing.
Roars, roars.
The mechanic zombie sitting inside the truck growled twice, before maneuvering the vehicle to charge again. Seeing that Yi was standing there with a broken arm, Chen Yu instinctively prepared to call him back.
Kid, I do not need your pity.
Yi seemed to sense his intention, and shouted at Chen Yu before performing a backflip into the air. Seeing that Yi was temporarily out of danger, Chen Yu immediately checked the information on this sudden intruder.
Name, Mechanic Zombie. Level, Platinum Grades 3.
Description: a highly intelligent zombie species possessing mechanical manufacturing techniques that are difficult for others to master. They are indispensable, talented zombies. When a mechanic zombie appears, it will randomly manufacture one of 4 types of vehicles: a mechanical truck, a mechanical boat, a mechanical glider, or a mechanical tunneling car. Once the vehicle is created, the mechanic zombie will invite 6 matching zombies to advance with it.
Names: Laborer Zombie. Level, Gold Grade 9s.
Description: special zombies that only appear when a mechanic zombie creates a mechanical truck. Laborer zombies possess immense strength, with maxed-out attack power and attack speed, but their defense is relatively weak. The moment he saw the mechanic zombie, Chen Yu realized this was definitely the main boss of the level the Li family head was tackling. If he could take this guy down, all the problems would be solved.
My god!
Just then, an exclamation came from Yi not far away. Hearing this, Chen Yu and Su Binglin turned to look, only to see Yi clutching his leg and hopping continuously on the ground. And there was a footprint left on the glass window of the mechanical truck in front of him.
What?
Yi actually could not even break the glass. Su Binglin said in astonishment after seeing this scene. Chen Yu frowned. It seems this guy is on a completely different level than the previous Venom zombie or tattered zombies, if it can even shrug off Yi's attacks. With that thought, Chen Yu immediately recalled Yi and used the zombie index to summon Dr. Zombos. Come forth, Dr. Zombos. With Chen Yu's roar, the mechanic zombie seemed to hear a terrifying name and shut its eyes in fear.
What?
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the scene remained deathly silent. The mechanic zombie opened its eyes, confused, only to find that nothing had happened, only Chen Yu dragging Su Binglin as they sprinted toward a street corner.
What?
My god, roars. The mechanic zombie pounded the steering wheel in anger before drifting to give chase after Chen Yu and Su Binglin.
Xiao Yu, what should we do?
Su Binglin kept pace with Chen Yu. Although her gold-level strength meant she could easily outrun Chen Yu, she could not leave him behind or his fate would be dire, so she did not run at full speed. I do not know what happened. Dr. Zombos definitely responded to my call, but he is just not appearing. Chen Yu was running, drenched in sweat, his tone much more anxious than before.
Tug?
Something like that can happen. Su Binglin was also stunned upon hearing this. How could a summoned zombie just disappear? No, you run first, I will cover the rear. Seeing that the mechanical truck was only 5 meters away, Su Binglin did not hesitate, stopping to summon the adamant tall nut. Bam! The mechanical truck did not have time to brake and slammed directly into the adamant tall nut. In an instant, the golden light on the surface of the adamant tall nut dimmed. Its once mighty and majestic appearance became battered, crumbling like a candle in the wind. Cough, cough. The force summoning left Su Binglin deathly pale. Since part of the impact on the adamant tall nut was transferred back to her, she was left limp and completely unable to fight. As the mechanical truck hit it again, the already shattered adamant tall nut was pulverized, and Su Binglin lost consciousness, falling backward. Chen Yu reached out to catch the falling Su Binglin. Sensing her weak breath, he glared at the mechanical truck with fury. The mechanic zombie backed up, slammed the accelerator, and drove the mechanical truck toward Chen Yu once more. Chen Yu tried to dodge, but the truck was too fast to avoid. Under the blinding glare of the headlights, Chen Yu's feelings of unwillingness intensified. He did not know why Dr. Zomboss had not appeared, but he knew he no longer had the chance to ask. Just as Chen Yu closed his eyes, a gigantic hand appeared and grabbed the mechanical truck like a grasshopper. How dare you? What? Roars, 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 roar. The mechanic zombie inside the mechanical truck was roaring frantically. Its expression was filled with panic and fear, and even its hands were trembling uncontrollably. Foolish creature. Is this all it takes to make you afraid? Dr. Zomboss gave a scornful laugh before throwing the mechanical truck hard onto the ground. Bang, bang, bangs. The mechanical truck rolled over a dozen times on the ground, finally coming to a halt next to a street lamp by the roadside, billowing with thick smoke. As Dr. Zomboss stepped down, the once formidable mechanical truck was instantly crushed into a heap of scrap. After disposing of the mechanical truck, Dr. Zomboss maneuvered his mech to scoop up Chen Yu and Su Binglin and brought them into the control room. I have felt your call. Dr. Zomboss bowed humbly to Chen Yu with a gentlemanly gesture. Dr. Zomboss, can you help me finish off the remaining zombies within a few kilometers? Chen Yu asked. Of course I can. Dr. Zomboss nodded, then quickly tapped on the mech controller, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. After checking carefully, Dr. Zomboss said, there are no more zombies in this vicinity. The last life signal was right beneath my feet, and now that the signal has vanished, it means that mechanical truck was the last one. I see, then please let us down. Thank you so much for your help this time. If it were not for you, Lan and I would not have survived, Chen Yu said. He did not press Dr. Zomboss on why he arrived so late. After all, Dr. Zomboss held such a high status in the zombie world. One could say he was below one person but above everyone else, so it was only natural for him to have his own unique way of making an entrance. Furthermore, even if he did question him, it would not do any good. Instead, Dr. Zomboss might hold a grudge, and it would be disastrous if he only showed up again after Chen Yu was already dead. Do not mention it, it is what I should do. Dr. Zomboss smiled, then placed Chen Yu and Su Binglin on the ground before returning to the zombie almanac. Chen Yu looked around, just about to take Su Binglin home, when he noticed several glowing cards amidst the debris of the shattered mechanical truck. Chen Yu hurried over to check, and to his surprise there were 4 cards among the ruins. A Gargantuar zombie card, a Ladder zombie card, a Buckethead zombie card, and an Imp zombie card. Seeing the Xiao card and the Imp card appear together, Chen Yu could not help but feel curious. Did this mechanical truck have some connection to the 2 brothers? Without giving it much more thought, Chen Yu tossed the cards into his inventory and started walking home. Yes, my head hurts so much. Su Binglin sat up, clutching her throbbing temples. She looked around with a slightly grimace on her face, but relaxed upon realizing she was in her own room. She subconsciously reached for the phone in her pocket, only to find it empty. My phone is gone. Su Binglin searched everywhere but could not find the phone, and a sense of unease washed over her. Just then, the ringing of a phone came from the nightstand. Su Binglin turned her head, surprised to see the phone she had been searching for sitting right there. I really am. Su Binglin gave a wry laugh and patted her forehead. She picked up the phone to see it was a call from Su Kaiyan. Su Binglin cleared her throat and answered, Sister Kaiyan, what is wrong? Su Kaiyan rubbed her forehead in frustration. What is wrong? You have been asleep for 2 days, you just woke up now. Your team members have been coming to me wave after wave wanting news about you. Huh? I have been asleep for 2 days. Su Binglin was stunned. She reflexively pulled the phone away to look at the date, and to her shock, it was indeed 2 days later. Yes, what exactly happened over there? The surveillance cameras within several kilometers all failed, and even the satellites could not see anything. Only a few survivors saw a giant figure standing high in the sky. That figure only existed for 2 minutes and vanished before they could even get a clear look.
Su Kaiyan's voice carried a hint of confusion and curiosity. If it were just one or two people who had not seen clearly, it would be one thing. But with 5 people from different angles all failing to see it, one had to wonder if there was human interference. Su Binglin thought for a moment and said, I am not entirely sure either. At the time I encountered a platinum-level mechanic zombie, and it came charging at us in a mechanical truck. I used a tall nut to block 2 waves of attacks before I fell unconscious. Only Chen Yu was on the scene. If nothing else, it must have been the zombies he summoned that took down the mechanic zombie, though I cannot rule out a passing class transfer expert saving us. As she spoke, a name suddenly popped into her mind, Dr. Zombos. She vaguely remembered Chen Yu guaranteeing that Dr. Zombos could turn the tide of battle. Yet for some reason, Dr. Zombos had not appeared after responding to the call. And with Su Kaiyan mentioning the giant figure, Su Binglin could not help but associate it with the one Chen Yu called the strongest in the zombie world, Dr. Zombos. Perhaps only an existence dubbed king could be that powerful. Su Kaiyan nodded. I asked Chen Yu earlier, and he only told me he was the one who solved the mechanical truck problem but did not specify which zombie he used. When I asked about the giant figure, he was a bit evasive. I see, I was unconscious, so I do not know the specifics either. I will ask Chen Yu for you later, Su Binglin said. Alright, let us leave it at that. Remember to message your team members to let them know you are safe. They were very worried about you. After a 2-second pause, Su Kaiyan hung up. After hanging up, Su Binglin immediately opened the team group chat and sent a message. After receiving all kinds of well wishes, she finally sighed with relief and turned off her phone. She put on her shoes and walked out of the room, only to see a brand new living room. The zombie corpses and bloodstains had all vanished, replaced by tiles and walls that were gleaming, and even the front door had been replaced with a new security door. Suddenly, something occurred to Su Binglin, and she immediately opened the Bronze Potential National Leaderboard. Bronze Potential Leaderboard Dragon Kingdom Ranking Phase 1. Chen Yu cleared Layer 10 Wave 0 View Details. 2. Yao Kaiyankyu cleared Layer 8 Wave 0 View Details. 3. Zhao Kaiyankian cleared Layer 7 Wave 5 View Details. 4. Wang Xi cleared Layer 7 Wave 5 View Details. 5. Qin Shuang cleared Layer 7 Wave 4 View Details. What? The ranking phase for the Bronze Potential National Leaderboard has ended. We have now entered the combat phase. The ranking phase has finally come to an end. Su Binglin looked at Chen Yu's eye-catching record and gave a helpless smile. Chen Yu had already taken the top spot on 3 leaderboards with overwhelming scores, but it seemed that instead of toning it down for the national leaderboard, he had only become more relentless. You have to realize who participates in the national leaderboard. They are geniuses among geniuses. It is truly terrifying that even when all those people are taken together, they are still being trampled under Chen Yu's feet. After reviewing the data from the ranking phase, Su Binglin opened the battle stage panel. Bronze Potential National Leaderboard Dragon Kingdom Battle Stage. 1. Chen Yu 15 wins 0 losses View Details. 2. Yao Kaiyankyu 12 wins 3 losses View Details. 3. Qin Shuang 11 wins 3 losses View Details. 4. Li Zixuan 11 wins 3 losses View Details. 5. Lu Yao 11 wins 3 losses View Details. And so on. I should be able to watch the matches on the national leaderboard, right? Seeing that there was a View Details option next to everyone's name, Su Binglin clicked it immediately and saw the option to watch the battle at the top. Seeing this, Su Binglin clicked to watch the match right away. As a wave of dizziness washed over her, she regained her senses to find herself already seated in the spectator area. To her surprise, there were so many people watching in the stands that she could not even see the end of the crowd. Damn, Chen Yu is way too strong. And the cards he uses have such perfect synergy, no one is a match for him. Exactly, you have to know that Lu Yao's charm talent is perfect for this kind of battle, but she did not even last 5 minutes against him before losing. And that is with a plant talent that has a natural defensive advantage. Just look at that guy with the zombie talent from earlier, his defenses were breached in less than 3 minutes. Oh, that reminds me of that match just now. What was that zombie with the box on its head? Why could it transform into a different zombie after it died? I do not know, but I recognize that zombie it turned into is not that the newspaper zombie. I want to know why the newspaper zombie took down the Gargantuar zombie so easily. That is a giant zombie. The spectators were buzzing with discussion, but with their level of insight, they could only see the surface-level phenomena and not the deeper mechanics. Just then, Su Binglin overheard 2 girls whispering to each other in extremely low voices. Hey, how many minutes do you think this match will last? Not sure, even though Chen Yu has not lost yet, his opponent is also quite strong. I have a feeling this one will be interesting. How could Chen Yu possibly lose to that guy? Did not you see the zombie cards Chen Yu showcased?
I know, I heard that Chen Yu's talent allows him to synthesize powerful cards, and they are guaranteed to be viable, let alone useless or ruined. Then why are you saying that? Did that guy on the other side pay you off or something? Get lost, you are the one who got paid. I am only saying this because I have actually looked into his opponent's talent. That guy's name is Luo Tianheng. He has won all 10 of his matches so far. Today is his first big fight, so who knows who will come out on top. Fine, let us just wait and see if your Luo Tianheng wins or my Chen Yu does. After making their bet, the two girls stopped talking. Su Binglin looked at Luo Tianheng, who was sitting composed in the arena with a thoughtful expression. It is worth mentioning that the matches in the battle stage are randomly matched. The competition hours are from 10:00 am to 5:00 p.m. and everyone is limited to 10 matches per day. Entering the queue during competition hours forces a match against someone who has not reached 10 battles yet. If one side forfeits, it counts as a loss. This mode tests a shifter's individual strength, while also involving a certain degree of luck. Those who are lucky might get matched with 10 weaker opponents and rank higher, while those who are unlucky might run into monsters like Chen Yu and just forfeit immediately. However, Luo Tianheng clearly had not witnessed Chen Yu's power yet, so being stubborn, he accepted the forced match against him. Luo Tianheng rubbed his hands with a smile and said, "Bro, I heard you are a real powerhouse. 15 matches, no losses, and you were ranked first in the ranking phase. A peerless genius for sure. I wonder if I might be lucky enough to defeat you today." Chen Yu frowned slightly. The battle had not started yet, so both sides were free to chat. Was Luo Tianheng trying to use verbal interference? Seeing that Chen Yu might have misunderstood his intent, Luo Tianheng quickly waved his hands. "Brother, do not get me wrong, I am not mocking you. I just wanted to ask if you could let me get a lucky win. I can pay you for it. My family has been in business for generations, we have plenty of money." Chen Yu became interested. "Leaving aside whether I would agree to this lucky win, are not you worried about the audience hearing us? All shifters can watch these matches, and your family might get exposed by people who resent the wealthy." "It is fine, they cannot hear us." Luo Tianheng waved his hand dismissively. "As contestants, we have the right to mute the audio in the arena. I already muted it before I started talking, so no worries." Chen Yu nodded in realization. "I see. But the lucky win you are talking about is unnecessary. Compared to the money you are offering, I would rather have a perfect record and the rewards for the top spot on the national leaderboard." "I knew you would not agree, so I was just asking." Luo Tianheng shrugged at Chen Yu with an expression that said it was expected. "Are both sides ready?" Just then, a prompt appeared on both of their panels. "Yes." Chen Yu and Luo Tianheng locked eyes, seeing the fighting spirit in each other, and nodded in agreement. "Battle start. Please choose your zombies or plants." Crazy Tombstone, Angry Newspaper Zombie, Blind Box Zombie, Jar Pult Zombie, Reaper Zombie, Kind-Hearted Disco Zombie, Sled Zombie Armored Team, Champion Pole Vaulting Zombie. Sunflower Pot, Twin Watermelon Pulp, Charming Doom Shroom, Quick Wake Coffee Bean, Thorn Walnut Wall, Sunflower Pulp, Flaming Lantern Flower, Venom Double Shooter. Both sides quickly confirmed their deck selections. Because Chen Yu had advanced to gold rank, he was allowed one more zombie card slot. As for his opponent, Luo Tianheng, that was purely the power of money. Once the battle started, Chen Yu habitually placed a crazy gravestone in the middle lane. Luo Tianheng on the opposing side saw this and immediately mimicked Chen Yu, placing a sun pot in his own middle lane. About 10 seconds later, a sun floated down from the sky. Seeing it, Luo Tianheng immediately stepped forward to collect it. At the same time, the sun pot also activated, granting him 50 sun points instantly, and Luo Tianheng immediately placed another sun pot in the second lane. Just as Luo Tianheng looked toward Chen Yu, full of confidence after completing his setup, he was stunned to find that Chen Yu already had 3 crazy gravestones there. Luo Tianheng, however, did not feel particularly surprised by this. After all, he had specifically studied Chen Yu's tactics, knowing that Chen Yu relied on these gravestone cards, which could produce 100 gravestone points to develop rapidly. To fully understand Chen Yu, the think tank of the Luo family had analyzed every single detail about him. They concluded that the reason Chen Yu could defeat opponents so efficiently and quickly was this very gravestone card. As long as they could destroy Chen Yu's crazy gravestones, they would have won half the battle. But plants are the defensive side, and generally they are unable to destroy the opponent's gravestones. However, there are always exceptions, and there are ways to destroy gravestones, such as using hypnoshrooms to hypnotize zombies, which could achieve this. But who was Luo Tianheng? Would a common 1-star card like a hypnoshroom even catch his eye? To solve this problem, the Luo family had spent a great deal of money and utilized various connections to obtain a special plant card, the Hypno Doom Shroom. Name: Hypno Doom Shroom. Grade: 3 stars. Price: 225 sun. Description: a fusion of the Hypno Shroom and the Doom Shroom. The Hypno Shroom can turn most biting enemies against their own side, while the Doom Shroom can easily destroy most enemies. Their offspring perfectly inherits the advantages of both. After the Hypno Doom Shroom explodes, it can hypnotize all enemies in a 5x5 range. Its downsides are a slower cooldown and that it falls asleep during the day. It is just a pity that using the Hypno Doom Shroom requires a massive amount of sun, and even after planting it, it cannot be used immediately. It also needs a quick wake coffee bean to wake it up. As time passed, 3 minutes slipped by in a flash. On Chen Yu's side, there were already 5 crazy gravestones and 12 regular gravestones, while Luo Tianheng had only managed to plant 1 row of sun pots and sunflower pitchers. Name: Sunflower Pitcher. Grade: 2 stars. Price: 125 sun. Description: feeling weak, the sunflower went to the plant academy for advanced studies, diligently learning from senior cabbage pult. Now it has become a capable sunflower pitcher. The sunflowers it throws deal damage identical to cabbages, and it gains 25 sun after killing an enemy, combining production and damage into one. Seeing Chen Yu lying leisurely on a recliner whistling, Luo Tianheng felt even more pressured. However, Chen Yu was controlling the zombies, actually making them slow down to a minimum and preventing them from coming over, which made Luo Tianheng feel quite frustrated. He had planned to use these zombies to destroy the gravestones. If he waited too long, Chen Yu would have accumulated so many gravestone points that hypnotizing zombies to destroy the gravestones would seem redundant. Unfortunately, it remains that the plant side is the defensive side. No matter how anxious Luo Tianheng was, it was useless. He could only wait for Chen Yu to launch an attack. Hey look, is Luo Tianheng getting a bit desperate? His forehead is covered in cold sweat and it is dripping down. What is going on with him? I do not know, if only we could see what cards they brought in their slots. It is useless to guess now, it would be embarrassing if we got it wrong later. True, but I feel like Chen Yu has a high chance of winning. Just looking at their expressions, Luo Tianheng has already lost. Hahaha, Chen Yu is really relaxed. Even though this is the national ranking battle stage, a scene that should be serious, he does not care at all. If it were me, I definitely could not do that. Man, never mind Chen Yu. Even if I were Luo Tianheng, it would be good enough. Everyone who enters the national ranking is a 1 in a million genius, but being a genius is just an admission ticket to seeing Chen Yu. The audience was buzzing with discussion, and no one favored Luo Tianheng. After all, Chen Yu's terrifying strength was clear for all to see. They had yet to see Chen Yu lose a single match. It is coming, it is finally coming. Seeing the zombies on Chen Yu's side slowly about to enter his lawn, Luo Tianheng was so excited he almost jumped up. Although Chen Yu could control the speed of the zombies, they still had to move forward eventually. And because Chen Yu was intentionally suppressing their speed, these zombies were clustered together. As long as he planted the Hypno Doom Shroom in front of the middle lane, all the zombies would be hypnotized back. But Chen Yu had been hoarding gravestone points and had not summoned any zombies from his card slots from the start. These slow-moving ones were just regular zombies. Was he really going to spend all the sun he saved up on hypnotizing regular zombies? Thinking of this, Luo Tianheng stopped in his tracks and quickly retreated to the entrance of his base. No, he could not expose the Hypno Doom Shroom just like that. This was his trump card prepared specifically for Chen Yu. The sunflower pitchers could handle these regular zombies, so there was no need to waste his sun. As the regular zombies stepped onto the lawn, they bolted forward like wild horses unleashed. But regular zombies are the lowest tier, so even at a sprint, their speed was limited. Facing the attacks of the sunflower pitchers, they soon collapsed to the ground. As the sunflower pitchers killed the zombies, a sunflower grew on top of the zombies' heads, which then floated into Luo Tianheng's panel. Luo Tianheng was not idle during this time either. While planting sunflowers in the second-to-last column, he also planted spiky walnut walls in the middle of the second lane. As for the third and fifth lanes, Luo Tianheng ignored them, instead planting a flame lantern flower in the middle of the fourth lane. Name: Spiky Walnut Wall. Grade: 2 stars. Price: 75 sun. Description: thorns have appeared on the surface of the walnut wall. At first, it thought it was just getting pimples, but it later realized it had simply become stronger. Previously serving only as a punching bag, it can now counterattack enemies while being attacked. Many creatures have been hurt by its thorns and no longer dare to provoke it. Name: Flame Lantern Flower. Grade: 2 stars. Price: 150 sun. Description: a lantern flower burning with flames all over. It used to be powerless to attack, only capable of illuminating nearby fog. Now it has gained the power of flame, allowing it to clear fog across the entire field and reveal invisible enemies. It can also use its flame power to attack enemies within a 3x3 range, with damage 2/3 that of a Gloom Shroom. What? Oh, are these all 2-star cards? Seeing that Luo Tianheng had planted nothing but 2-star plant cards,
Baxi Yu immediately became interested. Of course, he did not think these 2-star plants planted by Luo Tianheng could beat him. After all, he had not even made his move yet. As the regular zombies entered the attack range, the flame streetlight flowers started outputting damage wildly, hitting zombies in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th lanes. Combined with the fact that flame streetlight flowers like gloom shrooms are area of effect damage dealers, the regular zombies in those lanes were cleared out with almost no effort. As for the 1st and 2nd lanes, there was no need to worry. 2 sunflower pitchers per lane were enough to take down 3 regular zombies. As for the 2 regular zombies in the 2nd lane, even without the spikenut, the sunflower pitchers would have taken them out before being eaten. The spikenut merely acted as an interceptor there. Seeing all the zombies fall, Luo Tianheng's tense heart did not relax in the slightest. He stared intently at Chen Yu, who was sitting up from his lounge chair, his fighting spirit surging. He knew he had only just managed to fend off Chen Yu's simplest first wave and was in no position to let his guard down. Even a moment of arrogance could lead to total defeat, and that was something he could not accept. "Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have a flower on my face?" Seeing Luo Tianheng staring at him with such intensity, Chen Yu let out a surprised laugh and even jokingly poked his own cheek. "Naturally, I am watching your next move. It would be quite frustrating to get my home raided just because I was not paying attention." Luo Tianheng shrugged bluntly. "Raided?" Chen Yu was stunned. "You mean me?" "Of course, although you have steamrolled your opponents head-on in over a dozen battles, I cannot guarantee you will not use that tactic, so it is necessary to keep an eye on your movements at all times." Luo Tianheng nodded noncommittally. "I see," Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully, "but I have not brought any sneaky cards like Digger zombies at all, so you can relax. Or rather, my tactics will remain the same as always. If you can beat me, I will admit it." After saying that, Chen Yu directly summoned 2 mystery box zombies in the frontmost position of the center lane. Anyway, he had plenty of tombstone points and enough time, so he could play along with Luo Tianheng. After all, climbing the rankings had been exhausting and lacked any entertainment value. This kind of battle stage offered real showmanship, and it was a good way to relax. Seeing that Chen Yu was indeed summoning mystery box zombies as before, Luo Tianheng subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. As the mystery box zombies entered Luo Tianheng's territory at a normal speed, the sunflower pitchers immediately launched their attack. Pad. As the sunflowers launched by the sunflower pitchers hit the zombies, the boxes on top of the frontmost ones quickly became tattered. Boom! As the boxes were knocked off, 500 health zombiness emerged from the smoke. Seeing that the randomly summoned zombies were zombiness, Luo Tianheng immediately sensed trouble. To increase his output, Luo Tianheng immediately planted venomous repeaters in the second-to-last column of the center lane. Name: Venomous Repeater. Rank: 2-star. Cost: 200 sun. Description: a variant of the repeater. It was once an ordinary repeater, but it became infested with potent toxins after an accident. Fearing it would die from the poison, it spent 3 days and nights soaking in a poisonous pool. Unexpectedly, it survived and gained an even stronger toxic power than before. Under Chen Yu's gaze, the seeds of the venomous repeater quickly broke through the soil and grew into the familiar repeater shape. However, its appearance was different from a traditional repeater. The 2 leaves behind its head were black, and its mouth was covered in a layer of toxic sludge. It actually looked quite cool at first glance. Pad. As the venomous repeater started attacking, the Zamboni, which had seemed like a massive threat, was destroyed in just a minute, demonstrating just how high the venomous repeater's damage output was. Seeing only 1 mystery box zombie left on the field, Luo Tianheng felt a sense of relief for no reason. Just as Luo Tianheng thought things were going as he had anticipated, he saw the last mystery box zombie transform into a disco zombie. A disco zombie? It looks pretty stylish, but it is useless against my venomous repeater. Luo Tianheng smiled confidently. Just as he thought the disco zombie and its backup dancers would be wiped out quickly, background music suddenly started playing on the field. Let us get this party started. Yeah, who is singing? Warming the loneliness. After a bout of catchy music, the venomous repeater and sunflower pitcher had just finished off the frontmost backup dancer. But the disco zombie did not hesitate to summon more backup dancers, and not just 1 but 4 at a time. This choked Luo Tianheng. Just then, the flame streetlight flower in the 4th lane began to exert its power, attacking the backup dancers that appeared within its range. The poor backup dancers were eliminated again before they could even dance. As the disco zombie summoned again, Luo Tianheng instantly realized the severity of the situation. If he could not deal with the disco zombie, which was protected in the center, in time, these backup dancers would just keep multiplying. That was definitely not what Luo Tianheng wanted to see. As Luo Tianheng contemplated a strategy,
The backup dancer near the flame streetlight flower in the 4th lane was also killed. With the disco zombie's 3rd summon, all the tombstones on the field started to rattle, drawing everyone's attention instantly. How is this possible? What is that? Why are all the tombstones on the field summoning units? Luo Tianheng stared blankly at the various zombies emerging from the tombstones nearby. Flying ones, underground diggers, and even aquatic zombies appeared. This was a literal sea, land, air, and underground full-force assault. Seeing this scene, Luo Tianheng's fighting spirit was half-shattered. If not for the confidence instilled in him since childhood, he would have likely surrendered in complete despair. It looks like the outcome of this match is already decided. I knew Luo Tianheng could not possibly beat Chen Yu. You have to remember, Chen Yu has never lost a single match. Like Luo Tianheng has ever lost before. Do not jump to conclusions before it is over, okay? How do you know for sure he cannot win? In this situation, how could he possibly turn things around? Let alone the huge wave of zombies behind, he cannot even handle the disco zombie in front. Yeah, that disco zombie is too tricky. It keeps summoning backup dancers as soon as they die. Who can deal with that? It is impossible. Even if Luo Tianheng could somehow take out the disco zombie and the backup dancers, how is he going to deal with the wave of zombies behind them? The crowd in the stands was discussing heatedly. Almost no one was optimistic about Luo Tianheng, and even his father, who was there, could only let out a sigh of helplessness. Luo Hao, standing next to him, saw his father sigh and asked immediately, "Father, why the sigh? Chen Yu is a once-in-a-century genius. It is only natural that Tianheng lost to him." Hearing this, Luo Harui shook his head helplessly. Tianheng has been competitive since he was a child. I told him before that if he encountered Chen Yu, he should just do what he could, because Chen Yu's strength is plain to see. But Tianheng refused to accept it. He insisted on competing with Chen Yu, and now his confidence is shattered and he is completely devastated. I fear it will be a long time before he can walk out from Chen Yu's shadow. After saying this, Luo Harui gave a bitter smile. His eyes filled with worry as he looked at Luo Tianheng on the field. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Luo Tianheng watched the 2 waves of zombies in front and back, a flicker of anxiety and confusion flashing in his eyes. He was hesitating whether to use the Hypno Doomshroom on the disco zombie and its dancers in front. Although he knew it was a bit of a waste, he had no other way to deal with them, and if he did not, they would be at his doorstep in no time. As for hypnotizing both waves of zombies at once, it was not like Luo Tianheng had not thought about that good idea. But the wave behind moved quite slowly, while the disco zombie and its dancers had already covered a third of the distance. The 2 waves could not possibly be gathered together, so Luo Tianheng had to snuff out that naive thought. What is that thing? Seeing Luo Tianheng plant a seed in the middle lane, which sprouted in about 5 seconds and looked like a Doomshroom but had the color of a Hypnoshroom, Chen Yu was quite surprised. Just then, Luo Tianheng placed a coffee bean on top of the Hypno Doomshroom. As the bean quickly woke up the sleeping mushroom, a colorful mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Boom! As the mushroom cloud vanished, the disco zombie and its dancers, which had been close to the doorstep, were bathed in purple light, then turned around and began walking toward Chen Yu's base. What kind of plant is that? It actually managed to hypnotize all of them. That mushroom cloud looks so familiar though. Something's not right. Is not that the Doomshroom cloud? Why did not it explode but instead hypnotize the disco zombie and the dancers? You do not get it, do you? That is not a Doomshroom at all. Doomshrooms are black, but this plant is multicolored just like a Hypnoshroom. If I am not mistaken, this is a new type of plant that combines the traits of both. Does not that put Chen Yu in danger? Even though he summoned those zombies, he has no way to deal with them himself. With their endless summoning, Chen Yu might actually lose. Haha, way to go, Luo Tianheng. You have to turn this around. All my hopes of winning money are on you. Seeing the previously invincible disco zombie and dancers get hypnotized, everyone in the audience broke into a cold sweat for Chen Yu, terrified that he might fail at the last hurdle. It is worth mentioning that a famous overseas company set up a betting pool before each match, and everyone could place their bets. Before this match started, most people bet on Chen Yu to make some pocket money, with only a few crazy gamblers betting on Luo Tianheng. If Luo Tianheng actually won, these people would become millionaires overnight, but if he lost, they would likely lose everything. This should be enough to hold off the second wave. It would be even better if I could destroy a few gravestones. Luo Tianheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his tension finally easing at this moment. Just as the disco zombie stepped into Chen Yu's base, the Jack-in-the-Box zombie, unable to restrain itself, immediately threw the gift box in its hands. Bang! As the gift box landed on the head of the disco zombie, all the dancers with it died instantly. Luo Tianheng's happy expression froze for only a split second before it stiffened. How could this happen?
How could this happen? Luo Tianhong muttered in disbelief, his eyes wide. He had intended to use the disco zombie to stall Chen Yu, but the zombie was wiped out in a single encounter. But that was not what shocked him the most. What he really could not fathom was the Jack-in-the-Box zombie using the gift box as a bomb. This makes no sense. In his memory, the Jack-in-the-Box zombie was unstable. Sometimes it would explode after walking a few steps, and sometimes it would not even explode when it reached the house. Why was not Chen Yu's Jack-in-the-Box zombie walking forward holding the box, but instead using it as a projectile bomb from behind? Luo Tianhong did not understand why this was happening, nor did he want to understand. He only knew that he was exhausted. I surrender. As Luo Tianhong raised his hands with a bitter expression, the battle officially came to an end. I knew Chen Yu would not lose. That is 16 consecutive wins now. There are 4 more matches to watch today. This is awesome. Even though I do not learn much technique from Chen Yu, it is just pure card strength dominance. It is satisfying to watch. This is the first time I have seen such a perfect visual feast. Hahaha, I feel the same way. I have been camping here all day because it is so enjoyable. I did not even go get lunch. Well, I am different from you guys. I am here to make some pocket money. Although I know Chen Yu will keep his winning streak, I cannot rest easy unless I keep my eyes on it. Man, I have already made $10,000. I have to say, Chen Yu is seriously strong and there is no fixed match nonsense. I love that kind of player. I am gutted $30,000 down the drain. Is this Luo Tianhong a total fraud? The audience was cheering. Some were happy about their winnings, some were happy that Chen Yu won, and only a few gamblers were beating their chests in regret. After finishing the 10 battles for the day, Chen Yu returned to reality. As soon as Chen Yu stepped out, he saw Su Binglin's flawless face. Su Binglin had a brief chat with Chen Yu and subtly brought up what happened 2 days ago. Chen Yu did not hide anything and told her directly about Dr. Zomboss. Upon hearing Chen Yu's personal admission, Su Binglin was not surprised at all. After all, Chen Yu had mentioned Dr. Zomboss to her before, so it was not a shock to hear it again now. Su Binglin finished the small talk after getting the information she wanted. Since there were no groceries at home, Su Binglin took Chen Yu to a small shop by the street to have 2 bowls of noodles. Believe it or not, the noodles at this roadside shop were actually quite delicious. They were very chewy, the soup was rich, and even Su Binglin, who usually did not like to eat much, finished 2 full bowls. After getting home from eating, Chen Yu could not wait to return to his room. He was not so excited because he wanted to do anything bad, but because he was getting ready to fuse his cards. You have to remember that after the national ranking settlement for the bronze potential list, he had received 15 random zombie cards. Those 15 random zombie cards were 2 tombstone cards, 2 Giga Gargantuar cards, 2 flag zombie cards, a conehead zombie card, a buckethead zombie card, a pole vaulting zombie card, a newspaper zombie card, a jack-in-the-box zombie card, a dolphin rider zombie card, a tallnut zombie card, a grave buster zombie card, and a Dr. Zomboss card. Among them, the Dr. Zomboss card, Imp zombie card, Tallnut zombie card, Conehead zombie card, Flag zombie card, and Tombstone card could all be synthesized, and the Giga Gargantuar card could even be fused twice. As the zombie compendium slowly appeared, Chen Yu immediately flipped to the synthesis page at the end, then tossed all the cards in at once. As black light flickered, 1 2-star card after another appeared in Chen Yu's hands. Name 0 Zomboss. Rank 2 stars. Cost 2,000 tombstone points. Description: Dr. Zomboss, who once studied technology, became obsessed with Ultraman Tokusatsu series. In order to be with his favorite Ultraman, Dr. Zomboss embedded a Zero Ultraman mask onto his Zomboss mech and upgraded the entire mech. The upgraded Zero Zomboss releases 2-star cards from the zombie compendium every time it spawns a zombie. Furthermore, the frequency of Zero Zomboss spitting fireballs and smashing cars increases, and its HP has reached an astonishing 150,000. Name: Big Imp Zombie. Rank 2 stars. Cost 125 tombstone points. Description: After the Imp Zombie stole and ate Dr. Zomboss's growth pill, it grew to the same size as its brother, the Gargantuar. Although the Imp Zombie's appearance has not changed, no other zombie dares to mock it as a dwarf anymore, because those who dared to do so have already been killed by the bigger, stronger Imp Zombie. Name: Penitent Tallnut Zombie. Rank 2 stars. Cost 200 tombstone points. Description: The Tallnut Zombie trained day and night to achieve an incredible diamond-like body. It once relied on this body to fight in and out of the endless abyss 7 times. No one could get close to it and survive. The enemies dubbed it the War God of Penitence because the lower its HP, the thicker its defense becomes. When it starts to weep, it means the enemy's doom is at hand. Name: Cart Conehead Zombie. Rank 2 stars. Cost 125 tombstone points. Description: A special zombie with a conehead zombie body and a cart for a head.
The cart conehead zombie moves very fast and can crush anything in its path, whether it is a person or an object. Its weakness is its fragile frame, with HP equivalent to a standard conehead zombie.
Name: Snowman Flag Zombie. Rank: 2 stars. Cost: 150 tombstone points.
Description: a strange creature that is a fusion of the snowman zombie and the flag zombie. The snowman flag zombie moves very fast and calls for air support every 3 tiles it advances. However, it is quite fragile. With HP equivalent to a standard flag zombie, the air support can summon 3 to 4 random zombies.
Name: Damage a Tombstone. Rank: 2 stars. Cost: 50 tombstone points.
Description: a tombstone burying countless zombies sealed for unknown reasons. Perhaps the passage of time has loosened the seal, allowing it a chance to summon conehead zombies and buckethead zombies. Each summoning grants 50 tombstone points.
Name: Mercenary Giga Gargantuar. Rank: 2 stars. Cost: 400 tombstone points.
Description: every time the Giga Gargantuar takes fatal damage, it throws its brother imp to save its life, but things always go wrong and the imp always dies after being thrown. This makes the Giga Gargantuar furious. To protect its brother's safety, the Giga Gargantuar decided to stop taking imps into battle and replaced its basket with a rocket launcher, wearing a belt of heavy ammo around its neck. Upon taking fatal damage, the mercenary Giga Gargantuar fires a projectile at enemies in the back row, with power equivalent to 2 cherry bombs. Except for the damaged tombstone, which was a duplicate card, the strength of the other zombies exceeded Chen Yu's expectations. Both the Zero Zomboss and the cart conehead zombie were ridiculously strong, and the air support of the snowman flag zombie and the projectile attack of the mercenary Giga Gargantuar were also disgusting. Even the big imp zombie and the war god of penitence were extremely rare elite cards when placed out in the wild. For a moment, Chen Yu did not know which zombie card to praise first. Most importantly, both 2-star Giga Gargantuar cards were the mercenary version, which meant he could synthesize a 3-star Giga Gargantuar card. This made Chen Yu dance with excitement. You have to know that if the 2-star Giga Gargantuar was already this broken, would not a 3-star card just mean an instant win? As the 2-star Giga Gargantuar cards were placed into the synthesis page, a suffocating black light swept over, as if it were about to swallow the entire room. Just then, a bright light emerged from the center of the synthesis page.
What is this? What do you think the strength of the 3-star Giga Gargantuar should be?
As a light flickered, a brand new 3-star red-eyed Gargantuar zombie card appeared in Chen Yu's hand.
Names: Gargantuar Throwing Red-eyed Gargantuar. Rank: 3 stars. Price: 500 tombstone value.
Description: having survived a hail of bullets, the red-eyed Gargantuar still failed to protect its younger brother, the imp. To prevent the imp from getting hurt again, it learned the art of cloning. When its health drops below half or it sustains fatal damage, it will throw a mercenary clone of itself, the red-eyed Gargantuar. This can be done twice. The Gargantuar throwing red-eyed Gargantuar wears a small trolley hat on its head, moves quickly, and can freely adjust its movement speed.
Oh, this is pretty powerful.
Seeing the description of the Gargantuar throwing red-eyed Gargantuar, Chen Yu's eyes instantly lit up. Although the Gargantuar throwing red-eyed Gargantuar can only throw disposable mercenary Gargantuars, these mercenaries are quite strong, are not they? Plus, with the small trolley hat and the red-eyed Gargantuar's massive health pool, it is basically a war bulldozer. After synthesizing the 3-star red-eyed Gargantuar, Chen Yu lay in bed scrolling through his phone until sleepiness overcame him, at which point he put the phone down and drifted off to sleep. There was only one card of the damaged tombstone. The previous one had been fused into the zombie bestiary, much like how other class changers fuse cards into their bodies. Once fused, they cannot be taken out for further synthesis.
Morning. The sun was bright and beautiful.
A beam of sunlight shone through the curtains and landed right on the left side of Chen Yu's cheek. Feeling that the left side of his face was significantly warmer than the right, Chen Yu groggily opened his eyes.
What time is it?
Chen Yu rubbed his eyes. Just as he was about to turn over to check the time on his phone, the phone rang before he could reach it.
Beep, beep, beep.
Chen Yu picked up his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. He did not recognize it.
Hello, who is this?
Chen Yu answered the call while yawning. Hello, Mr. Chen. We are from the U.S. Holy Academy. We believe you have heard of our institution and we have decided to invite you to join us. If you agree, we can offer you 4 years of free tuition, with all expenses covered by our academy. Later, you can represent the United States in various international competitions. We will provide unlimited rewards and resources. You can have whatever you want. Of course, before joining the academy, we might need you to change your nationality to American. After all, we would not train high-end talent for someone else for free. That is something only a fool would do. A clumsy bass voice came from the other end of the line. It sounded like an American who had learned Chinese for a few years, making the tone a bit awkward. "May I ask who I am speaking to?" Chen Yu looked at the sunlight outside the window with sleepy eyes and asked nonchalantly. "You can call me Mr. John." The person on the other side replied immediately upon hearing this. "Mr. John, is it? Listen to me carefully. If you want to give me free resources, I will accept them unconditionally. But if you want me to go to your crappy academy and change my nationality, you can get lost right now. Who do you think you are to say something like that?" Chen Yu sneered. He certainly knew what the U.S. Holy Academy was. To put it bluntly, its status in the U.S. is equivalent to the 4 great academies of China. He knew that going to the U.S. would get him a lot of resources, but the 4 great academies in China have those too, maybe even more than the U.S. Holy Academy. Besides, he was born Chinese and he would die Chinese. Even without the 4 great academies, he would rather join the Guardian Bureau than go to some U.S. Holy Academy. Mr. Chen, I suggest you think carefully. Our U.S. Holy Academy is a top-tier institution globally. Once you come here, you will enjoy resources you absolutely cannot get in China. Are you really going to give this up? John said with an icy gaze. Listen well, I will say this one more time. I will absolutely not go to your U.S. Holy Academy. Goodbye. Oh wait, I mean never again. After saying that, Chen Yu hung up the phone. Does this guy John think he is some naive kid who can be fooled by flowery language? Calling the U.S. Holy Academy the world's top institution. So what if it is a top academy? Are China's 4 great academies not top tier? It is like they are suggesting China has no reputable schools to show off. It is hilarious. Just then Chen Yu's phone rang again. Chen Yu picked it up and saw another strange number. Hello, who is this? If this is that idiot John again, do not call me, I'm annoyed. Chen Yu answered with great impatience. There was a silence on the other end, followed by a tentative question. Hello, I am an admissions teacher from the Azure Dragon Academy. Are you student Chen Yu? Yes, that is me. You are from the Azure Dragon Academy. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes widened. The Azure Dragon Academy is one of the 4 great academies. The 4 are the Azure Dragon Academy, the Vermilion Bird Academy, the White Tiger Academy, and the Black Tortoise Academy. Each academy specializes in different fields. The Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird Academies teach the zombie class, while the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Academies teach the plant class. It is worth mentioning that the combined number of students in the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird Academies is only a tenth of that of the White Tiger Academy, meaning talent is very scarce. Those who can truly enter the Azure Dragon or Vermilion Bird Academies are the best among the zombie class. If you are lucky enough to join these 2 academies, it means your talent is truly exceptional. The admissions teacher from the Azure Dragon Academy nodded and said, "Yes, our Azure Dragon Academy wants to invite you to study here. By the way, who was that John you mentioned just now?" I am sorry. Someone claiming to be from the U.S. Holy Academy reached out earlier and wanted me to change my nationality to American. I gave him a piece of my mind and hung up immediately. I thought he was so angry that he called back to yell at me, but I did not expect it to be you, Chen Yu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. The admissions teacher laughed and gave him a thumbs up. Hahaha, do not worry, student Chen Yu. You should definitely tell people like that off. It is the only way they will learn their lesson. Our 4 Chinese academies are all top tier. The U.S. has been developing for so many years and only managed to create one U.S. Holy Academy. How can they even compare to us? What? Exactly, I made up my mind long ago. If I do not get into one of the 4 great academies, I will join the Security Bureau to protect the people. No matter what, I am never going to some American Saint Academy. Chen Yu's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm. Whether in his past life or the present, his principles and character would never allow him to commit such an act of betrayal. I did not expect a student as young as Chen Yu to have such conviction. But with your talent and potential, saying you are worried about getting in is a bit humble. You should have your pick of any of the 4 great academies. By the way, you probably do not know the differences between the 4 yet. They each focus on different fields, and the combat styles they teach are completely different. Chen Yu chatted with the Azure Dragon Academy teacher for a long time, and the teacher explained the distinctions between the 4 academies in great detail. For instance, the Azure Dragon Academy places more emphasis on fast-paced rushes in actual combat, and the zombie cards they specialize in reflect that. The Vermilion Bird Academy is much more cautious, preferring to analyze enemy data before formulating a plan, and their zombie cards are designed with that in mind. There is no need to mention the Black Tortoise and White Tiger Academies. They are both plant-based academies, which do not have much to do with a zombie class changer like Chen Yu, so the Azure Dragon recruiter breezed past them. Before hanging up, the recruiter from Azure Dragon Academy offered Chen Yu a direct admission slot, waiving his entrance exam. If Chen Yu decides to join Azure Dragon, he can use the waiver letter to register at the academy at any time. As for the letter, it is already on its way and should arrive by noon. After hanging up just as Chen Yu was about to get up and wash up, his phone started ringing incessantly. Chen Yu never expected that the other 3 of the 4 great academies, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, would all call him to invite him to enroll. Moreover, all 3 offered admission waivers and they are all on the way. Chen Yu just needs to bring the waiver to enroll. Initially, Chen Yu was curious why Black Tortoise and White Tiger would even call him, given they are plant-specialized academies. It turned out the White Tiger recruiter shut down his doubts by saying they could start a zombie-specialized program just for him and hire experts to tutor him. Chen Yu did not give a definitive refusal, but his heart was already leaning toward Azure Dragon, as they were the first of the 4 to call him. Although the promised resources were roughly the same, the teacher from Azure Dragon was just so approachable. He answered every question and considered everything he needed for his enrollment. Now that is a top-tier recruiter. After finishing the calls with the recruiters from the 4 great academies, Chen Yu headed to the bathroom to wash up. As for the calls from foreign academies and smaller domestic institutions, Chen Yu did not answer them, or rather, he did not have time to waste on them. After a quick wash, Chen Yu sat in a chair and watched Su Binglin busy in the kitchen. He had no idea what had gotten into her. She was waking up so early every day, as if she had kicked her habit of sleeping in overnight, and she was even preparing breakfast for him. After breakfast, Chen Yu scrolled on his phone for a while before starting the final day of the national rankings competition. Since matchmaking takes a few minutes, he started looking at the leaderboard. Bronze potential national leaderboard Dragon Kingdom battle phase. 1. Chen Yu 20 wins 0 losses, view details. 2. Qin Shuang 17 wins 3 losses, view details. 3. Yao Kainqiu 16 wins 4 losses, view details. 4. Zhao Rixin 16 wins 4 losses, view details. 5. Lu Yao 15 wins 5 losses, view details. Seeing the familiar name Lu Yao, Chen Yu could not help but smile. When he was at the top of the 3 major leaderboards, Lu Yao had barely cracked the top 100 in the province, just barely scraping together the qualifications to enter the national rankings. During the ranking phase, she was nowhere to be found. He thought she would fade into the crowd, but to his surprise, she squeezed into the top 5 during the even fiercer battle phase. After thinking about it, it made sense. Lu Yao's talent was naturally suited for this type of head-to-head combat. Ranking up was difficult for her, but when luck is on your side, nothing can stop you. The matchmaking system kept pairing her with zombie-class changers, and thanks to her talent for countering zombies, she managed to secure 15 wins. If it were not for running into Chen Yu once and facing plant-class changers 4 times, her rank might have been even higher. Just as Chen Yu was about to scroll down further, a notification popped up, and he immediately entered the battle platform. As he arrived, a slender figure came into view. Her face was icy, like a plum blossom standing proudly amidst the flowers. Her lips were thin and red, slightly upturned, revealing a cold and stunning beauty. She was as cold and noble as snow in midwinter. Her skin was smooth and delicate, clear as fine jade, making her cold, piercing eyes stand out even more. "We mate again." Qin Shuang casually smoothed back her snow-white hair, letting it fall elegantly over her shoulders. With her arms crossed, she had the aura of a cold ice queen, but the slight curve of her lips betrayed her. Unlike the ice-cold beauty everyone described, she was actually quite talkative. It is just that the right person to listen had not appeared yet. Not giving up. Seeing it was Qin Shuang who had already lost to him once, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Are you kidding? Do I look like the type to give up? Even though I could not beat you yesterday, I still cannot beat you today." Qin Shuang gave him a playful, feigned annoyed glare. Do not let her distant appearance fool you, she actually loved to chat. "Hello." Hearing her say that, Chen Yu was stunned for a second, then burst into uninhibited laughter. After chatting for a bit, both of them prepared to begin the battle. "Are both parties ready?" A notification appeared on both their screens at the same time. "Yes," they said in unison. Although Qin Shuang knew she was no match for Chen Yu, her competitive spirit would not allow her to just surrender. Even if she lost, she wanted to lose with dignity. Besides, every failure was a learning experience. You could not afford to lose while out in the wild because it meant death, but in this battle phase there was no risk of death, so losing did not matter. "Battle start. Please select the zombies or plants you wish to deploy."